Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201, Project Uranus. After returning home, Edward ignored the complaints of his wives of why he did not take them on a vacation in the universe. It's not his fault that they decided to ignore him. So, he went straight to work to busy himself. He visited the Flamels Tower to work on Project Uranus, the floating city. This project can be considered as one of the most important projects of the Empire. Once done, Edward will finally have a real deterrent against Tier 9 galaxy individuals. As for whether it can affect Tier 10 Universal, in theory, it should, but only in theory. Once he arrived at the tower, he saw a lot of remodeling was done since the last time he came. All the wandcraft and dragon language enchantments that were engraved in all of the city were removed. The core engravement was used to place all the enchantments together inside a pocket dimension. That way, it could function more smoothly and reduce the possibility of the enchantments behind being destroyed during battle or confrontations. There were two core engravements. The first one was used to deal with the average control of the city. Things like anti-gravity, shield, environment or atmospheric control, FLT travel, energy distribution, weapons system, etc. The second core engravement was for the enchantments needed to travel to other universes. Edward and Nicholas Flamel were responsible for this part. After a few weeks, they finished the engravement. Next was the shield that surrounded the city. The shield had to work as both a defensive measure and also protect the people living in the city from the void. Since void energy is destructive, this part was very important. So, two methods were used to deal with the problem. The first one was to create a dome made of magicium, since it is the only metal that can protect from the void. The second method was the void shield that Edward developed to deal with truth. Once both these methods were built, Edward took the city to the void for a test. And after finding a few errors, he returned to fix them. The next problem to deal with was the energy core of the floating city. The Philosopher's Stone was still used as the main energy source. However, Edward also knew that there might be some places where mana did not work. So, an alternate form of energy was needed. So, he used the Empire's technology to create an artificial star as energy. Furthermore, he placed energy converter enchantments that allowed heat from the star to turn into mana, and mana to heat. After building this aspect of the city, Edward's paranoia got the best of him again, and he decided to make the city work on all kinds of energy just in case. So, whether it was nuclear power, electricity, tectonic energy, psychic energy, or even cosmic energy. Unfortunately, the research on the latter was not completed yet, so, the result was not satisfactory to him. Finally, Edward focused on the weapon system. This time, he needed Rowena's help to finish this. So, how is the void cannon? The floating city has many different weapons like high-energy lasers, railguns, nukes, space-based weapons, gravity bombs. There are also magical weapons like Fienfire cannons, time bombs, dimension collapse cannons, and elemental riot cannons. However, none of them are more powerful or as deadly as the void cannon. There are many problems with the new design. What problem? After firing a few shots, the void energy will destroy the cannon itself. I thought you found a way to enclose it into a case. That was the previous model. In my latest research, I have found a way to gather a higher concentration of void energy. And the magicium case cannot contain it. Rowena showed him the new data that she discovered before continuing. I tried placing the void energy inside a pocket dimension before shooting it. However, it even destroyed the dimension. Edward frowned after hearing this. Right now, the dimension technology of the Empire involves two aspects. One is to take an already existing space and enlarge it with the extension curse. Then, separate that dimension from its encasing. For example, a suitcase has a small space inside. After expanding the internal dimension, an arcanist can separate that internal dimension from the suitcase to exist on its own, or bind it to another object like a ring. This is one of the ways interdimensional rings are created. Another method is to use Father's method to cut off an entire pocket dimension from the space-time continuing, thus existing in the realm between reality and non-reality. However, no matter what method is used, as long void energy entered these pocket dimensions, they will be corroded and destroyed. How is your research on using void energy to create a new ore as we did with the Philosopher's Stone and Magicium? Still in progress. Edward's mind quickly functioned as he pondered a solution to this problem. Could you create the pocket dimension with the void energy? Muttered Rowena as she began to think. Void energy contained many attributes, with time and space being one of the main ones. If we can isolate or remove these other attributes, it should be quite easy to create a dimension with them. No, it would be better to use these attributes to reinforce the main ones. After having a direction to go with, Rowena began to design the new void cannon. Once she was done, she had to leave as she reached the threshold to advance to Tier 5. So, Edward and the Flamels had to do the finishing touch. After more than a year, everything was completed. Edward floated in the air as he looked at this masterpiece of his. He flew over different parts of the city. There were a few towers for research, with the main one very noticeable. There was the golem factory section to create robots or golems for either war or other activities. There was the clone factory section that was next to the army training camp. There was the fleet manufacturing section to create space legions, the civilian section for people to live and relax, the library, and many more. The floating city was designed as a civilization restarter of the Arcane Empire. In case something happened, as long as it still exists, the entire civilization can be rebuilt once more from scratch. As Edward looked at the entire thing, he became more secure in his future voyage. From now on, no matter what situation he faced in the future, he was more confident with the floating city. And he was not the only one excited. Nicholas Flamel was also very happy with the final result. He had long guessed of his identity as a possible clone of a powerful figure. He did not care, not suddenly wanted to revolt against the original version. However, he still had an obsession to make an achievement that was better than the original version who created the Philosopher's Stone. And to him, this floating city was more than comparable. I suddenly had the urge to go kill Herpo, muttered Edward. However, he quickly removed this idea from his mind. With the floating city, even if Herpo regained his full power, he would not be his match. It's better to continue the plan I previously for him, said Edward slowly before looking in the distance. He sneered. It's about time that things between us came to an end. Chapter 202, Legacy. In the afterlife dimension, Herpo has been in a pretty bad mood recently. The only thing that brought the slightest joy to him was the fact that the ley line nodes have started to be activated. However, Herpo also knew that for his plans to succeed, he still has to face a major obstacle. He sat on a throne with a book in his hand, checking every soul that entered the afterlife and ensuring that they were sent in the appropriate place. Suddenly, he felt something and raised his head. His eyes seemed to ignore space until he saw the artificial island that Academy City was located on. He focused on one of the towers. What has this wizard done now? A great sense of dread suddenly overcame him. His instinct was warning him to run as far away as possible, otherwise, he would die. Fear of death suddenly overcame this death god. It was unfortunate that Herpo could not see what was inside that tower. And even if he could, he would not dare peep again. So, he started walking back and forth, pondering what to do. In the end, he decided to reinforce the defense of this dimension to prevent other people from easily entering. Herpo knew that these measures were probably useless, as he was aware that Edward was trying to invent a way to travel to other dimensions. And based on the fact that he vanished more than 5 years ago, he most likely succeeded. Based on his current strength, Herpo did not know whether his actions were useful. So, after sighing to himself, he decided to always be on guard. In a separate dimension outside of time and space, an old man stood in front of a log house looking in the distance while caressing his long beard. His eyes seemed to contain both space and time as he watched Edward finish the floating city. "Outta boy," he said with a smile on his face. "I did not expect to see a floating city in a place like this," said a female voice next to him. It was as if she was always there and just appeared at the same time. After Morgana said these words, she was lost in memories. She saw a floating city that was larger than any universe, killing a bunch of strange and hideous creatures. "It's a shame that the Arcane Emperor died, he was a great ally." "You're right about that," replied Merlin, who also had a look of remembrance. "It's all right as long as his legacy is passed on. Do you think your boy can inherit his title?" To beings like them, Edward's random use of the title of Arcane Emperor, creating the Arcane Empire and creating a floating city, is not random at all, but a form of legacy inheritance. Maybe one day, when he becomes more powerful, he will understand these things. If he wants to, he still has a long to go. Thinking about the Arcane Emperor, Merlin had to sigh that such a genius had fallen. This was a great blow to their cause. Morgan was silent for a moment. "Do you think we can hold on until these young people grow up?" "I don't think we have a choice," replied Merlin with a sigh. "Luckily, we have discovered primordial Earth. With the talent of these Earthlings, it is easier and faster to train powerful individuals. Otherwise, the front line would not hold for so long. I still think we should just send all the people on primordial Earth to different universes. With their talents, even if only 1% of them reached our heights, we still have a chance at surviving. The people from there will never allow us to intervene on such a large scale in their world. Plus, you should also understand, as the more we forcibly intervene there, the more changes will occur in that dimension. We are already lucky to discover it and use it as a talent gathering pool. There is no need to destroy a good thing for quick success." Morgana did agree with this decision. Unfortunately, she was incapable of changing the decision of so many people at the same level as her. Then, she suddenly said, "Why don't you let me train that Edward boy? Why are you so suddenly interested in my disciple?" "Well, this boy has done so many shady things in his magical path, I think his temperament is best suited for a person like me." Merlin looked at her up and down. Did I say something wrong? She said with a sneer. Despite all Arthur has gone through, despite experiencing so many different lives, despite how powerful he became, he still has such a rigid, black and white view of the world. And a lot of this has to do with you. So, it's best to let me train Edward. Merlin was silent for a moment before sighing out loud. He indeed was responsible for how that boy turned out. He never let him experience the dark sides of the world, turning him into a truly righteous person, and when he realized something was wrong and wanted to correct it, it was already too late. You are right. And this is the reason that I'm taking a free-range approach with Edward. As long as he does not lose himself in the pursuit of knowledge, I will not intervene. As for you, I will not let you interfere as well. All your apprentices are twisted beyond measures. He, laughed Morgana with a little embarrassment. I cannot wait for these two to meet one another. I doubt that they will get along well. Merlin's lips twitched slightly without saying anything else. Edward's timeline. After creating the floating city, he did many tests in the void to fix some issues. Finally, after another 3 months, he was finally finished. He wanted to immediately hop inside and travel to another world. However, he still had some stuff to do here before he could leave for his second voyage. Right after he finished, he received some good news. Rowena, Hermione, and Luna had advanced to Tier 5. So, he rushed to meet them. He was quite interested in their new abilities. Chapter 203, Planes. After arriving home, Edward saw the 3 of them waiting for him. With his senses, he could already feel the condensed mana inside their bodies. It was especially obvious since they just advanced and could not properly control it. Excellent, said Edward after seeing the 3 of them. He was not surprised that these 3 were the first to advance. Of all his wives, they had the highest talent. Nothing needs to be said about Rowena. As one of the greatest witches of her time, her talent is undeniable. Edward guessed that if it was not for her experiment with void energy and her soul, she would have advanced long ago. Hermione was able to shine in the old era even though she was a Muggle-born. At that time, in the wizarding world, few Muggle-born could become outstanding. Whether it was because of lack of resources, systemic discrimination, or talent, only a few could become accomplished in the wizarding world. And she was one of these few. As for Luna, her seer bloodline is not something that Edward could even currently understand. So, what ability did you guys get after fusing with the perfect Philosopher's Stone? Suddenly, Luna's eyes lit up and she said, just like you used to say, I think I'm very OP now. Oh. How so? The main thing is that my bloodline seemed to have been strengthened. I can now easily monitor the entire galaxy as long as I have enough energy to support me. You mean your divination can cover such a wide range? That's right. In that case, you are indeed OP, replied Edward. However, you have to be careful. We do not know what terrifying thing is there in the galaxy. If you peep at them, you could catch their attention. Edward was a little envious of her ability. Although his cosmic awareness has a wider range than her, however, there is still a major downside. It only works when danger is approaching or something major related to him. If something has nothing to do with him, his cosmic awareness will not work. What else? Asked Edward. Well, I seem to be able to see a few seconds into the future and predict danger. Edward looked up and down at her. Are you the protagonist, or am I? Of course, it's me, replied Luna, as if this was an obvious thing. All right, you're the protagonist, replied Edward as he hugged her. What about you guys? I can freely travel to other dimensions, replied Rowena. I guess this might have something to do with my research on void energy. Edward became excited after hearing this and asked, does that include parallel universes? Rowena pondered for a moment after hearing this, then she disappeared for a few seconds before reappearing again. Apparently, yes. She had just returned to her timeline for a moment. Edward nodded happily, although still a little jealous. Although he can do the same thing as her, but only with his world gate. Meanwhile, Rowena noticed his gaze and shook her head. Don't act like a child who sees someone has a toy that he wanted, she said, just like you tried to create a spell so that we can use cosmic awareness, I will try to do the same with my talent. Edward was not embarrassed that he was caught. He wanted to say, at least I did not raise you guys for so long for no reason. However, he did not dare, his EQ was higher than this. Hermione, what about you? It's better to go to a different place to show you, she replied. So, the group headed to a pocket dimension according to her request. Once there, Hermione activated her talent. A humongous magic circle appeared on the ground. Then, a large army appeared on top of the circle. People wearing armors and spears lined up on one side. All their equipment was magical. On the other side were people on horses, it was a cavalry. There were at least 1 million of them, and based on the mana the others sensed, the majority were between Tier 3 and 4. Hundreds of them who acted like commanders were in Tier 5. What is this, exactly? Asked Edward. I can summon armies from other dimensions. Excellent, are there any problems controlling them? Can you only summon humans? Are there any restrictions on the number? He asked. No, they are totally under my command. As for variety, I can summon any race, even demons, elemental creatures, golem, and many more. As for restrictions, it seems to be based on the amount of mana I have. Edward nodded his head, then suddenly remembered something. Can you summon people with higher tiers than you? Oh, I do not know. Let's try. Immediately another magic circle appeared. And along with it, the space began to tremble. Edward quickly ordered Morgana to seal the area and prepared to blow this dimension to pieces in case something out of control occurred. A few seconds later, a more than 10 meters tall demon with 2 horns appeared. The scent of sulfur suddenly overwhelmed the surroundings as magma could be seen at his feet. His body was full of fiery red scales, his wings were at least 30 meters, and his tail was more than 5 meters. The demon looked in the surroundings and said, hashtag $% and our % dollar at caret asterisk percent and asterisk 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 dot. A look of excitement came to his face before the magic circle on the ground entered his head, then he seemed to have lost his sense of consciousness and knelt on one knee in front of Hermione. I can only summon 1 tier higher than me, and based on the strength of my soul, I can only control 2 of them currently. She's more OP than me, suddenly said Luna. However, Edward seemed distracted. Hermione, can you understand what he said? She shook her head. How about his memories, could you read it? Unfortunately, no. Morgana, check all the new language we gathered to see if you can translate what he just said. The little purple hair elf appeared next to him and said, all right. Checking the database. Matching demonic language. Translating. Where am I? This is not the abyss plane. Wait, this smell, this sense of freedom, it's the material plane. Abyss plane, material plane, muttered Edward with a confused look. He was still in a cosmic setting. How did planes suddenly come into existence? Suddenly, he remembered Merlin telling him that this world was more complex than he could imagine. Maybe, he meant this. Chapter 204, Myself. Edward tried to read the flame demon's memory, but it was only filled with thoughts of obeying Hermione. The same thing for the other people summoned. He had a feeling that the information revealed was quite important. Unfortunately, he did not know how to get it. He could ask Albion, however, recently, their relationship has been rocky, so he doubted he would receive any answers. So, he could only ask Dumbledore to watch out for any information regarding Abyss Plane and Material Plane. Edward then placed his focus on this demon. He had never seen such a life form except in television and movies in his previous life. Can I dissect him? He asked. No, replied Hermione. Why not? Because movability is similar to a contract. I cannot proactively hurt my summon, especially the ones that are higher in tiers than me. What will happen if you do? They will immediately return to their place of origin. Edward nodded his head and did not force it. He began to observe this demon and scan his body with Morgana's help. The demon's anatomy had many organs that he could not understand just by observation. However, they were completely different from humans or any magical species he has ever seen. Could I at least get some blood from him? Hermione pondered for a moment before ordering him to give some of his blood. The demon did not hesitate to hand it over. Immediately, the 4 of them began to observe the demon's life code. The code was in ancient runes language, so they quickly deciphered a few things. They discovered that this demon had an unnatural survival ability. He could survive in any environment, no matter how harsh or extreme. His body would change based on his surroundings to survive. Whether it's extreme cold, heat, nuclear waste, the vacuum of space, thousands of meters deep underground, or under the sea, they can survive anywhere. Fascinating, muttered Edward. We need to find a way to capture them to study. I can try to come up with a spell to summon these creatures without my talent. That way, we will not be restricted by any contracts, replied Hermione. However, it will take some time. Take your time, we are not in a hurry, said Edward, then, for some reason, he became serious. Is there anything? Asked Rowena. Yes. I know that I promised to take all of you next time I travel to another world, but I have a mission for you and Luna. Everyone became serious based on the looks on Edward's face. They know that he meant business. I need you to travel through the multiverse to find a special timeline or timelines for me. Based on my theory, these timelines should be isolated and very difficult to enter. Is that all the information you have? Asked Rowena. That was not a lot of information to go with. Of course, not. Be patient and let me finish, he replied. He then sent a list with the name of a bunch of people. This is a list of the name of Hogwarts students during Hermione and Harry Potter's 7 years in school. The first way to identify these people is if they are not on the list. Of course, each timeline is different, so this is not enough. Edward paused for a moment to reorganize his words as he felt he did not explain things properly. These people belong to a group that can go by many names, with the main ones are Main God Space, Lord God Space, and Reincarnation Hall. All of them have some knowledge of the future and will use this knowledge to their advantage. Additionally, there is a high chance that these people will use foreign power systems completely different from our universe. Or, they might use a foreign magic system. They might even have technology that is too advanced by even the standard of the Empire now. They will usually try either to be really close friends with Hermione, Ron, and Harry or side with Voldemort. Their main purpose is to tamper with the timeline as much as possible. All of them began to ponder. As intelligent as these three were, they understood that this was not a simple mission. And it may be related to one of Edward's greatest secrets. What is their purpose for doing so? Asked Hermione. The best guess I can come up with is the fact that the people behind them can actually absorb some sort of power from the timeline and destroy the correction of fate. Besides that, I do not know much. In that case, what do we do after founding those timelines and those people? You have to be very careful not to directly interact with them. You can send clones, golems, or drones to secretly monitor the weak ones. Do not under any circumstances try to read their mind or memories. From what Edward remembered, the Lord God Space has a special ban placed on its people's souls that will annihilate them once someone discovered them and searched their souls/memories. What I want you to find is a special group amongst these people will release a watch on something similar after being killed. The watch can be used to join the organization. What I want is that watch. However, I do know that not all of them have that watch. Most likely, the group that used the watch is very rare. I need you, Luna, to use your power to find the most likely timelines that the watch will watch. Luna pondered deeply about this. I should be able to do it. However, searching the entire multiverse will take a lot of time and effort. I narrow our search to timelines that are only between 1991 to 1998, making it easier to succeed. Additionally, you said that these timelines were most likely blocked from outside interventions. This is another clue that can help. Whatever you need to help, you can take it. However, you too have to be careful. You can take my gate for safety measures. In case something goes wrong, you can run away or contact me for backup. I will immediately rush over with the floating city. Everyone nodded. Then, Rowena asked, why are you interested in these people so much? If the group behind them is so powerful, wouldn't it be better to stay away from them? Edward was silent after hearing this and said, as you guys already guessed, my presence is an anomaly in this timeline. I feared that because of what I've done, these people will place their eyes on this timeline. Plus, I'm preparing for a much worse enemy. What can be worse than that? Myself, replied Edward. Chapter 205, Variants. Ever since he discovered the multiverse, Edward has been worried about one thing, the other versions of himself. He's not talking about the Edward Bones of the original Harry Potter universe that died very young, but the version of himself that also reincarnated. At first, Edward thought that he might be special and do not have a counterpart in the multiverse. However, his talk with Merlin confirmed that this was not the case. Once he learned this information, he immediately had a feeling that he would meet other versions of himself in the future. And he knew how scary of a person he could be. As a person, Edward knew how shady or evil he can be. Many of the things he has done can classify him as a dark wizard. And his current self is still very tame and restrained. However, he could imagine that there are versions of himself that are not. Versions of himself that do absolutely anything for power and knowledge. Versions of himself that do not have a family to restrain them, versions of himself that truly felt into the dark side, versions of himself that have no problem doing taboo experiments to strengthen themselves, versions of himself that wants to conquer or destroy the multiverse. Sooner and later, he will meet these people. And he is sure of one thing, they will all want to compete for who is the original. Edward of course believed he was the original, and he has 2 points to back the claim. The first is the old man Merlin. He did not doubt for a moment that the old man did not have the ability to travel to the multiverse and choose any versions of himself to interact with. But he chose him. The second reason is the void tear that he discovered in Rowena's timeline. Old man Merlin's implied to him that his luck was the reason he discovered it, that he was destined to find the tear, which is the only existing one in the entire multiverse. Although Edward does not have a deep understanding of destiny, luck, and causality, however, from the many novels he read in his previous life, he knew that such concepts were real factors that can affect a person's life. He was sure that many if not all those versions of himself will want to travel to other universes. However, without that void tear, it will take them thousands if not more years to accomplish this on their own. Even if some of them also establish an empire or force to help them, it will still take a great deal of time. So, he still had an advantage. Nevertheless, Edward still wanted to prepare for when it is finally time to meet these guys. He has a plan that requires him to go to a specific world to acquire something. Right now, he hopes that the Akashic record will allow him to freely choose which universes to travel to, but he will not place all his hopes on it. Maybe he can also use the power of the main god Space. Rowena, Hermione, and Luna understood Edward's meaning. As the people closest to him, they understood how scary of a person he can be. Not only because of his unparalleled talent for magic but also because of the ideas in his mind. Ideas that he always has a way to make come true. Becoming an enemy of such a person is truly a terrifying thing. Not to mention a version of him that has no bottom line, no restraint, and no empathy. "We will get ready and depart soon," said Rowena in a serious face. "It would be fun to meet an evil version of myself," said Luna with a smile. "I bet we could be friends. There is no need to hurry. You guys can take your time to prepare before leaving," replied Edward. "Additionally, you can take this opportunity to solicit many of the great wizards and witches throughout history like the other founders and others that appeared in the Chocolate Frog card. As long as they are willing to leave their timelines and abide by the Empire's rules, they will be more than welcome, not just wizards, but also Muggle scientists, mathematicians, philosophers like Albert Einstein, Nicholas Tesla, Isaac Newton, and many others from all over the globe. They would be of great use to the Empire." "That's an excellent idea," commented Hermione. "I will make a list. I just remember, I need you to help me do one last thing," suddenly said Edward. "You seems to have a lot of demands," replied Rowena as she squinted her eyes at him. "How about I repay you with my body?" "What a cringe thing to say," she replied. "However, I accept your offer." Edward smiled before muttering, "It's about time that Herpo's problem was permanently solved." After that, he went with Rowena to work on a small project. Meanwhile, Luna began to prepare for her multiverse voyage. Hermione had her own things to study, while Fleur and Bellatrix were still in the process of advancing to Tier 5. 3 months later, while the Empire was secretly preparing for war, something happened that disturbed Edward. He suddenly appeared outside of Earth's atmosphere with a shield surrounding him, looking in the distance. He could feel a strange power a few dozen light years away, and a look of confusion appeared on his face as this power felt very familiar. And he was not the only one who noticed that power. In the afterlife, Herpo immediately sensed that power when it appeared and observed it from a distance. Death Authority. "How is that possible?" he muttered as he quickly checked once more. However, he could feel that this was indeed a Death Authority that was completely different than his. Immediately, he became excited. "If I could absorb it, not only will my power increase, my chances of breaking from this hellhole will drastically increase." As he prepared to rush to the destination of the Authority, he paused. How could such a thing that is beneficial to me suddenly appear here? Could it be a trap? He looked at Edward and noticed the confusion on his face, still remaining suspicious. However, when he saw the gate appearing behind him, Herpo knew that if he did not act immediately, he might forever lose that chance. So, he rapidly took out the remaining faith he had and sacrificed it to gain a moment of freedom. Without hesitation, he teleported to the asteroids where the Death Authority was sensed. No matter what, he could not resist the temptation nor this opportunity. ___________________________________ Chapter 206, Herpo's Fate. As soon as Herpo landed on the asteroid, a black sphere came from his body and spread in every direction. And everywhere the sphere appeared, everything died. The rocks became dull and listless, the minerals in the asteroid turned into ash, and even the small microorganisms in the area died. Herpo did not know whether there was anything on the asteroid that could harm him or just wanted to. So, he killed everything with his death field to prevent trouble. Additionally, the field should be able to buy him enough time to check whether there was any problem. Finally, he saw the origin of the Death Authority. It was a black orb deep underground. With a glance, he knew that this authority, although related to death, was completely different from his. It was probably more powerful. Instantly, Herpo became excited. Nevertheless, he still decided to be careful and check thoroughly. Unfortunately for him, he soon felt someone breaking through his field and rushing here unimpeded. Immediately, he knew that he did not have much time. So, Herpo gritted his teeth and reached out to take the orb. As soon as his hand touched that orb, he felt dizzy for a split second before finding himself in a darkly lit room with nothing in sight. Herp looked around before sighing out loud. He raised his hand and a small dark-colored sun appeared on his hand. Without hesitation, he threw it. The dark sun rapidly grew to the size of the actual sun before exploding. Unfortunately, besides a slight tremor, nothing else happened. With his knowledge, Herpo could tell that he was in a pocket dimension, and it appeared to be a very structural steady one. With that attack, he should have been able to destroy this place and exit safely. Herpo frowned. As a god, he did not have to see the world as ordinary people. So, he spread his senses or consciousness in all directions. Then, he was able to see everything in 1,000 miles diameter. There was nothing in his surroundings, but he soon found what looked like a wall. Immediately, Herpo took one step before his more than 5 meters tall body immediately appeared in front of the wall. This should be the end of this pocket dimension, he muttered. Although I can teleport inside the dimension, I cannot leave. Maybe if I break the wall, I can exit. Immediately after thinking this, another dark sun appeared in his hand and attacked the wall. But it was of no use. Herpo did not stop trying though. He used countless different spells or attacks on the wall. In the end, he was angered and punched the wall instead. Damn it, he groaned in pain as he looked at the burning flash of his hand. The moment he punched that wall, he saw a gray shield appear and blocked him. The shield even injured his divine body. Finally, Herpo sighed deeply once again before slowly muttering, "In my youth, I was full of boldness and excitement for the future. However, the older I got, the more careful I became. It can be said that I reached the point of timid. Yet, I cannot believe that I failed because of carelessness. Come out, wizard. I know you're here. I once read something along the line of the best bait is when the prey knows that it is being baited but still cannot resist the temptation," said an illusory shadow that suddenly appeared in front of Herpo. "There is no shame in being defeated to such wise and profound words," said Edward as he looked at the death god in front of him. No, as he looked at the former wizard, Herpo the Foul. The two stared at each other for at least 5 minutes. In the end, Herpo finally spoke. "So, you've trapped me here. What is your purpose? I have to say, you are the most gifted wizard I have ever encountered. If you do not count anomalies like Merlin and Morgan Le Fay, your abilities and achievements have surpassed all wizards, both ancients and modern," praised Edward. "It's a shame that you seem to be an individual with terrible luck. Do not walk around in circles," grunted Herpo. "State your purpose. What do you think my purpose is?" "Nothing more than wanting knowledge from me. And becoming loyal to you and serving you." "So, what do you think?" "In your deepest dreams," replied Herpo. His black robe fluttered with the wind, displaying his agitated emotions. "Even I die, you will not get a single thing from me. I would rather die than let you profit from." "Hee," smirked Edward. "Then, go ahead, kill yourself." Everything became quiet as he looked at Herpo with a calm smile on his face. After waiting for a few seconds, he reiterated, "Why don't you do it?" Herpo hated the smirk on the latter's face, so he tried his best to control his emotions. Things did not go as he planned. "I can tell you," continued Edward. "Even your death will benefit. If you die, I can still use your body to study. After all, you're still a god, I'm sure that you're quite valuable. And even if you detonate your entire body leaving nothing intact, I can still study the process of a god dying, so I will still benefit in the end." Herpo clenched his hands tightly after hearing this. If he did not know that only a projection was in front of him, he would have torn it apart with his bare hands. "You still have some time to make a decision," said Edward. "Cooperate with me and things will be easier for you. In the end, I might even release you in the future. Do you think I will believe your words?" "You underestimate my confidence and arrogance," replied Edward calmly. "When I become a Tier 8 Arcanist, you will not be much of a threat to me or the Empire. I will not have to resort to schemes and plots to defeat you. By then, I will have no problem releasing you as you will be nothing more than one of the countless many Tier 8 people under me." He gave him a glance before continuing, "You should be aware of the Empire's law that allows people to challenge me for the throne. By then, if you can defeat me, you can inherit everything that I have built." After saying that, Edward disappeared. Chapter 207, Divine Power. Academy City, Arcane Tower Number 17. Edward and Rowena stood in front of a tall screen that displayed Herpo's every move inside the pocket dimension. "Do you think he will agree?" asked Rowena. "Unlikely." "Why do you think so?" "If it was the old Herpo, he would definitely agree to save his life, at least on the surface," replied Edward. "However, I can see that his divinity has changed him over the years. He has taken too much pride in his status as a god. So, how could a god bow down to a mortal?" Rowena nodded her head without saying anything more. She did not have any sympathy for the fate of Herpo. In her timeline, she was kidnapped by him and almost sacrificed. Additionally, there is a very high chance that Rowena of this timeline died because of him. Edward turned around to the reddish woman wearing a lab coat standing behind him. "Tower Master Artie, we will begin the preliminary experiment a few days later. I will participate in the early stages but the rest will be handed to you and your team." "It is my utmost honor, Your Majesty," replied Artie. She could not believe that she had the opportunity to experiment with an actual god. As a Native American, she has always been very spiritual. And even the magic her people used in the old era was mostly based on shamanism. They could summon the spirit of their ancestors not only to fight for them but to give them blessings, to cure diseases, and even to curse their enemies. Because of this, the ancestors of many tribes are worshipped as gods. Now, she would experiment on a real god. The ancestral magic of our people have become even more powerful after being translated to the arcane rune system. Maybe I can make even more improvement after studying this death god, thought Artie, unable to contain her excitement. A few days passed before Edward once again talked to Herpo. He asked the latter if he had thought things through, but he was simply ignored. Shrugging his shoulder, Edward left to begin his experiment. "Your Majesty, how do you want to begin?" asked the Tower Master. "From what we know, gods are immune to most magic except for high magic. So, let's begin by testing his magic immunity. Use wandcraft spells and draconic language spells on him to see the effect." Artie nodded her head before beginning. The entire pocket dimension was under her command, so, with a touch of a few buttons on the glass-looking computer on her hand, she selected a spell to attack. She began with the weakest spells like Expelliarmus, to Bombarda, to eventual dark magic like Fiend Fire and the 3 killing curses. And as expected, none of them were effective. Once they touched him, it was like a stone that immediately sunk deep into a river without causing any ripples. Besides annoying Herpo, nothing happened. Truth be told, the Death God wanted to block these attacks as he could guess the motive behind these weak spells. The fact that he was treated as an experimental material almost drove him insane. Regrettably, he did not want to waste the energy inside his body as he did not give up the hope of escaping. "Interesting," muttered Edward, then, he connected to Morgana inside his mind and said, "Connect to the floating city's main energy reserve and transfer it to this tower." "As you command, Master." A few seconds afterward, the massive Philosopher's Stone at the core of the floating city began to transfer a lot of its mana. "Warning, warning, warning," suddenly said the tower spirit. "Detecting large surge in energy being transferred. Please take immediate action." Tower Master Artie was immediately surprised as she checked. When she found the quantity of energy being transferred to her tower, she was genuinely surprised. According to the data, if this energy were to go out of control, the entire solar system will be instantly eradicated. "No need to be alarmed," said Edward. "Use that large quantity of mana to power up the spells and see the effects. It is common knowledge that the more mana used in a spell, the more powerful the effect. Even if it is a rudimentary spell such as the disarming charm should be able to disarm millions of people with enough energy powering it up." Artie quickly regained her bearing. Only the Emperor is authorized to easily mobilize such a large amount of energy on the planet. She should have figured this out sooner. Without hesitation, she once again began to attack Herpo with wandcraft spells and draconic language magic. Unfortunately, no matter how much mana she used, it seemed to be useless. "These gods do have some reason to be so prideful," commented Rowena, who was watching this experiment. As she looked at Herpo, she squinted for a moment before saying, "We have to find a way to reproduce such magic immunity." "Yes, but we have to find the cause first," replied Edward. "This time, use arcane magic." Tower Master Artie immediately followed orders. This time, she finally got a reaction out of Herpo. A translucent shield appeared to protect him once an arcane rune spell was used. It seems to instinctively protect him from harm. Edward frowned after seeing this. If things go like this, he will not be able to distinguish the effect of high magic on divine beings. Use the mana forbidden enchantments. The enchantment was activated followed by a few more attacks. However, the shield still manifested itself. Logically speaking, the enchantment should have blocked Herpo's mana and rendered him useless. But it did not work. Edward seemed to have thought of something and said, "Use the energy-absorbing enchantment." A powerful suction suddenly appeared underneath Herpo's feet trying to suck the energy out of his body. Immediately, he resisted with all his strength. As a god, he had absolute control over his energy. The struggle lasted for 3 hours before a small amount was drawn from him. Immediately, a preliminary analysis was made by the tower spirit. "This is not mana," said Artie. "This should be divine power," muttered Edward. One of his experiments involved the power of faith. With the gradual rise of the arcane god religion, he discovered the power of faith. Based on a preliminary study, this power was very harmful to the mind and soul. However, Edward once theorized that a new form of energy could be created by mixing faith with mana. He labeled this energy as divine power. Unfortunately, he did not find the right way to mix these two together. Plus, this experiment was postponed to a later date. However, now, he might have a chance to peep at the secret of divine power. Immediately, he became excited. Chapter 208, More Advanced Magical Creatures. After having a direction, Edward immediately began to act. He sent his research on the power of faith and his theory on divine power to Artie. After reading and analyzing it, she began to analyze the divine power again. This time, she focused on detecting mana and faith inside of the divine power. Mana, as the main energy source of the Empire, is well researched. However, very little is currently known about faith. Based on Edward's short experiments, he concluded that faith is a very pure form of emotion, just like the ones used to create the lesser stones. Once absorbed, it can drastically increase the power of the mind and soul. However, it can also influence the soul and slowly change the personality and views of the people who absorbed it. With this information, the three of them began to once again analyze the divine power drawn from Herpo. And it was proven that Edward's theory was partially correct. Divine power did contain faith and mana but also many different other things. Currently, they could only recognize two things, soul or spiritual energy, and a small part of authority. As Edward watched the result of the past few days, he said, "All right, it is obvious that discovering the mystery of this power will take a lot of time and energy. So, let's continue with other basic experiments." Artie ordered one of her many lab assistants to go get a clone as a sample. Then, a small part of the divine power was injected into the clone's body. However, less than 5 seconds afterward, the clone's body exploded, sending all his organs and bodily fluid scattered all over the white room. "This thing is so volatile," she muttered. After ordering the tower spirit to use the cleaning enchantments and returning the room to its white and pristine state, she reviewed the data gathered in that explosion. This time, use a clone that has been genetically enhanced for the third time. Previously, the Empire could only successfully accomplish 2 enhancements, but recently, with the knowledge Edward brought back, technology has rapidly developed and the third enhancement has been developed. Under Artie's order, the next phase of the experiment began. A new clone was brought up and the divine power was introduced into his body. Immediately afterward, he dropped on the floor, crying in pain. 5 minutes later, the clone also exploded like the first one. However, Artie frowned as she was not satisfied with the data she got. So, she sent a few more, and they all ended in the same way. Send in a clone with aura inside his body. "Tower Master, we only have Tier 1 and Tier 2 clone aura masters," said one of the assistants. "Not even one Tier 3, she asked. She did not ask for higher ones. Currently, there were few Tier 4 arcanists in the Empire, let alone clones. So, she did ask about them. None. Artie was a little embarrassed, she did not expect to be so poor as a Tower Master. She could not help it, her previous experiment was very expensive and even went over the limit of the Imperial grant. She had to use her own pocket money to make up for it. "You don't have to worry about resources," said Edward before contacting Morgana to send a few Tier 4 and Tier 5 clone aura masters. Currently, he is probably the only person with this kind of resource. During his time in the Full Metal Alchemist world, he trained many Tier 5 clones both for battles and in case he needed it for experiments. After thanking him, Artie returned to her experiment. She injected the divine power inside the clones. This time, it did not explode. Instead, the divine power absorbed the aura inside their bodies, then proceeded to absorb their life force. All the clones turned into old people before dying, including the Tier 5 ones. "The divine power has consciousness," said Artie. "Or maybe just instinct," commented Edward. "Let's test with mana." A few clones with mana inside their bodies were then used. This time, the response of the divine power was more aggressive. It began to expel the mana out of the clones' bodies as if it was claiming its territory. And the process was not gentle at all. "So mana and divine power cannot coexist together," muttered Edward. He then remembered that he read a novel in his past life called The Archmage Returns After 400 Years. In this novel, the protagonist's family conducted experiments to allow a body to contain both mana and divine power. If possible, he would like to go to that world and get the information about that experiment. However, it is yet to be known whether the divine power in his universe is the same as that one. The experiment continued. This time, a clone with liquid mana was used. The divine power fought for about 5 minutes before it was expelled out the body. Finally, when it was the turn of the crystallized mana, the battle lasted for more than an hour. In the end, the body of the clone could not support any longer and fell apart. The next part of the experiment was still the relationship between divine power and mana, however, this time, instruments were used for the mixture instead of clones. The result was still the same. After that, they tested different types of poison and potions on Herpo. During the entire process, the energy-draining enchantments did not stop working. "So, what is your ultimate plan for him?" asked Rowena. After a brief pause, he replied, "First, I will dissect him. That's it." In a live broadcast to all the people of the Empire. Rowena's eyes lit up after hearing this as she understood the implication of doing so. Edward has always wanted to change the spirit of the people of the Empire. And what better ways than to dissect a god in front of all the people? This act will not only increase his prestige and control over the Empire but also instill the idea of pursuing the truth and knowledge into the young and impersonating minds of children, but also many arcanists. They will witness their ruler treating a god as an experimental material, all in the names of knowledge and truth. Another benefit is when the Empire confronts other gods in the future. If any of these gods try to spread faith in the Empire, that would be extremely difficult since the people would have long lost any awe to any gods. In their eyes, the so-called god is nothing but a more powerful or advanced magical creature. Chapter 209, Breaking News. "The second step is to gather as much information possible from his mind," added Edward. "However, I can foresee this will be more troublesome." Based on his recent observation of Herpo, he could tell that the latter was the kind of person who would rather destroy all his memories than let Edward have them. So, even if he could find a way to read the memories of a god, it might be futile. The best way would be to convince the latter to surrender and hand over the knowledge. Rowena also figured out this issue: your effort may be proven futile. True. In that case, I will erase his consciousness and turn him into a puppet. Anyway, a Tier 8 divine puppet would be a great benefit for the current empire, replied Edward ruthlessly. Then, Edward continued his basic research. He diluted the divine energy gathered and mixed it with a few magical herbs to neutralize its instinct. And divine power will be replaced to divine energy. Then, the potion was tested on animals and clones, both magical and non-magical. Soon, the result came out. This divine potion had many benefits: healing diseases, prolonging life, healing the soul, increasing mana, increasing physical stats, and even optimizing bloodline. Of course, it can also serve as a poison too. The divine energy of Herpo seemed to contain certain characteristics of his divinity or authority, the power of death. So, based on this characteristic is used, the potion created can have both positive and negative effects. These gods are truly the darling of this world, commented Tower Master Artie as she reviewed the data of the potion. However, she quickly frowned. Based on the data, she discovered some commonality between this god and her ancestor summon magic. Mainly in the aspect of faith or belief. As such, she felt that she missed something during the examination of these people who drank the potion. After pondering for a few minutes, she suddenly muttered. The ancestor imprint. Shouldn't a god have something similar? The ancestor summoning magic of the Native American people is very complex magic that involved bloodline, soul, and belief. Without any of these three things, it is impossible for outsiders to practice, including Edward. He did a few experiments and took out a sample of the bloodline of a Native American to try to summon something, but it failed. After many experiments, he realized that this was a form of magic tied only to a person's ethnicity. And in the Empire, there are a few magic like this. Because of the nature of these magics, he cannot use them no matter what. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he wanted to study this system to see if he could recreate the heroic spirits from the Fate universe. It's a shame that he had not succeeded as of now. Artie began to search the bloodline and soul of the people who drank the potion. And after a deep investigation of their soul dimension, she discovered a weird mark or imprint which was oozing the power of death. I was right, she muttered. One of the reasons that Native American magic is unique is because all of them have a unique spiritual imprint in their soul that connected them to their ancestor. The imprint will not affect them and can be passed down to their descendants through the bloodline. Once Edward learned of this, he immediately thought of a comic book character from his previous life, Black Panther. He could summon the spirit of his ancestor to talk to them and ask for their wisdom. He could gain all the knowledge and experience of his ancestors. So, he suggested that the Native American people developed in that direction, and they succeeded. Because of this, much of the lost knowledge of the past was discovered by them, and even a few secrets of the past. This knowledge brought great development to their ethnicity as a whole and the empire. It's a shame that this magic is not perfected yet and many things or secrets have not been discovered yet. What do you think of this imprint? Asked Edward, who was feeling a great deal of satisfaction for choosing the right person to lead this project. With one glance, I can tell that this imprint is different from ours. However, I do not yet have any more data to speculate more. You should have a theory or some guesses, right? Yes, she replied. I guess that Herpo could use this mark to slowly turn those people into his believers. Their souls would most likely belong to him after their deaths. And more importantly, he might be able to use it to escape. Edward pondered for a moment. In that case, place these people in another pocket dimension during the testing. Be on alert at all times and make sure to dispose of them completely once the experiment is over. I will supervise every step with caution. After nodding, Edward continued, found a way to remove the imprint. This divine potion can be of great use to accelerate the growth of the empire. The so-called divine potion was only a basic potion relying only on the divine energy to have so many effects. If the downside is removed, once the potion masters get their hands on it, they can create many wonders. Additionally, the divine energy was diluted to create that potion. Once it is throughout studied, it can be directly used to make potions. This level of potion will even have an effect on Edward's level and accelerate the speed he reaches higher tiers. After potion experiment, Edward was prepared to leave and leave the rest of the work with Artie. He gave a last glance at Herpo. Right now, the latter could still hold on, but it was only a matter of time. The energy-draining enchantment could only draw a minuscule amount of divine energy from him. However, the more Artie understood this new type of energy, the faster and more efficient the enchantment will become. So, it is only a matter of time before Herpo is drained and becomes helpless. Thank you, Tower Master Artie, for all your work. It was my pleasure. Scene break. Every citizen of the Empire suddenly received an emergency alert. So, they quickly turned on their television, used their smartwatch to log on into Skynet. Then, they saw a beautiful Japanese woman appearing in front of their screens. With a calm and solemn tone, she said, breaking news. During a voyage in the Blackwood star system located 65.4 light-years away, a large fleet of our Imperial Navy was attacked and destroyed. According to report, there were no survivors as of now. Chapter 210, Nation Address. We have footage that has recently been salvaged through divination, said the news anchor. Immediately, footage of the attack was shown. The people could see countless Imperial ships being bombarded into smithereens. Compared to the more suave design of the Empire's ships, the enemy's fleet looked more barbaric with many metal points coming from them. As the enemy's bombardment began, the citizen could see bodies flying of their fallen comrades fallen into deep space, never to be seen. A few of the ships managed to erect shields to protect them. However, for some reason, these shields stopped working and the ships were destroyed. The entire video was visually spectacular. Many of these spaceships were more than a dozen kilometers in size, and yet, they were still annihilated. As the citizen watched the video, they could feel the pain and despair of soldiers, their hatred and longing for a miracle. A few seconds after the video, the news anchor once again showed. From the information we have gathered so far, this was an attack by a race referred to as Fair. After discovering then, the Imperial Navy sent a diplomatic contact for communication and exchange. And the leaders of the Fair race acquiesced to this exchange. However, this was nothing but a ruse. They somehow successfully infiltrated our fleet's control system and disabled our shields and weapon systems. Then, in cold blood, they destroyed our fleet even though we contacted them with motives of peace and prosperity. The anchor paused for a moment to build tension, then she continued, "This is a sad day for our empire. So, let us all take a minute of silence for our fallen comrades." After that, she lowered her head without saying anything. Following this, the entire solar system became quiet. The noisy city became peaceful. The rushing cars stopped, the flying ones descended from the sky. The majority of people stopped for an entire minute, in silent remembering of the people who died serving the Empire. A minute later, the anchor said, "My name is Akana Mikasa from Arcane News, and I will be following the latest development of this event." Immediately afterward, the entire Empire was turbulent. All the media outlets began to talk about this story. As the official media of the Empire and the biggest one, Arcane News is usually the one with the best information regarding this topic. However, other news media also have their way of gathering information. So, the next few days, this was the only thing that could be seen. All type of social media was only talking about this, including many stars. Powerful arcanists or scholars will give their opinions on the current situation and analyze the response of the Emperor and Council. Many people began to wonder whether the Fair race was so powerful to so easily annihilate an Imperial fleet of such scale. Soon, the answer was revealed. The commander of the Imperial Navy had an interview and said that the Empire was caught off guard as they were not used to interstellar war, hence the reason for such an easy defeat. Many people blame him for delegation of duty while many people understood that this was a normal error. Over time, no official news was heard from the Emperor but people began to advocate for war. The majority of ordinary people wanted the Empire to teach the Fair race a deep and unforgettable lesson. Few opposed such drastic means, talking about making them pay compensation and sign a non-aggression treaty with the Empire. However, these people who advocate for peace were in the minority. The Chinese saying, "Not my race must have different thoughts," became popular during this time. Inside his palace, Edward was chatting with his aunt, Amelia. "I still think it was a waste to use such a large fleet," said Amelia. "A small one would not have as much impact, making the people feel the severity of the situation," replied Edward. "Be that as it may, this was a waste of resources in my opinion. Don't fret the small stuff. What about the crew of that fleet? Have they been placed appropriately?" "Yes. We chose most soldiers with no parents and relatives. So, it is fine. What about the evidence?" "Don't worry, everything has been taken care of. No one will know that the soldiers in the fleet were replaced by clones." Edward nodded his head. The Empire needed an excuse to declare war, and the death of its people is the best excuse to mobilize people's emotions, and also solicit their patriotic nature. However, he also did not want to kill his own people in vain, so, he switched the soldiers in the fleet with clones. After being reassured by his aunt, Edward continued to review the plan for the war. However, he soon frowned. "Is there a problem?" asked Amelia. "Yes. Although we can easily win this war because of our vast difference in technology, you should remember that this is more of training than a war of annihilation. We can take this opportunity to test many of our interstellar warfare theories." Amelia nodded and took note of this fact. Then, the two went over many things that needed to oversee before the war. At the end of the meeting, Amelia hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is the last act of the war really needed?" Edward paused after hearing this, sighed out loud. "I understand how you feel. Personally, I do not want so many lives under my hand. However, as the Empire grows and develops, this is something that we all need to become used to. Amelia also sighed before looking at her nephew deep in his eyes. Be mindful not to become numb to this kind of thing. You can be logical and calculating but never become numb. I understand. Scene break. All the citizens of the Empire waited with bated breath in front of a screen. Today, the Arcane Emperor will finally address the nation regarding the current situation of the world and the future. Soon, Edward appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a white robe with golden designs that looked beautiful and mysterious, a black crown on his head. Magical light enveloped his body, making him nobler. He was holding a short scepter with his two hands laying on the top. He was not sitting on a throne but standing up. His deep blue eyes seemed to be looking at every single individual watching this address. My fellow citizen, the past few days have been quite the stressful and fearful time. In our attempt to explore the universe, we have suffered a great calamity. Everyone could feel the solemnity of the situation, so they listened carefully. I would like to tell you that this was an accident or an alienated incident. Unfortunately, this is not the truth. The universe is a dark and scary place, where laws and morality are often trampled on by the strong. Out there, technology and magic are developed at any price and without any restraints, without any morality or ethics. Thousands of races fight every day not only for survival but also for domination. Some of these races have existed since the dawn of time, and their existing conflict can be described as eternal. On top of all that, the gods stand above everything in the universe, dictating and weaving the destiny of us, mortals. In the past decades, our arcane empire has made great progress. We can say with the utmost confidence that in our short existence, we have surpassed many races and civilizations that have existed for countless millennia. However, it does change the fact that in the grand scheme of the universe, we are nothing but a sapling that has just been planted. Although our roots have been firmly laid down, during our growth, we will still have to withstand wind and rain to survive, to grow. It is unfortunate that our first breeze has arrived so soon. But do not fret, my fellow citizens, as we are ready. Ready to tackle any adversities that come our way. He then raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. May the arcane truth guide us in these troubled times. All the people in the solar system stood up, placed their right hand on their shoulder and their left hand on their back, and repeated. May the arcane truth guide us in these troubled times. Chapter 2:11, Low Civilization. The people of the Arcane Empire knew that war was coming, however, no one was scared. Because their beloved emperor told them that they were ready to face the unknown future, ready to face the threat from the cosmos. Inside a meeting room, Edward sat at the head of a table while reviewing some information with a holographic projection in front of him. It seems that my aunt was correct. War is the perfect way to remove many of the prejudices and racism from the old time. With a common enemy, the people have banded together under their identity as both humans and citizens of the empire. Although the problem is not solved, it is much better. With time, we can still cultivate the patriotic nature of the younger generation. After closing the image in front of him, he looked at the other people in the room and said, it should be about time, so, let's begin. Many people sat at a rectangular table. All these people included generals of the empire, including Lucius Malfoy since he was in charge of the Earth Defense Guard. The man who sat to Edward's right hand was Albert Montblanc, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Navy. After hearing his words, he stood up and placed his hand on a crystal ball on the table. He injected his mana inside. Immediately afterward, an image was projected in the middle of the table. The image showed a room with about 30 people, sitting together and arguing. These people were relatively tall compared to humans, and they can even be called little giants. More importantly, they all had blue skins. The fair race. A meeting of their highest council took place. The 30 people attending were all the fair people that reached Tier 4. And in the middle of that meeting sat a man with a crown on his head. He was the fair king and the most powerful person in their race. Just by observation, it could be seen that some part of his skin had already turned red. According to the Empire's study, this is a sign that he is about to reach Tier 5. And because of this this person was able to sit on the throne. According to Fur's law, only the most powerful can be kind. Nevertheless, since he did not have an overwhelming advantage over his peers, at least not yet, a council is still needed to vote on important issues. The king has more votes than ordinary people and can determine the final verdict on certain controversial issues. What do you guys think about this arcane empire? Asked the king. Nothing but a bunch of stupid people. They so easily trusted us, which allowed us to infiltrate their fleet and destroy it. Plus, how can they tell us that they are declaring on us? Wouldn't it be better to just attack us? Replied another fair council member. A few people agreed with him. Meanwhile, in the Empire's war room, a few people frowned after hearing this. In fact, some people had the same idea. Unfortunately, according to the Galactic Federation regulation, it is required to send a declaration of war before attacking anyone. As long as a civilization or race reached a certain level, they have to abide by this regulation. A few members of the War Council argued that the Federation will not know if they do not follow the regulations. However, after asking Dumbledore to search the relative information, he knew that the Federation seemed to have a mysterious way to know when people break the rules. It may be some spells or magic weapons. Nevertheless, Edward did not want to entangle with these people, at least for now. Or maybe, they are confident in themselves, added another fair member. Ironet, do you have something to say? Asked the king. I have watched the video of the conflict over and over again. Honestly, there are too many things that felt wrong. The fair king immediately began to pay attention. Their race is a very combatant one, as such, only the strong can become rulers. However, being strong does not equate to intelligence. The majority of the people in the council only know how to fight and kill. Only a few of them have great wisdom, and Ironet is one of them. The first thing is the fact that their fleet was too easily destroyed. Their command system was easily hacked by us after infiltrating, and the response of the soldiers was too mediocre. This only shows that their technology is mediocre compared to us, replied another member. That could be true. But remember what energy their fleet used to power themselves. Mana, replied one person. His words immediately made the other people frown. The fair race has been studying mana for thousands of years, trying to not only master it and use it in the development of their technology. Unfortunately, they never succeeded. However, now, under Ironet's reminder, they remembered that the Arcane Empire had mastered the power of mana. This was one of the reasons that they attacked. Also, remember, the wreckage of their fleet mysteriously disappeared afterward and we could not salvage anything. Our scientists could not even understand how it disappeared. The council member immediately began to take the situation seriously. Although they do not like to use their head, it did not mean that they were stupid. After all, the majority of them have lived a very long time. And with time, even a pig can become wise after experiencing a few hundred years of life. Can you guess the reasons for all these anomalies? Asked the king. I cannot, replied Ironet. However, one thing I know for sure, this will not be as easy as our past ones. We should take things seriously and do whatever necessary to prepare. The other members nodded their heads and began to discuss plans and strategies for this war. Meanwhile, in the war room, one of the generals sneered after watching this and commented, "This is the fate of low-level civilization. Without mastering the power of destiny, they lose the ability to control it." True, said another person. With our advanced technology and the information gathering of divination, this war will be a piece of cake. Do not be too complacent, suddenly said Commander Albert. In the future, we will have to fight races and civilizations that have mastered the power of anti-divination. At that time, war will not be so easy. Then, the issue we will have to deal with involves how to gather intel. How to ensure our war goes successfully. What if the enemy has better divination spells than us? How to fight a war with such a disadvantage? These are the type of questions that you guys should think about instead of being proud of such small success. The other generals quickly regained their bearings and nodded. They knew that the commander was correct. As the most elite soldiers and strategists of the Empire, they quickly adjusted their ways of thinking. As for Edward, he was very satisfied with Commander Albert. The man was very capable and part of him was a little guilty of handing his position to Olivier. Unfortunately, the Imperial Navy will become too powerful in the future and must be controlled by someone he could truly trust. Nevertheless, he will still give the latter the position of second in command and give him some merit to compensate him. Chapter 212, Ground Strike. We have already decided on a tactic to use in this war, said Commander Montblanc, so, let's follow the previous plan until something changes. Immediately, he sent orders to deploy Team Metal Ice on this ground operation. Blackwood Star System, an invisible ship floated on top of one of the 7 planets. There were 5 people inside the ship, 2 women and 3 men. All of them looked at the screen of the ship that display an entirely green planet. Are you telling me we have to parachute into this planet from outer space? Asked one of the men. Rogue, this is not the first time, so why are you bitching? Shut up, Wolf. The reason I'm asking is wouldn't it be better to just beam straight to our destination, replied Rogue. This is both a mission and a training exercise, replied Bloodsucker, who was one of the 2 women in this team. With our technology, we can directly teleport to the enemy's planet. However, what if one day we meet an enemy that can block space? We need to have ways to secretly infiltrate their camp using other means, and this mission is to prepare for the future. Wolf, why are you so grumpy recently? Suddenly said Shadow. In the past few missions, you have been complaining non-stop. I'm just tired of the constant back-to-back mission. Before you joined this squad, you were told about the consequences, added Bloodsucker. I know this, but I just get mad for some reason thinking about how these people at headquarters sent us to do all these difficult tasks while they get to sit comfortably at home. Isn't how the military always has been? You slaved on the battlefield so that one day, you get to sit comfortably and watch and dictate conflicts from afar, replied Shadow. Rogue sneered after hearing this. Of all the generals that currently make up the top of the military today, only a handful of them has ever seen true blood in a real war, and that is only during the Demeter invasion. All the others have to use their brain to get where they are. I despise these people. The people in the room became quiet for a moment, then Wolf said, well, the Empire has been in peace for many years. Besides a few small conflicts with the Atlantean and the Martians, there was no great war. Bloodsucker suddenly giggled, I have always told you, Rogue, that your mouth will get you into trouble one day. What do you mean? Didn't you read the mission debrief? The war room will be monitoring this mission through divination. Rogue's face immediately became unsightly, he was just caught cursing his boss in 4K. All the other people laughed at him with glee. It's time, suddenly said the one person who remained silent during the entire conversation. She had a very noticeable presence, and as soon as she said these words, all the other people suddenly straightened up their postures. Yes, Captain, replied the other four in unison. Olivier nodded her head before pressing a button on a watch that was on her wrist. Then, a blue slim exoskeleton suit that looked like the one Master Chief wore from Halo covered her body. She walked to the back of the ship where there was an opening. Without hesitation, she flew from there. All the other members also wore their suits before jumping at her. Rogue was the last to jump from the ship. He squinted his eyes before screaming. Hail the Empire and the Emperor. And all of you generals that have dedicated your lives to serving our great nation. The people in the war room smacked their lips while acting as if nothing happened. They were all fully aware of what kind of person that Rogue was. As soon as Oliver jumped off the ship, her suit immediately entered stealth mode. While entering the planet's atmosphere, the suit did not heat up, nor was it detected by any technology. After entering the stratosphere, she could see many drones and ships patrolling the sky. The entire planet seems on high alert. Based on her training, she began to lead her team to the previously planned landing spot. After landing, the team quickly surveyed their surroundings to ensure that they were not ambushed. Captain, where are we? About half a kilometer from our intended target. That's our best record yet. Still not good enough, commented Olivier. The other members were not surprised by this statement. Their team has the best records and no other Space Marine team has ever beaten their records. Yet, each time, their captain will tell them that it was not good enough and train them to beat their previous record. How is the reading? Asked Olivier. Temperature is normal enough for ordinary people to live. Gravity is at least 5 times of Earth, oxygen about 30 to 50% higher, and a small trace of mana is detected in the environment, replied Bloodsucker. Could we survive if our suit malfunctioned? Their squad was not made of those genetically modified soldiers that can survive in any harsh environment, so Olivier wanted to be more careful. With a shield, we should be able to. There is a harsh wind capable of slicing any normal person as long as they stand there. Oliver quickly processed the information she received. The fair race has powerful skin which allowed them to survive in this harsh environment. It can even be argued that they evolved to survive in this environment. The high concentration of oxygen could be the reason that their races are much taller than humans on average. After analyzing everything, she immediately led her team to their destination. The tallest fair race is 5 meters while the shortest is 2 meters. Because of this, the houses they lived in are much bigger than humans. And when it comes to their architecture, it has a metal feel or theme to everything. Additionally, the houses have specific colors that dictate the status of the individuals. Ordinary people's house is gray, while other houses are based on the highest level of strength of the individual who habitat. The fair race's skin changes color based on their tiers, and their houses will also use the same color of the person's tier. When it comes to government houses and buildings, gold is usually used as a color scheme. With the stealth technology, Olivier's team successfully arrived at their location, the spacecraft launching pad. The technology of the fair race is still in its infancy and launching pad is still required for all fleet to begin their interstellar travel. The mission of the Metal Ice team is to infiltrate this place and blow it up to dust. Without much effort, Olivier's team successfully infiltrated the building. Shadow had already hacked the system and could monitor every place and every individual. When the team prepared to place a bomb to destroy the facility, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 213, War is Unpredictable. Something is wrong, suddenly said the Shadow. We have been discovered. How is that possible? Asked Wolf. With these people's low technology, no divination, and no Tier 5 individuals, how did they discover us? I do not know, but the room we are in is currently surrounded and many people are rapidly approaching. All the members immediately realized that the level of the mission has changed. Bloodsucker, Wolf, and Rogue quickly locked the doors in the room that they were in. Then, they looked at their captain to await further orders. No thought of aborting the mission came to their mind. As elite, they are trained to respond to the situation. After pondering for a moment, Olivier said, Shadow, quickly control the communication of this site and prevent any information from coming in and out. Already on it, Captain. In Shadow's microcomputer, there was a magical artificial intelligence or spirit AI designed with technology and a powerful soul at the core. One of the advantages of the spirit AI is that it can use spells to help in the process of hacking technology, making it not only powerful but also very difficult to detect. After all, it was using metaphysical means to deal with physical things. As such, Shadow can easily hack any place or system on this planet, even if it is a place that is completely cut off from the web and has its own power source. Olivier then raised her head and said out loud, "If the War Council is monitoring this operation, please send us any kind of message." Back in the Empire, the war room was in chaos. The divination crystal no longer displayed the operation, so these generals were contacting all the available diviners to see what was the problem. All the people in the room were well aware of the identity of Olivier, and they could not imagine what would happen if something were to happen to her. While these people had worry written all over their faces, Edward was the only calm one, thinking about the reason that the divination failed. The fair race did not have any anti-divination technology, so he wondered what went wrong. As for Olivier's safety, he was not that worried. He is the one who designed that suit of hers and he knew all the secret things he placed inside. Olivier is a strong independent woman and she wanted to suffer through danger with her soldiers. However, Edward would not allow such a thing, so he secretly modified the suit so that in the worst-case scenario to prioritize her safety above everything else, whether mission or her team member. "Calm down, everyone," said Edward in an authoritative voice. "The recent event has shown us that in war, anything can happen and we should be ready to deal with any situation." The other people calmed down. As long as the Emperor did not blame them for the disappearance of the future royal concubine, everything else is fine. Now, let's trust the abilities of the Metal Ice Squad. Solidium Planet. After more than a minute with no response, Olivier knew that even the divination of the Empire has failed. "Shadow, can you find the location of the manager of the launching pad?" A few seconds later, a projection was shown by Shadow that displayed the room of the manager. It was a blue-skinned woman close to 5 meters tall. After seeing this, Olivier's body suddenly disappeared before reappearing in the same place. "The space has been blocked so we cannot apparate." With a frown on her face, she said, "Bloodsucker, sent an invisible drone outside to test the water." Bloodsucker followed her instruction and a small drone appeared in front of her. Under her control, the drone turned invisible before flying outside. The drone passed through the door as if it was not there. However, as soon as it appeared, it was shot down. Olivier frowned after seeing what happened to the drone. Logically speaking, the drone should not be detected. Whether it is the fair race's technology, or their inability to cast any detection spell, all of these should prevent them from detecting the drone. Not to mention that based on the video she just watched, all the soldiers immediately knew the existence and position of the drone. That was abnormal. "Shadow, take over all the weapon systems in this facility and get rid of all the soldiers of Tier 3 and below. All the others, follow me to the manager's room." Without hesitation, Olivier and the other rushed outside the door. As soon as they appeared, they were welcomed by a rain of bullets. However, these attacks were useless to their armor, not to mention that they easily dodged them. Olivier rushed to the Tier 4 fair races. She faced 3 people, 2 of them with large hammers while the last one had a saber. With one glance, she judged that these weapons were made of the skins of dead fair people. At some point, a sword was in Olivier's hand. She dodged the attack of the first fair whose hammer created a more than dozen meters crater after hitting the ground. Olivier swung her sword at the opponent's head. However, the latter completely ignored her attack. He seemed to have the utmost belief in his defense. Unfortunately for him, this was the wrong move. As soon as the sword touched his head, it did not go through. However, a mist suddenly came from it, and before his companions could react, his head turned into an ice popsicle. With horror on his face, the fair race fell on the floor, his head shattered into millions of pieces. His other companions were furious as they swung their weapons madly. Meanwhile, with a calm demeanor, Olivier swung her sword upward. An ice spear suddenly appeared from the ground to impale the fair race with the saber. The other one dodged to the side. However, he quickly discovered an ice sword rushing towards him. Before he could even react, he was cut into 2 pieces. After she finished with her opponent, Olivier looked at the other team members. Wolf had turned into a more than 6 meters tall werewolf. His sharp teeth and claws slashed through the skin of these fair races like it was butter. Bloodsucker would use terrible speed to appear in front of her opponent, and with a touch of her finger, the blood inside their bodies would be instantly drained. As for Rogue, countless weapons appeared from his suit and he was frantically shooting left and right. After a few minutes, most of the assailants that were waiting for them were dead, and the team reunited. "The blood of these fair people is not that bad," commented Bloodsucker after elegantly wiping her mouth. "That's disgusting," replied Rogue, but he was ignored. "Worthy of the title of Ice Queen," commented Shadow as he looked at his captain's handiwork. One of the luckiest things that happened to him was being chosen to be part of the same team as the famous Ice Queen of the Navy, especially after she did recently. Chapter 214, Elemental Awakening. Olivier Armstrong was a recruit of the Imperial Navy that joined a little over a year ago. In a short time, she displayed exceptional talent as an arcane aura master and reached Tier 3 in just 3 months. She broke countless records, both combat and non-combatant. She displayed an unprecedented leadership capability, so the Navy placed heavy emphasis on training her. Although the Empire appeared to be in a time of peace before this official war, this was only on the surface. As a form of training, the Space Marines will be sent to planets that are ravaged by magical beasts. These beasts are not only powerful but only know slaughter and destruction. The Imperial Navy has to kill these beasts as a form of training. Olivier, along with her team, was sent to one of these planets. During that time, she performed exceptionally and rose through the ranks. Then, after a year in the Navy, she advanced to Tier 4. And this was where her career began to accelerate. She discovered that reaching Tier 4, Aura Master can undergo a transformation that she named Element Awakening. As the name implied, any person who uses Aura can have a certain elemental ability that does not require mana. Each person can only have one element so far, and Olivier's element is ice. This discovery brought great fame and honor to her. Many people who have Aura Master talent but no magic talent could now use elemental abilities like fire, water, wing, etc., with their aura energy. After learning of this, Edward also tested this element awakening process and awakening thunder as an element. Although he wanted space, he was still satisfied with it. More importantly, he used Oliver's discovery to garner prestige and honor for her in the military. That way, it would be easy to become the commander in the future. Additionally, around the same time that Olivier invented this new method, Snape along with many potion masters of the Empire finally created the Dragon Talent Potion that can increase a person's magic talent. He brewed one for her using the Water Dragon King Heart, then publicized to the public the discovery of this new potion by granting to her for all her service and merit to the Empire. Then, Edward told the public that as long as they have enough arcane merit, they can exchange this valuable potion. Additionally, every year, a lottery will be conducted to grant one ordinary individual of the Empire the potion, to give them a chance at changing their destiny purely based on luck. After killing the people who came after her, the team headed straight for the manager's room. In the process, they encountered waves after waves of fair people trying to stop them. However, these people were no match for such an elite team personally trained by Olivier. Additionally, with Shadow's control of the weapon system, mob tactics had little effect on this team. The manager tried to run away after guessing the intention of these people. Unfortunately, Shadow has already controlled the entire building. So, the team managed to capture the manager. Olivier did not waste time and immediately read this guy's memories. She wanted to know the reason that they were discovered. It turns out that the fair race has a very deep connection with the earth and ores deep into the planet's crust. And amongst them, there are a few individuals known as priests who can connect to the planet's will and communicate with them. These priests are usually very intelligent and are the true people responsible for the scientific and technological development of the fair civilization. Because of this, these priests are the highest secrets of the fair race. They have high status not only because of their intelligence but also because of their detecting abilities. As long as they are stationed in one place, they can use the planet's will to detect any intruders. This is the reason that the Metal Ice team was discovered the moment they entered the building. These priests should be protected from divination by the planet's will, thought Olivers. However, the Empire's intelligence department should have still learned of their existence. So, either they were neglectful of their duties of the planet's will can also shield them beyond just divination. Additionally, these priests seem to have the basic ability to block the space since she could not apparate inside. Or maybe, they used the power of the planet will to do so. Olivier could guess that the fair race must be using this ability to study space technology. If they were given enough, they would most likely succeed and develop faster than light travel through this study. After thinking about all of this, Olivier quickly analyzed the situation and made a new plan for the mission. The first one is still to blow up this building and prevent the fair race from sending their fleet into space. The second is to act quickly and destroy all communication of this planet with the others to prevent the enemy from knowing their mission and sending reinforcements. Third, to capture a priest and bring it back to the Empire for study. After making a plan, Olivier asked Shadow to find the location of the priest. Unfortunately, the latter was nowhere to be found. So, she had to give up and proceeded to the next step. After exiting the launching pad, she detonated the bomb placed inside. Immediately afterward, the team operated to the next launching pad. For the next few hours, Metal Ice team not only destroyed all the launching pads on this planet, but also the communication towers. It is a shame that they did not capture a single priest. These people seem to be very good at hiding and running away. Once that was done, their team's mission was not over. Of the 7 planets controlled by the fair race, they had to destroy the launching pad of 6 of them, leaving only the main planet, Goldie Knight, intact. During the entire operation, the team would always be discovered by the priests once they entered important places of the fair people. Luckily, the team was prepared and acted accordingly. They did not give their enemies any time to rest. In just 2 days, without any rest or sleep, they traveled to different planets occupied by the fair people and rendered their fleet useless. Only one planet was spared. Additionally, the team finally managed to capture a priest and brought it back. War Room. Edward was reading a preliminary report on the abilities of the fair priests. So far, only a small amount of information has been discovered, so he did not pay too much information about it. At least not yet. These priests might help him with Project Akashic Record. However, this has not been decided yet. So, he focused on this war. It's time for the second step. Chapter 215, Human vs. Machines. It did not take long for the Fair King to realize that something was wrong. After the communication was cut off to the other planets, he guessed that the so-called Arcane Empire that has declared war on them must have acted. So, another meeting was held to determine the next course of action. Because of their technology, the Fair race did not have private spaceships that can travel between planets. They have to rely on the launching pads to set off their fleet. Luckily for them, one of the 7 planets that they have occupied was still intact. So, they unanimously voted to launch all the ships they currently have on an expedition to the other planets. According to the Council's prediction, all the other races that they have enslaved will most likely rebel, thus turning these colonies into chaos. Without support from other planets, this is the best opportunity for them to overthrow the Fair race. After the decision was made, countless soldiers were called to arm, countless spaceships flew from planet Goldie Knight. However, something unexpected occurred. As soon as these fleets reached outside of the planet, they found a man dressed in black clothes, a staff in his hand, and wearing a hood floating in the vacuum of space. He seemed to be waiting for them. The commander of the Fair fleet was quite surprised by this sight. Although the Fair race has mana inside their bodies, it is only located in their skin, so they have no way of actively using it. Through intense training and combat, the Fair race can passively absorb mana in the environment to increase their tiers. However, with each advancement, only their defense has drastically increased. If the priests did not theorize that mana could grant people power beyond imagination, beyond comprehension, he would have thought that this man was a god. My name is Gellert Grindelwald, an arcanist from the Arcane Empire. Prepare to be annihilated. His voice directly ignored the defense of the commander's ship and was sent directly to the latter's mind. An act that greatly surprised him. Is that the power of mana, muttered the commander. If we can master this power, we will eventually become gods. Immediately, he ordered all the fleets to attack. Then, countless missiles, bombs, and grenades were launched at Grindelwald. The latter, however, just responded by placing a shield around him. Once the bombardment of more than 1,000 ships ended, Grindelwald was perfectly intact. However, a frown could be found on his face under the hood. A lot of my mana was used to block this attack, more than I anticipated. The reason he appeared was because of a mission. The Empire wanted to see whether Tier 5 individuals could stand up to a fleet. This was a test of humans against machines, individual power versus collective powers. Grindelwald raised his wand and 3 magic circles appeared in front of him. Arcane Rune Spell, Rock Summoning. Arcane Rune Spell, Reinforcement. Arcane Rune Spell, Velocity Acceleration. A bunch of rocks appeared in front of him, then, these rocks were reinforced. Finally, these rocks rushed at unprecedented speed. Wherever these rocks touched the Fair spaceships, they would pass through as if they were Swiss cheese. Their shield proved to be useless. The commander ordered the team to use evasive maneuvers. This tactic worked, but they still lost dozens of ships in the process. Despite this, the commander ordered the soldiers to not stop the attack, no matter the cost. Bang. 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 Countless explosions occurred around Grindelwald, but his shield remained intact. He cast another spell. Arcane Rune Spell, Sectum Sempra. Myriad transparent slashes appeared and cut dozens more ships into many pieces. And this was not the end. Grindelwald began to use elemental spells. So, many ships were frozen into ice, along with all the soldiers inside. Some of them were destroyed by the explosion caused by the spell Fire Blast. Gravity Spell was used to smash many spaceships together. At this point in the battle, Grindelwald did not block these bombardments head-on but teleported at regular intervals to evade them. The Fair commander was very calm while watching his fleet slowly being decimated by one man. His eyes twinkled with intense desire. Launch the nukes. Sir, is this approach a little unwise, said his second-in-command with a little trepidation. Why is that? Asked the commander lightly. This person seemed to have the ability to teleport, it should be easy for him to evade. Order 100 of our ships to self-detonate. The shockwave should be powerful enough to temporarily block the space and prevent him from teleporting. We can use this opportunity to launch more than 1,000 nukes and kill him. Although the commander wanted to capture the enemy alive and learn the secrets of mana from him, the situation does not allow it. If he loses any more ships, his status in the council will be affected and his enemies can use this event to remove him from his position. The second-in-command flinched a little, but sir. It is the honor of these soldiers to fight and die for the preservation and future of our race, they should be ready for this. The second-in-command hesitated for a moment before giving the order. So, more than 100 ships rushed close to Grindelwald before exploding. The shockwave was powerful enough to send him flying away. And as the commander expected, Grindelwald could not apparate away. Immediately afterward, his face became contorted. He saw countless missiles rushing in his direction. His right activated and he instantly did short divination. He instantly knew these missiles were nukes. Since I cannot teleport right now, I need to survive the first wave of explosions until the space becomes stable enough. Then, he superimposed many shields on himself, mainly water shields to counter the heat in the explosion. Bang! Intense heat overwhelmed Grindelwald, trying to turn him into ashes. Cracks appeared on his shield but it still protected him for a few seconds. And the moment the space was no longer unstable, he used another spell. Arcane rune spell, space transfer. All the nukes, heat, nuclear radiation were teleported to a space far away. At least a couple of dozen light years away. Grindelwald was breathing heavily with sweat on his forehead. A good chunk of his mana was depleted. Then, a great deal of anger overcame him. Protego Diabolica. A giant blue dragon appeared behind him before rushing to the remaining fleet of the fair race. Everywhere the dragon went, everything was burned into ashes. In just a few minutes, the fire spread everywhere until nothing was remaining. After seeing this, Grindelwald sighed before controlling the fiend fire and preventing it from reaching the planets. Finally, he began to write a report, which was the real purpose of this battle. Based on the data acquired, it should be possible to use large fleets to kill powerful individuals with high tier. The goal of such a tactic is not to kill the individual, but to force them to deplete their mana and render them useless. It is estimated that a great number of low-level soldiers and ships will be sacrificed in the process. However, the Empire can use clones as replacements to ensure the safety of our soldiers. Additionally, this tactic may be only possible with tier 7 star level and might be ineffective against higher tiers. The report did not stop there but also mentioned tactics that should be guarded against. For example, if he wanted, he could have placed an invisible spell on himself to prevent the fair race from targeting him. Or, he could have used the Imperio spell to control the soldiers and have them shoot on each other. And so many more. Chapter 216, The Cruelty of the Universe. The Empire's 123rd Fleet surrounded the entire Blackwood star system. In all the 7 planets occupied by the fair race, thousands of ships could be seen surrounding them. When the fair people raised their heads, they could see the ships that covered the sky. Then, the communication system of these planets was hacked, showing a video of the commander of the fleet. My name is Cisco Fernandez de la Cruz, commander of the 123rd Fleet of the Arcane Empire. As he said these words, all the channels on these planets translated his words into the language of the fair race. As you can see, you are now surrounded and outmatched. As such, resistance is futile. Please surrender to ensure that no unnecessary casualties on your part. You have 5 hours to make a decision. After Commander Cisco made his declaration, the worldwide broadcast ended. Then, the fair people as a whole panicked. The ordinary people worry about the future. Meanwhile, the people in power began to quickly assess the situation. They discovered that the web along with all the weapon systems on each planet was out of their control. So, a meeting of the highest caliber was upheld. Inside of the Empire's spaceships, Cisco was looking at the meeting of the Fair Council with a screen in front of him. Sir, do you think that they will surrender? Asked the Vice Commander. It does not matter. What do you mean? The choice was never theirs to make, replied Cisco calmly. Immediately, the Vice Commander seemed to have thought of something and a look of fear appeared on his face before returning to calm. As the commander, Cisco was privy to some private information. For example, the majority of the Fair Council has been controlled through Imperios to vote against surrendering. As for the reason, there are many. The fair race is very militant by nature. This can be seen by how many other races they have wiped out or enslaved when they conquer the Blackwood star system. So, even if they surrendered, it will most likely be temporary. They will become an unstable factor in the future. For them to properly surrender, they first need to be properly defeated, then instill great fear in them. This is one of the missions that Cisco was entrusted with. Of course, there are other reasons at play. The skin of the fair race is harder than metals while also very malleable and flexible. It is very cheap, a great conductor of mana, and is very abundant. Not to mention that is easy to acquire. The Empire has already developed spells for them to shed their skin like snakes, then regrow them. A process that is quick, easy, and does not require much money. With their skin, more spaceships can be created, at a faster rate and cheaper price. And this is not all the value of their race. According to a recent study, although the fair race has a very poor talent for magic, they are superb arcane master. With their powerful defense, they would make great soldiers. As such, the Empire has decided to not only use them to mine their skin but to incorporate them into the Empire and serve as soldiers. After all, the Arcane Empire can be considered a multiracial country with many intelligent creatures that are not humans. However, before that, the militant nature of the fair race has to be controlled, subdued. 5 hours later, as Cisco predicted, the council refused to surrender. The Fair King made a passionate speech to the public that their race was a race of conquerors, not the conquered. That even if they could not control their fleet, their soldiers can still fight to their last breath. Not long after the speech, Commander Cisco once again took control of the communication system. He showed a live broadcast of a fair planet called Ironal. Many ships surrounded the planet with a humongous one that was a few dozen kilometers in length and width. Inside that ship, Commander Cisco sat in his command seat with a calm look on his face as he said, "Commence the attack. Use the fire elemental cannon at full capacity." The vice commander paused for a brief moment. "Sir, which mode?" "Use the first mode first, followed by the second." "As you command." All the fair people watched as a massive gun suddenly appeared under the humongous ship. Then, a red projectile was shot from it. With rapid speed, the projectile broke through planet Ironal's atmosphere and landed in a deserted place. Then, something that this race will never forget in their lives occurred. The memory of what happened that day will forever be ingrained into their souls, their bloodlines, and passed down from generation to generation. The projectile that landed on the planet contained a large pocket dimension. And inside that dimension was a large quantity of fire element. The moment the projectile landed, the pocket dimension opened. A flame wave came out and traveled in all directions. Wherever the flame passed by, everything was burned to ash. Buildings were instantly incinerated. People were burned alive, with only their charred bodies showing that they once existed. Whether it was men, children, women, animals, or the elderly, no one was spared. Luckily for them, the pain was only a moment before they lost consciousness, sent into the eternal void that is death, with only a slight scream left as proof of their previous existence. The only ocean that existed on the planet was instantly boiled, killing all the fishes, plants, fungi, and all the different species living there. Mountains, glaciers, forests, plains, farms, historical monuments, libraries, museums, etc. Everything was instantly incinerated, turned into ashes. In just a few minutes, this planet full of wonders, cultures, history, and life was rendered into nothing, leaving only a scarlet world full of desolation. And this was not the end. You use the second mode of the cannon," said the vice commander with a hoarse voice. The ship fired a second shot. This time, the projectile was much faster and did not land on the planet but penetrated the core. Then, the dimension inside exploded, which led to another reaction with the core of the planet. Boom. Planet Ironal exploded into thousands of pieces that floated into space. The fair race watched in horror, feeling intense grief and despair. Today, they finally understood the cruelty of the universe. They learned a very important truth: higher civilizations prey on weaker ones. Just like they used brute force and their advanced technology to conquer and annihilate other races in this star system, it was now their turn to share the same fate. Chapter 217, Strongest Will. Arcane Empire, Earth, the Imperial Palace. Edward sat in a chair with a screen in front of him. Just like the lucky few of the fair race, he was also watching the live broadcast of the bombing. He watched as the fire devastated everything in its path. From women to children, to the elderly. He could hear their final scream before dying, echoing inside his mind, all 23 billion of them. Although he was countless light years away, the sound was very vivid to him, like he was in a front row seat at a concert. Before making the final decision, he thought of many excuses to justify his actions. For example, the fair race had committed many atrocities and this could be considered punishment for their previous actions. He convinced himself that this was a necessary action for the future of the empire. That his decision today will prevent countless suffering in the future. He even went as far as telling himself that he was not the one who pushed the final button, so all the blame cannot be placed on himself. However, in the end, he could not lie to himself. His decision was a calculated one. His journey as emperor will lead to a path of countless wars. By then, a mere planet being destroyed will be inconsequential. By then, galaxies and even universes will be at stake. If he cannot accept this now, then he should step down from his position. Did he regret the decision he made today? Yes. Would he still do it again given another chance? The answer is still yes. Edward has already made one of his main goals to spread the arcane empire throughout the entire universe, and spread the pursuit of knowledge and truths to all races in the cosmos. To develop a civilization based on power and knowledge. That way, magic can develop at an unprecedented speed and to an unimaginable height by gathering the wisdom of thousands of races, which in turn allow him to reach the pinnacle of magic and discord its essence, its roots. Of course, one can make the argument that no one asked Edward to do this, no one asked him to spread civilization. And the reason he is doing this is because of his God complex. And to these people, Edward would say that they were right. But he would still not change his mind since he was already determined to walk down that path. Just like the purple mad titan said, the hardest choices require the strongest will, muttered Edward. He then remembered his aunt's warning to him that he should not become numb to these kinds of things, to the death of countless living creatures. He decided to keep these words to mind, to act as a constant reminder in the future. He waved his hand and a bottle of alcohol appeared on his hand. Without hesitation, he jugged the entire thing down his throat. Once he was done, another one appeared before repeating the process. Meanwhile, outside his room, all his wives stood outside the door with worried looks on their faces. He never drinks, but now he is finishing bottles like they were water. Obviously, he's not fine, said Fleur. Then, what should we do? Should we go see him? Asked Bellatrix. No, let him vent for tonight, replied Rowena. Knowing him, tomorrow morning, he will regain his normal self, at least on the surface. There should be something more we can do, asked Luna. Edward is a very open person when it comes to his feeling. Give him a few days, then we can ask him and he will tell us, replied Olivier, who secretly left the army to come here. Although she is the last one to become his wife, she has spent the most time with him back in her world. Even the time Rowena spent in the different timeline with Edward cannot be compared to her. So, she knew him best. So, the others nodded after hearing her proposition. Blackwood Star System. After watching the live broadcast, Commander Sisko's hand on his chair trembled. He clenched his hands really hard to focus, hoping the pain would calm him down, but it did not. At some point, his breathing was a little more difficult to control. A memory suddenly flashed inside his mind. It was when he was at the Marine Academy and learning about history. More specifically, the history of the Old Age. It was about the creator of the atomic bomb and how he regretted his action later on. When reading that part, Sisko always had a look of disdain towards Oppenheimer, thinking that he was a weak woman. However, today, Sisko could understand how he felt. Thinking about all the lives that die under his action, he instantly felt like he was about to have a panic attack. Nevertheless, Sisko was still an elite properly trained. So, he instantly cast a mechanized mind spell on himself, thus entering an emotionless and logical state of mind. He then ordered his men to once again broadcast his face to the fair people. With a calm voice, Sisko said, "As you can all see, this is the repercussions of your decisions. According to the law of the Empire, a second chance will be granted to your species. Surrender of face extinction." This time, the Fair Council did not hesitate to surrender. In front of such a powerful force, they were simply incapable of resisting. The next day, Edward dressed luxuriously, wore his crown, and headed to Blackwood Star System to meet the delegates of the Fair race and sign their surrendering treaty. As he sat on a golden throne, looking at the Fair King and a few council members, he briefly read their minds. He could feel their fear, hatred, and disgust for him. And some of them were even thinking of the possibility of taking this opportunity to either kill him or take him as a prisoner. Edward suddenly used the spiritual pressure spell, releasing a powerful pressure that not only prevented all of these people from moving, breathing, and even thinking. Immediately afterward, they removed the little rebellion thoughts that they had in their minds. For starting this war and your resistance, your species will be classified as second-class citizen, with limited rights and powers, said Edward calmly. However, everything is not hopeless. As long as you served in the military and earn enough merit for the Empire, all of you will eventually become regular citizens. By then, you will get access to education, magic, long lifespan, great healthcare, and many more. The Fair Council was a little surprised by this decision. They were all prepared to become slaves for their entire lives, just like they did to the conquered races of their star system. Of course, they also knew that their lives from now on will not be easy. Fortunately, they now had hoped. Although they did not know whether this arcane emperor would keep his words, it was better than nothing. Truth be told, Edward never planned to enslave the Fair race. He knew that it was very difficult to enslave any intelligent race, as they would eventually rebel. No matter how long it took, no matter whether it succeeded, it would eventually happen. The only way to enslave another intelligent race is to systematically change their way of thinking and make them believe that it was their honor to be enslaved, to serve their conqueror, just like the house elves. Another method would be to use a powerful bloodline curse to enslave them. However, this kind of method is not absolute, as there is a high chance for such magic to have problems over time. Not to mention the possibility of some genius being born in the Fair race and finding a way to remove the said curse. So, Edward decided to use another approach. First, make the Fair race suffer a little, have them work hard for their freedom so that they can appreciate it. While working for their freedom, slowly instill a yearning for the life of real citizens by showing them all the benefits and advantages. Finally, when they gain their freedom, slowly forge their identity as people of the Empire and integrate into it. Although the process will be long and slow, it is the best method that will lead to fewer issues in the future. Chapter 218, Unexpected Visitor. After going over the terms of the surrendered, the Fair Council finally signed the treaty in a live broadcast. Both the Fair race and the citizen of the Empire watched this momentous occasion. Finally, Edward gave a televised speech promising the Fair people that once they paid off their crimes and become first-class citizens, they will not only regain their freedom but also live better lives. He promised them a better tomorrow for their entire race. This speech was passionate and Edward used all his linguistic skills to rally the emotions of the people, making them both ashamed for their previous behavior and giving them hope for a better life after repenting. Once everything was done, he dismissed a lot of the spaceships from the fleet, leaving only a few. Then, a group of arcanists was brought over from the Empire to begin to install warp gate in each of the 6 habitable planets of this star system. That way, it was easier for the Empire to reach the Blackwood star system and for the fair people to reach the solar system. However, Edward did not allow any of their race to go to the solar system, nor did he allow any citizen to come here. After all, the fair race has just experienced a catastrophic event that would forever influence and affect their entire species. No matter how eloquent Edward spoke, no matter how convincing his words may be, it cannot instantly eradicate the hatred of the fair race. So, for now, it is best for the 2 different species not to directly interact. After a few years, when this event has diluted somewhat to the fair people's memories, then the 2 races can begin to communicate and exchange. In the meantime, the Empire will take control of the fair race's media and began to popularize the living conditions of the people of the Empire. They glamorize, romanticize, and glorify the identity of the first-class citizens, then constantly play these messages to the fair race as a form of brainwashing. The Empire will now be in charge of the fair race's education, targeting the younger generation of their race as they are more malleable. Their history will be rewritten or revised to focus on the barbaric nature of the fair people, especially what they did to the other races and the fact that they attacked the Empire first even though they brought peace and civilization to them. Essentially, guilting the young fair that they deserve their current situation, and only by working hard for the Empire can they have a brighter future. And these are just some of the basic policies that will be used. Many council members of the Empire even asked Edward to spread religion to the fair race as a way to better control them. However, he was not a big fan of religion in general, so he forfeited the idea. After all, the fair race will one day become a great asset to the Empire once they truly integrate into it. And having their minds shackled by religions might be contradictory. Truth be told, these methods are not directed solely at the fair race but countermeasures that have been discussed and refined by the think tanks to be used against intelligent conquered races of the Empire in the future. After all, Edward never planned for the arcane Empire to be one dominated by humans, but one of many ethnicities, races, or species. He plans to use the advantage of each species to make up for the deficiency of the others. That way, with the diverse background of the Empire, it will be able to deal with complex issues or problems. This method will also facilitate the more rapid development of magic and technology. Once Edward was done dealing with some basic issues of the treating signing, he began to visit the other planets occupied in the fair race to get a feeling of how things were going. During his visit, he paid some attention to the other races that the fair have enslaved. Unfortunately, the majority of these species were on the brink of extinction because of the low number of their races. Additionally, based on previous reports Edward has read, only one of them is of much value to the Empire. And that is an animal species referred to as mole rat race. This rat species is not a magical race but has evolved to become master of digging. This species will be great for mining and cost cheaper than golems. However, they have to be properly domesticated, trained, and their population has to grow for a while. Of course, once their DNA is completely studied, they can be cloned to fasten the speed of their recuperation. After the inspection, Edward returned home. The media was still talking about this breath war, praising this military victory of the Empire. They also emphasized that the universe was a scary place, and at any time, war with another race or faction can break out. So, the Empire has to continue developing as fast as possible while always being alert from any threat from beyond the stars. When it comes to the destruction of planet Ironal, the incident was introduced briefly and not dwell that much on it. Of course, some people were not happy about the use of such weapons of mass destruction. There were even some minor protests. However, the media coverage of these things was minor to the point of non-existence. People were more focused on this new sense of patriotism that this war brought them. So, although the war was short, but also very impactful. Imperial Palace. Edward was having dinner with his family. The previous night, he had a conversation with his wives, and he poured out everything that was on his mind. And after talking to someone, after sharing his burden, he did feel a little better. His wives could empathize with him because they all knew that at some point in the future, as members of the royal family, they will have to make similar choices as him, especially Olivier since she will be the commander of the navy. When that time comes, no one will be there to make the choice for them or alleviate their guilt. However, as long as someone can understand and relate to their struggle, then things will be slightly easier. Everyone was present during the dinner including Edward's parents, Aunt, Olivier, and Susan. Everyone was laughing, talking about mundane things and not worrying about war or politics. It was a very peaceful dinner. And Edward relished these kinds of quiet moments that allow him to forget everything and just relax. He usually feels at peace in these moments. Unfortunately, the peace was disrupted. A small elf with purple hair suddenly appeared in the middle of the table. Edward frowned after seeing this as he knew that Morgana would not disturb him unless the situation was urgent. "What is it?" he asked. I just intercepted a message that was trying to take over our communication system and broadcast it to every screen in our solar system. Do you know who sent it? From what I deciphered, it's from the Galactic Federation, replied Morgana with a little worried on her small face. Chapter 219, Galactic Federation. Show me the message, said Edward. Then, under Morgan's control, a small screen appeared in the middle of the table with words written in the universal language. The message read: according to Article 23, Section B of the Galactic Federation Law, it is prohibited to use weapons of mass destruction to destroy a planet full of intelligent life, especially when there is a vast difference between the level of civilization. Based on data at hand, the Arcane Empire is a level 6 civilization while the Fair Race is a level 4 civilization. This difference in level does not require the use of weapons of mass destruction to settle any dispute. As such, a delegate will be sent from the Federation to uphold a trial to uphold the Arcane Empire responsible for their actions. Based on the findings of the delegate, the appropriate punishment will be given. The dining room became quiet after hearing this as everyone focused on the meaning of those words. Edward squinted his eyes as he digested the information in front of him. Are we in trouble? Asked Susan. No, we have already expected this, replied Amelia. The law of the Galactic Empire is public knowledge, so we anticipated this happen when attacked the Fair Race. Then, how will we deal with this situation? She asked back. However, Amelia did not answer this time and just looked at Edward, who was still in deep thought. Before the war, he was also worried about the Galactic Federation, so he tried to gather as much information as possible. From his findings, the Galactic Federation or Intergalactic Federation is a large organization that probably exists in the entire universe. He went to a few near galaxies and could find branches there. Despite their scale, he only learned a little bit about their origins, and it is just some rumors. According to these rumors, the Federation was created by a few powerful gods from the center of the universe. Their purpose is to maintain the stable development of low-level civilization and ensure that every race or species in the universe has a chance to grow and develop in a stable environment. In simple words, their purpose is to maintain the peace and stability of the universe. Of course, Edward does not believe this for even a second. He even suspected that some gods were using this organization as a front to discover weak races or factions to establish their religion and spread their faith. Unfortunately, he could not gather more information as the headquarters of the Federation is located at the center of the universe. However, this was a place that he was not yet prepared to go. From what little information he gathered, this was the place with the most abundant mana. As a result, many Tier 10 universal gods were fighting and competing with one another. In fact, if a race of group did not have a Tier 10 individual or weapon, it was almost impossible to survive, let alone thrive in that place. Edward, what are we going to do? Asked Olivier directly. You guys do not have to worry that much about this, he replied. The Galactic Federation is the epitome of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With how complex the different factions of the universe are, with gods, ancient races, and powerful casters, how could they control so many races and factions? When it comes to high-level civilization, once they break the rules, the Federation will just have them pay a fee to maintain their facade of peacekeeping, and these civilizations will show some degree of respect for the people behind the Federation and pay the fee. So, as long as we show them our strength, they will leave us alone after we pay them, asked Olivier. That's correct. Wait, aren't we just level 6 civilization? Asked Susan. Is that enough to scare them? How are the levels classified anyway? It's actually a rude and simple system based on the tier system. For example, if a group, faction, or race has a Tier 6 planet-level individual or weapon, they are a Level 6 civilization. If they have a Tier 7 star individual or weapon, they are a Level 7 civilization. So, we are considered a Level 6 civilization because we have the power to destroy a planet. Indeed, this is a very rude and basic system, commented Hermione. So what level of civilization are we actually? Asked Susan. Technically speaking, we are a Level 9 civilization, however, only under certain circumstances. Realistically, we are only Level 7, replied Edward. That's only one level higher than they recorded us. Is that enough to scare them away? Replied Susan. The Milky Way galaxy is very far away and considered almost a barren place. In terms of strength, it is only on the middle lower level. So, the highest level of civilization is 8, and only a handful of them exist. At least on the surface, it appears so. Everyone nodded in relief after hearing that the situation was not as bad as they thought. However, Olivier still said, this event shows that the general situation of the Empire has changed. At the very least, our existence is known or has caught the attention of a few powerful people. That's true, replied Edward. However, as long as we keep this pace of development, we can deal with most situations. Olivier frowned after hearing this. Are you prepared to leave again? Yes. I wanted to wait a while, but the situation is changing faster than anticipated. Edward then looked at Luna. Could you predict when the people of the Federation are coming? She nodded her head before waving her hand, and a crystal ball appeared floating in front of her. Her eyes completely turned white as if she did not have any pupils. Then, her hair also turned white. A noble and mysterious aura emanated from her body, making anyone who looked directly at her feel awe and reverence. A few minutes later, she returned to normal and said, 3 years, 145 days, and 12 hours from now, a Tier 6 individual that has a connection to the Federation will come to our solar system with a group of delegates. However, my prediction also said that there may be some unknown variables. Most likely, a higher tier individual with anti-divination ability. 3 years. This should be more than enough time, muttered Edward. After that, the dinner continued as the group avoided talking about these heavy topics. Afterward, Edward's mother was reluctant to watch her son go, so he spent the next month on vacation with her and his father. He traveled to many places in the galaxy, saw many wonderful sights, met different races. In general, it was quite enjoyable. As for the affairs of the Empire, he left them to his aunt. This time, 3 other people were coming with him on this trip: Hermione, Snape, and Lily. However, before leaving, he had 2 things to deal with. The first one was sending a warning to the people that were labeled as problematic in the Empire based on profile analysis. Late at night, Grindelwald secretly visited these people and warned them that if something happened during Edward's absence, no matter whether they were responsible for it or not, they will suffer the consequences. That way, these people will ensure that nothing goes wrong. Additionally, Edward gave Grindelwald the power to remove any instability to the Empire in his absence. Using the power of his Gate of Truth, Edward can communicate with a clone of his from other universes. So, he told his aunt to wake up the clone in case she really needed him. Bermuda Triangle Pocket Dimension. Edward looked at Rowena and Luna before asking, "Are you sure you guys do not want to wait for the second floating city to be built before leaving?" "It will take too much time," replied Rowena. The previous floating city used resources gathered by the Empire for decades to be built. For a second one to be created, a large amount of resources is required, which would take at least another decade. "The World Gate is more than enough," she added. With her talent and the power of the gate, it is more than enough to travel across the multiverse safety-wise. Be safe. If you encounter any real trouble, ask for help. Whether it is Grindelwald, Flammel, Flitwick, and even Dumbledore, I already talked to them and they will come to your rescue. And if things really get messy, contact me and I will cut my trip short. Rowena and Luna nodded their head, kissed Edward goodbye before hopping on the gate, and left for their multiversal adventures. Edward said his goodbyes to Olivier, who was staying in the Navy to build her career. He then placated Fleur and Bellatrix, who were complaining about not going on this trip. He promised them to take them in the next one. Finally, he hopped into his floating city and entered the void. His second adventure in another universe began. Hopefully this time he will not encounter a scary and powerful world. Chapter 220, New World. Unlike his first voyage, Edward felt safer this time because of the floating city. Now, he had more layers of protection. Nevertheless, he knew that the void was a very scary place and should not be careless. The floating city might be a decently powerful weapon in most universes, but it is nothing in the void. At best, it can ensure that he can run away relatively intact when needed. So, after his departure, he drank a bottle of Felix Felicis to ensure his luck. Not just him, but all the other members accompanying him as well. The voyage this time did not take 100 years, it only took 1 year. The reason for that is that Edward already had a world coordinate. Long before leaving his confrontation with truth and running away from the Full Metal Alchemist world, he designed countless probes that he sent into the void to discover new universes. And amongst them, one of them discovered a coordinate not long after he returned home a few years ago. After traveling to his destination, Edward once again found himself staring at a crystal-looking wall. "Is this what you called the Source Wall?" asked Snape as he looked at this wonder. Although he had seen before from his homeworld, it seemed different when looking at a different universe. And it was not just him that was fascinated. Whether it was Hermione or Lily, the past year has been quite a shock and intrigue for them. Although the void is nothing but endless white gray on sight, it is still a magical place to look at. Not to mention the meaning behind its existence, this was a place that exists outside of space and time, the gap between an infinite amount of universe with different rules or laws that govern them. As arcanists, it is in their bones to discover the truth behind anything new or unknown. So, they really would like to study the void and uncover its mystery. It's a shame that it was not currently the time, nor were they powerful enough for such a thing. "Hopefully, we will be lucky this time," said Edward. "What do you mean?" asked Hermione. "Well, the worst-case scenario is that this is a powerful world and we are discovered the moment we enter. This would make this trip extremely dangerous. The second worst possible scenario is that this is a regular world that does not allow any mystery or magic. In that case, our trip would have been in vain as such a world is completely useless. Is there a way to check before entering?" "Yes," replied Edward. Morgana sent in the sorcerer eyes. Soon, one small orb the size of a basketball was sent out of the floating city. It fused with the source wall and entered this world. A few minutes later, an image was projected in front of everybody. The small satellite referred to as Sorcerer Eyes only floated in the sky. According to orders, it waited a few minutes before acting. After not being destroyed or attacked, it began to scan its surroundings. It appeared that we are on Earth, in the 1920s, in America, said Morgana. She quickly controlled the Sorcerer Eye to go to different libraries and gain access to as much knowledge as quickly as possible. To be precise, it is 1926, and so far, this is a very normal world. Did you discover any form of other energy? Or any different dimensions? Asked Edward with a frown. So far, not a single thing. This does not mean that these things did not exist. It could mean that the energy level is too low to be detected, or that the Sorcerer Eye was not powerful enough to detect these things. Do a basic divination on whether there is any magic or anything related to mysticism in this world. And if so, the location. The Sorcerer Eye was capable of doing basic divination spells without any diviners taking control of it. There is a positive answer, one near the Amazon forest while the other in Egypt. Edward was satisfied with this finding. Even if this world is a low-level magic world where fantasy has almost been extinct, he can still gain something from it. Plus, a non-fantasy world is not as useless as he said. There are many ways to exploit it and gain many benefits. In that case, let's enter. We will divide into two groups. Hermione and I will go to check out the Amazon forest. Lily and Snape can go to Egypt. He then looked at Snape and Lily. You guys need to disguise your clothes to fit the time. You can use magic if necessary, but do not go overboard. Contact me if something unexpected occurs. The floating city entered the world and landed on the moon while entering stealth mode. Meanwhile, the group was teleported to their designated places. As soon as they landed, Hermione frowned. My mana is restricted to tier 2. She felt uncomfortable being so drastically weakened. So is mine. This is because the law of this universe is different from ours and we need time to adapt, replied Edward as he took out a compass pointing in a certain direction. We have to be careful in our current situation as some modern weapon is effective against us now, he said as he followed the compass. Soon, Edward found himself in a river. In the distance far away, he could see an old boat that could be described as hanging on its last leg. He cast the spell Eagle Eye on himself to see in the distance. In the boat, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was muscular while the other was thin. Instantly, he recognized the muscular men and the woman. One looked similar to Dwayne Johnson while the other looked like Emily Blunt. However, he could not remember any movies these two made together. So, this is likely a movie that he never saw, or came out after his death in 2019. One of his worst fears has happened. He did not know the plot and take advantage of it. However, he quickly calmed down and decided to take things one step at a time. Immediately after, he and Hermione operated on the small, shocking the people inside. Edward's position appeared to be close to Emily Blunt's character, and her first instinct was to punch him in the face. A little too excited, aren't we? Said Edward as he caught her fist. How did you get here? And who are you guys? She asked in shock and with weariness. Fate has brought us here, replied Edward. As for who we are, my name is Edward Bones, and this is my wife, Hermione Granger. The muscleman was called Frank, and he appeared beside Emily Blunt's character along with the thin one. He was holding a metal bar in his hand, looking quite menacing. The boat was momentarily silent. I think this is the part where you guys introduce yourself. However, no one answered him, they just looked at him with vigilance. So, your name is Dr. Lily Houghton. You brought your brother halfway across the world on a journey to find a mystical plant known as the Tear of the Moon, rumored to be capable of healing any diseases and removing all curses. And this muscular man is a skipper named Frank that you hired to be your guide during this expedition. How do you know all of this? Asked Dr. Houghton. Are you with the Germans? No, I just read your mind, replied Edward. Nonsense, she replied. Really? Think of a number between 1 and a billion, and I will tell you what number you picked. After looking her in the eyes, he said, 123, 234, 546. Still not convinced, pick another number. Dr. Houghton had a stubborn look on her face. Then, Edward said, you're not thinking of any number. Instead, you are reciting words for words a book about herbology that you once read. This time, she was truly surprised. However, Edward suddenly looked at Frank with a weird look on his face. Why can't I read your memories? His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate all secrets, making Frank really uncomfortable. Interesting, muttered Edward. Is that? Chapter 221, Frank. You're actually cursed, said Edward with great interest. I've never seen this kind of curse before. However, the magic seems slightly similar to Native American tribe magics found in the Amazon. I do not know what you're talking about, said Frank. Nevertheless, Edward's interest was piqued. Not only because of the curse but also because of the fact he could not use legilimency on Frank. When he reads his mind, all he could see was a forest with a large lake on it. Nothing more, nothing else. With a smile on his face, he said, "From what I learned about you from Dr. Houghton's memory, you seem to be a person who requires money. How about I pay you and you tell me about your curse and let me study it?" After saying that, Edward snapped his finger and 10 bars of gold more than 20 centimeters long appeared on the boat. Frank's eyes lit up after hearing this, took one of the gold bars and bit it. "How did you make so much gold appear out of nowhere?" asked McGregor, who was the thin man and also Dr. Houghton's brother. "Magic," replied Edward. "Magic is real?" asked his sister. "Since curses exist, of course, magic does as well." "Wait, Frank, you're cursed," asked Dr. Houghton. She appeared quite excited at the prospect of seeing both magic and a cursed individual. "It's a long story," replied Frank, who was the only person who was not surprised at Edward's use of magic. He then looked at the latter. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Plus, I may be able to help you lift the curse." "I thought you could not read my mind." "I do not need to read your mind to guess such obvious intentions." After pondering for a moment, Frank took the fold bars to the deck of the ship. After returning, he told his story. More than 400 years ago, he was the cartographer of a Spanish expedition full of conquistadors who traveled to South America in search of something called Lagrimas de Cristal tree or tears of the moon. The petal of this magical tree, when processed properly, is said to be able to slow down aging, cure any disease and break any curse. The leader of this expedition, Don Aguirre, wanted the petal of this tree to save his only daughter whom he loved dearly. Without her, his life held no meaning. During this expedition, the majority of Aguirre's conquistadors died because of the jungle, whether it was snakes, poisons, fatigue, or diseases. In the end, the remaining ones were on the brink of death, their bodies damaged beyond repairs. Luckily for them, they were saved by the Pucamaicuna tribe with the flower of the tree, nursing them back to perfect health. Aguirre then demanded the location of the tree from the chief of the tribe, and when the latter refused, he stabbed them in the back and killed all the people of the tribe, and burned their village. Frank, whose real name was Francisco Lopez de Heredia, did not agree with Aguirre's action. Although they were raised together since young and were like brothers, he still tried to defend the Pucamaicuna people. However, he was stabbed by the latter instead. Luckily for Frank, the chief of the tribe cast a curse on the group that would grant them immortality at the cost of being unable to leave the Amazon River, or they will be brought back by the jungle itself. "Frank, I cannot believe you have lived for more than 400 years, that must have been really hard," said Dr. Houghton. 395 years, 5 months, and 13 days, replied Frank. "It was indeed hard, but I managed." Edward patted his shoulder. "As a fellow immortal, I understand your pain." "You're also immortal." "I've lived for more than 200 years. Not just me, but my wife is also immortal." "Don't look how young she is, she's actually over 60 years old, ouch." Edward felt a small hand pinching the muscles on his side. He finally remembered that although both he and Hermione had their mana and aura drastically suppressed, her current body was still powerful enough to wrestle with an elephant. "I know that a woman's age is taboo, so I'm sorry," pleaded Edward, which finally granted him armistice. "So, what do you think about this curse?" "It seems very similar to a Horcrux. Most likely, his soul is bound to the Amazon River instead of a magical artifact, thus granting him his immortality," replied Hermione. "The real question is whether only part of his soul is bound or the entire thing. This could explain the reason why his mind is full of only rivers and forests." A small wooden wand suddenly appeared in Edward's hand and he looked at it with nostalgia. Ever since his battle with Dumbledore, he never used a short wand again. In the Empire, children between the age of 11 to 17 will still use the short wands as assistants, however, they are taught not to rely too deeply on it to develop their magic veins. After graduation, they will usually forge a long wand for themselves with this short wand as the core. Of course, some people preferred to use things like guns as wands. The reason that Edward was using this wand now was to conserve his mana. The restriction of the world was still prevalent and using a wand will help preserve mana when casting spells. He wanted to be safe than sorry. A white light came from the 9-inch wooden wand and entered Frank's body. It was checking for something. "His soul is not in his body," said Edward as his eyes twinkled. He had never seen someone who was perfectly fine and functioning properly without a soul. "How fascinating," he muttered. "What exactly will happen if you try to leave the river?" "The trees in the forest will come alive and drag me back," replied Frank. "Let's do a small test," said Edward after nodding his head. He placed his hand on Frank's shoulder, then they disappeared. "What just happened?" asked Dr. Houghton. "They've teleported away," replied Hermione. "Is this magic?" "It's wonderful. Are there many magicians like you two in the world?" "Why?" "Interested," replied Hermione with a smile. "Indeed. I'm just wondering how many people magic could save, how much better the world would be. You could probably solve world hunger, diseases, famines, and so many things." "Indeed, magic can do all these things," replied Hermione calmly. "But you also have to understand that there is a dark side to everything. Just like it can save the world, magic can also destroy it. Dr. Houghton became momentarily silent after hearing this, as she knew that this was true. For example, if magic fell in the hands of the Germans. With the current ideologies that are rapidly spreading in their country, this would be a true catastrophe to the world. While deep in thought, Edward and Frank suddenly appeared back. However, Frank looked like a statue at this point. Edward waved his wand and the water from the river rose from the ground and drenched Frank. As a result, he slowly returned to normal. Did we just instantly arrive in London and return to the Amazon in the span of a few minutes? Edward smiled at him without saying anything. He was truly interested in this curse. He knew that he could learn something from it, especially regarding the soul. However, he still had time. He looked at Dr. Houghton. Dr. Houghton. Call me Lily. I have a friend named Lily and it would be very confusing to call you that. How about Olivia? No, my sixth wife is called Olivier, it's too close. How about Livy? You have 6 wives. You must really get around. Unfortunately, that's true. Dr. Houghton did not really care about Edward's practice of polygamy. Her brother was shunned by British society because of his sexual orientation, but she still loves him for who he is. So, she would not judge someone else's lifestyle. Of course, she was a firm believer in monogamy, but she respected his choice. It was just not for her. You can't just change my name because it is inconvenient. You don't like Livy. How about Lilith? That's a good name. From now on, I'll call you Lilith. I refuse. It's either that or I call you Pants like Frank. In that case, I'll call you Playboy. Fine by me, replied Edward calmly. The arrowhead that you have should be the key to find the Tears of Moon. I am very interested in this magical tree. Can you let me see it? I might be able to discover something. Can you stop reading my mind? That seems very impolite and an invasion of privacy, replied Lilith as she removed the arrowhead that hung on her neck like a necklace and handed it to him. Chapter 222, The Power of the Curse. Can't you solve the curse? Asked Frank. Over his long years, he has searched everywhere for the location of the Tears of the Moon but never discovered anything. If it was not his personal experience, he would have thought that the tree was nothing but a legend. As long as I find the place your soul is stored in the jungle, it should be possible to reverse the curse. However, this would take a lot of time, replied Edward. If it was any regular curse, a potion made of unicorn blood could be used to remove it. However, something similar to Horcrux requires more delicate measures. So, the fastest way is to find the Tears of the Moon. Of course, one of the main reasons is that Edward was quite interested in that tree and wanted to see if it was as magical as the legend. After receiving the arrowhead from Lilith, he looked at it intensely. There were many images engraved on it as if telling a story. It was a language that used hieroglyphics. After rummaging through his mind, Edward found a language that is similar to the one on the arrow, then translated it. The Tears of the Moon possess the power to cure anything. To prove yourself worthy, you must turn water to stone. Then mend a broken heart. For tears to bloom, the great tree must be under the rare crying moon. The tree hides where the moon bled. It sank into the west, over the heart of the serpent. Where the fawn bites its own tail. As soon Edward finished his rough translation, Dr. Lilith rushed to her map and looked at it. One particular spot of the river on the map looked like a snake biting its own tail. No wonder no one never discovered the tree. They have been searching in the wrong spot. It's not in La Grimace de Cristal. It's in La Luna Rhoda. Lilith was very excited about this discovery, but so was Frank. To many people, achieving immortality might be a blessing. But, he has been stuck in this place for almost 400 years, he was sick and tired of it. He dreamt of traveling to the world, of seeing the development of society after so many years. He dreamt of owning and driving a car, and many small things do not mean anything for most people, but a great deal to him. In 3 days, there will be a lunar eclipse, which according to the translation, is the only time that the tree blooms, commented Edward. So, let's hurry, said Lilith with a smile on her face. Frank, where is that luxurious bath you promised? Is it under the ship? No, it's out there, replied Frank as he pointed to the river. Meanwhile, Lilith looked at him as if she wanted to slap him. Obviously, she was lied to when Frank advertised himself and his boat. What about food? Do you have any since someone threw away all my reserves in the harbor? Asked McGregor. Frank took out his pistol and shot it in the sky. A rat fell in front of him. I'm not eating this, said McGregor. Frank ignored him and threw the rat on the river. Then, countless fishes came to the rat to devour it. Piranha. Better eat them than they eat you. Edward looked at the piranha and said, although I have eaten many strange things but all of them have been prepared by the best chefs and with the utmost care. He looked at Hermione and said, you take care of the food, and I'll take care of our residence and baths. What are you in the mood for? I can go for Italian food. Hermione then looked at the others, what about you guys? Anything specific you want to eat? Anything? Asked McGregor with great enthusiasm. After Hermione nodded her head, he began to describe a list of things that he would like to eat. After quite the list, Lilith chose a normal British diner. What about you, Frank? After pondering for a while, Frank ordered a mixture of Spanish and Algerian food. Hermione nodded her head before disappearing in front of everybody. Meanwhile, Edward entered one of the rooms underneath the stepelate boat. An hour later, he returned to the deck and brought everybody. Then, a look of shock could be seen on the faces of the three. The small cabin underneath the small boat turned into a large mansion with many rooms. There were baths, pools, luxurious rooms, a small forest, and many more. How is that possible? Said McGregor as he left the room and entered, wondering why this place was bigger on the inside than the outside. Have you guys never seen Doctor Who in the TARDIS? Why are you surprised? Asked Edward. To him, this was a basic application of the extension curse and transfiguration. Doctor Who? What's that? Oh right, the show has not been invented until 1963, he muttered. Hermione is back with the food. Let's go to the dining room, then each of you can take a room for yourselves. Once the group arrived, they saw a table full of food. McGregor was the first to sit down and began to eat. He even gave up his gentleman attitude and reveled in his food. The past few days have been hell for him who is used to living a luxurious life. Now, he finally felt that he was back to civilization. Magic can create food, asked Lilith as she wondered how useful this kind of thing would be to the world, to end world hunger. No. We can accelerate the growth of food, or summon it from somewhere else. But we cannot make it out of thin air, explained Hermione. That's still very useful. Then, the entire group had a great diner, then everybody took a bath in their private bath, before sleeping in their chosen rooms. While everyone slept, Hermione and Edward were studying Frank's blood and the curse. The next day, the group continued to their destination. Edward saw that their route was in the direction of a waterfall. He immediately began to worry about the safety of this ship. Based on its current shape, the ship might fall apart at any time. So, he pointed his wand at it and said, "Reparo." Immediately afterward, the boat appeared to have returned back in time. All the holes in it began to repair, the paint became brand new, and even the engine returned to their pristine state. Frank looked at everything that was occurring. Okay, magic is too convenient. He built this boat with his own hand, and it has been with him for too many years to count. But, he never saw his boat this new, even when he first created it. With this new boat, the process of passing by the waterfall was smooth and easy. That way, the group saved a 2-day journey. Then, Frank brought them to meet his friends who were members of the Puka Maikuna. After seeing these people, Edward gave Frank a weird look, and later secretly placed his hand on his mouth, signaling him not to say anything. From these people's minds, he knew that they were supposed to work with Frank to basically skim Lilith and her brother. Of course, now, Frank did not plan to do so. After meeting with the chief of the tribe, Edward immediately asked her if there were still remains of magic amongst their people. Unfortunately, she told him that after the incident with the Gire, the chief of the tribe back then did not have the opportunity to pass on his magic legacy to his daughter before dying. As such, magic has been lost in their tribes. Edward was slightly disappointed. However, he still had a solution. As long as his body recuperate, he can use the floating city to cast a time record to peer into the past and maybe learn something. While talking to the chief, both Edward and Hermione felt something, so they instantly stood up while pointing their wands. What's going on? Asked the others. However, the two were too focused to respond as they tried to feel the surroundings. Hermione suddenly threw a white light that seemed to be heading for a member of the tribe. However, the light actually hit a bunch of trees that moved on their own. Then, everybody realized why these two were on guard. 4 men showed up, to be precise, 4 anomalies. One of them had snakes coming out of his body, one was completely made of trees, one was made of bees and honey, while the last one was made of swamps. Impossible, said Frank. Do you know them? Asked Lilith. That's a Gire, he should have been trapped. Meanwhile, Edward focused on the 4 men focusing on the 2 who were made of honey and swamp. He waved his wand and 2 stones flew from the ground heading to these 2 with rapid speed. This rock should have pierced their bodies, killing or at least severely injuring them, but they went through them instead. Immediately, Edward's eyes lit up. Chapter 223, Tears of the Moon. Did you think of something? Asked Hermione. She knew that her husband had countless wild ideas inside his mind, and inspiration often came to him at any moment. Indeed. However, let's test a few things first. Attack as if you wanted to destroy them. Edward first used the severing charm, Diffindo, on these people, severing them into 2 pieces. Immediately afterward, their bodies reconnected by themselves as if nothing occurred. Magic? Asked Aguirre asked in Spanish, finally removing his focus from Frank. Nevertheless, what responded to him was Hermione's fire-making spell, Incendio. Aguirre and his men were instantly turned to ashes. Nevertheless, in just a few seconds, they returned to life. A bunch of snakes appeared to form Aguirre's body along with his armor. Bees formed one of them, trees formed the second one, and swamp magically appeared to form the last one. Ava Kedavra. A green light came from Edward's wand before hitting one of the four, but nothing happened. He was not surprised by this outcome as these guys' souls did not exist in their bodies. Now, it also seemed that they did not have any life force that anchors their souls to their bodies. The more immune these people were, the more excited Edward became. He looked at Frank and asked, "How did you previously deal with them?" "I trapped them in a place far away from the river, then the forest essentially took care of them." After pondering for a while, Edward once again used a spell. However, the four of them evaded so they were not hit. Unfortunately for them, they would hit by Hermione's body-locking charm. Then, their bodies completely froze. "It seems that they are not immune to magic." "Just unkillable," she muttered. Edward nodded his head before using the gouging charm and creating a wide and deep hole into the ground and dropping the four of them. Immediately afterward, without access to the river, their bodies turned into statues and they entered a state of suspended animation. "So, what idea did you get from them?" asked Hermione. "Their bodies are fused with the environment, so, although these guys have no mana or understanding of spell, they can still use spell-like abilities. If we study them, we might be able to create many nature-like spells, even create the concept of druids that can borrow power from nature," said Hermione with a twinkle in her eyes. "You're right, but I do not care about that. What I care about is those two that are made of honey and swamp, their bodies are completely made of elements," replied Edward. "You want to use them to further your study into elementalization?" "Yes," replied Edward. "One of the reasons that dragons are one of the most powerful species in our universe is because they are considered semi-elemental creatures. Every single cell in their bodies contained mana. I've tried to replicate this process, but even in my half-dragon form, mana can only be stored in the tissues, no further than. Not to mention that my cells cannot generate mana like theirs. Additionally, I have theorized that Albion should have the ability to completely turn into a thunder elemental." Although he denied that fact and I could not find anything in his memories, I still believe in my theory. Hermione nodded her head before saying, "Elementalization might have a great impact on Aura Masters. Maybe it is the next step after elemental awakening." "That's a great idea. However, I'm thinking about something even better. What if we could use mana for the elementalization process? Turning our entire bodies into mana. Becoming pure energy lifeforms," said Hermione with a slight surprise. "If successful, the benefits would be endless. As pure mana lifeforms, our control over mana would be unparalleled compared to all magical species. This process can also help in quickly reaching higher tiers as arcanists." "That's exactly what I'm thinking. However, I still think it would be better if we could revert to our bodies of flesh, becoming existence between flesh and energy. After all, flesh life forms still have their advantages. Just the discovery of these two people made the trip to this world worthwhile." Edward wanted to quickly study these people, however, he knew that this was not the time, so he controlled his excitement. Then, he looked around with a bunch of people looking at him and Hermione with weird looks. Obviously, they have heard their conversations. Truth be told, all these people could not understand what they were talking about. Only Dr. Lilith had an inkling because of her background as a scientist. Nevertheless, these people still understood the fact both Edward and Hermione most likely possessed or has seen the mythical creature known as dragons. "We are just talking about a novel," said Edward without any embarrassment, while continuing his conversation with Hermione. "Have you noticed anything odd about how they were able to cast their abilities?" "Yes. They did not have or use any kind of mana," replied Hermione. "It seems that they were borrowing energy from the forest itself, similar to gate alchemy." That's what Edward thought as well, however, he was not completely sure. Afterward, the two chatted for a brief moment before stopping. They had a preliminary. Suddenly, Edward seemed to have sensed something. He waved his wand and a bee was attracted towards him. He looked at it with a frown, he then used the nature's voice spell to communicate to the bee. "Does any of you know a German person with blonde hair, about 1.7 meters, with a mustache?" "It should be Prince Joachim," replied Lilith. "He has been chasing after us from a submarine." "Well, according to this bee, he is the one who released Aguirre and his men, tasking them to finding you guys and the arrowhead. In that case, we must hurry. The tree must not fall in the hands of the Germans." Edward had no opposition to this. So, after making sure that Aguirre and his men were sealed deeply underneath the ground, he left. He would return later and established a laboratory here to study these four. Then, the group headed to their destination. During the 2 days' voyage, Edward and Hermione enjoyed the beautiful sight together. She fell in love with Proxima, which was a wild jaguar that Frank adopted and raised. She wanted to raise one of her own. Meanwhile, Edward could see that Lilith and Frank were getting quite well. It could even be said to be falling in love. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. In front of them was a valley with tall walls forming an enclosure. On top of the walls, water fell down from another part of the river. After a quick observation, the group realized that the next step in finding the tree should be underwater. After searching, they discovered an ancient mechanism. After activating it, the water on the river seemed to have receded and an ancient ruin was discovered. The group understood that this mechanism was the arrowhead referred to when it said, turning water into stone. Frank drove the boat inside the ruin and they saw a gigantic tree at least a few hundred meters in size. The tree looked dead, commented McGregor. There must be a way to activate, said Lilith, and Edward agreed with her. He was more and more interested in this tree. Normal trees do not grow to such a size, only magical trees. However, he could not find any hint of mana from this tree. After searching the ruins, the group found a mural depicting the origin of this tree. According to it, a broken-hearted warrior climbs to the highest peak and shot his arrow into the moon. From there, the moon learned real pain and began to weep. Where the tears fell grew a sacred tree. Edward had a pondering look on his face after translating the mural. Legends or myths usually have some truths. So, based on this, there is the possibility that some creatures fell from the moon, and its essence became this magical tree. Or, the moon itself contained something that resulted in the creation of this tree. Unfortunately, he has no future knowledge regarding this world and cannot come up with an explanation. So, he decided to contact Morgana and have her survey the moon and see if she can find anything. There was an indentation on the mural, so the group placed the arrowhead inside. However, that did not work. Lilith quickly figured out that the solution to their problem is in Edward's previous translation, the part that said, to mend a broken heart. She realized that the arrowhead was in fact a heart, and after trying to break it into two, it was easily separated, revealing a small purple orb. She immediately placed the orb in the indentation, then, a magical scene occurred. Glowing purple lines came from the orb and spread throughout the entire tree. And everywhere it passed, the tree would become alive as petals rapidly grew on it. What a beautiful sight, said Hermione. Chapter 224, Ordinary Life. Edward was also fascinated by the beauty of this tree, but he quickly woke up to study it. He was more interested in how it functioned than its aesthetic. After a quick observation, he understood something. The purple orb allowed the tree to absorb a massive amount of lunar energy from the eclipse, which in turn activated the powers of the tree. After introducing gate alchemy to the Empire, many forms of energy were discovered, including lunar energy. However, so far, its proper function has not been discovered besides being used for basic alchemy. However, now, Edward has some speculation. Since the tree can heal, delay aging, and remove curses, lunar energy might have similar properties. After studying it, he might discover some application of lunar energy. After coming to a conclusion, Edward suddenly uprode to the top of the tree. Each trunk was large enough for him to stand and long enough for him to take a short walk. With his wand, he began to write ancient runes in the air. One thing he noticed since coming to this world is the major change that occurred to his arcane rune magic. For one, some spells could not work properly or at all. As for the ones that did, they required a tremendous amount of mana, especially compared to when he was back home. This is one of the reasons that he has been constantly using wandcraft magic. For the same spell, arcane rune magic required 3 to 10 times more mana. Edward was intrigued by this situation and wanted to know the reason. One theory he has is that this world is more restrictive to outsiders, and there might even be many hidden and unknown things that hide underneath the surface. And he was not the only one being restricted. Hermione's summoning talent was rendered useless as she could not sense any other dimensions out there. As for Edward's talent, he did not know whether there was any problem since his talent was more of a passive one. Unless in danger or encountering someone that can be dangerous to him, it will not activate. After seeing Edward's actions, Hermione understood his purpose, so she uprode close to him and also began to engrave runes in the air. The runes that they were engraving were to store lunar energy. They both knew that after the eclipse, the tree would wither and return to its dead state. On top of it all, the eclipse would not last long. However, with the energy of the runes, it should be fine for a few days. As predicted, once the lunar eclipse ended, the tree showed signs of withering. So, they quickly activated the runes to power it. Frank, you can use a petal to remove the curse on you, said Edward. As for you, Dr. Lilith, you can take as many as you want. 3 will be fine, replied Lilith. After taking the flower, Frank felt like a brand new person. It was as if he was given new life. Meanwhile, Edward was observing the entire process without missing anything. He witnessed how after the curse was lifted, Frank's soul returned to his soul space, once again becoming complete, albeit at the price of losing his mortality. It makes no sense, muttered Hermione. Indeed. How could a person function normally without a soul inside his body, added Edward. The Horcrux only allows one piece of the soul to be removed, and even then, there are many repercussions. Yet, he was completely fine without his entire soul. Whether it is Frank, Aguirre, and his conquistadors, they were anomalies that did not need a soul to function. They walked around and functioned while their souls were attached to the forest. This goes against many of the things that Edward or the Empire understood about the soul. As such, this fact further elevated the values of these four cursed individuals. After Frank was cured and Lilith received the prize for her expedition, Edward began his task of taking the tree away. He contacted Morgana. "How is going up there?" "Master, many of the floating city has been stopped, malfunctioned, or running at its lowest capacity, including our energy system." "Are the changes permanent?" "No, according to my analysis, things are slowly getting back to normal." "In that case, that's fine. I need you to teleport this tree back to the city. Create an environment full of lunar energy and place it here." Morgana paused for a moment. "That will take roughly 18 hours. His lip twitched slightly after hearing this. He finally understood how bad the oppression of the city was. He nodded to her and said he could wait since the runes had absorbed enough energy to keep the tree in its pristine state. "The problem of world suppression is more severe than anticipated. I should probably find a way to deal with it." After contacting Morgana, he reunited with the group. "So, what's your plan after this?" asked Edward. "I want to return to London," replied Lilith. Edward sighed after hearing this. During the journey, he has been trying to intrigue her with the power of magic. After all, she is an excellent scientist. Adding to that the fact that she is probably the protagonist of her own movie, she might be someone with great luck just like Harry Potter. As such, she would be a great asset to the Empire. "Can I ask why? Can't you just read my mind? You told me not to invade your privacy." After thinking for a while, she said, "I can probably guess a few things about the origins of you two. I'm all ear." "First, you two are from the future," said Lilith. "What makes you say that?" "I overheard you when you said that Doctor Who was not invented until 1960, said Lilith calmly. "Based on this, I guess that the so-called magic might be an advanced form of science that the current time cannot understand." Edward laughed softly. "You're not totally correct, but you're not wrong as well." Before Edward's intervention, magic in his universe was mostly based on mysticism or the occult. However, he has developed magic into a form of science with clear laws, rules, and regulations. In the Empire's era, magic can be described as the control of energy to change, shape, or bend reality. Through words, runes, or ceremonies, energy is used to create different effects. "Something tells me that my origin is not the real reason you rejected my invitation," asked Edward. "You're right. The real reason was the way you two treated Aguirre and his men, even Frank," said Lilith as she looked at Edward directly in the eyes. "You were cold, logical, and calculated. In the process of finding the way their curses worked, you treated them as if they were nothing but lab rats. And from your and your wife's behavior, it is obvious that this is not the first time you treated humans live this way. I do not know for sure what the future you're from is like, but based on this, I can guess. It is probably a world where science or magic developed without any restraints of ethics or morality. Anything can be done for progress and advancement." Lilith paused as she took a deep breath. "Honestly, I do not want to live in a dystopian world like this. I would prefer to continue my ordinary life." Edward sighed. "You are correct." After that, he reached out his hand to give her a handshake. "I wish you and Frank a happy life together." "Thank you," said Lilith as she shook his hand as well. "What about me?" asked McGregor. "You too, McGregor. I hope you find someone that makes you happy. Do not let society's rules and expectations dictate your life and happiness. After all, in the end, they are all made up by people and are only valid because we as a collective accept them as such." McGregor felt these words contained some deep truth in them, so he nodded his head. Soon, Edward waved at them as they floated away in Frank's boat. He turned around and looked at Hermione. "Something wrong? Did Lilith's words affect you?" "No, it's just that I never noticed these things that she said." "Now that you realize it, how do you feel?" "It's not a big deal. In any world, you have to sacrifice something to attain other things," said Hermione. "In the Empire, we have established a society that worshipped knowledge and pursued the truth. In return, it seems that we have to sacrifice a little bit of our humanity. Do you think this sacrifice is worth it?" "I do," replied Hermione without hesitation. "When I think of all the good things that we have accomplished, and the things we'll be able to accomplish in the future, I think it's worth it." Edward nodded in agreement. "As long as we do not completely forsaken the goodness in us, it is indeed worth it." Then, the two waited for the time Morgana needed to teleport the tree back to the floating city. However, right before that, they received a call from Snape and Lily. "What is it, Severus?" asked Edward as he looked at the small hologram in front of him. "The entire country of Egypt is surrounded by plagues that looked similar to the ones from the Bible because of a mummy priest that is most likely a Tier 4 individual," said Snape with his usually stoic face. "Plague? Mummy," muttered Edward as he suddenly thought of something. "Do you know the name of the priest?" "Imhotep." "The mummy?" "This is the world of the mummy," thought Edward with a little surprise. Chapter 225, The Mummy. After telling Snape that he would be on his way, Edward began to think about the situation. He thought that he was in some other movie or book that he had never seen before, but now the mummy showed up. Such a situation could only mean two things: whatever movie that Dr. Houghton and Frank were in is a spin-off of the Mummy series, or this is a world where multiple universes are fused. If it is the former, then it should be fine. However, if it is the latter, this universe should have many surprises. After coming to this conclusion, Edward closed his eyes and entered his mind palace. He found himself in a massive library with countless books. There was so much of it that a small planet could probably be filled with these books. Edward was proud of the size of this library. This was a display of the vast knowledge he has acquired in his life. Although he could change his mind palace to resemble that of a computer to make things easier, he did not do so. With a wave of his hand, entire sections of the library rapidly moved until it stopped into one particular section labeled, Earth's Memory. Then, with his thought, a book labeled, The Mummy, came into his hand. He reviewed the entire book. Based on his memories, Edward knew that there were more than 5 Mummies movies: the original trilogy, the reboot in 2017, and the spin-off of The Scorpion King, which had a few movies. Unfortunately, he only saw the trilogy. As for the others, besides seeing a few trailers and glancing at a few passing information online, he did not know much. After opening his eyes, Edward said with a serious face, "This world is not as weak as we previously believed." "Did you find something?" asked Hermione. "Yes, this world has gods, and many of them." After reviewing his memories, Edward knew that at least 3 gods showed up in the Mummy trilogy: Osiris, Anubis, and Set. The first movie was relatively tame and did not show much, but in the second movie, it is revealed that both the Scorpion King and the High Priest Imhotep received their powers from the god, Anubis. When Edward first saw the movie, he did not think much about it. However, as he reviewed things now in the real world from his current perspective, he saw many issues that were not stated or obvious. The second movie touched on things like fate and destiny when it came to the O'Connells and their child, Alex. However, Edward saw more. He could see that the final battle of the movie between Rick, the Scorpion King, and Imhotep might actually be a battle between Anubis and Osiris. In the final battle, Rick discovered a mirror that showed that the scepter that his brother-in-law Jonathan carried all along with him was the spear of Osiris, capable of killing monsters like the Scorpion King. In the movie, the appearance of the scepter is shown constantly as it travels all over the world until it reached its final destination through a series of coincidences led by Jonathan's greed. As a movie watcher, Edward remembered how he complained that the scepter plot was lazy writing and not properly explained. Although he understood that the writers were trying to show the power of destiny and it was still bad writing to him. However, now, he speculated that this was not destiny but the power of Osiris guiding his chosen champions. Given that they are both gods related to the underworld, could it be that Anubis revolted against his father Osiris and tried to usurp complete control of the underworld? Edward quickly shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. All of these were his conjectures and have no real substantial evidence to back them up. Nevertheless, he decided to be careful and check the situation of the gods in this world. Then, Edward looked at the tears of the moon. In the mural at the entrance, there is a story of a warrior who shot the moon, then it learned pain and cried. The tears then became this sacred tree. At first, Edward thought that some creature or thing fell from the moon. The mural was the way that the ancient people of the Puka-Maikuna tribe viewed the event and described it. However, now, he had some doubts. If gods really existed in this world, there is a chance that some moon god or goddess was injured and when its divine power fell to earth, it created this tree. If some, this tree would be more valuable than previously anticipated. Thinking about this, he quickly contacted Morgana. Control a few golems and sent them here. Study the tree in depth before transporting it back to the city. Immediately, he told her about some of his guesses and theories. Then, Edward left. Since he could not wait for Morgana to arrive, he closed the entrance to the tree and placed a few basic hiding enchantments in the surroundings to prevent others from finding this location. Then, he apparat to Egypt with Hermione. Unfortunately for them, the space was blocked, preventing them from instantly arriving at their destiny. A powerful curse enveloped the entire country and even passively blocked the space. In the end, Edward and Hermione had to fly to their destination. They used mana crystals to replenish their mana so that they could arrive at the destination at the fastest speed. Cairo, Egypt. Edward looked at the sky that was all dark despite the fact it was the afternoon. He knew that Imhotep's curses had already begun, and with time, he grew stronger. Currently, he was only Tier 2 while the mummy was Tier 3, and once he was in the desert, he could use Tier 4 powers. So, he rushed to the hotel where Snape and Lily were located with the main protagonists of the mummy: Rick O'Connell, Evelyn, and Jonathan Carnahan. "What's the situation?" asked Edward directly. "These reckless people woke up a cursed mummy that has been sleeping for thousands of years. Right now, the creature needs to kill and absorb the life of the people who opened the chests that contained his lover's remains," said Snape. "How many of the Americans are still alive?" asked Edward. Snape was surprised at how he knew about the Americans. However, by now, he was used to the Emperor having mysterious and unpredictable means. Only one of them is dead. What about the Egyptologist? As soon as his words finished, he heard a scream outside. Edward and the other people rushed to the window. They saw a man with a hood standing in front of a dried corpse with a black book in his hand. He turned around showing his disgusting face with holes in his cheeks. He opened his mouth and countless flies flew from his mouth, biting the people around him. "We're too late, he already got the Book of the Dead," said Edward as he looked at the book in Imhotep's hand with desire. "Plus, his power has increased again with the release of a new curse." "What's our next step of action?" asked Lily. Edward looked at her and he gave her a weird look. She had 2 guns in her hand and a look of excitement flashed across her eyes. Although he did not know what made the usually serious Lily act this way, he knew that this was not the time. "We need to return to the Hamunaptra and acquire the Book of Ammonius-Ra. With it, I should be able to control Imhotep or weaken his power." He then looked at the 3 protagonists who were looking at him wondering who was this guy that seemed to be the boss of the 2 powerful wizards that they met. Edward walked to O'Connell. "Let me see your hand." For some reason, Rick showed his hand on instinct. However, he soon regretted it. However, it was too late as Edward was looking at a tattoo on his right hand. Edward knew that this tattoo represented the fact that he was part of the Medjai, a secret group tasked with guarding Imhotep's tombs for thousands of years and preventing his resurrection. He also knew that it was this tattoo that guided him to discover the true use of the scepter that turned into the Spear of Osiris and killed the Scorpion King. "Take these 3 and we will fly to Hamunaptra under the cover of the darkness." Each of them needed to carry 1 person with the exception of Hermione. As soon Edward said these words, Snape rushed to be O'Connell's carrier as he gave the latter a deep stare as if he wanted to kill him. "What's wrong with him?" asked Hermione. "He's been acting like that ever since I said Rick was handsome," replied Lily with a sigh. "Well, he is indeed handsome," replied Edward. "That kind of ruggedness, heroic and gunslinging charm is very attractive to many women. Anyway, he's not more handsome than me." "Right. Of course, my dear, in my eyes, you're the most handsome man in existence," replied Hermione as she caressed his hair. "I will ignore that slight pause before your answer." Edward walked next to Jonathan and held him by the back of his shirt. Then, he turned into a shadowy figure as he flew into the sky. The others followed him as Snape carried Rick and Lily carried Evelyn. Chapter 226, The 2 Books. Jonathan was in a corner vomiting his stomach out into the sand. Meanwhile, Evelyn looked excited. "Did we just fly in the sky? Without an airplane or anything else? Flying like a free bird?" Rick held his gun tightly as he nodded his head. He tried really hard to keep his composure as he muttered, "First there was mummy, then wizards, and now flying in the sky. What happened to the world? We need to hurry. It won't be long before Imhotep killed the remaining Americans and learned of Evelyn's disappearance and tried to catch up to us. We need to find the Book of Ammonius-Ra as soon as possible. Do you have a map of the tomb?" "Yes," replied Snape as he waved his hand to display a map. "The book should be under Horus status." Immediately, Snape led the group to the location of the status. "How do you know the location of the book?" asked Evelyn. She had to use a lot of effort to deduce the location, yet the mysterious person that just showed up seemed to know everything. "I just do," replied Edward calmly. Soon, the group reached the foot of Horus status. With their wand, they were able to pry open the compartment where they found a golden book. Edward took the book and looked at it with interest. Snape, Lily, and Hermione were also immediately interested. "We need the key to open it, and Imhotep has it in his hand," said Evie. "No need," replied Edward. He used his wand to take measures of the dimension of the keyhole on the book, then waved his hand at the sand on the floor. He used transfiguration to turn the sand into a key with the exact dimensions of the key holder. Placing this newly created key on the book and twisted, the book opened. "We should have tried to see if the Alohomora would have worked on the book," suggested Lily. "We can still do that later." "Okay, magic is convenient," commented Jonathan on the side. "Have you felt it?" asked Edward. "Yes," nodded the 3 of them. "Felt what?" asked Evie. "The book itself contained power," replied Lily. "What does that mean?" "Magic is itself does not completely escape the law of conservation of energy. To cast a spell of any kind, a power source or energy is required. So, ordinary people cannot use magic. However, this book contained energy itself and can be used as a tool to cast spells. So, anyone that has it in their hands and read the incantations can use spells." Evie nodded her head as this explained how she was able to revive Imhotep after reading the incantations in the Book of the Dead. Suddenly, she noticed that they were engrossed in reading the book. "Do all 4 of you understand ancient Egyptians?" Unfortunately, the 4 of them were too engrossed to even hear her. A few minutes later, they were done. "Interesting," muttered Edward. "This book contained countless spells or curses to take away a person's life. Although the book is referred to as the Book of the Living, it only contains how to take away mortal lives. That means that the Book of the Dead contained many spells on how to save and resurrect people, said Edward as his eyes flashed with desire. With these 2 books, he knew that he will have a great understanding of death magic, healing magic, and the soul. Alright, let's prepare for Imhotep's arrival. What are we going to do with him? Send him to the underworld, asked Snape. Don't say something stupid, replied Lily. With the golden book, we can weaken and capture him, then study his body to unravel the secret of the dead from him. Lily's right, he's the perfect experimental material, replied Edward. That's dangerous, we should just use the book to send him back to the underworld, said Evelyn. I'm with her on this thing is too dangerous, if we can deal with it permanently, then it's best, said O'Connell. Don't worry, as long as we get the Book of Death from Imhotep, then he will not be a problem. I don't think so, as Rick raised his gun and pointed at the group. I know you guys are powerful and can use my magic and all, but I cannot allow you to risk the life of the entire world for your selfish gain. Edward looked at him in the eyes, and O'Connell suddenly felt dizzy. He wanted to pull the trigger but he felt weak and fell to the ground. Rick, yelled Evie as she ran to his side to check if he was all right. Edward snapped his finger and she and her brother passed out on the floor. What do we do with them now? Asked Snape. It would be a shame to kill the girl since her soul seems special. There is no need to kill them, said Hermione. She's right, replied Edward. Plus, this girl is the reincarnation of an Egyptian princess. Both her and O'Connell have involvement with the gods of this world, so it's best to not harm them until our strength is restored. This world has gods? Asked Lily. Everyone was a little surprised by this news. Then, Edward explained to them the future he saw and his theory regarding Anubis and Osiris. In that case, we need to be more serious when doing things, said Snape with a serious look on his face. Let's go and deal with the mummy. A few hours later, Imhotep appeared in the main chamber of the tomb where he saw the 4 of them waiting for him. It's all of you, the users of forbidden sorcery, said Imhotep in ancient Egyptian. Forbidden sorcery? What is that? Asked Edward back in perfect ancient Egyptian, an act which slightly surprised the mummy. You're using it and yet asking me about it. Honestly, we were just lucky to discover a book with knowledge about what you called forbidden sorcery, and after years of studying, we managed to accomplish something. How about you tell us a little more about it, said Edward. However, Imhotep did not respond and said a few words, then 4 tall mummies with shields and spears appeared in front of him, waiting for his command. How about a deal, said Edward as he waved his hand and Evelyn appeared in front of him. You tell us about forbidden sorcery and I will hand the girl over to you. Finally, you can reunite with your beloved Anxunamen. Imhotep looked at Evelyn on the floor before looking at the group, he then said. I've only read about forbidden sorcery from books during my days in training as a priest. According to records, forbidden sorcery comes from within certain individuals who are born with that power. However, for some reasons, the gods banished this kind of sorcery and eliminated all who were gifted with it. They destroyed all knowledge related to it. Edward frowned as this was never mentioned in the movie. However, he did not dwell on this issue as he knew that the real world was more complicated and a 2-hour movie could not explore all aspects of it. What about your sorcery? Does it not come from within? My power came from the great god Anubis, replied Imhotep. Now that I've told you everything I know, give the girl to me. As you wish. He waved his hand and Evelyn flew towards Imhotep, who raised his hand to catch her. However, right as he was about to succeed, Snape used the Accio charm to call the black book that was in his hand. Meanwhile, the golden book appeared in Lily's hand and she read an incantation from it. Imhotep looked at Evelyn in his hand who turned into sand since it was a very well-made transfiguration. Rage suddenly overcame him, however, before he could make another move, he heard the sound of the incantation and felt his body weaken. Then, Imhotep passed out. Chapter 227, Ziyuan. Looking at the Book of the Dead and the Book of Ammonius Ra, Edward was very happy. So far, with the Tears of the Moon and these 2 books, his voyage to this world is more than satisfactory. Not to mention that there are still many things he can acquire in this world, and at very low risk. Although he still has to be wary of the gods, however, since they have not directly shown up now, it might mean that there was a problem with them preventing them from doing so. All right, you 2 can bring the book and Imhotep back to the floating city, said Edward towards Lily and Snape. What are we going to do? Asked Hermione. We need to handle this group of people, replied Edward as he pointed to the past Evely and O'Connell. Having a good relationship with them can help us in our future actions. The movie Mummy 2 involved the bracelet of Anubis. Although Edward could find it beforehand, this bracelet seemed to have the ability to choose its owner and it chose Evelyn and Rick's son, Alex. Of course, even without the bracelet, Edward could find the Ahm Shear, which is the location of the tomb of the Scorpion King. However, as he already suspected that the second movie is a battle between Osiris and his son Anubis, he did not want to intervene. He wanted to observe things from the shadow. Edward had developed a theory after meeting Imhotep but he did not have enough evidence. So, he wanted to confirm whether it was true during the second movie. The only problem is that this takes place more than 8 years from now since Alex was not even conceived yet, let alone born. Nevertheless, this was not a big problem as the time will give him and his group time to recover and do many experiments. He used his wand to wake up the three. "What's going on?" said Rick, who was on alert as he held his gun in his hand. He then looked at Edward with vigilance. "Where is Imhotep?" "The mummy has been dealt with and the curse on Egypt has been lifted," said Edward. After Imhotep passed out, his power was stripped from him using the Book of Ammonius-Ra, so the curses on the country were lifted. However, we should not remain here for long as the tomb will soon be destroyed. The 5 of them rushed out of Hamuntra as the tomb rapidly collapsed. After they left, everyone felt relieved. However, Rick was still pouting and had a look of distrust of Edward. Hermione, who received a heads-up beforehand, began to talk to Evelyn to smooth out the awkwardness of the previous situation. "I know that you guys may not need it, but I thought it would be best to share some of it." As he said that, he took out a small bag and dumped it out. Then, countless treasures were dumped out from that small bag. And from the amount, it seems endless. Jonathan's eyes suddenly lit up as he rushed to the treasure. "For us," he asked. "Half of it. Since we both participated in this expedition, I did not think it would be all right to take all the treasures given all the effort you guys made," replied Edward. "In that case, everything is forgiven," said Jonathan as he started to play with the jewels and gold. Edward separated the treasure into 2 and placed each half in a different bag. He made sure to place the scepter that is really the spear of Osiris in the group's bag before handing it to them. This bag can only open once and will become useless. So, after finding a safe location, dumped all of it. Jonathan was a little sad as he previously thought that he would have a magical bag that he could use to carry many things. It's a shame that it could only be used once. However, thinking about all the treasure he has now, he did not mind. After that, the group separated. "Are we returning to the city to begin our experiment?" asked Hermione. "No, we will be hunting down the pool of eternal life." "Where do we begin?" "We have to go to China and get the Eye of Shangri-La." Edward did not need to wait for more than 20 years when the third Mummy movie began to seek out the benefit, he could do it now. After that, the two opera to China in search of the jewel called the Eye of Shangri-La. From his memories, Edward knew that the diamond was smuggled out of China by British intelligence in 1940, and now, it was 1926, so it was still there. He wanted to use divination to find its location, but the diamond seemed protected against such a method. So, he had to use it the hard way. After more than a month chasing rumors, gathering information, and reading people's minds, he finally discovered it in the private collection of a wealthy Chinese widow. After borrowing it, he flew straight to a stupa in the Himalayas. On top of a monument, he placed the diamond that showed the exact location of Shangri-La where the sorceress Zi Yuan and his daughter Lin lived. As soon as he arrived at his destination, he was attacked by a fireball. Luckily, he was on guard and used a shield to protect himself. Then, he saw the beautiful Zi Yuan, her daughter, and 3 white creatures known as Yeti waiting for them. "Is this the power of the 5 elements?" muttered Edward as he felt the power of the spell just now. In the Mummy 3 movie, the Dragon Emperor is said to be a master of mysticism and has control over the Chinese 5 elements: earth, water, wood, metal, and fire. As a sorceress that has lived for more than 2,000 years, Zi Yuan was also a very powerful magic user. And, in the movie, only the Dragon Emperor used the power of the 5 elements. Even though it is stated that Zi Yuan was a powerful sorceress, she only used magic once in the entire movie to summon the dead and mostly fought with a sword. So, it does not make sense for her not to know magic or use it, so I will change this for the FIC. "Please, we have come in peace," said Edward in Mandarin. "Outsiders, you're not welcome here," said Zi Yuan. "We are just here to communicate and exchange knowledge," reiterated Edward. He was not lying as he was very interested in the Oracle Bones, which is a book in Zi Yuan's possession that contained all the spells of the ancient world. In Order World, this book contained spells from different languages, regions, cultures, and ethnicity of this world. With it, Edward can quickly gain some understanding of the magic system of this world. Plus, he was very interested in who created this book. "Since you do not hear my warning, then all of you can stay here." Countless swords suddenly flew over and floated in front of Zi Yuan. "Is this the power of the metal in the 5 elements?" muttered Hermione. It looked like magnetism. Immediately, she decided to execute the plan that she and Edward had made through mind communication to quickly end this fight. She operated behind Lin and used a stunning charm to knock her out, then she proceeded to do the same to the Yetis. However, these guys seemed to have high magic immunity, so Hermione had to attack them a few times before knocking them out. Meanwhile, Edward did the same to Zi Yuan. Once her swords rushed towards him, he operated behind her and attacked. However, she seemed to be well versed in battle and did a somersault to evade the attack. However, before she landed, Edward mobilized the aura inside his body and rushed to her side, catching her by surprise with his physical skill beyond the limit of ordinary people. An ice shield appeared around Ziyuan to protect her, but Edward's hand pierced through as he hit her pressure point, making her immobile. Chapter 228, This World's Magic System. We could have a proper exchange, why the need for violence, said Edward as he looked at the frozen Ziyuan. He had to admit, she was truly a beautiful woman. It's a shame that this woman was dedicated to her husband even after 2,000 years, otherwise, he would have shot his shot. He pointed his wand at her head and said, Legilimens. Edward began to review her memory so that he could find the location of the oracle bones. However, not long after he began, he saw an empty with the sound of Sanskrit constantly chanting. No matter what he did, this was the only thing he could find in her mind. Is this a spell in the oracle bones? From his memories, he knew that Ziyuan knew Sanskrit and used it to cast an immortal curse on the Dragon Emperor and his army, turning them into terracotta army. Most likely, she learned a spell from that book in Sanskrit that protected her mind. And after more than 2,000 years of study, she should have accomplished something. Removing his wand from Ziyuan's head, Edward headed to Lin, who was passed on the floor, and tried to read her memories. Just like her mother, she did have a spell to protect her mind. However, she did not seem as adept as her mother despite living for as long as she. Additionally, she was passed out, thus decreasing her resistance. After a few minutes of searching, Edward found what he was looking for. In a secret compartment, he found many books with the oracle bones in the middle. Are those the books on the monastery of Turfan? In the movie, Ziyuan told the emperor that she did not have the secret of immortality but knew of a place that did, and that was the monastery of Turfan. There, she discovered the oracle bones and used them to grant the emperor immortality through a powerful curse. Edward was planning on visiting that place, but now it seemed that it was not needed as Ziyuan most likely moved all the books inside here. Ignoring the other books, he opened the oracle and began to read it. This book contained many spells, but they were in different languages from all over the world, from different civilizations that once existed on Earth. Ancient Chinese, Egyptian, Sanskrit, Ancient Greek, Sumerian language, Mesopotamian language, and many more. Some of the spells in this book are from tribes that existed in the BCE time, so these languages are almost extinct. Luckily, these languages are the same back on Earth, so there is a database in the Empire with all these languages. Archaeologists in the Empire can request to use the time record spell to recreate certain events back in time to learn or recreate these ancients' language. As for the ones that this spell could not be used for, as long as a small part of it is discovered, with a supercomputer, it is no problem to deduce the remaining language. Additionally, there are language spells to translate all languages, however, sometimes, this method seemed to fail when it comes to some particular languages. So, Edward can translate more than 90% of this book. As for the remaining 10%, he has to wait for Morgana to return to full capacity before translating them. So, he began to read the book and translate it. During the process, he would chant the incantation on the book to try the spell, thus slowly gaining a basic understanding of this universe's magic system. So, this world's magic system is a combination of warlock and cleric from D&D, Marvel's sorcerers, and the Dragon Prince's magic. Like the warlocks and clerics, from Dungeons and Dragons, the sorcerers in this world have to borrow the power of gods or other mystical entities. By using these entities' names, ceremonies, and even contracts, people can borrow these people's power to cast spells. An example of this is Imhotep. As a priest and believer of Anubis, all his powers came from the latter. This is the reason that Anubis was able to take away his power and turned him into a mortal in the second movie. This kind of magic is similar to sorcerers in the Marvel universe. Although this thing was only briefly mentioned in the movies, in the comics, this is a common thing. As for the Dragon Prince's magic, it came from 6 sources: the sun, moon, sky, earth, ocean, and the stars. This world followed a similar system. For example, the Dragon Emperor mastered the 5 elements. The fire element came from the sun, the earth element came from the ground, mountains, and many more. The water element came from the ocean, the wood element came from forests, while the metal element came both from ores in the ground and from the magnetic field that surrounds the planet. Another example is the chief of the Piku Maikuna tribe that cursed Frank and Aguirre. His magic came from the forest where their tribe lived. In conclusion, the people of this universe can borrow power from gods, mystical entities, and nature to cast their spells. Of course, this was not the end. In the oracle bones, he found what Imhotep referred to as forbidden sorcerer. According to the book, this is a form of magic that does not rely on the outside but rely on power that comes from the inside. And only a few people have the talent to awake and use this magic. After reading that passage, Edward knew that the so-called forbidden sorcerers were people in this universe who were born with mana inside their bodies and can use it to cast spells. The fact that the gods banned this kind of magic showed that they wanted to control the supernatural element of this world, not giving people the opportunity to be self-reliant. However, Edward did not focus on this aspect as he was excited about this universe's magic system. Gate alchemy allowed people to control all kinds of different energy, solar energy, lunar energy, earth energy, and so on. However, its weakness is that it does not bring the specific characteristic of these energies, as they are mainly used to power up basic transmutation. Unless such energy is completely studied, like life energy of alchemy that is used for healing, they have no individual abilities or characteristics. Now, things will be different. By studying this universe's magic system, he can use gate alchemy to use different energy to cast all kinds of spells. Solar energy for fire spells, lunar energy for healing and curse removal, ocean energy for water spells, forest energy for plant-related spells, and so many more. Plus, there is a new energy that Edward discovered from this book. The main theme of both this universe seemed to be the undead. Whether it was Frank and Aguirre, all the mummies, or the Terracotta Army, they are all undead. Both the Book of the Dead, the Book of Ammonius R.A., and the Oracle Bones have many spells related to the undead. To cast any necromancy spells from these books to bring people to life or create undead, the power of Anubis or an eastern god named King Yama needs to be used. In the process of casting these spells, Edward discovered new energy that he called negative energy, or Yin Chi for the eastern name. Using negative energy seemed very effective for necromancy-related spells. Edward sighed once he was done reading the book. He was quite excited about the outcome. With these new applications of energy, the class of arcanists that he created will truly become versatile. From now on, even if arcanists do not have access to their mana, they can cast spells with all kinds of different energy in the surrounding. That way, they can adapt to any situation and will not become useless without their mana. One day when they travel to universes where magic is non-existent, they can still use the energies of that world to have extraordinary powers. So, you're finally awake. Edward looked at his surroundings as he saw many places in his surroundings were destroyed, and traces of elemental powers could be found on the ground. More importantly, a bunch of dead bodies were on the floor. Obviously, he had summoned them. How long has it been? A week, replied Hermione. Suddenly, Edward felt a powerful hunger and fatigue overcoming him. Without his large mana pool and aura, without drinking any potions, spending a week focused on reading and casting spells began to take a toll on him. I need some rest, muttered Edward. How is the situation over there? I've managed to calm down the mother and daughter and explained a few things to them. We even made a deal. All right, you can tell me later after I rest, said Edward as he yawned. Chapter 229, The Pool of Eternal Life. 2 days later, Edward woke up from his sleep, fully refreshed and his mind clear and readied. He drank a potion to satiate his hunger and provided enough nutrients for his body. Once that was done, he finally rendezvoused with Hermione and Ziyuan. The four of them were finally having a normal conversation. I apologized for the way I treated you and your daughter in your own home, said Edward. It was us that acted a little too rash. Your wife has explained the situation to us, replied Ziyuan calmly and elegantly. I know that many people have come here with nefarious motives, so I understand your reaction, replied Edward. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, let's discuss the situation. He then looked at Hermione to explain. I told Ziyuan that we would help her deal with the Dragon Emperor and make sure that he is no longer a problem. Edward pondered for a moment. The easiest way is to use the Eye of Shangri-La and resurrect him. Then, the moment he comes back alive, we pierced his heart with a cursed dagger and instantly killed him. That seems a little too dangerous, said Ziyuan. No really. Before reviving him, we can enchant a room with many magic spells to ensure that nothing goes wrong. That sounds too dangerous, said Lynn. Yes, we would like a safer solution, added her mother. Edward pondered for a while. According to the Mummy 3 movie, this was the tactic that Lynn used to try to kill the Dragon Emperor. After Alex O'Connell excavated the tomb, she immediately attacked it with the only cursed dagger capable of killing him. Unfortunately, this coffin of the Emperor was a decoy as he was not buried there, so the plan failed. Edward thought that using the same tactic would be accepted by the two. In that case, let's just send him into the void. The void. You can think of it as another world where no one could ever find him to revive him. And that is only if he could survive there, explained Edward. The only reason he suggested the first method was because it was easy, cheap, and effortless. Now, he has to go through a lot of trouble, and honestly, he did not think that the Dragon Emperor was worth it. In terms of worth, he is the less valuable amongst all the mummies in the series. There are only 2 things valuable about him. The first one is his mastery of the 5 elements, and the second is his ability to shapeshift into powerful monsters. When it comes to the former, Edward can learn about them through the Oracle Bones and Ziyuan. As for the former, it was only granted to him after he bathed in the pool of eternal life. How will you send the Emperor to this other world as you stated? Asked Ziyuan. Edward did not answer her but used his watch to contact Morgana. Boss, you finally remember me, complained the little elf. You know how I get when I get too focused. So, did you get the tree? Yes, I have created a garden full of lunar energy to house it. Were there any complications in the process? Not at all. That's good. Let me ask you, in your current state, how long would it take you to send someone to the void? Morgana placed her little finger on her chin, making a thinking pose. Depends. If I physically brought it out with the floating city, a couple of hours. If you want me to remotely send it, then it will take a week. If you bring the item to the city, then it would take 2 days. Edward pondered for a moment, then decided to leave the decision to the mother and daughter. Besides the first options, you can choose one of the other two. Edward did not want the city to leave this universe and leave him unprotected, even for a couple of hours. Who knows what can happen in the meantime? Additionally, he did not want to exit and re-enter this universe. This was a waste of energy and could lead to other problems. So, he explained the other two choices to Ziyuan and let her decide. The second choice is fine. Then, Edward took the three of them to Ningxia province in China. Using the gouging spell, he and Hermione managed to dig out the Emperor's tomb in just 2 hours. Finally, they took his body, which had turned into a terracotta status. Finally, Edward took the group to the Amazon forest where the floating city was currently landed. During the entire event, Lynn had a fascinated look all over her face. She has never seen such a beautiful and advanced place in her more than 2,000 years of life. As for Ziyuan, she was calm and collected during the entire event. She looked like an enlightenment monk who is not affected by mundane life. Then, in front of the two, Edward sent the Emperor's body to the void. As he expected, the latter disintegrated in just a few seconds. His immortality was rendered useless. Back at Shangri-La, Edward looked at Ziyuan and Lin, who were packing their things, and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Ziyuan paused as she took a brief look around. "I have lived a very long life. And that time, my only concern has been the revival of the Emperor. Now that I'm free from my duty, it's time to live a normal life. Don't you have any regret regarding giving up your immortality? Any reluctance at all?" "None whatsoever. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the normal laws of the universe. For many years, I have managed to escape. Now, it's finally my time." Edward sighed as his respect for this woman grew exponentially. He could never accept death so peacefully, nor would he choose it willingly. The world is so vast and there are so many things he wants to see, experience, and accomplish. So, he would never willingly end his immortality. Of course, this was not the only reason he respected her. For more than 2,000 years, Ziyuan has remained loyal to her husband, General Yang. What's more, even though she could resurrect him with the oracle bones, she never did so as she respected the rights of the dead to rest in peace. How many people, when given the power to resurrect their loved one without any consequences, would refuse to do so? Only a handful. A wise old man once told me that death is just another journey. Although I refuse to partake in said adventure, I hope yours is fulfilling. "Thank you," said Ziyuan with a beautiful smile. This was the first time that Edward saw her smile, and it was truly wonderful. "What about you? Do you know what you're going to do afterward?" asked Edward to Lynn. "I have not decided yet," she replied with a low voice, obviously still sad about her mother's decision. "Well, I hope you do find out soon enough." As Edward watched the family walk down the mountain followed by 3 Yetis, Hermione suddenly asked him. "Attracted by her?" "Can't say I was not." "Then, why didn't you make your move?" 1. I'm not stupid enough to flirt with another woman in front of you. 2. I genuinely respect her too much to do so. Now I'm jealous of your respect for her. If you can reach a state of mind where you can see death as another adventure, then I'll respect you even more than I do now. Alright, let's go check out this pool of eternal life. I want to know its secret. In just a few days since arriving in this universe, we have benefited a great deal, said Hermione. Indeed. Compared to my last trip where I had to plan and fight powerful entities to get some benefit, this universe is indeed easier. Why do I feel like your words are a red flag before everything goes wrong? You're overthinking things, nothing will happen. As he said that, he started to chant a spell that removed bad luck from him. Hermione just giggled at him after seeing this. Soon, they arrived at the clear pool located in the middle of this large cave. Chapter 230, Divide the Work. Edward's eyes turned purple as he looked at the pool of water in front of him. He could not detect anything so far, so he waved his hand to try to detect other things. As something that granted people immortality, Edward thought that this pool may contain a large amount of life force, and through baptism, grant any person who bathed inside a long lifespan. Unfortunately, he did not detect any. After thinking about it, he realized that this might make sense. In the movie, the pool not only gave immortality but also removed curses. After coming to this conclusion, Edward then remembered the tears of the moon. Thinking about his theory that the tree might be related to divinity, and since this pool might have a similar ability as it, so he and Hermione did a few basic tests. As expected, did discover a very small trace of authority and divine energy. Unfortunately, the power of authority was too small to detect or experiment on. As for the divine energy, Edward compared the data to the ones he had previously acquired from Herpo. The conclusion was that compared to the latter, this divine energy was extremely pure, with no will or imprint inside. Honestly, Edward believed that this level of purity was impossible to be achieved by anyone or any means. For such pure divine energy to be born, most likely, the god to which it belonged must have personally created it and removed his or her imprint from it. According to him, even if one day he had 100% understanding of divine energy, he might not be able to refine it to such purity. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this issue. With this pool, his understanding of divine energy and gods, in general, will drastically increase. Once he returned to the Empire, it should be no problem completely draining Herpo of his energy and rendering him powerless. Edward opened his watch. Morgana, I will send you a sample and do a few basic tests for me. No problem, boss. A few hours later, Morgana called back, Master, this pool can increase mana. Really? By how much? I do not have much data yet, but it should be enough for all 4 of you to reach tier 6. And if we can add some more herbs that can help boost its effect, that would be even better. Excellent, said Edward with a grin on his face. This was truly good news. According to previous tests made, with his talent, it would take him 73 years to reach tier 6 planetary. And that is only because of his high talent and the fact that the mana needed to reach a higher tier has drastically decreased because of the crystallization process. And unfortunately, most if not all potions and other things that can increase mana have become invalid for Edward. So, he has to rely on his body's natural production process and everyday meditation to absorb mana, which is a tedious and slow process. Because of this situation, bloodline arcanists have an advantage over regular ones since their bodies can produce mana. Luckily for regular arcanists, they are usually more sensitive to mana in the environment and absorbed it at a faster rate. The next day, Edward and Hermione returned to the Amazon to reunite with Lily and Snape. Inside the experiment rooms, the 4 had a meeting. Did you discover anything? Yes. When studying Imhotep, we found out that he is using magic similar to Horcrux, replied Lily. A powerful curse was used to create an indestructible body, then, his entire soul was bound to his body like a Horcrux. Edward nodded his head. With this knowledge, the Empire has an alternate form of immortality, although this method will be labeled as forbidden and strictly guarded. People will be allowed to study it, and if they want to use this method, have to make a request and register their information. Necromancy has many advantages in war. Being able to use the fallen of the enemy against them not only reduce the loss of troops but also destroy morale. I thought that necromancy was already developed in our world, said Hermione. However, compared to Inferi or Haitian zombies, the universe's undead magic is truly advanced. That's true, replied Edward. All right, we have to divide the work for the next few years. I will be working on understanding necromancy and the soul using all 3 books we acquired. Lily is in charge of figuring out the elementalization power of Aguirre and his men, and Imhotep. You can focus on him since he can turn into sand. Be on guard though, as he might be the pawn of the god Anubis. So, 5 to 6 years from now, you have to kill him and place his body back in his tomb. Edward did not want to intervene with the second Mummy movie as he wanted to verify something during that time. Hermione, you will be in charge of translating this universe's magic system to gate alchemy. I want to be able to identify different kinds of energy and use them to cast a variety of spells. You can use the Oracle Bones. I also have to warn you. Some of the spells in the book require using the power of the gods. So, in the process of analyzing them, you might peep at their essence and catch their attention, so be careful. As for you, Severus, you are responsible for studying the tears of the moon and the pool of eternal life. Both these things may involve divine energy and the gods, so be careful. Many of our research is related to another, so we can exchange ideas in the process. Boss, what about me? Asked Morgana. Grant all of them the highest level of computing power to help them in their research. All right. There is one last thing, said Edward. Evelyn's soul is special as she has successfully reincarnated. A few years from now, she should regain the memories of her past life. Reincarnation magic is very precious to the Empire, so someone has to constantly check on her. It's best to place something near her that can gather information regarding her soul. Edward wanted to create a reincarnation spell. This way, if something were to happen to him or his family, this spell could be a way to save their lives. If they could keep their previous life memories, then it will be possible to not only escape their enemy's pursuit but also use the past knowledge to secretly grow until they are strong enough to take revenge. Additionally, some universes are too powerful for him to just barge in. However, with a reincarnation spell, he can separate a small part of his soul with his memories to reincarnate into those universes. That way, it becomes easier to sneak in, plus he can have the identity of a citizen of that universe and maybe deal with the problem of world oppression. Of course, Edward knew that this tactic was not perfect as some universes have powerful individuals in control of the underworld and so on. Wouldn't it be better to just place a spell on her soul to gather the data, said Severus. That's a bad idea, replied Lily. There is no way for a mortal to successfully reincarnate with her memories intact. So, only the power of the gods can do so. Meaning, her soul might be marked, if we rashly mess with it, we might alert the people responsible. Edward nodded in agreement. So, who's going to keep watch on her? It's best to keep some level of friendship with the O'Connell to make things easier. No one answered them. All of these people are scientists. When they enter research mode, there is nothing they hate most than interruptions, let alone constant ones. So, although both Lily and Hermione still had some good impressions of the O'Connells, they did not want to take this job. Not to mention Snape and Edward, who had conflicts with Rick. In that case, how about we use rune engraving to decide? Absolute not, said the other three in unison. Rune engraving is a new game in the Empire where people, mostly young arcanists, compete on drawing the same rune. The person who drew the rune the fastest and with the best quality was the winner. As such, this kind of game has begun to replace rock paper scissors in the magical community. As the creator of arcane runes, no one wanted to play with Edward as he had too many advantages. Rock paper scissors, said Edward helplessly. With all due respect, Your Highness, something tells me that you would secretly cheat, said Lily casually, which made Edward's mouth twitch. In that case, as your emperor, I ordered you to be the one that goes. Lily started to look around while whistling, acting like she did not hear anything. She even sang a little song in a low voice. All right. Morgana, randomly generate a name between the four of us. You have to be impartial. Edward then gave the other three a stern look when he saw that they wanted to reject his proposal, forcing them to swallow their words. In the end, Snape was chosen for the job and he agreed begrudgingly. Chapter 231, Tier 6 Planetary. Edward was shirtless, displaying his muscles that seemed to be sculpted as if it was the statue of a Greek god. He was doing push-ups while sweat dripped down all over his body. Slight fluctuations could be seen in the surroundings as if the space was trembling slightly. If a normal person entered this room, they would be immediately pulverized because of how high the gravity was compared to Earth. Damn it. I'm a mage, a master of mysticism. Why do I need to train like those barbaric knights? Cursed Edward out loud. Despite his words, he never stopped doing the push-ups while gritting his teeth. White steam emanated out of his body. This was a manifestation of his aura, rapidly circulating inside his body to strengthen his physical stats. The more he exercised, the faster the aura strengthened his body. Plus, once he is in a state of fatigue, it becomes easier to combine mana with life force to create more aura. After a few hours, the gravity enchantments in the room stopped working, and Edward sat in a meditative pose as he began to create more aura inside his body. Unlike mana, which is stored in one place, aura is stored in all parts of the body, muscles, skins, bones, etc. According to studies done by the Empire, creating a core for aura and storing it in one place is actually detrimental to aura masters. For example, when throwing a punch, the aura has to travel from the stored place to the muscles and bones in the arm to increase the power behind the attack. This process required some time no matter how long a person is trained. However, if the aura is stored in the body, the aura master can just use the aura stored in the muscle and bones of their arms when punching. The problem of circulating energy is also a problem for mana. When casting spells, mana has to travel to the magic veins before passing through the hand, which also required training on control. Nevertheless, no matter how talented a person is, his mana cannot instantly travel to his arm. It might take 0.1 seconds or less, but time is still required. If a person is fast enough, they can take advantage of this time gap. Fortunately, after Tier 5, this is no longer a problem. The mana in a Tier 5 individual can instantly leave their bodies to power spells without using the magic veins. So, the magic veins are most useful in the first 4 tiers. Additionally, the mana of Tier 5 individuals has some self-awareness or instinct and can activate on its own when its owner is in danger. Once Edward's meditation finished, he said, "So, how is it? According to the scan of your body, your physical stat should reach the level to bear the Tier 6 crystal mana." "Excellent," replied Edward. A lot of things happened in the past 7 years. It took him a year to recover to his normal self. During this time, he discovered that constantly overused of his mana and refilling it accelerated the adaptation process. Then, he also discovered that by combining this universe's magic system with his arcane rune magic, the problems it was having were solved. The solution to his problem was just replacing some of the runes and the languages used in this universe with the ones used in his world and Full Metal Alchemist world. This change did not increase the power of the arcane magic system, only added versatility to it. However, Edward was not satisfied with this. So, after Hermione translated this universe's magic system to gate alchemy and allow arcanists to use all kinds of different energy to cast spells, he tasked her to combine this discovery so that arcane rune magic does not rely solely on mana but also on different energies. That way, the gate alchemists in the Empire can now really be considered casters instead of purely relying on transfiguration to accomplish supernatural feats. Edward took a potion that was golden in color and swirled it a little while smiling. Over the past years, Snap has made some discoveries regarding the pool of eternal life. The current theory is that this pool is essentially the essence of a god. And what exactly is this divine essence? It is a combination of a god's blood, soul, divine energy, life energy, and even their authority. Essentially, the core of their existence. This is the reason that after people bathe in this pool, they can acquire immortality. Well, to be exact, it granted mortals a long lifespan. According to a study of Ziyuan and Lin's genes, they can live for millions of years, so they are not technically immortal, just have a long lifespan. Another benefit of the godly essence is the ability to remove curses. This was shown when the Dragon Emperor used it to remove the curse Ziyuan placed on him. And it was not just the pool, but the tears of the moon were also created by the essence of some lunar deity, just like the story about the warrior who shot the moon indicated. As such, taking its petals not only can prolong life, cure diseases, and remove curses. However, the tree was not as powerful as the pool, which indicated that either not enough divine essence was used to create it, or the god the essence came from was not powerful as the one from the pool of eternal life. Anyway, for now, this did not matter. After analyzing the pool, Snape created a potion with it that can increase mana. Edward has been using it non-stop in the past 6 years to the point of almost advancing to tier 6. Edward did not immediately drink the potion but slept for a few hours to ensure that he was in peak shape. Finally, he drank the whole thing. Why do those potions always taste weird? Aren't gods supposed to be the perfect life form? Wouldn't their flesh taste delicious? Edward paused for a moment as the idea of what God's flesh tasted like could not escape his mind. Would that be considered cannibalism? Not if I eat some animal gods. So what if it can talk and change its shape to that of a human? It's still an animal. Immediately, he placed eating an animal god on his bucket list for things to do in the future. However, he had other things to do as his mana was drastically increasing. Extension Curse was already engraved on his magic core to ensure that it could expand with the increase in mana. Edward had to be very focused to properly control the mana. After an unknown amount of time, Edward heard a breaking sound from his body. It was like he had broken some kind of shackle. Then, the crystal mana in his core melted away, returning to the liquid. However, this liquid mana did not look like the blue river of tier 4 but twinkled like stars. The mana then traveled through Edward's magic veins to different parts of his body. Immediately, Edward had to grit his teeth. Wherever the mana passed by, it will first destroy and then reconstruct, whether it was his skin, muscle, bones, organs, cells, and genes. They would be destroyed and replaced by new ones. During the process, Edward had to endure tremendous pain while controlling his mana to ensure that it did not go out of control and destroyed everything without rebuilding them. This required great control and a powerful soul. Once the reconstruction was finished, the star-like mana entered his soul dimension and began to nourish his soul. Unlike the strengthening of the body, the one for the soul was not as painful. In fact, it was not remotely painful. It felt like when someone was bathing in a hot spring. The mind and spirit were completely relaxed, free of any stress or worry. Despite this, Edward was on guard as he felt that if he were to indulge too deeply in this feeling, something bad might happen to him. He decided to believe in his intuition and test out if he was correct or not later on. After the soul was strengthened to a certain measure, his mana returned to the core and once again crystallized. Immediately afterward, Edward received a message in his mind that he had reached tier 6. Chapter 232, The Path of God. According to the tier system in his universe, to become a tier 6 required someone to have the ability to blow a planet with relative ease or survive the destruction of a planet with relative ease. And Edward knew that he fit both criteria. While feeling the changes inside his body, suddenly, another Edward appeared next to the original one. The two looked exactly the same, making it impossible for the usual method to distinguish the two. The second Edward was in fact his soul. One of the abilities of tier 6 individuals is the ability for their souls to take corporeal form, making them indistinguishable from their bodies. Because of this, once a tier 6 individual's body is dead, they can still survive as long as their souls are intact and possess someone else to revive themselves, similar to a ghost. Isn't this the nascent soul or primordial spirit of Xianxia novels, muttered Edward as he analyzed this new ability. Before this, he had the ability of astral projection, which is similar to this. However, back then, his soul still looked illusory, like it was a projection. But now, he could not distinguish between his soul and body. Of course, Edward knew that this soul ability had a real reason for existing. In the Harry Potter universe, tier 6 is a limit for many races. The majority of species do not have the magical ability to reach tier 6, and even if they do, this is their limit. The main reason for that is a large amount of mana difference between tier 6 planetary to tier 7 star. The Sun is 109 times the Earth in terms of diameters. It weighs 330,000 times that of the Earth, and 1.3 million planet Earth can fit inside the Sun. And the Sun is not that big of a star compared to some others in the vast universe. As such, the large scope between each tier is so high that even if granted a lifetime, a lot of species would never be able to gather enough mana to ascend to higher tiers. Adding to that is the fact that unlike the mana frequency of the Empire's arcanists, most magic systems with different mana frequencies do not grant people long lifespans. Usually, they have to rely on the characteristic of their species to live a long life or other methods. After knowing this fact, Edward knew that the original magic system of the Harry Potter universe was unique and possibly has some secrets when it comes to its origin. Although Tier 6 is the limit of most species in terms of mana, there are still ways forward for them, the path of godhood. In that tier, individuals can begin to gather faith as a way forward. With enough believers, they can light up the divine fire in their souls to cast their divine body. However, their original body must be left behind. Once the divine fire and divine body are cast, these people can be considered false gods as there are two more steps. One is to choose a divinity/authority for their godheads. That way, they will become god of death, god of light, god of the sky, etc. Of course, a person cannot just choose a divinity and become such a god. For example, if a person wanted to become a time god, he has to have a plethora of knowledge on time magic before becoming a god. Otherwise, the process of casting their divinity/controlling his authority will fail and they will die. Additionally, Edward heard that other gods with similar divinities might interfere with the promotion of another to prevent future competition. After casting their divinity, a person will then be referred to as a pseudo-god. And only after the last process will they become real gods. And the final process is to create the God Kingdom and rise to the outer realm. The God Kingdom is essentially a small universe where the souls of God's believers will go after death. It is rumored that gods are the most powerful in their kingdom. As for the outer realm, well, in Edward's universe, gods are not allowed to intervene in the material realm. So, once someone becomes god, they have to enter the outer realm with their kingdom. The only way for a god to use his power in the physical world is by having a vessel that can hold their powers. They can descend into the physical world by taking over the body of their chosen vessels. Vessels are usually very talented people that are compatible with the power of a certain god, hence the reason that they are chosen. Usually, people with the same bloodline as a god are the perfect vessels. Unfortunately, it is very difficult for a god to reproduce and leave offspring's beings. Vessels are usually referred to as saint or saintess and hold very high power in the church of their god. More often than not, they are usually the Pope. After feeling the power inside his body, Edward began to think about the knowledge he has about gods. He would never walk the path of faith. Forget the fact that these people are essentially prisoners stuck in the outer realm, there is still a great downside to faith gods. As long as they have enough believers, the gods can rapidly rise in rank. However, in the same way, as long as these believers stop believing or are killed, the power of the gods would drastically plummet. So, Edward did not want such unreliable power. Nevertheless, he did not even have the method to become a god as this knowledge is quite rare. Even if he did, he would not use it. But he still was interested in using the power of God without the downsides, if possible. So far, his only hope of doing so lies with Herpo. Since he had advanced to a higher tier, Edward tested his power. Suddenly, he disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already on planet Mars. He disappeared again and appeared on Jupiter. He repeated this process until he arrived on Neptune. After that, he began to test his destructive power. This time, he did not use the room of requirement to recreate planet Earth or other planets in the solar system. That would be a waste of energy. He took a ship to travel throughout the galaxy and discovered inhabited planets or asteroids of different sizes. Then, he would use powerful spells. According to the data gathered, he can destroy a planet the size of Jupiter, but more than 90% of his mana would be gone in the process. After that, he did one last test. He separated his soul from his body, yet his body was able to function on its own. It could walk, talk, and even cast spells on its own. This was the result of one of many of Lily's research over the years. Using the connection of the soul and the body to control it. This magic has similar properties to how Edward can communicate with another part of his soul across universes through the soul dimension. Although this spell seemed useless, it has great value. For one, it increased Edward's knowledge of the soul. Over the past years, he has been studying the Book of the Dead and the Book of Amuniasare extendedly. As a result, he has now a very deep understanding of necromancy, soul magic, and the underworld/afterlife. His current knowledge allows him to call someone's soul from the beyond in any universe. Previously, he would need the help of the Deathly Hallows to call someone's soul from Herpo's hand. But now, he can do it alone. Now, no matter where he goes, as long as he adapts to the universe and said universe as a concept of the underworld, he should be able to call the soul of the diseases from the afterlife. Of course, Edward would not easily do so as his spell is not as covert as he would like. By using it, it is easier for him to alert any god or entity in charge of the underworld, thus causing trouble to himself. Now, back to the soulless body controlling magic. Another benefit of this spell is that it can be used to lure an enemy out during a time of danger. That way, the enemy could destroy a caster's body while the soul survives. After all, a body can be recreated, but once the soul is destroyed, it is permanent death. And the last advantage that Edward can think of this magic is how beneficial it would be to the gods in his universe. If they could control their original bodies after ascending to godhood, they could use the spell to use their original body as a vessel instead of searching for someone else that is compatible with them. This spell could help have more power and control in the physical world. After all the tests were finished, Edward finally left his room as he knew that it was time for the plot of the second Mummy movie to begin. Chapter 233, Anubis Plan. Edward left his room to the living room where he saw Hermione waiting for him. "How was your advancement?" she asked. "Everything went fine except that I slightly underestimated how painful the process was," replied Edward with a smile. "Don't be such a crybaby. Hee, when it's your turn, you'll understand. Speaking of, how long do you think it will take you to also advance?" Hermione shook his head. "It will take some time. Over the years, although my physical stats has reached the level required for advancement, my spiritual power is not enough to control such large and powerful mana. I still need some time to learn and increase the power of my soul." She was slightly envious of Edward's talent. He can easily absorb a large quantity of knowledge to rapidly increase the strength of his soul. As for her, the process was not as easy or smooth and requires years of constant research and studying. Edward caressed her hair. "There is no need to be envious, as sooner or later, you will also reach the same tier as me. Plus, how many people in Empire are envious of your talent? I'm just worried that I will not be able to keep up with your footstep," she said as she laid her head on his shoulder. "With your talent, becoming a Tier 11 multiversal arcanist is only a matter of time. And luckily, time is something that we do not lack." She smiled while nodding her head. "What about Tier 12? Edward paused for a moment. "Honestly, I have no idea what this level is. I don't even know if I can reach such a level. You should have more confidence in yourself." "You're probably right," replied Edward. "How is the situation with your talent?" "The situation is still the same. I cannot locate any dimensions in this universe to summon things from it. To be precise, these dimensions seem very vague, to be like they were blocked." Edward frowned a little after hearing this. Either the rule of this universe is very strict when it comes to dimensional spells, or these dimensions are occupied by other people and are inaccessible. However, there might be another way. "Are you referring to the bracelet of Anubis?" "Yes. This bracelet allows the user to summon an army of immortal humanoid jackal species. By studying it, you could probably gain access to the underworld and summon these things. Of course, this will also mean that you are essentially stealing from Anubis." Hermione nodded her head. Now that they had recovered, including the floating city, their fears of the gods have greatly decreased. "Speaking of the bracelet, we have done as you instructed and handed the Book of the Dead to the cultists. They have already used it to revive Imhotep. So, the plot of Mummy 2 has begun," thought Edward. "Let's go check things out." He went into a room where Lily and Snape were waiting for him. In the middle of the room was a projection that displayed the O'Connell along with their 8-year-old son, Alex, in a tomb procuring the amulet of Anubis. After seeing this, the first thing that popped into Edward's mind was the power of correction of fate. Even with his existence, the plot of the Mummy corrected itself and returned to its original destination. Edward even theorized that even if he did not give the Book of the Dead to the cult led by Bladus Hafez, these people might still find a way to revive Imhotep, or use someone else that could replace his role. He once asked Merlin about this power, and the old man told him that most universes involving primordial Earth actually operated in the same way. Although not all of them, most of them do. However, according to Merlin, as long as you actively interact in the plot, it will change until it becomes impossible to revert to its original track. As he looked at what was happening, Edward began to move. "Hermione, when the cult abducts Alex, you can become invisible and stay next to him to study the ability of the amulet. Once the boy arrives at the temple in Shire and removes the bracelet, you can act based on the situation. If you have already learned something from it, just ignore it. If not, control Bladus and have him activate it, then study the summoning process." Edward then looked at Lily and Snape. "Lily, you are in charge of the insignia at the entrance of the temple that took away Imhotep's power. Get there early and try to find out how Anubis was able to take away his power, and maybe even why. As for you, Snape, you are responsible for Evelyn and Mila. During this journey, these two will begin to remember the memories of their past lives. Secretly monitor their souls at all times and gather as much information as possible. Additionally, when Evelyn dies, you have to appear with the Book of the Dead and resurrect her yourself. That's the exact moment when her memories are restored and the perfect opportunity to gather the best data. What about you? What are you going to do?" asked Hermione. "I'm going to watch the battlefield between Anubis' army and the Medjai. I should be able to verify a few things." After that, the group scattered to do their own things. When Alex is kidnapped, Hermione appeared next to him to study the bracelet on his hand. Snape used clone spells to create a second version of himself. The original stayed with Mila, who was the reincarnation of Anxu-Naaman and Imhotep's lover. The other one was with Evelyn, both secretly monitoring the state of these people's souls. The previous Snape would not be able to do such a thing to a Tier 4 Imhotep, but now, with his Tier 5 that was very close to Tier 6, it was easier to do. As for Lily, she reached the temple where the Scorpion King was buried and began to study the insignia at the entrance. Just like that, a few days passed. The army of the Medjai led by the charismatic Ardith stood in the desert waiting for their opponent. Soon, a bunch of mummified jackal-headed humanoids appeared in front of them. They were the army of Anubis. Soon, a battle between these two groups began. In terms of battle prowess, the Medjai had the advantage, especially with guns. Unfortunately, the jackals were immortals. Even after being destroyed, they would spawn once again. However, Edward did not care about this. As more people died, he closed his eyes to detect something. Before this battle, he placed a tracking mark on these people's souls. And after they die, he immediately began to trace where their souls were going. At first, he could not find anything. However, over time, he soon discovered that their soul was being transported to a different space, to another dimension. Their souls were being transported to a very specific place in that dimension, and while trying to find the final destination, Edward soon saw a giant humanoid jackal-headed individual who was lying in a golden coffin. The souls were being swallowed by him. Immediately, that jackal opened his eyes and looked straight at Edward. "Mortal, you dare stare at a god." Immediately, the connection to that pocket dimension was cut off. Blood began to drip from Edward's nose. "Interesting," he muttered as his mind started to rapidly function. Many pieces that seem unrelated began to be placed together. However, he did not immediately conclude anything as he needed one final piece of the puzzle. So, he contacted Lily. "Did you discover something?" "Yes," she replied. Anubis did not just take Imhotep's power but placed something inside of his body. According to my current theory, this should allow Imhotep to become his vessel and maybe possess his body. As expected. "Did you discover something on your side?" "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the gods in this world seem to have fallen asleep for some reason and are drastically weakened. And when it came to Anubis, he is planning on releasing his undead army in the world to kill as many people as possible to absorb the souls of mortals to regain his power." Edward knew that situation was more complex than stated. The Scorpion King has been rumored to revive for more than 5,000 years, so Anubis might have planned this for so long. Edward believed that the latter planned to take over Imhotep's body, then kill the Scorpion King and take back control of the army. However, another Egyptian god intervened to stop him, Osiris. The latter did this by sending Rick with a spear capable of killing the Scorpion King, thus preventing Anubis from regaining control of the undead army. Edward squinted his eyes as he thought deeply. Anubis' plan was not that simple. If things proceeded smoothly, Imhotep should have already revived and taken over Egypt more than 8 years ago, and maybe even started a war with the entire world. Then, all Anubis had to do was wait for a few years later when Imhotep goes to the Scorpion King's temple, strip him of his power to reduce resistance, take over his body, and control the undead army. Unfortunately, in both instances, he was stopped by the O'Connells who represented his father Osiris. As for the reason Anubis needed to go to such length to possess Imhotep, there is an explanation for this in the Mummy reboot. Although Edward did not see the movie, he did watch the trailers and some videos online and knew a little spoiler. In the finale of the movie, the god Set took over the body of the main character Nick, played by Tom Cruise. However, in the end, Nick was able to suppress Set's consciousness and take back control of his body while keeping Set's power. This shows that possessing anyone is not an easy task for the current state of these gods. Truth be told, Anubis and Set might not be the only people using this method of soul sacrifice and body possession to regain their powers. In Mummy 3, the Dragon Emperor had a similar plan to use an army of undead to take over the world. Most likely, some Chinese gods had a similar plan as Anubis and have been planning this for over 2,000 years, using the Emperor and Ziyuan as pawns in their games. Chapter 234, Population. The question that Edward has to answer now is what happened to the gods? What happened that rendered them in such a weak state? And could he use the current situation to his advantage? The current situation is the perfect time to invade the place these gods are sleeping, kill or capture them. However, this has many risks as he does not know how powerful they are, whether they are truly weak or have already regained some strength. With so many variables, Edward decided to take things slow before acting. After all, he still had plenty of time. The first step in his plan is to wait for when Set takes over Nick's body and then capture him. That way, he can have access to information and knowledge about the current state of the gods. Although he has to wait at least 60 years, he did not mind. He could find something to preoccupy himself in the meantime. While in deep thought, Hermione suddenly appeared next to him. "How is it?" "As we suspected. I can now summon an army from the underworld." "Did anyone try to stop you?" "Yes, but it's useless." "How so?" asked Edward. "The way my talent works is that it allowed me to use the underworld itself to form contracts with my summon. Essentially, I directly contact the will of consciousness of the underworld for the summon. So, as long as I can sense and reach the other dimensions, no one should be able to stop me." "That's excellent. What about other dimensions? Can you sense any others?" "No," replied Hermione with a frown. This world is truly weird. Take your time, we still have time. Not long after, Snape and Lily also appeared. How is it? He asked Snape. I did record a lot of data regarding Evelyn's reincarnation. From what I gathered, her memories were stored in some sort of seed deep in her soul. Somehow, the seed was not discovered during the reincarnation process, and at the right moment, it activated and the memories were returned. Edward nodded his head as he knew that the situation was more complex than stated. All individuals have an imprint on their souls that showed that they are the natural citizens of a universe. Because of this imprint, once outsiders like Edward and the others travel to other universes, they are easily discovered and suppressed by the rules of that universe. Before Edward can create a reincarnation spell, he has to find a way to remove the imprint in his soul, then allows his soul to be imprinted by the universe that he is going to be reincarnated into. The previous him would be very confused about how to solve all the problems regarding the reincarnation spell. However, the Book of the Dead, the Book of Ammonius Ra, and the Oracle Bones have extensive knowledge on the soul, life and death, and even the underworld. In the past 8 years, he had only scratched the surface of these books. With further study, he should come really close to achieving his objective. It would be best to have an expert on the soul to continue this study, said Snape. Although he had vast knowledge of the subject, it was not his main focus. So, he knew that it would be best for someone more qualified to take on this research. Edward agreed with him. However, the situation was a little complicated. The spells in the 3 books relied too heavily on borrowing the power of the gods to be of use. As such, they would most likely become useless once Edward returned home unless he could find another god to borrow power from or steal power from. Although he had already translated these spells to the arcane rune magic, the best place to further study these books was in this universe. Of course, once he returned home, he will try to see if they could work on her bow. I will let Morgana take on this research, replied Edward. Where is the Book of the Dead? Previously, to ensure that the plot did not deviate too much, the book was handed to the cult so that they could revive Imhotep. Now that the mummy was once again killed and the world was once again saved by the O'Connells, the book had to return to Edward. Snape handed the book to him. Now that we have some free time, what are you guys going to do? Asked Edward. I will continue my research on Aguirre and his men, replied Lily. Oh, did you make a discovery? Maybe. Over the years, she has been studying the ancient magic known as love magic. Unfortunately, even after decades, she is still the only person in the Empire who can use it. Nevertheless, Lily did make some discoveries. According to her theory, the reason she can use such powerful magic is that some powerful will, most likely the will of the universe, acknowledges the sacrifice she made for Harry, and after being brought back to life, it granted her control over this magic. The love protection spell she used on Harry has been used by a few people over the years, however, none of them were brought back to life. This is the reason that she's the only person who can actively use this magic. Beforehand, Lily was confused about how to move forward in her research. However, during her study of Aguirre's elementalization ability, she had an idea. There are many kinds of love in the world: love of family, love of life, romantic love, and love of the environment and the planet. The focus of her idea was on the last one. The reason that she could use this magic was because of her love for her son, and the desire to protect him at all costs, which resonated with the will of the universe. If some people share that same love, that same passion or desire to protect the environment, then maybe they can resonate with the will of planet and Earth and be granted similar magic. And it does not have to be the planet, they could resonate with forests, mountains, rivers, and even animals. After hearing Lily's description, the group felt that her method might actually work. However, they also gave her a strange look. I know what I just described is the same concept of druids, said Lily calmly. Well, I have no problem with you inventing the career of druids. However, be mindful to not create the type that loves nature above everything else, otherwise, given the current circumstances of the Empire, these people will have a lot of trouble. When it comes to nature preservation, the Empire has done a great job in general. The issue lies with animals. Poaching and using animals for experiments is prevalent in the Empire, and with how druids often love nature more than their lives, they would most likely not stand for this kind of thing, which will in turn lead them to confrontation with many powerful people in the Empire, including the Elder Council, as animal testing is legal as long as they are moderately controlled. Lily nodded her head. I will create doctrines to ensure that they do not become too radical. Additionally, I will be careful about who to choose once I actually create this new profession. The best people to become druids are environmental activists, as they truly care for nature and should be able to resonate with it. However, people who are too extreme in their beliefs should not be accepted. Well, what about you, Severus? What are you going to do? I'm going to continue studying the tears of the moon and the pool of eternal life. These rare materials should be able to create many new potions. After that, the group returned to the floating city to do their research. Inside a room, Edward called Morgana. How are the things that I asked you to check? I did. I compare the birth certificate of more than 100 million people and compare them to our records. Not a single person is the same in our empire except for a few historical individuals like Einstein and Oppenheimer. In other words, we could plunder the population of this universe without having the issue of double-gangers, said Edward with a smile. The population is very important to any empire, and Edward has been worrying about this issue for some time, especially regarding the human race population. Most of the human race on other planets lived in the medieval era where they have very little access to knowledge except for the nobility or lucky ones, so their minds are very shackled. After conquering them, Edward knew that it would take a lot of time and effort to make these people accept the way of life of the arcane empire. Because of this, he wanted a large population from modern times as they were more easily integrated given that the right method is used. Now, his voyage into this Earth-like universe gave him the perfect chance for plundering the population. Master, although the people here have no problem, I discovered that they have a very low talent for magic. And the number of people who do is also very small. Show me the data, said Edward as he reviewed the information, then, he frowned. Just like Morgana said, in general, the average talent for magic for the people in this universe is truly low. After pondering for a while, he asked, do we have any dragon potion in stock? Yes, but not enough to feed more than 3 billion people. Of course not, replied Edward. We just need to dump a large enough amount in the water reserve of all countries. That way, large people can awaken their talent for magic even if it is low. We can then classify the awakened people based on the level of their talents, then secretly manipulate them to ensure that people of the same level marry with one another so that more talented arcanists can be born. After a few generations of this process, the general talent of the entire population should drastically rise. Morgana pondered for a moment as she did many calculations. This should be possible, but it will still take a lot of resources and time. We have plenty of time. As for resources, the dragon heart used in the potion is a renewable resource. We can even grant the dragons in captivity access to potions made from the pool of eternal life to ensure that they are perfectly fine. As you wish. Chapter 235, More Worlds. 1935, 2 years passed since the second Mummy movie. Edward sat in a comfortable chair with a book in his hand labeled, An Analysis of Negative Energy, which was written by Hermione based on her recent research development. He had a pipe in his hand like an old-fashioned British gentleman. The tobacco he was using was created by him. It contained magical herbs that could relax the mind, help with anxiety, and inspired rapid thinking. While smoking and reading, the door opened and 2 people walked in. They were dressed rather lavishly. I know this was a kid's dinner party, but it's only 9 o'clock, so why are you guys back so early? Severus was as grumpy as usual, so we had to leave early, replied Lily as she hung her coat. Despite her words, she seemed to have a joyous smile on her face. So, what happened this time? Did you argue with Rick again? You should have given the men some respect. After all, it is his son's 10th birthday, said Edward as he looked at Snape. It had nothing to do with O'Connell this time. Then, who was it? It was another archaeologist, one of Evie's peers, said Snape as he poured a drink for himself. I thought that O'Connell was an insufferable idiot who only rely on his luck to survive, said Snape while jugging his drink. But he can't compare to that Dr. Jones. The man flirts with every woman he sees. I thought he was very charming, said Lily with a smirk. To which Snape just scoffed, obviously not happy that he was teasing him. Wait, you said there was an archaeologist named Dr. Jones, suddenly said Edward. What's his full name? I think it was Henry Jones, Jr., however, he seems to prefer the name Indiana Jones. Some people even call him Indy. Immediately, something clicked in Edward's mind. Morgana, you should have a file on this person. The little purple elf appeared next to him and waved her hand to show a file on Indiana Jones. This person is on the list of people I was monitoring to see if they could be useful for the Empire, she explained. After seeing the picture of Indiana Jones and rapidly going over the information gathered on him, Edward knew that it was the same whip-wielding professor that he knew. So, he closed his eyes and reviewed the information he had on the subject. He remembered going to see the Indiana movies when he was a boy. He remembered how scary the second one was. He was a fan for a long time, so he saw all 4 movies. Immediately afterward, Edward started laughing out loud like a madman, even alerting Hermione, who was resting in the next room. This world is like a present that keeps on giving, muttered Edward because of how excited he was. However, he also quickly calmed down to assess the situation. So far, 3 different movies or universes showed, so there might be more. As such, he needed to be on the watch for such a possibility. As for the Indiana movies, he pondered how he could get the most advantage. After pondering for a while, he realized that the greatest benefit came from the last movie. Although the 4th installment was the less critically received of all the films, in terms of benefit, it is the one he values the most. It is 1935, so it should be when Indy discovers the Sankara stones. These stones only have little value in studying. However, next year, he will find the Ark of the Covenant, the warehouse. That's my next destination. He looked at the three who were waiting on him and said, "Tomorrow, I will take you somewhere." The next day, using the information that Morgana gathered overnight, Edward led the group to a warehouse that was guarded by the US military. With an invisible spell, the four of them were not detected at all. "Where are we going exactly?" asked Hermione. "A warehouse full of magical items," replied Edward. After Indiana Jones acquired the Ark of the Covenant, the US government placed it in a warehouse that contained many items related to the supernatural, preventing it from being studied or displayed in any museums. After entering the warehouse, the group was truly surprised at how many magical items there were. "Why are there so many?" "I thought magic was almost instinct in this universe," asked Hermione. "They were most likely forged by the gods themselves," said Edward as he checked a few items. He was suddenly interested in the crafting method of these artifacts. "Let's take all of them back to the ship," said Edward, which proceeded to place all the artifacts into interdimensional bags. Then, before leaving, he placed an enchantment in the warehouse that will display a powerful illusion. The illusion will show that these artifacts were still here. Afterward, the group traveled all over the world to take the artifacts' secrecy kept by the powerful countries in this era. The Germans were obsessed with the supernatural at this time, so they had the most of them, even more than the US. After this, Edward wanted to go straight to Peru for the interdimensional beings that appeared in the fourth movie. However, he refrained from doing so as he wanted to be more prepared for his plan to succeed. He had to wait until 1947 for safety measures. In the meantime, he was prepared to study these artifacts. The forging system in this world can be considered the epitome of mage tech engineering. All normal people can use powerful magic items without having any talent or possessing any mana. Unlike in the Empire, which requires mana crystals to power up magical items, the artifacts in this world seem to build with energy embedded deep inside, and even can regenerate such energy after use. Adding to that the fact that most of the artifacts were most likely built by gods themselves, he was truly interested in them. So, after categorizing the artifacts and identifying them, then, each of the four of them took an item that was beneficial to them. Hermione took one that was also related to summoning undead. However, this one was related to Sumerian gods and their underworld. Lily found the shield of Athena in the warehouse. According to information they gathered, this shield was used as a guardian artifact for the entire city of Athens. She thinks that she could find inspiration from it. Snape found an old cauldron that belonged to a famous Chinese alchemist that can help brew powerful elixirs. He was quite excited, but he refused to show it. Once everybody picked their artifacts, Edward also chose his and entered a room in the city. Morgana, charged the void cannon and locked the room where the experiment will take place, ordered Edward seriously. "As you wish," said Morgana. After she made the necessary precaution, she began the experiment. She used an artifact that contained divine energy inside. To ensure safety, the artifact was previously identified as belonging to a lesser god in the Aztec pantheon and used the time record spell. The reason for being so cautious was in case the gods were powerful enough to use this opportunity to revive themselves. Or, powerful enough to attack across space and time. Plus, unlike his world where he feared messing with time, he did not mind that much since he could run away in case something was wrong. Edward has always been cautious when taking risks and irresponsible when needed. Once the spell was cast, an image was displayed in the room, showing one of the gods forging a magical item. The process was not as complicated as Edward expected. The god took a few ores and used his power to change the shape to its desired outcome. Then, he muttered a few words while injecting divine energy into the item. And just like that, the magical artifact was created. There were no runes, no engraving, or anything else. Of course, this was to the untrained eyes. Edward could see that the words spoken by this god were actually a form of enchantment, similar to a blessing. For example, if he wanted to create a magical item that could glow. In his forging system, he would engrave the Lumos words on the item as an enchantment. However, the gods only need to say the Lumos charm in a special way to form the enchantment. Additionally, they also need to insert the divine energy in a special way for the enchantment to remain permanent, and to ensure that there is enough energy for the item to be activated. Edward became excited after discovering this new enchantment method that he labeled word blessing. So, he immediately began to use time record on other magical artifacts from different pantheon, Egyptian, Mayan, Mesopotamian, etc. Although all these gods used different languages in their forging process, the general outline was the same. Then, Edward focused on the forging gods in the different pantheons as he knew that these people were the pinnacle of artificers amongst the gods. Although he was a little about these gods attacking him across space and time, he still took some risks to observe some of the powerful gods. Luckily, he seemed to be overthinking things. Just like that, Edward was engrossed in his study until he forgot the passage of time. Chapter 236, The Library. Edward looked at the black book labeled, The Necromancy Book, in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. This book was his replica of the Book of the Dead after many years of studying. More importantly, this book was used using word blessing enchantment only and contained a massive amount of negative energy inside to replace the power of the underworld. From the study of the group over the years, negative energy is the fundamental energy produced by death and has a great influence on things like the soul and the undead. Using it, it is easier to manipulate the soul, dead bodies, curse people, and many more. Using the necromancy book that Edward created, a normal person could easily create and control mummies or the undead, enslave a person's soul, and revive the dead by stealing their souls from the underworld. Of course, one of the reasons that the last one is possible is because of the fact that all the gods are sleeping and the underworld is on auto-function. Otherwise, that would cause many problems. As he looked at the book in his hand, Edward had to sigh that all magic systems had their uniqueness and advantages. Additionally, there is usually some connection between each other. After years of studying the gods' forging, he discovered the essence of their forging method. In some way, it is somewhat similar to the method of the dwarves in his universe. Most dwarves are not good at enchantment, but they can still refine powerful magical artifacts. The reason for that is that they can process magical ores to their ultimate efficiency, and even bring out their magical properties. For example, if someone wanted a fire magical item from the dwarves, they would need to bring or pay for ores with fire elements or properties. Then, the dwarves would process that magical ore while retaining the fire property of that ore. Let's say that they made a sword with that ore. When mana is used in that sword, it could probably shoot fireballs, simply heat up, or the tip of the sword will burst into flames. It all depends on the skill of the dwarf, the rarity of the magical ore used, and other factors. Nevertheless, it does not change the fact that the dwarves usually do not need enchantment to craft their magical artifacts. However, because of this, they are also restrained by materials in their craftsmanship. Fortunately, because of this, they have developed numerous alloys and formulas that combine different ores or minerals. In this universe, the forging gods also do the same as the dwarves when it comes to material, but they also add word-blessing enchantments to further elevate the power of their artifacts. One of the greatest gains that Edward received during his recent study was that he discovered one of Zeus's lightning bolts and he managed to watch how Hephaestus forged them. This was quite a learning experience. Master, with your current ability, you should be able to maximize the floating city by at least 30%, said Morgana as she appeared next to Edward. True, he replied. If we had enough divine energy, we could completely remodel it to the next level. Edward looked at the room full of artifacts and sighed. Many of these artifacts were created by powerful human sorcerers and he also learned a lot from them. A few of them were created naturally because they were present at some special location or during special events, while a few were created because of legends created by people long after their existence. The process is similar to gathering faith. Because many myths were created by people over the years regarding certain artifacts, these artifacts then became a reality. How long has it been? Asked Edward. 12 years, it's about the time you told me to watch out for, replied Morgana. Do you want to go to Peru now? No, I still have to wait for the crash, replied Edward. What about other supernatural events? Did you discover anything? Yes. I found 2 secret societies that have been fighting for centuries over magical artifacts all over the world. Which one? One is called the Library, while the other is called the Serpent Brotherhood. Edward pondered deeply as these 2 words were present in his memory. He remembered that after watching the entire new series of Doctor Who, he searched for shows similar to it online and discovered the Library. He watched all 3 movies and they were somewhat entertaining. Although nothing compared to Doctor Who, it did somewhat fill the void in his heart. He even knew that there was a series later on but he never watched it. The librarian, Flynn Carson, muttered Edward. This is a very intelligent man who also pursues knowledge. He would make a great arcanist. However, he needs to be well trained and prevented from becoming the librarian. What happened to Hermione and the others? They were also deep in their research and have not left, replied Morgana. Edward was relieved after hearing this. After all, he just spent 10 years completely ignoring his wife. This could bring him trouble. Luckily, all arcanists became hyper-focused once they enter research mode. And more often than not, they hate being disrupted. Master, since you're now done with these artifacts, what are you going to do with them? Recycle them to remove the divine energy inside. Once we find a method to remove the divine imprints inside, they will be of great use. After that, he left. USA, New York, Metropolitan Public Library. Edward, who was well dressed in a black suit, white shirt, long coat, hat, and a black cane, walked inside the library. As soon as he walked to a special and isolated area of the library, he saw 4 people waiting for him with somber looks on their faces. With a smile on his face, he looked at the 2 old people in this group and said, "You 2 must Judson and Charlene. As for you 2, you must be the current librarian and guardian." No one answered him for a while before the old man named Judson said, "Sorcerer, why did you come here?" "So, you're aware of my existence." Numerous artifacts were stolen all over the world from different governments and replaced by a very powerful illusion. "We know that it was you who did," said the current librarian who looked like a suave man in his early 40s. Edward did not recognize him. After all, he was only aware of 3 librarians if you count Judson. I'm curious about how you managed to detect me, said Edward. It must be a very powerful artifact. Let me guess, Hautian mirror from the Jade Emperor. According to legend, the mirror allowed him to observe all 3 realms. Or, maybe one of Odin's ravens. After all, he used them to spy on information on all the 9 realms. No one answered him. Then, the librarian asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" "You know, there is no need for any animosity between the 2 of us," said Edward calmly. "I only want 2 things, one is to read all the books in the library. And 2, I need the H.G. Wells time machine." "There is no way we would allow this," replied Judson. "Our purpose is to prevent such powers to land on the wrong hand. How about we take a step back? I will only study the time machine. You can even supervise me during the entire process," said Edward. However, he could see the determination on these people's faces. "So many powerful artifacts are in my possession, and yet, for the past 12 years, I have never used them for any nefarious means. I understand that the library is in a battle between good and evil, and I do not care about that. What I want is simply knowledge." Judson looked at the other people for a moment before saying to Edward, "I'm afraid that we have to refuse." "Can I ask why?" asked Edward. "Ever since you came to this building, I have secretly used an artifact to determine whether you were a good person or not. I'm guessing that the result was not to your satisfaction." "You can say that," replied Judson. "Although your body is covered in a golden hue which symbolized all the good things you have accomplished in your life, this cannot change all the horrifying things you also committed." What Judson did not say was that he was truly horrified by all the sins that he discovered related to Edward. What made him even more puzzled was the fact that this artifact identified him as a person with good karma. Meaning that not only did this person commit many sins in his life, he also committed even greater virtues. Judson could not imagine what kind of achievement Edward would have if he did not have these sins. Of course, he could not imagine that these sins were more often necessary for the virtues he acquired. Well, maybe not necessary but essential. "It's a shame that we could not come to an understanding," said Edward as he slowly removed the gloves in his hand while transforming his cane into a wand. Chapter 237, Conversation. "I know how powerful you are, but our duty in the library is to protect the world from going into chaos because of magic," said the librarian. "So, no matter the price, no matter the sacrifice, we have to stop you." All of these people knew that magic was slowly fading in this world. And in the current era, the number of real sorcerers in the world can be counted on one hand. This is the reason that magical artifacts are so sought after by many people, because of how powerful they are on their own and because anyone can use them. However, to their surprise, they found a powerful sorcerer that could probably rival the gods in ancient times. So, they were aware of the current situation. A sword suddenly flew from the back and landed in the librarian's hand. It was Arthur's sword, Excalibur. As for the woman next to him, black armor appeared on her body. "Is this Genghis Khan's armor?" Edward, but no one answered him. The librarian swung his sword, and a massive pillar of light enveloped Edward. The light pillar reached thousands of meters into the sky and could be seen by everyone in North America. More than 30 seconds later, the light faded away and Edward's body showed. Besides a few burn marks on his arm and face, he was completely intact. "Is this the magic immunity of Tier 6, he muttered. "Even such a powerful Tier 5 attack has little to no effect. No, this high level of immunity should be because of the crystal mana. The majority of Tier 6 mages should be more injured if hit with such a powerful attack." After talking to himself, he raised his head to see that the librarian, who had just used this attack, suddenly aged by more than a dozen years and became an old man. "Is the price paid to use Excalibur to such height?" said Edward calmly as he healed himself. Then, his right hand turned into a large quantity of sand to surround the librarian and his guardian. A shield came from the guardian's armor to protect her and the librarian. However, Edward had no intention of attacking but containing them. So, after enclosing the two into a dome of sand, he no longer attacked. After feeling the struggle of these two inside, he nodded in satisfaction. This sand elementalization spell was the result of studying Imhotep. Although the group has not found a way to permanently elementalize the body, the spells created in the process were of great use. Edward then looked at Judson and Charlene. "You know, using violence is usually my least favorite approach." "It does not matter what you do," said Charlene. "How so?" "Once I notice your arrival, I already sacrifice our immortality to break the chain of the library, making it disappear forever," replied Judson. Edward calmly raised his head to look behind the two. It did not disappear. "What do you mean?" "Your library exists in a separate dimension of its own. The chain that you broke is nothing but the connection of its dimension to the space here." "What are you trying to say?" asked Charlene. "Meaning that as long as I have the coordinate of the dimension where it is located, I can still be teleported there," replied Edward. The moment he entered the room he discovered the fact that this library was rapidly detaching itself from the current space. So, he contacted Morgana to quickly calculate the coordinate of the library dimension so that he could enter. And he just received notification from her. A white light then enveloped all 5 of them and they were teleported inside the library. Both Judson and Charlene were shocked once they realized where they were. Meanwhile, Edward had removed his sand dome, and the Guardian was holding the librarian who was on the verge of death because of how much lifespan he sacrificed to activate Excalibur. Muttered Edward as he felt something. His eyes turned purple as he looked around. This library has some sort of consciousness acting like an AI. That makes things easier. Morgana, hack it and take control of it. As you wish, boss, said the little purple-haired elf. The AI of the library was exactly like her, a magical artificial intelligence. So, she quickly launched a confrontation, and in just a few seconds, she was the winner. Compared to her, this AI was still way too inferior, not to mention that her main server was created from a very unique and powerful treasure. Master, I have taken control of the library and deactivated the self-destruction initiation. Excellent. Put these 4 in prison before they calm down. Save the librarian as he might be useful later on. After that, Edward began to rapidly read the books inside. He did not touch the artifacts yet but asked Morgana to categorize them. Most of the books inside were magical books that contained curses inside them. Some of them were powerful artifacts themselves that contained powerful spells, and some contained the real history of the past. It took him a full week to read all the books inside. As a result, he furthered his understanding of this universe's magic system and the control of different energy. However, his greatest gain was some of the historical records. In one of the books, one sentence caught his attention. The war in heaven brought the downfall of the gods. After further research, he was able to confirm one of his theories. A war occurred between the different pantheons of the gods that ended with the death of numerous gods and the severe injury of many. The Hebrew/Christian god, Yahweh, started a war against all other pantheons for the control of faith. This war, who started in the mortal world with the rise of Christianity, eventually affected heaven, which was the realm where the gods habited. However, from what Edward researched, he knew that this war was not as simple as he imagined, as much information was lost. Something seemed to have gone wrong in the process. Once he was done reading, Edward focused on the artifact, especially H.G. Wells' time machine. Unfortunately, this artifact was simply a better version of the time turner and could only slightly improve his time magic understanding. However, Edward was not disappointed as he had something better, the Book of Solomon. This was an artifact that allowed the user to manipulate spacetime at will. Using the knowledge he had of the movie and some information in the library, he was quickly able to find Solomon's mine where the book was located. As for the masons in charge of protecting the mine, they were only regular people and posed no threat. In the process, he also took the Spear of Destiny and Judas' chalice. The spear contained a great deal of divine energy since the blood of Jesus, the Son of a God, once bathed in it. Nevertheless, his main focus has always been the book. He studied it religiously for the next few months. And after he was done, his ability to use time magic without any aid had drastically increased. Although he wanted to test out the new spells he created, he still had one important thing to do. So, he used the power of the book to bend spacetime and contacted its creator, King Solomon. In a mirror that was in front of him, he saw a man with a crown and a very long white beard dressed in ancient clothes. The man was only momentarily surprised when he saw a circular passage appear in front of him to show someone on the other side. After looking at it for a while, Solomon said, "Some is using my book to communicate with me across space and time. How interesting." "Hello, King Solomon," said Edward with a smile. "What a powerful sorcerer," replied the king. Moreover, one that used inner sorcery. Slight jealousy could be heard in Solomon's voice. As for Edward, he guessed that the inner sorcery was the same as forbidden sorcery that Imhotep talked about, meaning people who naturally have energy or mana inside their bodies. "So, young lad, why are you contacting a dead person like me?" "I just wanted to know some secrets of the past. However, I do not want to travel to the past to mess with the spacetime continuum, so I thought that using your books to do so was the safest way." As wise as Solomon was, he understood Edward's implication. Messing with time can easily destroy the foundation of reality. So, Edward did not want to take risks. However, using the book drastically reduced the risks he had to take personally, since Solomon, one of the greatest sorcerers who has existed in this world, created it. And if things did go wrong, he could deal with it as long as he destroyed the book. "So, what exactly do you want to know?" asked Solomon, not minded Edward's actions. "Many things. For example, why the gods have fallen, why magic is almost non-existent in my time. I'm also curious about you too. In such a world where magic is slowly dying, how did you become so powerful?" Just by reading the book, Edward could understand how powerful Solomon was in his prime. This was a Tier 7 sorcerer, capable of destroying a star. Chapter 238, Too Clever. Solomon pondered for a moment before answering the question, as he did not mind. Given how powerful he was in his lifetime, he could have achieved much more. He could have attained immortality and traveled to the past and future. Yet, he did not do any of that and lived his normal mortal life. This was by choice. So, telling the secrets of the past to future generations is not a big deal to him. So, after organizing his thought properly, he responded. The answers to your questions are all related. During my time, a battle took place between Yahweh and the other pantheons all over the world. Despite what modern people say, he was not the sole and supreme God but the head of a pantheon. Edward was not surprised that Solomon was aware of how Christianity evolved in modern times. After all, the current space-time power he was using was Solomon's power. It's completely normal for him to be able to look into the future and learn a few things. I do not know much about the battle since it mainly took place in the heavens, however, I do know that things became complicated at some point because of outside influence. As a king under the banner of Yahweh, my job was to spread his name and faith in the mortal world to strengthen his power. The better a job I did, the happier my people became, the more faith they provided to him, and the more powerful he became. To better help to rule the mortal world, Yahweh granted me knowledge about sorcery. Since I was considered his champion, I could access a great deal of his power. However, as I study and understand sorcery, I became fascinated and wanted to uncover its secrets. Unfortunately, sorcery or any knowledge about it was strictly controlled by the gods. My obsession with sorcery displeased Yahweh, so he reduced the amount of power I could borrow from him. I did not like the fact that my power could be taken away at a moment's notice, so I began to search for knowledge regarding internal sorcery. Unfortunately, if there is one thing that all the gods agreed on was to prevent the rise of internal sorcerers since they do not have to rely on anyone. Additionally, internal sorcery was innate and only a few people had the gift for it. Edward realized that internal sorcery was similar to wizards in his universe, only a few people were born with it. This world does not have mana in the environment, so people can't become mages. After I discovered this fact, I changed my plan. I first contacted Lucifer, who was the rebellious son of Yahweh, and made a contract with him to borrow his power, granting me the ability to summon demons. Then, I also contacted other gods of different pantheons to make contracts with so that Yahweh could not take away my power when he felt like it. After hearing this, Edward smiled knowingly. How could things be as simple as Solomon stated? Normally, only by having faith in one deity could a sorcerer make a contract with it. Yet, Solomon, who was associated with Yahweh, made contracts with other gods. How did he convince them to agree to such a thing? How did he manage to sign multiple contracts without his soul being affected? And after the other gods discovered that he had so many contracts, so much power, why did they not punish him? Obviously, Solomon used his wisdom to place himself in the middle ground of the confrontation of these gods to benefit himself. And with a war going on, Edward could imagine the finesse this kind of maneuver would require. This alone shows how intelligent this old man was, not to mention how deep his understanding of the soul was to be able to contain that many contracts. Edward understood why Solomon is known as one of the wisest men that ever lived. Part of him thought that the Bible did somewhat glorify the ability of this man. What was the result of the war? Asked Edward. Before I die, Yahweh's pantheon still had the advantage despite fighting many pantheons at the same time. However, as I said before, things seemed to become complicated at some point. Edward opened his mouth to ask something when he felt a sudden change in Solomon. His calm demeanor that resembled a wise old man suddenly became mighty and supreme. It was as if he was the noblest and most powerful being in existence. Edward immediately became solemn and on guard as he looked at the completely different old man in front of him, despite his visage not having changed in the slightest. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Are you the real Solomon?" "Ha ha ha ha," laughed Solomon. "Worthy of Merlin's apprentice. However, your understanding of the real and unreal is too superficial. All the versions of me that exist across the multiverse of the current universe, or all the universes that exist in the void where I existed or once existed and their counterparts in their respective multiverse, they are all me." Edward frowned after hearing this as his mind rapidly functioned. According to his theory, one way to become a Tier 11 multiversal arcanist is to absorb or have control of all the different versions of himself in the multiverse. That way, even if the original body is destroyed, as long as one of his infinite selves exists in the multiverse, he can resurrect himself. And after meeting Old Man Merlin and knowing of his existence across the Omegaverse, he theorized about possible future tiers. Maybe one day, he will have to spread his legend and existence across multiple other universes. That way, he will become an existence with numerous clones in multiple universes. As long as one of these clones or separate parts of him exists, he will essentially be immortal or eternal. Only if someone or something was powerful enough to erase him across all realities where he existed could he possibly be killed. So, after hearing Solomon's words, he realized that his theory was probably correct. After thinking about this, his eyes suddenly became more brilliant as the path forward was seen by him. So, he said to Solomon, "Thank you for your guidance." Solomon sighed, "You are much better than my stupid apprentice." "You also have an apprentice?" "Yes. He's someone like you who was reincarnated from primordial Earth." Edward frowned after hearing this. He was not concerned about the fact that Solomon's apprentice was also a reincarnator like himself. From Merlin, he knew that there were many like him. What caught his attention was the fact that both Merlin and Solomon have accepted this disciple. To Edward, this felt like something was wrong. "Sir Solomon, why are you and the old man suddenly beginning to accept apprentices?" Solomon paused for a moment before sighing. "You know, sometimes, being too clever is not necessarily a good thing." Immediately, Edward knew that his guess was correct. Something must have happened that made all these big shots accept disciples and train more powerful people. There is the possibility that they are facing some unknown threat that requires more people to deal with. Thinking about this, a sense of urgency suddenly overcame him. "There is no need for you to be worried. At your current level, there is nothing you could do about it," said Solomon calmly. "How strong would I have to be to start worrying?" asked Edward. He likes to be prepared for the worst. "All I can say is that even if you reach tier 11, you will be nothing but cannon fodder." From this single sentence, Edward could gather a lot of information. The terms, cannon fodder, could be alluding to a war that these big shots are fighting, and even a tier 11 multiversal individual is nothing in said war. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, "Thank you." He did not ask any more questions. Although he was curious by nature, he also understood that sometimes, you have to reach a certain level to know some secrets, otherwise it will be detrimental. Plus, he did not think that Solomon would say anything more. "There is no need. You, youngsters, are the future," said Solomon. Then, he took a glowing ball from his hand. "This is my gift to you." The ball appeared in front of Edward, then, after hesitating for a moment, he took it. Immediately, countless memories appeared in his mind. These memories were the films, manga, anime, and many other things that came after his death in 2019. Inside, he even saw the movie that both Frank and Lilith came from called Jungle Cruise. It's not really precious, but it will save you a lot of money," said Solomon. However, after seeing the confused look on Edward's face, he further explained. "If you successfully manage to reach the Akashic records, you can easily gain access to these memories. However, you have to pay for them." Edward nodded and was not surprised that the latter knew that he was trying to reach the Akashic record. By now, he guessed how powerful these big shots were. If he did not have Merlin as his backer, he would have run away the moment Solomon appeared. So, after chatting for a brief moment with the king, he closed the space-time connection. Meanwhile, right after Edward ended his conversation with Solomon, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Solomon. Chapter 239, Another Reincarnator. "Solomon, why are you intervening in my affairs?" said Merlin with a deep frown on his face. "I didn't do anything," replied the wise king. "You should not have said anything to him about the war. How would you like it if I intervened with how you raise your apprentice?" Solomon was quiet for a moment. "Well, I apologize. You're right, I was out of line in my actions. How about erasing his memory or at least sealing it?" Merlin shook his head as he knew Edward's temperament the best. If he did that, this would eventually lead to a contradiction between the two of them. So, he sighed, "It seems that I have been a little too lax. From now on, whatever world he goes to, I will block it to prevent any of you from intervening." After saying that, Merlin disappeared. As for Solomon, he was quiet for a moment. He was indeed out of line, but that was how he did things. Since he felt that Edward was talented and knew what he would be facing in the future, he decided to give him a heads up. This would better prepare for the future. However, he also realized that he had broken some major rules by intervening with another aspect's disciple. Luckily, Merlin was a more peaceful person, otherwise this could lead to serious trouble. Of course, as wise as Solomon was, the reason he acted so recklessly was that he took into account Merlin's personality and character. Solomon looked in the distance as he thought to himself, "Time is running out for these youngsters. If they cannot grow quickly, we may not be able to hold on for long." After that, his consciousness left this version of himself in this time and space. He appeared in a parallel universe in the World of Warcraft universe. Quel'Thala's, a magic tower. Solomon walked into one of the rooms inside the tower where a handsome elf was reading a book. He seemed startled when he saw someone barged into his tower without activating any of the magical traps. "Master, how many times have I told you to not sneak up on me? And how many times have I told you that I am testing your alertness?" replied Solomon. The handsome elf sighed and decided not to argue with this eccentric old man who likes to use strange methods to teach life lessons. "So, to what do I owe your visit this time?" "Disciple, I have some bad news for you." Suddenly, the handsome elf had a feeling that he was about to suffer terribly. Knowing how his master operated, this bad news was most likely catastrophic to him. "What is it this time?" "I have decided to seal most if not all the functions of your system," said Solomon with a smile on his face. "What?" said the handsome elf as he stood up from his chair. After being reincarnated into this terrible world, he relied on this system to become one of the most powerful mages in this world, wielding the power of arcane unlike anybody has ever seen. Now, this old man who became his master just said that he would seal it away and take away all the power and convenience that it provided him. I'm sorry, my favorite disciple. Recently, I met the disciple of another old friend of mine, and just like you, he also came from primordial Earth. However, he was not as lucky as you to have such a powerful cheat-like thing as a system. Yet, so far, his achievements have surpassed you by too much. So, I decided to push you so that you can further develop your potential, said Solomon. The handsome elf gritted his teeth after hearing this. Old man, I'm fighting with you. Although he said this, he did not dare to do so as he remembered the first time he met his cheat master. Even with the so-called invincible mode of his system, he was almost slapped to death. It was that experience that humbled him and made him realize how vast the world truly was. Furthermore, continued Solomon, although I will not seal your system's ability to travel to other universes, I'm giving you 10 years to create a method of your own that can accomplish the same thing. If you fail, that part will also be sealed and you will be stuck in this universe for a very long time. Master, how can you be so unreasonable? Solomon sighed, disciple, this is easier than you think. All you have to do is study how your system travels to other universes and replicate it. Or, you can use the Titan of this world since they also developed omniverse travel technology. Some people manage to do with less. Are you talking about the disciple of your old friend? Asked the handsome elf with gritted teeth. Solomon looked at his apprentice with his deep eyes full of wisdom. Look at your current state, you look like someone whose world has been shattered. You have been too reliant on this system that you have no confidence in doing anything without it. Many times, I've told you to use it as nothing but a tool to help you in your magical path, but you never listen to me. With such a mindset, you will never become a truly powerful mage. The handsome elf had a look of shock on his face after hearing his master's words, and a sudden realization dawned on him, his master was right. With the system, he could learn most magic spells or theories instantly, he could optimize them and make them better. It was easier for him to create new spells and invent new technology. Additionally, he could travel to other universes to acquire new knowledge and learn different magic systems. Because of it, in just a few short decades, he became a demigod in this world, even more powerful than Egwene. Not to mention the fact that he could accomplish his dream of being together with the anime waifu that he idolized in his previous life. One could say that with the system, he has wealth, power, and women. However, because of this, he had become over-reliant on it, especially after he met his master Solomon, and the latter told him about the fact that his system was not the machination of some powerful entity, but a natural gift or talent that he had because he was from primordial Earth. As the handsome elf taught about all of this, he realized the deeper issue of his over-reliance on this system. His master told him about the things he has to face in the future. As a result of this, he was instantly overcome with fear, thinking how bleak things would be for him. So, he wanted something to rely on to give him strength, to give him some assurance. Despite the fact that his master told him that his system would become useless after he reached a certain level, he did not want to believe it. After all, that would mean that he had to rely on himself. Honestly, at his core, the handsome elf did not think he was special. In his previous life, he was nothing but an ordinary weeb. So, deep in his mind, he always believed that he was nothing without the system. After thinking about all of this, the handsome elf had a look of determination on his face. This was the opportunity to gain his confidence, to prove to himself that even without a system, he could still achieve great things in his life. Master, you can seal it. And don't worry, I will not disappoint your expectations. Solomon smiled after hearing this. How could the disciple who was chosen by himself be simple? Maybe his disciple may not know what is special about him, but Solomon was fully aware of how strong the mind of his disciple was. Among many of his peers, a lot of them have now accepted disciples, and many of them told their disciples about the future that they would face. And from what Solomon knows, all these people had no choice but to erase or seal the memories of their disciples once they learned the truth. And many of these disciples have cheat-like abilities that are even more powerful than his disciples' system, yet, the latter was among the few that knew the truth and accepted it without almost collapsing. Because of this situation, many other people like Merlin opted not to tell their disciples the truth, for now, waiting for the right time and opportunity. I knew that you would not disappoint me, said Solomon as he waved his hand to place a magical seal on a golden light deep inside his disciple's soul. Then, he disappeared from this universe. He was a busy man, so he could not babysit his disciple during his growth. Chapter 240, Chronomancy. Edward spent the next month reviewing all the information that Solomon gave him, and he truly enjoyed the process. During this time, he reverted back to the nerd he was in his previous life instead of the powerful wizard/emperor of his current self. He watched all the movies and anime that came out from 2019 to 2023, he read all the mangas and comics. And in the process, he praised Solomon for being so detailed in his selection. And the thing that made him even happier was that he could finally see what happened to Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The last thing he watched before his death was the movie Endgame. He geeked out when he saw all three Spider-Mans in the No Way Home. He marveled at how powerful Wanda had become in the movies. Although she was always terrifying in the comics, he was glad to see her beginning to display her full potential. At the same time, he lusted greatly after chaos magic. When Edward watched What If, he was very excited to see the magical world of the MCU further flushed out. Then, there were all the other shows that he also enjoyed, including Loki and the TVA. He began to worry whether things would become complicated if he entered the Marvel world in the future. After that, he focused on DC movies including The Flash, Aquaman 2, Black Adams, and the Shazam movie. Although he was not as big of a fan of DC in terms of the movies, comics-wise, he was also a big fan. So, he was glad to see them doing well. So, after a month of being a complete weeb or shut-in, Edward finally left his room. All he could think about was what would be the next world he will go to, given the ability to choose, and he had an idea of where to go next. Plus, he also had to add the MCU in his future, as this is one of the worlds where he could grow rapidly given the right opportunity and plan. After reviewing the things that occurred in Phase 4, he had many wild ideas that he wanted to try. Once Edward was done focusing on the future, he placed his attention on further studying Solomon's book. Inside a room of the floating city, he began a few tests. In front of him was a normal human clone. He pointed his hand to use a newly created spell. Arcane rune spell, Curse of Youth. A gray magic circle appeared in front of the clone, which contained a powerful spacetime force that immediately began to act on it. Then, the clone that looked like he was in his 50s suddenly began to age backward until he became a baby, a fetus, then ceased to exist. This spell was not a real-time reversal spell but more of an application of it. Through a curse, Edward could achieve the same effect of reversing time. The main difference is that time reversal is permanent, whereas in the Curse of Youth, as long as someone breaks the curse, the effect will be stopped and reverted back. He pointed at another clone and used the Curse of Aging. And this time, the clone aged until he became an old man and died naturally. Afterward, he used another time spell on a third clone. Arcane Rune Magic, Delay. The clone that he instructed to attack him suddenly started to move very slowly. It was as if he was in a quagmire and his every action was hindered. After seeing this, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Morgana, send in an army of clones and golems. Yes, boss. Then, an army of more than 10,000 clones and golems appeared in the room and rushed towards Edward. The majority of them were armed with modern guns. Some of them were driving tanks, helicopters, and fighter planes. A large gray magic circle appeared underneath the foot of this army. Then, everything stopped. Their forward movement, the bullets that they shot, and even their facial expressions remained the same the moment the spell activated. Edward walked between these frozen people as he observed them. He touched the bullets that stopped moving and saw the fire sparks that occurred once the tank fired. He flew into the sky as he observed the rotor blade of the helicopter stopped moving, and yet, the thing was still standing in the air. Edward walked inside and saw the determined look of the pilot as he prepared to fire a few missiles. Is this the power of time? How fascinating, muttered Edward. Sometimes, he marveled at how powerful he has become. From an ordinary 9-to-5 office worker, to a talented wizard in the Harry Potter world, to now, a Tier 6 arcanist that can not only destroy a planet but also control time. Based on his current power, in many places or worlds, he would be considered a god. Of course, Edward did not become arrogant because of this accomplishment, as he knew that he still had a long way to go, especially as he guessed what awaited him from Solomon's words. Although he had to seal these thoughts deep in his subconsciousness to prevent his paranoia to get the best of him. After using the time stop spell on this army, Edward began to test the limit of his new understanding of time magic. And in the end, he was not satisfied with the result. For once, he could only stop time for an army of 215,000 people. That was the limit. Any more than that, the spell will not work. Additionally, his spell only works on Tier 3 individuals. And the more advanced tiers of individuals there is, the less number of people the spell will work on. When it comes to Tier 4 or higher, it can only work on Tier 4 or a master, as they seem to have a lower tolerance or resistance to time magic. Of course, Edward can use the floating city to boost his time magic abilities. However, his purpose in studying Solomon's book was to control time magic on his own without any aid. After that, Edward continued his test. He stood in front of a medium-sized city. He raised his hand to cast a spell, Arcane Rune Spell, Earthquake. The entire city shook as if it was experiencing an 11-magnitude earthquake. Following this, everything was destroyed in the process. All the buildings and houses fell on one another. Luckily, there was not a single living being inside. Once that was done, Edward took out his wand and cast another spell, Time Reversal. Then, the entire city began to function like a videotape that was rewinding. In just a few seconds, the city returned to its pristine state as if nothing occurred. Edward waved his hand and a clone was sent to a random house in the city. He once again destroyed it with a spell and cast a time reversal on it. However, this time, nothing occurred. Just because of the dead clone, the spell failed and time could not be reverted back, thought Edward with a frown on his face. He has done previous experiments like this, and even with his gate or city as aid, he could not revert time to bring someone back to life, even a clone. Every time he tried, he felt tremendous resistance. After pondering for a moment, he no longer focused on this problem for now and continued on his final test. He tried to move time forward in the entire city. And he succeeded, somewhat. His purpose in using the spell was to instantly turn the entire city into rust because of the passage of time. Unfortunately, he underestimated the amount of mana required to move time forward. So, after aging the city by 30 years, his mana ran out. It seems that I have to go to that world. It is the easiest way for me to learn advanced applications of time magic, muttered Edward. After that, he headed for the room next door. After entering, he saw a corpse lying on a dissecting table. Not far from him was a flying saucer that looked like a UFO. There was no problem taking these things, asked Edward. Since you already warned me, I took precautions and no one was even aware of its arrival, replied Morgana. Excellent, said Edward as he looked at the alien life form in front of him with an elongated head. Interdimensional beings, muttered Edward with excitement. This discovery is probably second in terms of value after the Book of Solomon. After saying that, he began to study the physiology of this creature and its technology. He knew that the real benefit from this creature was in Akator, where their main ship is located and where their leaders are. However, before heading there, he had to prepare a little. Chapter 241, Interdimensional Beings. Once Edward finished his dissection, he learned a few things from these interdimensional beings that exist in the space between spaces. He reviewed the information he gathered. What interesting species, he muttered. For one, he discovered that interdimensional beings are a psychic species with tremendous latent psychic energy in their brains. They usually use it for communication with other species and themselves, along with other things. The second main discovery is that their bodies are very adaptable or conductive to space-time energy. This is probably the result of their natural evolution as species that survived in the space between dimensions. Their bodies are perfect for making time-related magical items, muttered Edward as he reviewed the life code of this species. Plus, with them, the Empire's development of psychic energy will take a great leap forward. Narcissa and Soleil have been developing psychic energy for many years, and they have made great progress. However, compared to other fields that have other knowledge to help them, their progress is quite mediocre in comparison. However, after bringing the specimen of this species to them along with their knowledge, they should be able to develop more rapidly. Then, there is the development of genetic technology once these aliens' bodies are thoroughly studied. Finally, Edward wrote down the value of these species and possible direction development that they can provide then. Then, he preserved the specimen before entering the flying saucer. How is it going? Did you discover anything? A few things, replied Morgana. Their technology tree is a combination of psychic energy and pure technology. The main engine of this ship seems to be a very wise and intricate use of black holes to travel from dimension to dimension. However, I have not completely deciphered it yet. Controlled black holes, muttered Edward. How long will it take you to completely reverse engineer their technology? Honestly, it will take some time. Oh, is there a problem? Yes. The information inside this flying saucer is very limited. From my observation, it is similar to some of the Navy fleet. Although they contain powerful technology, the information regarding said technology is not on the ship's system. Additionally, after the crash, the main system initiated the self-destruction system and removed a lot of information or parts crucial to these creatures' technology. Most likely a failsafe left to prevent others from reverse engineering it. Edward pondered for a moment. In that case, we will have to rely on the ship that is in Akator. Can we block space to prevent them from using interdimensional travel? With the Empire's current study in black holes, it should not be a problem to block them for a while. That's good enough. Where is the crystal skull? Soon after he said these words, a crystal skull appeared in front of him. Based on the clues Edward provided from his memories of the last Indiana Jones movie, Morgana was able to fetch the skull that was located in Peru. She even found the location of Akator where the owner of the skull is located. Call the others, I need them in case something goes wrong, said Edward. A few minutes later, he saw the three of them coming to see him. Based on their faces, obviously, they were not happy about being disturbed. With just one look, Edward could tell that all of them were very close to reaching Tier 6. In just a few years, they should succeed. I'm sorry for disturbing all of you, but I need your help. Then, Edward explained the situation to them. Once everyone was ready, the group headed to Akator in the Amazon. After meeting the Uga tribes that protected the temple, Edward read their minds to learn their language and communicate with them. After a few lies and showing them the skull, he managed to get their understanding. Then, he and the group placed dimension lock enchantment around the entire temple, which was a ship. Finally, Edward did the same on the crystal skull in his hand. After analyzing this thing, he knew that a small piece of a soul was inside. So, he prepared beforehand. Once everything was done, he entered the temple to the room where all the interdimensional beings sat on their chairs with one of them missing his head. Edward placed the skull in its rightful place and waited. Things proceeded exactly like in the movie. These beings began to activate, then, one of them used a psychic link to communicate with Edward, telling him that they would reward him for bringing the skull back to him. And just like in the movie, just like Dr. Spocko asked, Edward said that he wanted to know everything, including all the knowledge of their species. And these interdimensional beings acquiesced to his demand. Unfortunately, they made a grave error. Unlike Spocko, Edward's mind did not have a limit to the amount of knowledge it could contain. So, these beings' attempt at overwhelming him with too much information was useless. Not to mention that Edward had Morgana's help. Once they discovered these, they tried to remove their connection. Unfortunately, by then, it was not under their control as Edward had already used the enchantment he placed on the crystal skull to invade their mind and soul. As a hive mind species, the process was easier than anticipated because as long as one of them was infected, it was also easier to affect the others through their connections. Meanwhile, these interdimensional beings also discovered that they could not return home as the space where they are located was blocked by a powerful force. Immediately, they recognized that power, sorcery. They wanted to initiate countermeasures to deal with the situation, but it was already too late. Edward had already got the knowledge he wanted, so he snapped his finger and that being fainted. The psychic power inside his mind was sealed and his soul entered a dormant state. And without him, the spaceship also stopped activating. It seems that I was lucky, muttered Edward as he reviewed the information inside his mind. These interdimensional beings who called themselves Novad were partially responsible for the downfall of the gods in this universe. After coming here, at first, they remained neutral in the conflict. However, many of the gods did not like them spreading knowledge to mortals and opening their wisdom. So, they were forced to enter the war. They were the outside influence that Solomon talked about. Once the Novad participated in this war, it became a three-way war. In the end, all the other pantheons were destroyed or severely injured, leaving only Yahweh and the Novad. In the final battle, the two were severely injured and entered a state of recuperating. Then, their conflict focused more on the mortal plane. Yahweh wanted to gather faith while the Novad spread technology to prevent humans from relying on the gods. In the end, it could be said that the Novads were the final winner, but things were not so simple. Currently, there are over 100 million Christians all over the world. And if this world continues to develop similarly to Earth, the number will reach more than 2 billion by the 2010s. This Yahweh is not a simple God. Should I intervene in the growth of Christianity? Otherwise he might intervene in my plans. Edward's mind rushed as a plan began to brew inside his mind. However, he placed these thoughts in the back of his mind for now as he had other things to attain. He walked to the Novad king in front of him. According to information he knew, the Novad species reproduced sexually like humans and also had classification between them. The kings and queens in the species were born with tremendous psychic energy and had a very high status among their kind. One of the main reasons for that is they also could split themselves into many nomads clones that were linked psychically. This was the reason that there were 13 of them in the room when Edward came in. And these 13 were not the only ones, they were only the main ones. As for the rest, they were destroyed during the war, hence the reason that this Novad king was injured. As for the one that Edward previously captured and dissected, he was a warrior-class Novad sent into this world because the Novad king stopped sending reports back to their race. They wanted to check whether something had happened to him. Edward took a drop of blood from the fused Novad that no longer looked like a crystal skeleton, then he used a spell to copy the species' DNA and soul, then turn into its appearance. Then, he converted a lot of his mana into psychic energy before entering the spaceship. That way, he was able to pass as the Novad king and easily gained access to it. Chapter 242, Novad Technology. After entering the Nova ship, Edward quickly disarmed the artificial intelligence inside and had Morgana replace it. Then, he brought the ship back to the floating city. Before leaving, he repaired the destroyed temple and placed it inside a pocket dimension. The reason for doing so was to repay the Uga tribe that lived there and protect them. From what he remembered from the movie, these people were killed by the Soviets. After all, he basically stole their gods after they treated him quite nicely. This was the least he could do. Edward still knew the concept of repaying kindness to others. As for the reason he did not bring them with him, it's because the chief of the tribe said that they did not want their lives to be disturbed and that they were perfectly happy with their way of life. After leaving Akator, Edward began to use the knowledge inside his mind to study the technology of the Novads. And it was a fascinating discovery. A black hole is a known phenomenon in the universe. However, one question surrounding it is what happened to all the things that a black hole swallows. Well, Edward finally knows the answer. It goes to a place called the blank realm, or the space between spaces as it was referred to in the Indiana Jones. Essentially, it is the space that exists between dimensions, and also the place where the Novad race was born and evolved. The Novad race has mastered black hole technology and can reverse the suction force of the black hole to travel from the blank space to other dimensions and parallel universes. The blank realm does not only exist between dimensions but also between parallel universes, between different timelines. Immediately, Edward called the others and used the ship to enter the blank realm. A few minutes later, Edward found himself floating into a dark gray space with little many things in sight. After a quick scan of the surroundings, the group discovered countless matters, stars, and even galaxies. All of these things were once swallowed by a black hole in the infinite universe. This space is the perfect place to gather more resources, said Hermione, thinking about how much the Empire will benefit from this technology. Indeed. However, we should be very careful, added Lily. The life forms who lived in this place are either evolved from this area or strong enough to survive being swallowed by a black hole. That's true. However, there is no need to focus on this for now, said Edward. What I'm most excited about Novad's technology is their information gathering system. Edward pressed a few buttons and a picture of Earth. On the screen was written Earth 234. They have found a way to categorize each parallel universe and labeled them using a technology that they called frequency reading, continued Edward as he explained the general technology to the rest. Everything in the universe has its own frequency, including each dimension and parallel universes. The Novad invented a way to use psychic energy to read the frequency of the parallel universe and gather basic information. The basic information involved what time period the universe is, whether it has magic or not, along with other basic information. Although this kind of information seemed basic, it is of great importance to Edward when it comes to studying and navigating the multiverse. For example, the mission he sent Rowena and Luna on. The reason that this mission is so difficult is that these two have to constantly jump into different parallel universes at random. Although they have Luna's divination to help, her ability is greatly reduced when it comes to the scale of the multiverse. If it was not because of her seer bloodline and the help of the gate, she would probably be useless in this search. But now, things were different. With this new technology, it will be more efficient for them to search different timelines. Additionally, there are a few other applications of the Novad technology. For one, the Empire can now use black holes for faster-than-light travel. In case the apparition drive, the void drive, and other technology fail, this is a solution. Second, black holes can also be used as a form of energy. Many advanced civilizations used it for this. Additionally, once weaponized, black holes are Tier 9 galaxy-level technology with the potential to grow to higher tiers. Finally, Edward will be able to communicate with Rowena and Luna much easier. Of course, what he's most excited about is interdimensional capable. Just like in Rick and Morty, he will connect his television to capable across the multiverse so that he watches shows from different realities. If he ever watched a show that was cancelled, he could switch to another reality where this show was renewed for another season. Or if the show had a terrible season, he could switch to another reality where they did something different. Thinking about the endless possibilities, Edward became excited. You're thinking about something weird again, aren't you? Said Hermione. Not weird, innovative. After that, Edward looked at the coordinates of the different parallel universes that the Novad King had. He wanted to find one with magic, and to his surprise, it took quite some time to find one. It seems that magic is weakened throughout the multiverse, said Snape. Everyone nodded in agreement with him. Are we leaving now? Asked Hermione. No, we still have many unfinished businesses on Earth 125. We can go later once everything is done. After that, everyone dispersed to continue their own study. Meanwhile, Edward focused on his study of Novad technology. He wanted to transfer some of their research into magic. A few years later, Edward floated in front of a deserted planet the size of Jupiter. He pointed his hand. Arcane rune spell, black hole. A small black hole appeared and swallowed the deserted planet in an instant. However, the planet was not sent to the blank realm but to a pocket dimension in the floating city. After that, Edward teleported to the nearest star and used the same attack. This time, he used a large quantity of his mana to increase both the size and the swallowing ability of the black hole. And in over 30 seconds, he managed to swallow the entire star. Although I'm only Tier 6, I can still use Tier 7 star level attack. This is the advantage that knowledge can give casters over others. After doing his test, Edward returned to Earth as he was mostly done with studying the technology of the Novad and placing the information in his library. The only thing that he did not do was completely analyze the life code of the Novad King as he was waiting for when he returned to the Empire and have more professional do so. However, based on the basic tests he did, he discovered that not only was this species born with extraordinary psychic energy and talent but also for space-time magic. Most likely because of where they were born and evolved. Once a complete study was finished, he planned to modify his life code to enhance his talent in both these areas. Plus, he thought that the Novad King was a perfect species to be in charge of the Empire's time aura and prevent people from messing with history. So, he did not plan to kill him and even planned to capture a few other of their races. However, the Novad in general was a powerful race, so he had to be careful. After returning to Earth, Edward headed to one specific room with a large magic circle in the middle. Hermione was checking it to make sure that everything was working smoothly while Lily and Snape were on guard. After Edward arrived, he asked, "Is everything ready?" "There is no problem." "Then, let's begin." Hermione nodded her head before activating her talent along with the magic circle. However, after the circle lit up slightly, it immediately became dim afterward. "Fail?" asked Edward. "No, a rejection. Try a few more times with different people." Hermione nodded before trying again. However, for the next 10 trials, it was the same responses. "Well, these gods are truly arrogant beyond measure," complained Snape. "Well, they are gods after all," said Lily. "In the state that they are in, can they be arrogant? Can they be picky? No matter how powerful we are, in their eyes, we are nothing but mortal. It's best to get used to their arrogance now to not suffer in the future," said Edward, who had experience dealing with Herpo. He knew how divinity forcibly changed the personality of these gods who relied on faith. Even if any of them were once mortal, they would still look down on other people. After a few dozens try, someone finally answered their calls and appeared in the summoning circle. Chapter 243, Dirty Deal. A young man dressed in a black robe appeared in the middle of the circle. His appearance was extremely pale, as if he was sick and on the verge of dying. His eyes scanned around as he looked at the magic circle on the ground with a frown. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the group. Although he was surprised after landing his eyes on Edward, he did not show it. "So, it is you guys who summoned me. To what I owe this pleasure?" "Who are you?" asked Edward directly, as he did not recognize this person. Most likely because he was a minor god not overtly known to the general population, so not easily recognizable by certain traits. "My name is Dolus." "The Greek god of lies and deception," muttered Edward. "How exactly did such a weak god like you manage to survive the war?" "From what I know, the Greek pantheon was forced to change its names and reinvent itself to Roman in an attempt to survive. However, I doubt a minor good like would have such an opportunity." The smile on Dolus' face remained the same. This sorcerer is not only powerful but also quite knowledgeable of the past. "This may be a little tricky." "I have my own methods," replied Dolus. "Yes, as a god whose divinity revolves around trickery and cunningness, you should have your own method. Although you are no Loki, you should not be too bad." As soon as the word Loki was mentioned, Dolus' smiling facade was almost broken. Obviously, that name was a sore spot for him. And this slight change did not escape Edward's sight as he was closely observing this god in front of him. Additionally, he mentioned Loki on purpose to see his reaction. After all, as both gods of trickery, as two people who share the same authority, Edward did not think that these two would get along since they were competitors. Adding to that the fact that Loki is way more popular and known than Dolus, this only showed that in their confrontation, the Greek god was at a disadvantage. "So, for what reasons have you summoned me here?" asked Dolus, who forced himself to regain his calm, collected, and trustworthy smiling face. "No, the question is, why did you accept our summon?" said Edward, a question which made Dolus frown as he realized that the situation was different than he expected. He thought that some mortal had come across some summoning magic and was using it recklessly. So, he believed that this was an opportunity for him to leave his hiding place and use the situation to recuperate his power. However, after seeing Edward and how powerful of an internal sorcerer he was, he did not change his plan. He just thought that it would only be slightly more difficult to trick this sorcerer and his companion. Regrettably, based on the brief conversation, he knew that his opponent might also a master of negotiation and manipulation. Adding to their wariness and strength, a different approach was necessary. So, Dolus removed his smiling face and became calm to the point of indifference. "Let's not go around the bush. State your purpose directly." "Fine," said Edward as he waved his hand to manifest a white crystal, which then floated to Dolus inside the magic circle. "I want to exchange knowledge from you with this." The Greek god looked at the crystal for a few seconds before swallowing it. Then, he frowned before saying, "Crystallized soul." However, the quality of the soul is terrible, although slightly better than animals, it's not even on par with ordinary humans. Dolus was right since the crystal was made from clones. "I can exchange with you, but the souls used have to be made of ordinary people." "No," replied Edward. "Only these. Plus, I can only give you 10 million, nothing more, nothing less." Dolus frowned after hearing this. With the quality of these souls, 10 million was enough to recover a lot of his injuries but not enough to recover to his peak. Obviously, this was a calculated number. However, after thinking about it for a while, Dolus decided to accept the deal because he knew that if he did not, some other gods will. "Fine." Edward waved his hand and a magical contract flew to him. Dolus looked at it and the first thing he did was to remove all the beautiful designs on the paper that looked like nothing but decorations. As a trickster god, these were basic operations when tricking people into contracts. Then, he used a spell on the paper, then, the one-page contract suddenly turned into a long parchment the length of a football field. These were all the hidden clauses of this contract that looked so simple. Then, Dolus read every single paragraph one by one while changing the clauses that he did not agree with while adding some of his. Once he was done, he sent it back to Edward, who also reviewed all the clauses. However, after the review, he only cares about two things. The first one was the fact that Dolus refused to grant him all his knowledge for the price Edward was offering. Instead, he made a list of things he could exchange for. Edward did not hesitate to choose knowledge about the soul, and how to cast the divine fire and soul. Article 1567, Clause C, is non-negotiable, said Edward. Then, you might as well cancel the deal, said Dolus with a sneer. I managed to survive this war, do you think I would become enemy with Yahweh now? I don't ask you to become enemies with him. Just attack him once at the right time. Same thing. In that case, how about I change the clause for simple information regarding his current state? I'm sure as cautious as you are, you have gathered a great deal of information about him. Dolus remained quiet, seeming deep in thought. I'll add another 1,000,000 souls. However, that's all I can offer you. Deal. After that, the two negotiated a few more things before they both signed the contract. Dolus was slightly surprised once everything was done. He thought that he could sacrifice a little bit of his power to break some clauses of the contract. Unfortunately, he discovered that this contract was overseen by the will of all the planets in the solar system. If he broke it, the backlash was enough to kill him. So, after receiving his payment, he also gave Edward all the knowledge and information he promised. Then, he disappeared. I still think that we should have forcefully captured him, said Snape. With how weak this guy is and with the floating city, it should be quite easy. I think caution was the best approach, retorted Lily. This world still has too many unknown to us. She's right, added Edward. So far, we still do not know to what extent some of the gods have recovered. We do not even know how many of them have survived the war and how many have died. After that, Edward began to review the knowledge that Dolus gave him. His eyes became bright as he muttered, I think I found a shortcut to reaching Tier 7. The eyes of the other became bright as they looked at him with excitement. As the most talented arcanists in the Empire, these people knew how long it would take them to reach higher tiers. Hundreds of years. Even with a magical potion like the Divine Essence Potion, it would still take them dozens of years. And that's only Tier 6, not to mention Tier 7. However, if there was a quicker way, that would be perfect. Edward then explained the method he just thought of. One of the information that Dolus gave him was regarding how gods lighted up their divine flame and its function. The divine flame is an application of the soul to condense it and form a spiritual flame. However, that spiritual flame is not for fighting or other things, it is used to remove the impurities in faith. It is common knowledge to all the gods that faith is poisonous. Overabsorption of it can corrupt the soul and change the personality of the gods. The solution to this problem is to remove the impurities that faith contained with the divine flame and make it safer to absorb, or relatively safer. After knowing this, Edward immediately thought of using the divine flame to purify the mana inside arcanists to make it reach higher purity. His theory is that since crystallized mana, which was of higher quality, was enough to allow arcanists to reach higher tiers, then a high purity of mana could do the same. Let's go test this out right now, said Hermione. All right. Chapter 244, Purification. Edward immediately began to experiment with the divine flame and whether it can successfully purify mana and help him quickly achieve higher tiers. After entering one of the experimental rooms, he began. Immediately, after a few tests on many clones, he discovered that Tier 5 below individuals could not light up the divine fire, their souls were too weak to sustain it and would disintegrate. So, Edward had to spend a lot of resources to quickly train Tier 6 clones for the experiment. Then, that clone used the method given by Dolus to light up the divine fire. Looking at the bright golden flame in front of him, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Then, he began the next step of the experiment. He did not immediately begin with the Tier 6 clone but used a Tier 0 instead. And the process was much easier than anticipated. The divine flame's sole purpose seemed to purify things. So, after coming into contact with the Tier 0 clone's mana, a reaction was quickly formed. Mana is unseen to the naked eye and not easily detected. However, using a special method, it can be observed and studied. And based on the Empire's research, mana is usually manifested in blue color. This is most obvious when a great deal of it is concentrated or mobilized by an individual. However, after the divine flame began to purify the clone's mana, it changed color from blue to orange, then yellow, then silver, before turning completely white. And each color represented a tier. Orange for Tier 1, yellow for Tier 2, silver for Tier 3, and white for Tier 4. Edward realized that he was slowly discovering something. So, he quickly checked the liquid mana of Tier 4 arcanists. Before, the concept of purity in mana was discussed in the Empire and studied, but there has been little to no result. However, now, with this recent discovery, Edward could identify the purity of mana. After checking the liquid mana, he discovered that it was really made of both white and blue mana. And after purification, the blue mana also began to change color from blue to white. When the blue part turned yellow, the clone entered tier 5. And when all the mana turned white, it also reached tier 6. After gathering enough data, Edward finally checked the crystallized mana. As expected, it's purple in color, muttered Edward underneath his breath. The reason he predicted the color of crystallized mana was because of one of the manawa that Solomon gave him. In of them called, the beginning after the end, the concept of purifying mana was introduced. And the colors of purification were exactly the same with the exception that in that universe, the starting color of mana is not blue, but dark. And the next step after that is red, followed by orange and so on. And, slight spoiler for the manawa if you ever plan to read it or do not read the light novel. In that universe, after the white purity mana, there is also the purple color which is also referred to as ether that only the protagonist acquired. Thinking about this, Edward's eyes lit up as he made a somewhat major discovery. By that logic, the crystallized mana is a less purified form of ether. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it should be a more purified form of it. Immediately, he quickly checked not only his magic core that was fused with a perfect Philosopher's Stone but also other ones. And as expected, they were made most of the purple while the rest was blue. Edward then became excited. From many novels he read from his past life, ether is either considered an advanced form of mana or magic power or better yet, the origin of magic. It is believed that it was the fifth element, the reason that magic or anything supernatural occurred in a world where the laws of physics governed. Although these novels might not necessarily be right as they were essentially different universes, however, they can also be used as reference. Additionally, there are minor pieces of evidence to support these theories. For example, why could the Philosopher's Stone, ether, breaks the strict laws of transmutation in both the magical world and when it comes to gate alchemy? Why did the stone allow wizards to break Gump's law of elemental transfiguration and produce food out of thin air? Why could it grant immortality and many more? All of these show that ether was extraordinary, and studying it might lead Edward to the path of discovering the essence of magic. He then looked at the stone in his hand and said, "From now on, you will be called Ether Stone." Although he has not completely verified whether the stone was truly ether, he was 80% sure of his conjecture. Now, all he could think about was how to further purify the giant ether stone that is used as the energy core of the floating city. Once accomplished, he will raise the grade of the floating city from a pseudo-tier 9 artifact to a pseudo-tier 10, and even more. Unfortunately, this problem was not so easy to deal with. Based on his calculation, it would take dozens of tier 6 using their divine flame and many years to purify it until it completely turns purple. So far, he was the only tier 6 arcanist in the Empire, and you count the other 3 that will reach this stage in a few years, that's only 4 of them. Unless he could find a way to create a divine flame using countless lesser tiers. That's a good idea, so let's put it on the agenda for now, muttered Edward. Then, he frowned. I don't like the name divine flame, plus using it could bring some trouble. Edward knew if some of these gods knew that mortals were using their technique to benefit themselves, they would not be able to accept it and try to kill them. That's how petty these things are after being completely turned insane because of absorbing faith over a long period. In that case, let's call it Arcane Flame. No, that's too basic and unoriginal. How about Flame of Arcana or Arcana Flame? Yes, that's much better. He then updated his library using this new name. Then, after creating an Arcana Flame of his own, he began to purify his mana. After calculating the time it would take him to reach tier 7, he nodded in satisfaction. He then shared his discovery with the other 3 while encouraging them to hurry and enter tier 6. Immediately afterward, Edward tried using the Arcana Flame to purify void energy. And as expected, the flame was instantly extinguished. Knowing this, he began to test other energies. The flame was very effective. Regrettably, Edward did discover that it was more efficient to purify mana and then convert it into other energies than to directly purify other energy like solar energy. The only exception was cosmic energy from the universe. However, Edward's understanding and use of this energy are very low or basic. When testing the flame on soul energy, he also discovered that it could also be purified. With this method, it is possible to create better soul crystals, remove soul curses, and even increase the strength of the soul. With this method, it will be easier for arcanists to increase their soul and better control their mana, thus decreasing the time needed to reach higher tiers. Plus, Edward has yet to fathom other benefits that a pure soul will bring to arcanists as a whole. This flame can also purify bloodlines so that in the future, Fleur's research can be successful. The path of bloodline arcanist will undergo a great boom after he returned to the Empire. Finally, the purification can also be applied to aura, allowing Aura Master to also benefit. Not to mention other things like purifying magical herbs for potions, or ores for both magical artifacts and material development of technology. This world is truly my lucky break, muttered Edward, who was a little worried that he would use all his luck in this world. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized he was being a little too ridiculous. A lot of the benefit he received from this universe was because he was prepared and had extraordinary means. Another person who came here might not necessarily acquire as much benefit as him. In the end, it all depended on his ability, ideas, and ability to execute his plans. Alright, let's check the information that Dolus gave me. Chapter 245, Parallel Dimensions. After reviewing the information, Edward frowned deeply. From Dolus, he learned that the reason Yahweh started the war was that he wanted to kill all the other gods and absorb their divinity to become omnipresent and omnipotent. To become the most powerful god in the universe. The intervention of the Novad did not stop Yahweh's ambitions but made them even grander, as he now had his gaze toward the multiverse. Furthermore, according to Dolus, he most likely has regained most of his strength by now. What truly caught Edward's attention was the fact that Dolus stated that Yahweh did not need to rely too heavily on the faith of this mortal world to regain his strength. At some point in the war, the Christian discovered another method of powering up, which is one of the reasons that he could still tie with both the Novads and the other pantheons besieging him in the final confrontation. As for what that method was, Dolus does not know, or he did not want to say. It seems that I cannot use the same tactic again. Edward planned to weaken Yahweh using the Christians of this world just like he did to Truth. Unfortunately, this method seemed invalid. In that case, I might have to do things the hard way. He did not mind as long as he was prepared. This would be a new experience for him. After that, Edward prepared for his next adventure. He created a clone for the sole purpose of meeting Flynn Carson, who was the librarian in the future. From what he remembered from the movie, Flynn was a very gifted young man who also enjoyed learning. As long as his moral views are properly guided at a young age, he will be a very talented and powerful arcanist. As for his magical talent, Edward was not worried. When it comes to talent, there are two types. One is the ability to sense, control, and produce mana. This kind of talent can be improved through potions. Another type of magical talent is intelligence, wisdom, or IQ. With it, it is easier for an arcanist's soul to increase, easier for them when doing research or coming up with ideas. Although intelligence can be increased through genetic engineering and other means, naturally intelligent people still have an advantage over others. Not to mention these methods also work for them. Flynn Carson is a very intelligent young man. So, once he becomes an arcanist, he will be a great asset to the Empire. Of course, Edward also has his selfish motive. One of the ways that he exerts control over the Empire is by having a teacher-like relationship with all the gifted young people, especially the ones from Hogwarts that he taught. Because of this, during the early rise of the Empire, he would go to all the magical schools to teach when he had time. Even the Bones School was not spared. So, he was prepared to use a similar method for Flynn. Not just Flynn. Emily Davenport from the second movie was also a brilliant mind, even better than Flynn. She can be put on the list. After making the clone and instructing it on its job, Edward began his next adventure, parallel dimensions or parallel universe travel. Before this, Edward has successfully traveled to parallel dimensions. However, this time, he was not going to use the floating city or any other aid. He wanted to achieve this with his own strength. With the knowledge he received from his wife Rowena, along with his study of spacetime in this universe, he was sure that he would succeed. So, after reviewing the spell that he created one last time, Edward placed countless shields to protect him before casting it. Arcane Rune Spell, Interdimensional Portal. A magic circle appeared on the ground before a transparent door appeared in front of him. After checking it one last time, Edward entered. Earth 234, a circular crack appeared on a corner of a small deserted alley and a body dropped on the floor before the crack immediately closed. The body was missing one arm and one leg while passing out. It was Edward. Not long afterward, a homeless man with pale skin appeared in the alley to see the person lying on the floor. After seeing the clothes on his body, he immediately thought of robbing him. However, the moment he touched the body, a flame instantly incinerated him until there was nothing left. Not long afterward, a young woman with red hair appeared in the alley. She was shocked after seeing the body and rushed to check on it. She was surprised by all the fresh scars that looked like swords. And oddly, she was not burned like the previous person. The first instinct of the red-haired girl was to bring this person to the hospital after realizing that he was still breathing. However, she noticed the white flame that appeared on the wounds and slowly healed them. So, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to bring it back to her house. A few hours later, Edward opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked in the surrounding. However, everything was a little blurred. You're awake, said the red-haired girl. You're the one who saved me. Thank you, then Edward's eyebrow furrowed, showing that he was slightly in pain. The reason for that is that he instinctively tried to use legilimency to read the girl's mind and he was slightly backlash. It seems that my soul might be injured. After checking, he found that his soul was perfectly fine. just a little shaking thus affecting his mind and will making it difficult for him to cast spells currently. My name is Edward Bones. I'm Chloe. Chloe, a great name. I'm in your debt. There is no need. I can tell that even without me, you would be fine, replied Chloe in awe of the white flame that was slowly regrowing limbs. She has never seen this kind of witchcraft before. Plus, as a fellow witches, we should help one another. Edward's eyes lit up after hearing this as he learned that this woman was capable of using magic. If he was in his normal state, he would have long discovered this fact. After focusing on her face, he discovered that she seemed familiar. Unfortunately, his mind was not currently working properly. Chloe, by any chance, you would not happen to have any herbs or books related to them. All the magical artifacts he had on him were destroyed except for his robe. That also includes his interdimensional ring. Edward did not care that much for the ring as it only made it easier to access the pocket dimension it was connected to. As long as he can cast spells, Edward can still gain access to all the things inside. I do, replied Chloe, wondering what this warlock was planning. With curiosity, she led him to her garden while also taking all her books on herbology and potions. For some reason, Chloe instinctively trusted Edward. She did not know that this was the manifestation of her intuition as a dreamwalker, and a natural charm released by Edward's body to protect him during his time of weakness. After taking the books, Edward read all of them one by one. It took him a great deal of concentration to finish all of them in just 5 hours. After that, he took a bite out of all the plants. He activated the nanomachines inside to quickly analyze the effect of some of these herbs. In his state, it was a little difficult to connect to Morgana. Once he was done, he quickly formulated a potion to suit the situation of his soul. As long as he can cast spells again, the healing process of his injuries will be accelerated. In his state, he could not brew a potion, so he had to order Chloe to do it based on his instruction. It only took her 3 tries before succeeding, showing that she had a great talent for potions. After all, this was a completely different system that she had never come into contact with. Succeeding after so few trials was more than excellent. Without hesitation, Edward drank the potion. He felt a cool sensation inside his head for a few minutes before vanishing. When he opened his eyes, his vision was no longer so blurry. Nor his was mind in chaos. After taking a deep look at Chloe, he immediately recognized her. She was the heroine of the movie, The Last Witch Hunter. Chapter 246, Choose. After knowing what world he was in, Edward was both disappointed and happy at the same time. Disappointed that this world seemed to be a low-level one, while happy that there was nobody like truth. Nevertheless, he did not focus on this too much. The recent experience made him discover a problem. As long as his soul or mind is affected, it becomes very difficult for him to cast spells. This was a flaw that could be fatal given the right circumstances. Immediately, Edward thought of designing a biochip to implant in his brain. In case something goes wrong, he can use it to function or use magic. Plus, he could use the second brain tactic he used in the Full Metal Alchemist universe. With a second brain connected to a small pocket dimension, in case something went wrong, it could be used in an emergency. After making a preliminary solution, Edward was prepared to heal his injuries. In his current state, it will take a few weeks for his soul to return to normal, and his phoenix flame will also take some time to regrow his limbs and heal all his injuries. He looked at Chloe and asked, "Do you have an empty room?" "I have a guest room available." "No, I mean a room that can be used for storage and so on." "No." "What about an open space? It does not have to be big." Chloe nodded before leading Edward to a small backyard in her house. Edward looked at it for a moment, then the ground started to move and transform. From the earth a small house was made. "What kind of spell is that?" asked Chloe. "Matter manipulation," replied Edward. He was not lying. This was the term used to differentiate between transmutation made using magic and the ones accomplished through gate alchemy. As for the reason Edward used matter manipulation instead of transmutation, it was because the former was less taxing on his current self. He walked to the small brick house and cast the extension charm on it before entering. As Chloe followed him, she was surprised to see how vast the space was. "It's bigger on the inside, just like the TARDIS." "Exactly," replied Edward. As he walked inside, the environment began to change. 2 rooms were created, one was empty while the other was essentially a laboratory mostly with equipment to make potions. Using the earth, Edward was able to transform then into the metals he wanted before shaping it into the required items. Chloe was fascinated by what she saw. Not to mention she never witnessed such a spell, she had never seen a witch cast spell so fast without any chance or preparations. Meanwhile, Edward walked to the empty room and cast another spell. A portal appeared inside and many things slowly descended from it. Most of them were potions with other magical herbs. This portal was connected to the pocket dimensions where he stored all his things. Previously, he could get them out instant using his ring, but now he had to do things the hard way. Edward then looked at Chloe and said, "Come to see me in a week. Then, I will repay your kindness for saving me." She nodded her head before leaving the small house, somewhat in a daze. Then, she remembered that this stranger that she brought into her home was missing a leg, and yet, he could walk perfectly fine. After thinking about it for a moment, she realized that he was floating the entire time, with his feet a few centimeters from the ground. Flying spell. By now, she was little immune to the shock, so she sighed and left. She still had to open her bar and make money to support herself. Meanwhile, inside, Edward used potions and herbs to heal his injuries. The scars on his body could be considered space slashes. If it was not because of his powerful body and the protection of his aura, he would have been split into countless pieces. All of this was because his spell went wrong. Previously, Edward used his gate to travel to parallel dimensions. However, the way the gate functioned was to use space-time energy to make a hole in the very fabric of reality to jump into another, to travel from one time and space to another. After so many years of studying, the best theory he can come up with to explain the situation was that time was like a river with countless branches. Each branch led to another space-time, reality, or dimension. As such, when he tried to travel to a parallel universe on his own, he always failed because his understanding and control of space-time energy were insufficient to jump from one branch to another. However, after studying the technology of the Novad, he discovered an alternative way. First travel to the blank realm, then lock on parallel dimensions through the frequency that they emanated before opening a breach there. Unfortunately, he underestimated how dangerous the blank realm was. When he was opening the breach to Earth 234, the spell he cast went out of control because of turbulence in the realm. A powerful spatial temporal vortex hit, almost killing. Luckily, he acted in time to separate and block the temporal energy of the vortex, while protecting himself from the spatial one. As such, his body was cut off instead of aging into an old man, reverting to a small sperm, or being erased by time. Before this, he made countless simulations with Morgana and used clones to test out. Unfortunately, the knowledge or data he gathered about the blank realm was proven insufficient, resulting in his spell going wrong. Of course, Edward was not worried about his safety. If something truly went wrong, the floating city would activate to save him. Despite this experience, Edward was very happy as he learned plenty of things. He recorded a lot of data in the vortex so that his understanding of space-time energy will benefit greatly. Sometimes, personally gathering data or experiencing some things is more efficient than doing it remotely or through tools. So, he was confident that the next time he casts this spell, it should work. After mulling over his situation for a moment, Edward began to refine potions to remove spatial energy on his body, regrow his limb and soothe his soul. The entire process took 3 days. After that, he returned to his occupation as a thief, stealing knowledge from witches and warlocks of this world. At some point, Edward realized that he might have developed a bad habit of stealing books. Well, it is normal for a powerful person who essentially has everything he wants to develop some weird habits. Anyway, all geniuses were weird. 4 days later, he left the small house where he saw Chloe waiting for him. With a smile, he invited her in. She was surprised to find that the house was even larger than before with even more rooms. This spell can single-handedly solve the world's housing crisis and even alleviate the overpopulation problem, commented Chloe. I know. In the Empire, the extension charm is not used this way. That's because there is no issue with housing or overpopulation. Truth be told, there is a lack of population. Technology has developed too fast for the overall population to keep up. This is the reason that although the solar system is part of the Empire, most of the planets have only a few cities, leaving most of them to be underdeveloped. This is the reason that Edward wanted to take Earth 125's population, and if possible, a few others as well. Chloe was soon brought into a large room that was divided into two. One side was a library full of books, while on the other was a room full of gold, jewels, and diamonds. To repay your kindness, I will give you 2 options, said Edward calmly. Option 1 is wealth. If you choose it, you can have all of this gold and more. I can even process them for you into cash, a Swiss bank account, or stocks in all the top companies in this world. With this choice, you will instantly become the richest person on this planet. Option 2 is knowledge, things you could never fathom in your existence. If you choose option 2, you will become the most powerful witch that ever existed, even more powerful than the Witch Queen. So, make a choice. Chloe was shocked by the 2 options, however, she quickly shook her head. I do not want either of these. I want you. Unfortunately, I'm not for sale, said Edward with a smile. No, what I mean is that I want you to teach me. She was a smart person and guessed that this person might be one of the strongest warlocks ever in existence. As such, having him as a teacher was far more rewarding than anything else. Edward smiled and nodded. If she chose the second option, he would still teach her. As a dreamwalker, Chloe had a very special talent and she would be of great value to him and the Empire once she becomes a powerful arcanist. Of course, if she chose the first option, he would not place so much emphasis on her. A person who can choose wealth over knowledge would never go far in the magical path. This was just a little test. All right. We will begin immediately. Wait, what would have happened if I chose the first one? Then, you would have a very wealthy witch. Chloe was a little surprised after hearing this. She thought that it was some test of character, and if she chose wealth over knowledge, she would have gotten nothing. Nevertheless, she did not regret her choice. Some things were more important than money. Chapter 247, Conquest. Before everything else, I will tell you my origin so that you can better prepare and understand what you're getting yourself into, said Edward as he waved his hand to display 2 planets Earth in the air. I came from a parallel universe. Interdimensional travel, asked Chloe. Yes. Edward liked the fact that communicating with modern people was much easier to explain many things. Is this the reason you're so powerful? Could it be in that parallel world, our witches have developed magic to such an extent? Asked Chloe with a little excitement in her voice. One of the main reasons that she wanted to learn from Edward was because she was always scared of her power, afraid to use it after accidentally injuring her brother one day. However, she believed that maybe with the guidance of such a powerful person, maybe she could master her gift. No, replied Edward. In that world, magic has essentially become extinct. However, there are gods like Anubis and Zeus that once existed there. The artifacts that these beings left are the only proof of magic left. Chloe then looked at him with puzzlement. The universe is vast, with an unknown number of galaxies. And you take into account the multiverse, it is indeed infinite, said Edward as he waved his hand to show a holographic image of the universe. It seems to expand infinitely to display the vastness of the cosmos. For Chloe, this was a beautiful experience. It was like she was traveling throughout the universe, experiencing the birth and destruction of countless stars, solar systems, galaxies, and many other cosmic wonders. Thinking about how small she was compared to the cosmos, a small existential crisis overcame her. Now, imagine that universe was a giant egg floating in nothingness. After saying that, Chloe found herself floating in a white space with something that looked like an egg made of crystal. What is that nothingness? And what else exists in it? OT other universes, she mumbled. Exactly, and that's where I'm from, replied Edward as he took Chloe to travel in the white space to another egg and enter. The world I'm from was similar to yours. Magic was weakened while technology was rapidly developing. The tension between the magical and non-magical was growing each year. I did not like this, so I changed the world. United the two sides and integrated the advantage of both magic and technology. Chloe then witnessed a brief history lesson about the empire. She watched as it grew from a backward place without even the internet to an interstellar empire. She took a moment to process all the information she just received, then a frown appeared on her face. If you have any questions, you can ask. She hesitated for a moment before saying, it's not that I don't trust your words, however, there are some odd things or inconsistencies that I noticed. Oh, like what? The development of the arcane empire was too fast. In less than 100 years, it develops from the pre-information age to the interstellar age. That seems a little far-fetched even with magic. Good question. The answer to that can be divided into 3 main parts: advanced intelligence, unrestrained experiments, and knowledge from the future, with the last one being the main. Chloe frowned. I still don't understand. Edward waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of her. Then, he cast a spell. Chloe immediately saw that her youthful face rapidly began to age, and in just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman. She caressed her face for a moment before taking out her phone and looking at it again. Please turn me back. Edward snapped his finger and she returned to her youth. With time magic, I was able to acquire future technology for the growth of the empire. Unfortunately, messing with time is dangerous in any world, so I was a little restricted on how further in the future I could go. However, I managed to bypass this restriction by traveling to parallel dimensions where Earth was in the future. By stealing those timelines' technology, the development of the empire was further accelerated. Furthermore, when a quick result is needed for some important discoveries, I would allow people to work in rooms with time acceleration. Dozens of years could pass inside while only a few months passed outside. Edward sighed as he reminisced about the early days of the empire. It's a shame that traveling to parallel dimensions back then relied purely on luck, so he could not always find future timelines. Fortunately, things were different now. In that case, what about the other reasons you mentioned? Asked Chloe. By intelligence, I mean that literally. There are artifacts in my world that can make individuals more intelligent. I made sure to make them used widespread to help develop all fields of both magic and technology. Additionally, with genetic engineering, increasing the intelligence of the overall population was easier. Currently, the average IQ of the empire is between 200 and 235, and it's rapidly growing. Chloe was once again surprised by this statistic. The average IQ score on Earth is between 85 to 115. Such a large disparity made her a little uncomfortable for some reason. As for the last reason, it's just as stated. Human experiments are very prevalent in the empire and have greatly contributed to its development. Of course, we most use clones and animals. After saying this, Edward waited for her to process this information as he knew that not everyone was alright with this kind of thing. Aren't clones real people? Yes, they are, replied Edward. In this world, there is nothing perfect. To ensure that the Empire develop rapidly, for my own benefit, I made the choice to sacrifice them. The moment Edward learned that clones had souls, he knew that they were considered humans or living. Nevertheless, he still made the choice to treat them as such. His decision has resulted in clones being treated as nothing but commodities in the Empire. The sins of all these lives were on his head, but he did not regret his decision. Do I have to experiment on people too? Asked Chloe after a few seconds of pondering. It depends on your choice. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and decided not to think too much about this issue. As long as she was not required to do so, it was all right for now. Why are you telling me all of this? Chloe thought that she would just be taught magic, however, instead, Edward taught her all about his origin and so on. So, there must be a reason. The main reason is that I want you to understand how vast the universe is and for you to understand the potential of magic. I want to instill in you a sense of wonder, the desire for pursuing the truth, to discover the unknown. What Edward was doing was essentially the same thing that the Ancient One did to Strange when he first went to Carmitage. Otherwise, he could have just directly planted the information about the Empire inside her mind. As for the secondary reason, it's to prepare you. For what? Edward paused for a moment before saying, after mulling it over, I have decided to conquer this dimension and plunder its population. Chloe took a small step back after hearing this, however, Edward continued, this earth is full of people with magical talents. Although the majority of witches and warlocks are weaker than most wizards' children back in the Empire, that's only because there are no systemic training methods. After they are transported back to my universe and attend school, many powerful arcanists will be born. Of course, I will not only take the witches but also the regular people. This world has a decent population of magically gifted individuals, even higher than the Harry Potter universe before Edward established the Empire. Additionally, many muggles have witch bloodlines that are not activated because of the long intermarriage between witches and muggles. Not to mention that there are squibs in this world too, just like Dolan 37th. All of these people are possible arcanists once they arrived in the Empire. Chloe had a hard time processing the information she just received. With what she learned about the so-called Arcane Empire, she knew that there was no way for the Earth to defend itself against such an invasion. Do you have to do this? She asked. Yes. However, I can promise you that not a single drop of blood will be shed. Chloe was silent, not knowing what she was thinking. I can give you a few days to think things over. If you still choose for me to be your teacher, come see me. If not, I will leave the library for you. Chapter 248, Earth 234. A few days later, Chloe once again came to the small house in the middle of her backyard. This time, she saw Edward who was waiting for her. So, have you made a decision? Yes. I still want you to teach me. Oh, I thought you would refuse. In this world, Edward had met a few people who have rejected his invitation, so he thought his luck in this department was relatively poor. After thinking about it, I realized that there was nothing I could do to stop you. Plus, your action is not necessarily a bad thing for the people of this world, especially us witches. Chloe knew the precarious situation of the magical community. Although they currently have a peace treaty with ordinary people, that is only temporary. Over time, magic is rapidly declining while technology is advancing. Not to mention the growth of the population of non-magical people. If things stay like this, it is only a matter of time before the magical community is forcibly destroyed or slowly turned into obscurity. This is the reason that many witches want to revive the Witch Queen so that she can kill most of the humans on this planet and return to the age when witches ruled the planet. Although Chloe was not one of these radicals, she also did not want her fellow brothers and sisters to become weak and irrelevant, to constantly live in fear of someone like Calder. Very well, replied Edward. In that case, let's begin. Chloe then followed him inside. So, what spell are you going to teach me first? Flying. Fireball. Or something else? None of these. You're going to exercise. Exercise? As in running and lifting weight and so on? Yes. Are you kidding me? No. I'm not. According to my observation, you witches are similar to wizards in my universe before I came along. Magic comes from your blood. However, unlike us, you do not have magic cores. Mana or magic power is not concentrated in one place but scattered in the blood, making it more difficult to control and reduce the amount available. This is the reason that most of you are on Tier 0 apprentices and even your Witch Queen is nothing but Tier 3. This is also the reason that casting spells usually require long chant, casting materials, and ceremonies as aid. So, the first step in your training is to create your magic core. Unfortunately, I have discovered that the bodies of you witches are very weak compared to us wizards, so the process has a higher chance of failure. Wizards have naturally stronger bodies. Because of it, children can fall a dozen feet from the air while playing Quidditch and only have a few fractured bones. Wizards can be sent flying by spells and hitting walls and yet be intact. Some magic spell or cauldron can explode in their faces and still be alright. This is both because of magic immunity and enhanced stamina. However, the witches in this world do not have this natural enhancement. So, I need to exercise, said Chloe slowly. You don't have to worry that this will take a long time since I will use potions to assist you to shorten the process. According to Edward, the magic system of this world can be called witchcraft, instead of magic because of how reliant it is on foreign aid. In general, it is of no use to him besides references. However, their potion system has its unique side. Unlike in the Empire where there is a division between magical and non-magical herbs, the witches in this world used all herbs for magical purposes. They have ways to process non-magical herbs to possess magical properties and effects. It was as if they enchanted the herbs to make them special. So, Edward was inspired by their system as he had a few ideas. However, he would let Snape do further research. There is a room inside with changing clothes and a vest. Put them on. There is an AI who will supervise your training. Chloe nodded her head before doing so. As soon as she placed the vest on, she heard a mechanical voice. Please proceed to the next room to do a 100 kilometers run. What? 100 kilometers? There is no need to worry. The vest will inject potions to help with fatigue and strengthen your muscles. However, before activating, you need to reach your limits first. Chloe gritted her teeth as she realized that this training was also training of her will. So, she no longer complained and proceeded to the next room. Meanwhile, next door, after receiving the message that Chloe has begun her training, Edward teleported away, and slowly walked to a room full of witches and warlocks. The Witch Council. Are you the one who imprisoned us here? Asked Glazer, the governess and high arbiter of the council. A while ago, all the council members received a notification of an emergency meeting. However, after arriving here, they realized that someone might have lured them here. What's more, no matter what they did, what spell they cast, they could not leave the meeting room. Yes, that's me. As soon as he said these words, one of the council members' eyes suddenly glow as he began to chant something. Edward glanced at him and blood came out of his mouth, stopping his spell. Then, a terrifying pressure came from his body overwhelming everybody in the room. These people felt that it was hard to breathe, and even their thoughts seemed to slow down. This pressure was not the result of a spell, but Edward displayed a small part of his magic power. It was so vast that it created this situation. While all of them had fear on their faces, he looked at each of them before growing. He did not find the information he wanted from their minds regarding the Witch Lords. He walked towards Glazer before taking her necklace. She wanted to prevent him but the pressure on her intensified making it impossible for her to move. You know, you are quite the talented individual. I look forward to your future accomplishment in the Empire, said Edward. He was not lying. In this world, the witches and warlocks relied heavily on bloodline. Talent and future achievement are often decided by the strength of their bloodlines. However, Glazer, as a half-witch, broke this restriction by becoming of one of the most powerful witches in modern times. Not to mention how she also became the leader of the council, which shows that she is also very politically minded. So, once she is brought back to the Empire, her potential will be further unlocked and she can go far in the arcane path. Edward waved his hand and numerous white strings entered the mind of the council members. Then, basic memories and knowledge of the Empire were inserted inside their minds. It also includes the fact he will soon conquer Earth and bring the population. However, Edward hid the fact that he was from another universe. Once these people return to the Empire, they will also interact with other people, so it is very easy for people to discover that they are from other universes. And Edward knew that this information was too important to be leaked. Truth be told, he was planning on altering these people's minds to tell them that they were transported to another parallel universe. However, even this would cause problems. The reason is that Tier 10 universal gods need to travel to parallel universes before reaching Tier 11. So, the technology for parallel dimension travel is extremely valuable to the point that once some civilization or individual develops it, the gods will fight over it. So, Edward's plan was to alter these people's minds that they were from a planet that was similar to Earth when they are transported to the Empire. You can do whatever you want with this information, said Edward. Prepare beforehand, tell the human governments, organize a desperate fight, and so on. I don't care. But I also need you to use your power to spread the news to as many witches and warlocks as possible, otherwise, I will pay a visit to you personally. After saying that, Edward walked in front of the golem that guarded the prison. After briefly analyzing it, he shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing new to learn from it. In the Empire, golems were divided into different levels. The first level was sculpture golems. These were created after someone sculpted something like a statue, a sculpture, a doll, or anything similar, then used magic to bring them to life. The second level was energy golem. These golems used energy as golems like mana or something else. Technology robots fall in that category. The third level was the low intelligence golem. These golems are the ones who have basic artificial intelligence or used a clone soul for their spirit. They can cast low-level spells depending on the energy core they have. The fourth level was wisdom golem, who have real AI as their core or are made with powerful souls. The respective names of these golems are cyber golems or spirit golems. And they can be counted as intelligent species since they grow and evolve on their own. They are powerful casters because of their intelligence, and they are also great researchers. Because of the potential of these types of golems, they are severely monitored and restricted, especially the cyber ones, as they could cause potential catastrophe to humans and the Empire as a whole. This prison golem is nothing but a first-level one that used the necklace as an activation code. The only thing worth praising was the craftsmanship and the material used. After shaking his head, Edward opened the door to the prison and entered. He did not spend much time there, as he was only here to take away all these prisoners. The majority of them were unruly people who refused to follow the law and preached of witches' supremacy, and a lot of them are fanatics of the Witch Queen. So, Edward planned to treat them the same way he did the Death Eaters and become their lord. A lot of them are very powerful and can become his support or strength in the future. Chapter 249, Witch Lords. After taking away the prisoners of the prison, he waited a few hours before heading to his next destination. A meeting of the Axe and Cross organization. This was an organization that which the main protagonist of the movie, Calder, belongs. Inside a secret room, many of the leaders of this organization were having a meeting. What do you think of the Witch Council's information? A warlock even more powerful than the Witch Queen. I think it's all nonsense. Especially what they said about this Arcare Empire. How could such a thing be real? Indeed. This might the fantasy of these witches, a world where magic is more powerful than technology. Many people agreed with this sentiment. One of the leaders then looked at someone and asked, Calder, what do you think? The council has no purpose to lie about something as grave as this, said Calder. However, there are some issues. I went to the prison and all the prisoners are indeed missing. That part is real, and this incident alone will have drastic ramifications. Indeed. What issues did you discover? After my investigation, I could not find a trace of magic. So, how did that warlock restrain all the council members before taking away all the prisoners? There was no trace of even a confrontation. Could they have used this as an excuse? Asked someone else. Are saying that they released the prisoners themselves. Just a thought. They have no motives to do so, added Calder. Most of the prisoners have a grudge with the council. If they were released, the first thing that many of them would do is to seek revenge. Although what Calder said made sense, many people still had reservations about the council. This was simply because they did not trust magic and its people in general. You know, it's not very nice to label my existence as a joke. As soon as these words echoed in this meeting room, all eyes fixed on Edward, who was listening to them the entire time. All the people in the room were surprised as their magical detection items did not even detect Edward's presence. Adding to that the fact that he fit the description sent by the Witch Council, everyone quickly recognized him. However, Edward ignored all the gazes as he focused on Calder. Do you know anything about the other Witch Lords? He asked directly. Calder frowned after hearing this question. He was a very observant person, one of the many skills he acquired after living for 800 years. So, he could see that there was no fear in this person's eyes. As the infamous witch hunter in the magical community, no witches or warlocks did not fear him or have some awe for his power. Yet, he did not find anything. Additionally, he felt a great sense of danger from Edward, even more than when he faced the Witch Queen and killed her. It seems that you do not, said Edward. He had already gone into Calder's mind and searched for the information he wanted. And not just him, but all the members of this meeting. Edward then waved his hand and a portal appeared, and from that portal fell a still-beating heart. The moment that heart appeared, all the members of the Axe and Cross stood up as they recognized what it was. Meanwhile, Calder fell dizzy as memories hidden deep in his mind suddenly resurfaced. Then, he realized that the reason he was immortal was that the Witch Queen linked his life to the beating heart. As long as the heart was alive, he was immortal. At the same time, the Witch Queen can be brought back to life using it. After figuring this out, he did not hesitate to take out a small pistol he had secretly hidden since weapons were not allowed in this meeting. Bang. 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 To his dismay, the bullets seemed to be stopped in the air by an invisible force. Calder has seen magic shields before, but not one that was instant and did not require chance. Edward removed his gaze from the heart before looking at his attacker. The gun in the latter's hand suddenly flew over, then, Calder groaned in pain as he held his head before passing out. Edward knew that Calder was nothing but an ordinary person with long life. And his immortality was similar to Frank's. So, there was no value in studying him. Of course, he still had great use. With all his years of living honing his mind and will, with all his experience, once he returned to the Empire, he would make a great battle arcanist. Whether he decides to become an Auror, which his skills were perfectly suited for, or join the army, he will accomplish great things in the future. Ignoring all the people in this room, he instantly vanished. There were a few things that truly interest him in this world. One was the potion system, which had its uniqueness. The second was the ancient weather runes that appeared at the beginning of the movie during the plane sequence. He was interested in how they were made and function. Finally, it was the witch lords mentioned in the movies. So far, only the witch queen appeared. However, she had a few other brothers and sisters. From the information gathered, Edward knew that magic may have originated from them through bloodline. So, he was interested in their origins. After leaving the meeting, he tracked down the owner of the ancient runes and borrowed them from her before returning home. It was still 6 months before the start of the plot where they ended. Up in Calder's hand. After entering his small house, he saw Chloe, who had just gotten out of the shower and was drying her hair with a towel. "So, how was it?" "Painful," she replied with some resentment. "I am sure it was. Bear with it, as it will only last 3 to 5 days. "I know. By the way, why do you have a beating heart in your hand?" "It belongs to the Witch Queen." "I'm going to resurrect and dissect her," replied Edward calmly. Meanwhile, Chloe's mouth was wide open after hearing this. To all witches, the Queen had always been a symbol of might, power, and terror. And yet, someone just said that they were going to treat her like a lab rat. Immediately afterward, she woke up and realized that the man in front of her was an existence even more terrifying than the Witch Queen. "Can I watch?" "If you want, but the process will be bloody and disgusting." After gritting her teeth, she still chose to watch. Edward then proceeded to revive the Queen. The process required a sacrifice. However, after analyzing the method that Belial used in the movie, he knew that it only took 3 things: mana, life force, and a soul. The mana came from him, and he used alkahestry to take life force from the planet. As for the soul, he summoned a sinful one from the underworld. He made sure that it was a weak one that would not be noticed. Once the ceremony ended, the Witch Queen and her ugly face appeared in front of Edward and Chloe. However, she did not even have the opportunity to say anything before her consciousness blurred and she passed out. Finally, Edward had Morgana scan the general anatomy of the Witch Queen. The presence of the little purple-haired elf surprised Chloe at first. However, she was soon overtaken by her cuteness. The skin could only get a basic idea of the inside, so the dissection was needed to acquire the detail. So, Edward studied everything, from her skin, muscles, bones, organs, organ systems, blood, brain, neural pathway, cells, and so on. The entire process took a little over an hour. Based on fast and proficient he was, Chloe wondered how many of those he had done. Meanwhile, Edward was more focused on the findings as they caught his attention. The Witch Queen and maybe even the other Witch Lords can be considered a different species from humans. Their anatomy was different, especially their stomachs would digest anything and turn it into nutrients for their bodies. They did not have a magic core, as their heart was used to store their mana. However, they also could not increase mana naturally. Instead, they can convert souls into mana. After learning this, Edward theorized that this was the reason that the Witch Lord liked to kill a large population of humans. It was not because they feared their growth as they claimed, but to increase their power. Unfortunately, this ability of them has a terrible conversion rate. This is the reason that the Witch Queen is so weak despite causing the Black Death in Europe and absorbing so many souls. After analyzing the Queen's bloodline, he discovered something that seems familiar. It was like an aura, an imprint, or a signature. He reviewed his memories to determine where he had noticed similar things. His eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered. It was the aura of the Abyss. The blood of the Witch Queen had a similar imprint or signature as the demon that Hermione once summoned from the Abyss plane. Could there be a connection between the two, thought Edward. Chapter 250, Dream. In many novels he has read, the Abyss is present and prevalent, meaning that it stretches to countless universes. And since the presence or aura that the Abyss creature emits is somewhat similar, there is a high probability that they are connected somehow. Or at the very least, there is a main Abyss universe whose influence has spread to the Omniverse, just like Merlin, Solomon, or even a place like Atlantis. Now, the question is whether this is the result of primordial Earth, or something else. After thinking about it for a moment, Edward decided not to think about such a thing for now, as he was simply incapable of intervening in things on such a scale. He was nothing but a little tier 6 ant. In a world like this one, he can act all arrogant as he wants, but he also knew his place. Although he had potential that would take time to transfer into real strengths. Nevertheless, he was slightly interested in the Abyss dimension of this universe and their connection to the Witch Lords. So, he began to search the mind, memories, and soul of the Witch Queen. She has lived for a very long time, so her memories took a little while to go through. However, Edward did find something. It was a memory of her and her other brothers and sisters taking place in a war before accidentally falling into a space crack with many other people. Only a few people survived, and after waking up, they found themselves on Earth. Because of the situation, the survivors banded together, meaning that the Witch Lords were not real siblings. Unfortunately, Edward was disappointed as he could not find any memories before that regarding the abyss, except for that brief war where everything was blurry. After doing a little digging, he could tell that these memories were erased on purpose, and unfortunately, there was no way to get them back as the person who did it was thorough. It seems that I want to use the Witch Lords to find the coordinate of the abyss. I might have to rely on the others. Luckily for him, he knew where the others were sleeping from the Queen's mind, the Bermuda Triangle. Edward knew that there must be a reason that this place is abnormal in every iteration of Earth. He looked at Chloe and asked, "Are you all right?" "I took a few anatomy classes in college, so I'm all right." Although her complexion was a bit pale, she appeared to be fine as she said, "In the Empire, unless you are in the field of necromancy, body modifications, human or alien biology, it is not really required. However, as a dreamwalker, you will have to deal with the soul and mind." Chloe paused for a moment after hearing this. "You knew." "You mean about your ability?" "Of course. I did not mean to hide it from you, it's just. You're scared of your ability. It is understandable. But I will teach you to control them properly." After talking to her, Edward teleported to the Bermuda Triangle to take the body of the other Witch Lords. Although they were more powerful than the Queen, they were still easily captured. Additionally, they had to seal themselves after a certain time to sustain their immortality, which in turn drastically decreased their strength. Unfortunately, Edward could not find the coordination to the abyss from their minds, making his voyage useless. Whoever or whatever erased these people's memory really wanted to remove their connection to the abyss. Or maybe, the abyss itself removed them. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied with learning their ability to convert soul into mana. Additionally, he had another plan to reach other dimensions through Chloe. So, after returning home, he supervised her training while studying the ancient weather runes that could manipulate rain, wind, cold, and heat. They were quite the interesting magical artifacts, most likely the most powerful in this world. They were created by the Witch Lords using an ancient language that they have long forgotten. To be precise, also erased from their memories. It appeared that the Witch Lords were very afraid of anything connected to the abyss. Maybe they were the ones who erased their memories. So, even after making these runes, they wanted to get rid of them. It was only because the person in charge of disposing of could not bear to and secretly held onto it. Then, at some point, it reached the Witches' Society. The Witch Lords even had rules that all of them could not stay on Earth at the same time in fear that their abyss aura would garner the attention of people there. The only exception was their sleeping place in Bermuda, as it had some sealing effects. 3 days later, Chloe's physical training ended and Edward supervised the process of her forming her core. Her training did not consist of only physical training, but also mana control. So, when the time arrived, the process went smoothly. She controlled the mana that was scattered throughout her body and concentrated on her heart. Using the right method, she finally created a magic core. Chloe opened her eyes with joy on her face. "Lumos," she said as a ball of light appeared in her hand. Despite this charm is only the most rudimentary, she was happy. That's because previously, she would need a long chant of at least 3 seconds to cast a similar spell. "So, what tier am I in now?" she asked. "Still 0. Luckily for you, you do not have any limiters, so as long as your mana reaches a certain standard, you'll be considered tier 1. "Drink this," he said as he handed her a blood-red potion that looked ominous. "What is it?" she asked as she drank it. "Although your body produces mana like us wizards, however, the mana produced does not go to your core but to your body. Meaning that you have to constantly guide it to the core and waste a lot of unnecessary time. This potion will modify your magic veins so that the mana produced from your blood will automatically go to your core. Be warned though, the process is very painful." Edward has just finished saying these words when Chloe heard a cracking sound coming from her body, then, she screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. She started to wiggle as her body twisted in a position that was not possible for humans. If anyone saw her, they would think that she was one of those possessed people in those exorcist movies. The process only lasted a few minutes before stopping. As she breathed deeply on the ground, Chloe could not resist cursing. Why is everything related to magic so painful? This is the price paid for having rapid success. If you wanted to deal with this issue the normal way, you would have to undergo surgery to modify your magic veins, and spend weeks recuperating. Something tells me that you have a way to make it a lot less painful. "Maybe," said Edward as he shrugged his shoulder. "Pain is a way to temper the will. And the stronger the will, the easier it is to control mana and spells. Let's go, there is more pain coming." While walking away, a white light enveloped Chloe and she felt reinvigorated, her mind refreshed as if she had had a great sleep, and the ache in her body was gone. After entering the next room, she saw a white cabin with a blue liquid inside. The entire design of the cabin looks very futuristic. What's this? Virtual reality cabin. I need your help to experiment with dreams. However, your current ability is not nearly enough to help and I do not have the time to slowly teach you. So, I have to suffer again. Yes. With this, you will be able to learn 7 years of knowledge in just 1 month, making you on par with most high school graduates in the Empire. However, every time you use the cabin, a massive headache will hit, almost making you want to die. Chloe looked at the cabin with gritted teeth, thinking about whether to get in. This is a rare opportunity. In the Empire, only honors children can enjoy such benefits. And of these people are geniuses among geniuses. Once they finish the program, they are considered the elites. All universities will send them invitations, and countless jobs and opportunities will be offered to them. As long as anyone can pass the honors program, their success in life was guaranteed. Edward was not telling the complete truth. The honors program had to learn 7 years of knowledge in 1 year, not a month. Of course, their course load was much higher than the one he prepared for Chloe, at least 10 times. Nevertheless, he wanted to push her limit to bring out her full potential. After hearing this, Chloe took a deep breath. From the general information she gathered from Edward, she knew how competitive the situation was in the Empire. This is a place where the word genius is too common. After all, so many people have IQs higher than 200. As such, she understood that only her unique talent might give her an advantage over some people. And now, she had the opportunity to be taught by the most powerful mind in the Empire. How could she not take this chance? So, she resolved herself for what was to come. Chapter 251, Dream Experiment. Have you made the resolve? Asked Edward, to which Chloe nodded her head. That's good. It's better for you to choose instead of me forcing you to do it. Here, sign it this. As Chloe looked at the old parchment in her hand, she was confused so she looked at him. This is a magical contract to protect your memories. I still don't understand. In my universe, gods are present and very active. The Arcane Empire is very unique as it possessed technology like parallel dimensions travel and omniverse travel. Any of these technologies is enough for all of them to band together to destroy us. So precautions have to be made, muttered Chloe. Exactly. This contract is to ensure such knowledge will not be leaked by you. And even protect the information from your soul in case someone tries using other means to get it. Chloe paused for a moment. What about the people on Earth? Will they have to sign this contract as well? No, they will have their memory modified. She looked at the contract and signed it without even reading it. At this point, she was prepared for the worst. Seeming to guess her thoughts, Edward smiled as he said, "You don't have to worry about me tricking you. As you get to know me, you'll understand that some things that I do are simply because of my paranoid nature when it comes to certain things." After signing the contract, Chloe entered the cabin and logged into the Skynet server that Edward designed for her. She found herself in a large and empty white space with a screen in front of her. She scrolled through and immediately noticed that it was the course that she will take. This included things like basic understanding of mana, standard spells, the relationship between the body, soul, and mind. The list was very long and detailed. Chloe discovered that she had to study many languages including dragon language. She had to study different magic systems, or at least have a basic understanding of them. There were courses on meditation, astral projection, and even dream magic. She could tell that everything was designed to perfectly suit her. Without hesitation, she began. Meanwhile, Edward had other things to do while he waited for Chloe to finish. He had to redesign his interdimensional travel spell and create some new nanobots that he had a sudden inspiration for. Plus, he also had to build spaceships that he needed later on. During this month, he was interrupted once and had to leave the other time. The first interruption was that Calder led an attack on Chloe's home with a special force team provided by the Axe and Cross. Edward teleported the team away while imprisoning Calder. The second trip was a witch gathering organized by the council under Edward's order. He was there to scout the witches to see if there were any worth paying attention to when they are brought back. He also read all of their minds to create a profile of their ideas, beliefs, and temperament. Then, he placed some of them on a list to be well trained while some were placed on a watch list, and a few were placed on a list to be forced to sign a slave contract like the Death Eaters. For this trip, Edward had to teleport all over the world to different gatherings. Finally, he returned to his study. A month later, he waited in front of the cabin as Chloe emerged. From a month ago, her mana only increased slightly and she was still tier 0. However, her eyes were now different as they appeared brighter, the light of wisdom flashed across them. Excellent. With the current state of your mind, you should be able to quickly reach tier 3 with enough mana. Chloe smiled in response, satisfied with her rapid progress. So, what experiment do you need help with? You can rest for a few days before we begin. There is no need. Edward then led her to a room where a chair and helmet stood at the center. This is what I call a dream helmet. Sit down and put it on. So, what is this experiment about? Asked Chloe as she placed the helmet on her head. I theorized that a dimension made entirely of dreams exists and I need to find it. The helmet will amplify your senses and dreamwalker talent. I need you to use that enhancement to find the coordinate of the dream dimension. Chloe nodded her head as she closed her eyes. During her years of study, she realized that her ability relies heavily on imagination, so that's exactly what she did. She imagined a world made of dreams, a world that was the origin of all dreams. Whenever someone dreamt, that was the place that they went, it was a place connected to all dreams in the universe. As Chloe imagined these things, she found herself rapidly flying in a certain direction. She was flying so fast that she could barely see anything except for flashing lights. At some point, she felt a little resistance before entering something or somewhere. It was like she had passed through some barrier. She looked around and found the surroundings weird. It was as if she was in Van Gogh's painting. She walked to a walk and observed it. However, the rock suddenly turned into a lion and tried to bite her. Chloe screamed in shock, and oddly, her scream created a powerful shockwave that instantly destroyed the lion. Is this the dream world? So strange. Meanwhile, in another room, Edward had a screen in front of him that was recording numerous data. At some point, his eyes lit up. Finally find the coordinate. With this experiment, he could tell that Chloe had astral projected to some other dimensions. To be precise, she was drawn there. All Edward had to do was to follow her and located her final destination. As soon as he got what he wanted, he walked to an empty circular gate that was inside the room. He used his soul to place the coordinate inside the gate, then, a few minutes later, a white and transparent door appeared to fill the gate. Edward took a step forward to enter the white door before suddenly stopping. That's because the moment he took that step, for the first time since coming to this world, his cosmic awareness activated. He saw a vision. He saw himself appearing in a strange place that looked like he was in a painting. However, not even a few seconds after landing, a gigantic black arm slapped him, destroying his body and soul. He did not have the time to react. All his saving measures were useless as he was annihilated without effort. Tier 11 Dream Lord, he muttered with a shock on his face. This was an opponent on par with Truth and could be said to be even more powerful since it did not have the weakness of the latter. Even with his floating city, the best he could do was run away. So, after thinking about it for a moment, he shut off the dimensional gate that he created for this experiment. One of his greatest strengths was knowing when to back down. Plus, there were multiple universes. With Chloe's help, it should be easier to redo this experiment and discover the dream dimension that did not have an owner. Even in his home universe, there might one. I guess it's time for me to conquer this planet and return to Earth 125 and deal with some things before heading home. Edward had a feeling that his time in this universe was rapidly coming to an end. Despite how weak the world looks, there are too many underlying secrets that can get him killed. Nevertheless, there was still one last thing waiting for him to do before leaving, one last battle that was necessary. After making some plans, he went to wake up Chloe and bring her back from the dream dimension. Seeing her intoxicated face, it appeared that she was reluctant. However, after hearing about Edward's vision, she understood the horror of that picturesque world. Luckily, she was not attacked, most likely the result of her dreamwalker talent. Nevertheless, she did not want to test that theory. Chapter 252, Return. It's time to leave, said Edward to Chloe. So, soon? Yes. Can I watch? You want to see how I conquer the Earth? Yes. I want to see how powerful you are. It's fine if you want to watch, but you'll be disappointed if that is your main objective. Chloe then proceeded to contact her brother. As for her parents, she did not have a great relationship with them as they were practitioners of dark magic. Both of them died in a confrontation with another dark witch. Edward asked her if she wanted him to revive them and she refused. She had long accepted their death and moved on with her life. Once everything was finished, Edward placed her brother in cryosleep inside the spaceship he built. To him, building a spaceship was easy as long as he had the material available. And even if he did not have the material, he could still use transmutation and matter manipulation to create the necessary ones. July 15, 2017, was a normal day for all the people of Earth. People went on their day normally by either going to work, to school, or doing something that they usually do. That also includes the witches and warlocks that secretly live in society disguised as ordinary people. Then, a giant shadow seemed to cover the entire North American continent. When people raised their heads, to their surprise and horror, they discovered a humongous ship floating on top of their heads. People were scared and panicked, while the witches muttered that this day finally arrived. Then, all the screens in the world started to broadcast a view of the ship at the same time. Government across the world, although had heard the news of this invasion, did not really take it seriously and thought it was some rumors released by the witches for some nefarious purpose. So, when this day actually arrived, they panicked as they tried to deal with the situation. Their first action was to take control back of the community system of their relative nations. Unfortunately, that process failed. So, a UN of the most powerful country was rapidly gathered to discuss how to deal with this situation. Not long after the meeting began, the broadcast of the ship finally changed. A picture of a handsome young man with blue eyes and black hair manifested. He was wearing a gorgeous white robe with a gorgeous design in gold. He had a crown on his head with a scepter that had a blue gem on top. Behind him stood 4 people or giants. They were more than 5 meters tall, and each of them was made of the 4 elements: fire, wind, earth, and water. This image displayed both beauty, elegance, and majesty. The young man in the broadcast began to speak. "Hello, people of Earth, my name is Edward Bones. Today will be both a day of fear for all of you but also a day of celebration. Fear, because you will learn that in the vast universe, you are not alone in the consequences of being weak. Celebrate, because you were lucky to be discovered by the Arcane Empire, a place where your natural rights as people will be guaranteed and not be enslaved. A place where you can learn magic, study the mystery of the soul, pursue longevity, conquer dimensions, play with death, and so many more. Now, I ask you to surrender without resistance, as that would be futile. The less blood is shed, the better it will be for your integration in the Empire." As soon as the broadcast ended, mass hysteria and panic spread throughout every country on the planet. People began to wonder whether the end of the world had ended. Some people questioned whether the words of that young man were credible, others were excited at the future painted by Edward, and many prepared to fight to their last breath defending their home. No matter the reaction, all Earthlings knew that their lives would forever be changed on that day. Governments all over the globe tried to appease the people to the best of their abilities while also discussing further actions. Many countries wanted to surrender just based on the massive size of that ship, as they argued that the technology displayed by it was enough to show the power of the invader. Not to mention that this was only one ship and there might be an interstellar empire supporting this invasion. However, countries like the United States, China, Russia, Great Britain, and France decided on using nuclear weapons, not taking into account the future ramification of their actions. The only that currently mattered was surviving this disaster. To them, as long as they can destroy this ship and salvage the debris, the technology of Earth could rapidly develop in the space age. These countries did not waste time taking action. Hundreds of nukes were launched on the ship. Edward expected this outcome and wanted them to act this way. His main objective is to spread fear in the heart of the people so that it becomes easier to manage them once they return to the Empire. Once the attacks reached the ship, Edward did not rely on the ship to stop them. Instead, he appeared outside while floating in the air. The moment the nukes exploded, he waved his hand and a giant dome surrounded the explosion. Then, the dome compressed all the explosion, heat, and radiation of more than 100 nukes into an orb the size of a marble. His actions were broadcast to the entire world, bringing a great shock to the entire planet. People finally understood what he meant by magic and guessed that his words were not nonsense. Then, at some point, some people began to kneel on the ground calling him God. This act seems to start somewhere before spreading all over the globe. Billions of people kneeling on the floor, across different countries, continents, and oceans. Although it was not all of them, the majority did it. Edward could see all of this, then he spoke, his voice echoing through the mind of every single individual on the planet. "There is no need to kneel or worship me, as I am not a god, but an arcanist. I was once a weak mortal like many of you. But through magic, through years of training and studying, I acquired the power I have today. And since I can do it, so can all of you. The chances will be given, so it is only a matter of whether you can seize it or not." After he said these words, these people felt a gentle power that lifted them from the ground. Many people's eyes were full of desire as a seed called ambition was planted in their minds. After all, who does not want to be extraordinary by wielding the power of magic? Who would not want to have the power of a god? Nodding his head in satisfaction, Edward raised his hand again, and a magic circle that surrounded the entire planet appeared in the sky. Then, all the people fell to the ground, asleep. It was a simple sleeping spell. Finally, countless space doors appeared all over the world as a large army of rock golems marched from them. They began to carry people in bulk through the portals that led to the ship Edward had built. Edward could have used a spell to carry the people, however, he was too lazy to use so much work and mana, so he left it to the robots, albeit this was a little time-consuming. He took a sip of the drink that he just made himself, looked at Chloe that was next to him, and asked, "How do you feel?" Nuclear weapons, mankind's greatest weapon, were dealt with as if they were nothing but child play, she muttered, still in shock. It's not that surprising. Nuclear weapons are only considered tier 5 and 6 weapons. And they can only work if there are a great number of them and if they hit. Otherwise, even a tier 3 and lower arcanist can teleport away from the blast radius. Chloe sighed and did not say anything more. A few hours later, the golems brought all the people to the cryo beds inside the ship, even Chloe was sent there. Edward had to wait until they returned to the floating city before modifying their memories. Once everything was finished, he sent the spaceship to his personal pocket dimension, which is also called a demiplane. Then, he used his newly improved interdimensional travel spell to return to Earth 125. Chapter 253, Last Preparations. In the middle of New York, a space breach suddenly appeared, alerting all the people in the street. Then, a man who was missing one arm popped out of the breach. This time, I only lost one arm, no other injury including my soul. After a few tweaking, the spell should be completed. After muttering these words, Edward finally looked around to see many people looking at him in shock and terror. He snapped his finger and all the memories of the people who saw him were erased. "Morgana, make sure to erase all my digital traces," said Edward out loud after realizing that he was in modern time. The last time he left, it was only in the 1950s, so that can only mean that something went wrong with his spell as he should have returned to a time closer to when he left. I'm guessing many things have happened since my absence. Luckily, I was prepared beforehand. As he walked away, his arm began to grow back. At the same time, he reconnected to the clone he previously left and reviewed the memories of what happened in the past more than 60 years. So, it is 2014, only 3 years until the Mummy's reboot. Enough time to prepare. Then, he immediately teleported to the floating city based on his connection with it. He desperately wanted to see Hermione. Although only a few months passed for him, she has not seen him for decades, well, at least, his real body. He appeared in a room where she appeared to be waiting for him. Immediately, she jumped into his embrace. "Did Morgana tell you the news? I wanted to surprise you. How can you be gone for so long? I miss you." "I'm sorry, something went wrong with my spell, and I miss you too," replied Edward as he gave her a passionate kiss. "Don't think I will easily forgive you because of your sweet words. I know a better way to get your forgiveness." Edward lifted her from her posterior before teleporting to an empty room with a large bed. 3 days later, the two of them walked out of the room. They sat together and brewed some tea before talking. "I see that you have reached Tier 6, said Edward. "Not just me, but Snape and Lily too." Edward nodded as he was not surprised. With these guys' talent, plus the divine potion from the pool of eternal life, that was expected of them. "Anything interesting occurred?" "Yes. We went to visit the blank realm and we caught many warrior-class Novad and a Novad queen. I'm guessing it was not easy." "You're correct about that. She was a Tier 8 in terms of technology. Luckily, the floating city was triumphant in the end. The Novad race is a great addition to the Empire. When we return, we can explore if there is a blank realm home and if there is a similar species evolved from there." While the two were talking, Snape and Lily came to see them and the group had a deep conversation regarding their lives during Edward's absence. Snape developed many new potions during this time. The ability he gained after absorbing the Philosopher's Stone of Ether Stone after advancing to Tier 5 is called Combination. It allowed him to instantly see different combinations of any magical herbs, making it easier for him to develop different potions based on any magical herbs. The only downside is that the more combinations he sees, the heavier the toll on his soul, body, and mana. Plus, Snape often complained that his talent removed some of the fun of studying potions and herbs. So, unless necessary or he felt like it, he rarely used it. Edward then gave him the potion system of Earth 234 and he was indeed interested in the ways that they treat all herbs, even non-magical ones in magical ways through a process similar to enchanting them. As for Lily, she developed her druid magic which relied on creating contracts and gaining the approval of nature to gain its power. However, she was prepared to do further tests and develop a complete doctrine before spreading it. Additionally, she had an idea on how to allow others to be able to utilize love magic. The idea comes from how gods would bless their chosen champions. She would choose people that are worthy and bless them with the power of love magic so that they can use it. Unfortunately, although she had the idea, for now, she did not have the ability. Hermione was working on a spell that allowed her to borrow the power of her summons. For example, she was currently Tier 6 and could summon 2 Tier 7 summons. The spell would allow her to borrow their powers and momentarily have the power of Tier 7. Edward was satisfied with the progress of these two. After all, they were the backbone of the Empire. So, once everyone finished talking and he explained what happened to him on his voyage, he said, "We should prepare to leave soon." After hearing this, all of them sighed while nodding. This experience has been eye-opening for all three of them. This universe looked exactly like their Earth, yet it was completely different. The history was the same, but all the people were different. The magic system was different, and the magical culture and history were also different. As arcanists, they are trained to ask questions, to be curious. So, they wonder why Earth exists in 2 different universes. They could understand that there may be some secrets behind this, a secret that they are not powerful enough to learn, but it did not stop them from wondering, from asking questions. After the meeting, Edward went to check on Morgan. He tasked her to acquire some things that he wanted to bring back home. Inside a storage room, Edward focused on 3 items that he was paid the most attention to. One of them was a rack full of many tubes of blood. These blood were from all the main protagonists that he met in this world, including Frank and Lilith, the O'Connells, Indiana Jones, and so on. All these people are beings of great luck, especially Indiana Jones. Edward sincerely did not know how this guy survived some of his adventures, as only pure luck could explain it. He even survived a nuclear explosion by hiding inside a refrigerator. With this blood, he will be able to create more powerful Felix Felicis potions. The other item was a diamond with a soul sleeping inside. This was Hitler's soul. This item was related to the third one Edward was checking, a mirror, to be precise, the god of karma, the Hindu's god Shani's mirror. This was the divine item that Judson used to check Edward's karma when they first met at the entrance of the library. Edward wanted this item and Hitler's soul to study karmic or causality magic. After checking everything else, Edward walked to another room where 3 people were waiting for him, one of whom was his clone. After seeing them, the other 2 immediately placed their right hand on their left shoulder, while their left hand was crossed at their backs. Hail the Arcane Emperor. I am not a big fan of formality, so be at ease. Plus, I am your teacher after all, so there is no need for all that. The 2 of them were Flynn Carson and Emily Davenport, the 2 people who appeared in the second library movie. Edward's clone has been training these 2 ever since they were young. After checking them out, Edward nodded in satisfaction as they were now Tier 4. With their age, this was quite the accomplishment since they had to rely mostly on their effort to get here. The 2 were very happy when they realized that the temperament of their teacher was similar to his clone. The only difference is the noble and majesty that naturally emitted from him. Have you thought about what you're going to do when you return to the Empire? So far, you have not given me a straight answer. They looked at each other. Before Emily spoke, we would like to be archaeologists. After saying that, she had a worried look on her face. Even Flynn was the same. They feared that their teacher would not approve of their career choice. Edward did not mind, as he understood that only when people are truly passionate about something they can truly dedicate themselves to it. So, with a smile on his face, he said, I guess some things are destined. You have made a great choice. The universe is vast with countless races. It should be a great adventure to discover different tombs, lost treasures, and history. However, you should also be aware that strength is still fundamental, even as archaeologists. Whether it is to remove magical traps in dangerous places or to deal with people after your findings. With strength, some knowledge and information are truly dangerous. Flynn and Emily nodded their heads as they understood this philosophy clearly. The clone did a great job describing the Empire and the future adversary that they would face. Edward then talked with them for a few hours before leaving. He had to see some old friends. Chapter 254, Old Friend. Earth 125, China, Hebei Province. Snow could be seen everywhere, plunging the world into a calm whiteness and serenity. Footprints could be seen leading in every direction. People wore their winter coats and head protective gear to defend themselves from the cold. And amongst these people was Edward. He had a bundle of white flowers in his hand as he walked to an area full of headstones. He took a minute to locate a particular one, bent down, and used his gloved hand to remove the snow. He sighed as he read the words on the stone. In loving memory of Ziyuan, a great mother, wife, and warrior. 1890 to 1983. Although the birth date was wrong, the death was correct. Ziyuan died in 1983, and Edward's clone along with Hermione went to see her before she went on her next adventure. Even in the end, she had a smile on her face, truly looking forward to experiencing death, and finally reunited with her husband. Edward placed the flower in the grave while muttering, I have a feeling that you are truly enjoying yourself. He stood there for a few hours in a daze. Then, before leaving, he placed 2 little enchantments on the grave. One was to always keep it clean and remove any weeds growing on it. The other was to transmute flowers every year on the anniversary of her death. Once he was done, Edward teleported to England. This time, he was also visiting a few graves. The graves of Frank and Lilith, the graves of Rick, Evelyn, and Jonathan. Close to the end of these people's lives, he offered them immortality or even eternal youth. However, all of them refused. Frank had lived enough and had no desire to continue. Lilith wanted to follow him in death. The O'Connells were satisfied with one life. Even Jonathan was not tempted by the concept of immortality. And Edward was a little surprised when the latter refused. His precise words were, that seems like a lonely life, mate. Edward had a deep conversation with these people regarding death. And the conclusion he came up with is that they all believed that life was precious because it is brief, and we only get one chance. And he could understand their sentiment. After all, he died once. However, Edward remembered vividly how it felt when he died on Earth, regret. So many things he wished he had accomplished. So, after realizing that he had reincarnated in another world, he decided to live his life to the fullest, with no regrets. And when he learned that he was in the Harry Potter universe, he became fascinated with magic. He wanted to uncover all its mystery, he wanted to find its essence. Then, his interest in magic led to a desire to uncover many truths and secrets of the universe itself. Unfortunately, tragedy soon befell him as his parents were killed in the first wizarding world. He became saddened, depressed, and full of regrets. However, his Aunt Amelia reminded them that death can be conquered. So, Edward placed his talent and focus on finding ways to conquer death, not only for himself but also for the people close to him. To ensure that no more tragedy occurs to him, to ensure that he can be with his friends and loved ones for a very long time, to ensure that he has enough time to see all the wonders of the vast universe and discover its secrets. So, Edward would never willingly give up his immortality or accept his death. He planned to live longer than the universe itself if possible. Because to him, there will always be some mystery to unravel, some secrets to learn. After visiting these old friends, he had one last place to visit. He teleported to a small village on the outskirt of Britain. He directly went to one of the small houses where an old man was dozing off on his front porch. After sensing the shadow covering his sunlight, the old man slowly opened his muddy eyes to look at the young man in front of him. He squinted his eyes before muttering, "It's you." "Yes. It's me. How have you been, Alex?" The more than 80-year-old old man in front of him was Alex O'Connell, Rick and Evie's son. Of all the people that Edward got acquainted with, Alex was the only one still alive. Same old," replied the old man with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, a few of his teeth were missing. "Time is truly a wonder. Only a short period has passed for me, yet an entire lifetime passed for him." Thinking about how he essentially watched Alex grow from a baby to an old man in his twilight years, for some reason, Edward suddenly felt old. Factually speaking, he is more than 250 years old now. Compared to some entities, his age is nothing but a toddler. However, compared to ordinary people, he has lived a very long time. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his mind. To him, age was nothing but the mindset. Since he felt young, he was young and full of vigor. Maybe one day after experiencing more things his mindset will change and he will think that he is old. Now, this time has not arrived. "I want to see her," said Edward, and Alex just nodded his head. He took out his cane and slowly walked to a place not far from the house. He walked slowly and Edward followed behind him patiently. Soon, they reached another grave. This time, it was Lin's, Ziyuan's daughter. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. Even though Edward's group basically destroyed the Mummy 3's plot, Lin still met Alex and fell in love just like in the movie. I guess some people are destined, thought Edward, despite knowing that this was the result of the correction of fate of most movie worlds. "She always told me not to be sad about her passing, that death was just another adventure," said Alex as he caressed the tombstone. "I hope she is right. And I cannot wait to join her in that adventure. Then, I wish you good luck." A month later, Alex passed away peacefully in his sleep. In his final moment, Edward came to see him and even watched as his soul entered the underworld. Since Alex and Lin did not believe in any gods, their souls would be sent to a neutral dimension that took care of their afterlife. Edward then took care of his funeral since he and Lin did not have any children. After Alex's death, he felt that all his emotional tethers to this world were severed. Then, the feeling that it was time to leave suddenly intensified. So, Edward prepared a few little things before returning home. Chapter 255, Set and Nick. Edward's next course of action was to go see Nick, the protagonist of The Mummy 4. Although it was still 3 years before the beginning of the plot, he wanted to be prepared. During this time, Nick was in the military and was deployed in Iraq. After Morgana acquired this guy's location, he teleported to the barracks where he was located. The moment he saw Nick, Edward felt that something was wrong with him. His body had a strange vibe or aura surrounding it. If it was not for Edward's keen senses, he might not have noticed it. As he looked at Nick in his invisible state, he decided not to immediately contact the latter. His instinct was telling him this was the best move. Recently, after he began to purify his mana, he has further developed the precognitive ability that he received from modifying his bloodline to that of the Thunderbird. Adding to that his cosmic awareness talent, he knew to trust in his feelings or intuition. So, he decided to use other methods. He turned into a commander of the division that Nick was a part of and organized a health inspection or check. All the soldiers were inspected including their bodies and blood. During the process, he was able to secretly study Nick's body and his discovery somewhat surprised him. From Solomon, he learned of the plot of the Mummy reboot, so he knew that at the end of the movie, Nick's body was occupied by the Egyptian god of death, Set. However, he managed to subdue Set's will or consciousness while retaining his power. Edward thought it was because of Nick's powerful will and his love for the female protagonist that allowed him to achieve such a feat. After all, emotions like love are some of the most powerful forces in existence. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Nick's body itself is unique. The best way to describe is that he is the perfect anti-divinity vessel or the perfect divine sealing vessel. As long as any gods take over his body, their powers will be drastically reduced. And as long as his will is enough, it is easy for him to even suppress the soul of the god, completely inheriting their powers. There is no way that his physique is natural, muttered Edward as he watched the result. He knew that only a person with a great deal of knowledge or understanding of divinity could create such a masterpiece. He knew that he could not. Could it be Yahweh? Edward immediately thought about Anubis. His plan at resurrection was foiled by mortals just set, and even the gods behind the Dragon Emperor had the same fate. Edward thought that it was infighting between the same pantheon with Anubis and his father Osiris, but now, there is a chance that Yahweh is being all of these things, secretly planning the downfall of all the gods that survived the War of Heaven. Immediately afterward, Edward began to investigate Nick's background to see if there was something abnormal. But nothing was found. So, he went further to trace his bloodline back to ancient times using time magic. And he did discover something. During Solomon's reign, there was a group of people under his command referred to as demon-sealing priests. During the war, demons and other gods would send powerful beings into the mortal world to cause chaos. The demon-sealing priests were created to seal these entities in their bodies and prevent them from wreaking havoc in the world. Nick was a descendant of one of these priests. Edward immediately knew that something was wrong. Why would these priests seal these demons and not kill them? He did not believe that Yahweh did not have a way to kill them. Additionally, why did he seal them inside their bodies instead of magical artifacts or some special place? Could it be he has been planning all of this for so long, muttered Edward. If that's the case, that means he might be very adept at using time magic or prophecy. Edward had long suspected this since Dolus told him that Yahweh's goal was to become omnipotent and omnipresent. In general, gods are limited by their authority or divinity. For example, a god of fire can most use fire-related ability and control things related to it. They cannot use the power of the other elements or powers related to other authorities. Of course, the gods have many innate abilities that are guaranteed the moment they become gods. For example, high magic immunity, basic teleportation, and a few others. That's how godhood worked in the Harry Potter universe from what Edward knows. As for this world, he hypothesized that it might be similar. This Nick is more valuable than even Set, muttered Edward. By studying him, he could create a powerful anti-divinity weapon to use against the gods in his world. And even develop anti-magic weapons to deal with some powerful magic races. This kind of weapon would be quite advantageous to the future conquest of the empire of the entire universe, and also to deal with godly beings from other universes in the future. Thinking about the endless benefit that this guy can bring him, he was excited for a moment before calming down. He immediately organized the army to set up a new required vaccination. And in the process, slip something into Nick's body to wait for the right occasion to activate. There were still 3 years until the plot began. Edward had to wait and not interact too much with the people involved in case something went wrong. In the meantime, he worked on something else while purifying his mana. Back in Earth 234, he had a new idea for nanorobots and began to develop them. However, he soon realized that it would be best to wait until he returned to the floating city to make them, as the material and laboratory needed for the process were not attainable on that Earth. So, once he finished with Nick, he returned to finish them. 3 months later, he took the city to return to Earth 234. To be precise, he used his spell there while the others used the city to follow him. As Edward walked in the streets of London, everything was empty. The buildings, the cars, the parks, the forests, there were no living people or animals. The only exception to this was the ocean that he did not touch. Morgana, you can begin, said Edward. Not long after he said these words, a shadow suddenly covered the bright sky. If anyone were present to see this, they would have thought of a kind of mosquito plague attacking London. These were nanorobots that were even smaller than mosquitoes. Not long after appearing, they quickly surrounded a building that was more than 300 meters tall. A few seconds later, that entire building was gone. It appeared to the naked as if it suddenly disappeared. Right after that, this black plague that looked like a massive shadow headed to another building. And just like the first one, this one also disappeared after a few seconds. Then, the plague separated into many groups. Oddly though, their numbers did not decrease. Each group would attack either a building, a car, or anything technology machine in sight. It could something as insignificant or small as a microwave or remote control, to a particle accelerator. Everything was attacked and mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, a screen appeared in front of Edward. As he looked at it, he nodded in satisfaction. These things did not disappear. The nanobots deconstructed all these things to their basic components using transmutation before teleporting them to a pocket dimension for storage. For example, after a car is eaten, all the metals that were used to make them were transformed to their original shape before being processed and then sent to the pocket dimension. That goes for the rubber used for the tires, or the leather used for the seats. This was a way Edward developed to better gather resources. An hour later, the entire Earth was essentially devoured by him. There was nothing except forests or mountains. All technology products were deconstructed and taken away as material. Then, Edward began the next phase of this plan. The nanorobots had an enchantment that allowed them to absorb metal energy from the things that they swallowed, then use that energy to split themselves. Under Edward's command, the nanorobots rapidly split before beginning to deconstruct the entire planet, layer by layer, crust by crust to the inner core. In just a month, the entire planet was deconstructed or decomposed into basic materials, leaving nothing in sight, not a single matter. A month is a lot longer than anticipated, he muttered while thinking of better ways to either improve this new technology or create a better one. And he had an idea. Chapter 256, Good and Evil. Edward's current idea is to create a planet-sized transmutation circle that does the same thing as the nanorobots. The process will take less time and would be cheaper. Although the design for the transmutation circle would be quite complex as it required sending the deconstructed matter to another dimension along with many other things, it was still possible to create after a little time. Of course, this did not mean that these nanorobots were now useless, they could still be used as weapons against technological civilization. Morgana, send more plague nanorobots to the other planets and asteroids of the solar system to gather more data. After a while, we should be able to optimize their efficiency. After doing this, Edward began to travel in the multiverse, visiting different Earths. Everywhere he went, he would first check the population to see if there were any repeats with the other Earths or the one from his universe. And every time, the answer was negative. So, Edward did not hesitate to plunder the population before plundering the entire solar system. Unfortunately, after doing this 20 times, he also felt a warning that if he continued, he would suffer a great catastrophe. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied. After plundering 21 Earths, the Empire's population will increase by about 170 billion. Plus, he still had another additional 10 billion coming from Earth 125. With such a large population, the Empire will flourish and rapidly develop. After his plundering day ended, Edward and the others did not stop his navigation of the multiverse. One of his main objectives of this trip was to test and optimize the technology of the Novad that he installed in the floating city. That way, it will be much easier to navigate, study, and understand the multiverse in his universe. So, Edward began to design ways to separate parallel dimensions based on their current time period, the past, present, or future, with the years 2000 to 2020 considered as the present. His experiment did yield some success as he managed to discover a few Earths that were in the year 2100 to 2400. After stealing these worlds' technology and a few talented scientists, engineers, and people who have the potential to become powerful arcanists, he moved on. Unfortunately, he had to stop his experiment. Time in the blank realm or even parallel dimensions work differently. However, Edward had synchronized the passage of time of Earth 125 to him in the floating city. So, after 3 years passed, he knew that he had to return to deal with Nick and Set. In an office, Edward was reading a long paper with deep focus. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit stood in front of him, trembling a little as if he was afraid. Amazing, Dr. Jekyll, praised Edward after reading the last chapter. You have used science to break into the field of mystery, the field of magic. This mad or unorthodox scientist managed to find a way to split the soul into different components or parts, good and evil. And he only used science to do so, nothing related to the supernatural. After reading this man's research, Edward had so many ideas on to best use this kind of research. Just studying the process of creating these two components of the soul would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the essence of the soul, the essence of life itself. Additionally, magic has a great correlation with emotions. Negative emotions or the ones related to evil often fuel black magic or boost them up, meanwhile, positive emotions or good ones are the sources of white magic. Then there is the negative energy that he discovered in this world that is the source of necromancy magic. Is there any correlation between the evil side of the soul and negative energy? This is worth exploring. Additionally, there is dark magic, not black magic, but the darkness which is the opposite of light. Not a lot of knowledge is known in the Empire regarding this type of magic, albeit many experiments and theories are being developed every day regarding dark magic. Edward even hypothesized that necromancy could be a subcategory of dark magic. The same thing can also be said for light magic. Some basic light attack spells have been developed, some of which are quite powerful. Nevertheless, light magic is not truly developed in terms of treating it like one of the elements of nature, being able to mold like fire magic for destructive property, or using it to heal, remove curses, punish the wicked, etc. So, maybe studying the relationship between the good side of the soul and the light element might further boost the development of light magic in the Empire. And there are even more possibilities for this discovery. Good and evil are concepts related to karma or causality, maybe something can be studied from here. Edward already had a plan to develop a detecting alignment spell which could tell if a person was lawful neutral, lawful good or evil, chaotic neutra, and so on. Well, Dr. Jekyll, you will have a bright future in the Empire, said Edward, who already planned to give this man the status of Tower Master to further his research once he reached a certain tier. After saying that, he waved his hand and a white circle entered Jekyll's head. Immediately, the latter could feel that the evil side of him was suppressed. the doctor felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulder as he exhaled out loud. However, after he reined in his emotions, he discovered that he was alone in his office. So, after sighing out loud, he pretended that nothing happened. Edward teleported back to the city in a room where everyone was watching a screen. "How is it?" "Things have already started," replied Hermione. "Nick has opened the tomb and chosen to be Set's vessel." After nodding, the four of them began to watch the plot unfold. After discovering and taking Amulet's sarcophagus, Nick's plane crashed down because of a flock of birds and landed in London. He died and was resurrected by Amulet. Then, she was captured by the secret organization that Dr. Jekyll created to combat evil in this world. Nick learned that the female protagonist, Jenny Halsey, was also part of this organization. Amulet managed to escape and acquire the last piece of the puzzle necessary for the sacrifice ritual to revive Set into Nick's body, a red jewel that was buried with the Crusader Knight. Jenny dies, and Nick confronted Amulet and stole the dagger in which the jewel was implanted at the hill. He wanted to destroy it to ensure that the ceremony failed. However, Amulet told him if he did that, he would ruin his only chance at reviving Jenny. However, if he proceeded with it, with Set's power, he would have dominion over life and death. In the end, Nick stabbed himself and Set's power and soul descended on his body. After a little struggle and with his newfound love for Jenny, he managed to suppress Set's consciousness with his weird physique. Finally, he used that power to revive Jenny from the dead. However, after that, he ran away to ensure her safety as he was not sure whether he could retain his consciousness for long. "Let's begin," said Edward once everything was finished. A portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Nick, who was in the Sahara Desert. And not long after, 5 massive pillars of light flew from different countries on Earth. These pillars of lights then turned into enormous magic circles that surrounded the entire planet. And after they were erected, people all over the world began to disappear at an alarming rate. Governments all over the globe did not even have the time to react. Of all the Earths that he has raided, Edward was more concerned about this one since he has been secretly cultivating many people with magical talents for decades. An untold amount of resources was used in the process, so he did not want something to go wrong. Unfortunately for him, something did go wrong, something out of his expectations and calculations. Chapter 257, Yahweh. A colossal blue hand suddenly came out from the Pacific Ocean and began to tear apart the magic circles that surrounded Earth. Then, from that hand, also came a colossal blue head and upper torso. Meanwhile, Edward had a shocked look on his face. He thought that Yahweh was hiding in a dimension of his own, hence the reason he placed the magic protection on Earth, to prevent or at least, but him enough time so that he could plunder the population. But he never thought that the latter was hiding deep under the sea. This was an oversight on his part. Truth be told, it was not totally his fault, it was mainly because he was scarred from the first time he tried to explore the deep sea. Edward knew that there were as many resources under there as in space. So, in the early days of the Empire, he sent exploring teams deep into the ocean to explore its mystery, find natural resources, and discover what kind of life forms could survive down there. Unfortunately, he truly regretted his decision. He discovered some very terrifying eldritch-like monsters underneath there. Just gazing at the creature almost drove someone like him with a special soul insane. In the end, he had to erase his memories and labeled this information as the highest secret of the Empire. All exploration of the ocean was stopped until further notice, even to this day. He also installed emergency protocols to evacuate from the planet at a moment's notice in case that things suddenly emerged. With his paranoia, it was Merlin's words that these creatures were here for a reason and guaranteed him that they would not leave the ocean or attack Earth. However, he also warned him that if he wanted to understand them and their origin, he had to rely on himself. Back then, Edward was nothing but a Tier 3 wizard. However, after his journey to the Full Metal Alchemist world and becoming Tier 5, he tried again to watch those memories once more, and the result was the same, albeit he could last a little longer. Because of this fact, the ocean in general has become a little taboo for him. Edward reined in his thought as he quickly ordered Morgana to hurry up. Then, under his control, the magic circles began to surround the giant blue man that floated from the ocean. Who dare interfere with my plan for humans, thought Yahweh as he manifested himself. He already planned to wait a few thousand years and guide humanity to develop parallel dimension technology to help reach a higher level in his God path. Or at the very least, help him find alien species that have already developed that technology. Yahweh looked at Edward and roared, "Internal sorcerer. I thought I already eliminated your kind." After saying these words, a powerful aura emanated from his body. Immediately afterward, Edward felt it was very difficult to breathe, the blood coursing through his veins seemed to have slowed down, and it became difficult for him to think, move, or do anything for that matter. Luckily for him, this was not the first time he encountered this situation, so he was prepared. A gray shield appeared to protect him and grant him back his mobility. Is this the suppression of higher life forms? Gods and mortals are two different species, two different levels of life. So, just their presence can overwhelm mortals, weaken them, and make them unable to resist. However, this was not the main reason for Edward's suppression. The reason was because of the vast difference in their tier. The moment Yahweh appeared, his cosmic awareness activated, and learned something about his opponent. Yahweh, divine species, injured tier 10 universal god, can only use tier 9 strength. After seeing this information, Edward also realized another thing that he overlooked. In the path of godhood, a lot of faith is required to reach higher tiers. For example, to become a tier 9 god, an entire galaxy has to be conquered, and 95% of the individual of that entire galaxy has to worship that god. And that is only if the general population of that galaxy is enough to support the god. However, the gods of Earth are very powerful, with even a minor god as Dolus being tier 6 in his prime. As such, the faith of a little planet like Earth should not be enough to breed so many powerful gods. There must be a secret behind this. Morgana suddenly appeared next to Edward, removing him from his thought. Master, all the people of Earth have been teleported to the city. Are we running away now? No, prepare the city and the others for battle. Huh, responded Morgana before regaining her bearing and nodded. If it was the previous Edward, he would not hesitate to run away, especially since he already got what he wanted. However, from what he learned from Solomon, he had to prepare for what to face in the future. Plus, he also wanted to test the limit of the floating city. Based on previous data gathered and analysis, he knew that it was a tier 9 weapon. However, it has not been properly tested in battle against another tier 9 opponent, and now was the perfect opportunity. Edward disappeared, and when he reappeared, a giant city was floating in the air, facing the enormous Yahweh. He finally had a good look at him. In terms of size, he was at least 5,000 kilometers tall, his blue skin radiated nobility, while his gold robe made him even more divine. He had a jewel on his forehead that looked like a third eye. With a serious look on his face, Edward looked at his opponent. Then, he talked to Morgana through their soul link. Is everything prepared? Yes, boss. Immediately afterward, Edward felt a massive surge of mana traveling through his veins. He grunted for a while as it was a little too much for him to bear. Nevertheless, a look of fascination flashed across his eyes. He felt powerful. No, he felt unstoppable. With this amount of mana, Edward felt that there was nothing he could not do, nothing he could not destroy or create. He immediately cast the mechanized mind spell to remove these distracting thoughts. He knew that they were simply the result of a drastic increase in strength. If he believed in his thought and became overconfident, then he would die in this battle. Meanwhile, Yahweh also had a serious look on his face after seeing the floating city. He could feel an intense amount of pure mana. Additionally, he had felt a great feeling of danger coming from something in that city. So, he became vigilant. He did not underestimate his opponent because he was weaker than him. As wise as he was, he would not make such a mistake. Plus, over the years, he also watched how humans have developed weapons that could kill some lesser gods. Yahweh raised his hand and cast a spell. Divine spell, Judgment. A powerful light enveloped the city, trying to forcibly destroy its protective shield. Not even a few seconds after the attack hit, cracks appeared on it and Edward became even more somber. The shield of the floating city is made of void energy, so he was very reassured of it. However, he now realized that he might have overestimated its capability. After all, his understanding and use of void energy are very primitive. With enough brute force, it is possible to overcome. Meanwhile, Yahweh was truly surprised. This attack of his reached tier 10 and could destroy an entire universe. Adding to the fact that it was concentrated and focused entirely on the city, it should have not only destroyed the shield but all the people and things inside. Things have become complicated, he thought. In his injured state, the amount of tier 10 attacks he can use is limited. Chapter 258, Battle with a God, I. As Edward realized the crack on the void shield, he analyzed the severity of the situation. The crack of the shield cannot be repaired unless it could absorb a large quantity of void energy. However, the current situation did not allow this. Additionally, he also understood that the shield can protect from tier 10 attacks. However, there is a limit to the number of attacks, so he cannot waste them. Morgana, can you analyze the energy level of an attack and determine its tier? No problem. In that case, be on the watch. If he uses a tier 10 attack, deploy the void shield, otherwise, use other shields. Immediately following his order, the void shield was replaced by one created by mana. Although Edward's tactic seemed unwise to weaken his defense, however, that's because he has to take the long run into account. It's best to preserve the void shield when he needs to run away or in case the enemy decides to use another tier 10 attack. Based on his estimation, Yahweh should not be able to use a lot of these attacks because of his injury. While Edward was rapidly communicating with Morgana through their soul, he felt the environment suddenly change. He was still in space and he could see Earth and the solar system. However, his surroundings seemed bleak. Damn it, cursed Edward internally as he realized another difference in level with high-tier individuals. Their speed of thinking and reacting is on a different level from him. He could not even react and did not know what Yahweh did. Morgana, bless me with all your processing power. Plus, quickly review what just happened. Master, your soul cannot bear such massive processing power. Prepare all the soul healing potions we have on board. Have Severus make more in the process, and if things get out of control, use the pool of eternal life to heal me. It's about time that I see what my limits are. Morgana nodded and immediately acted. Edward, his mind could calculate everything in the universe in a matter of seconds. Although this was an exaggeration, this was how he felt. He knew that Morgana's main server, the Brain Room, had a very extraordinary origin and is related to a great secret of the universe. If any of the gods were to know of its existence, they would not hesitate to massacre everyone in the Empire. Truth be told, all the rooms that were once located underneath the Ministry of Magic were of similar origins, and they were all equally valuable. Edward has long noticed that the Earth was not a simple little planet. Whether it is how malleable and odd the frequency of wizard's mana is, all the main rooms and their origins, Herpo's strange way of becoming a god, Bermuda's Triangle, Atlantis, and even the unnamed creatures underneath the sea, all proved that this planet was not simple. And those are probably only the tip of the iceberg. While all these thoughts rapidly flashed across Edward's mind, he also reviewed and analyzed what spell Yahweh used. Mirror dimension, he muttered. This Christian god teleported them to a dimension similar to the mirror dimension from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As such, although everything looks the same, it is only a reflection of the real universe. He guessed that the latter wanted to avoid causing large-scale destruction during their battle. After all, with the floating city, Edward's energy level reached Tier 9, which is enough to destroy a few galaxies. And the same goes for Yahweh. However, under this enormous processing power, Edward was able to deduce that Yahweh did not do this out of the kindness of his heart. Most gods are callous and only care about their believers. All other people or things are nothing but heathens, sinners, godless, and so on. He would not care how many other lives he would kill in the process of a fight. Unless there were consequences for doing so. Most likely, there are rules which restrict such a powerful god as him from doing so. And who could restrict such a powerful individual? Two possible explanations: the universe's will or a more powerful individual. Edward favors the latter as a better explanation, as this universe's will was very dormant or inactive. Although all of these thoughts flashed through Edward's mind, not more than a second passed by since he arrived in this mirror dimension. So, after coming to a conclusion, he focused on this battle. With a glance, he analyzed that ordinary arcane rune spells would not work on his opponent. So, he decided to use high-class ones. A three-dimensional model of runes and magic circles instantly appeared inside his soul space before casting a spell. Star Armageddon. Although the spell was 3D inside his mind, it still appeared in the form of magic circles on the outside. More than 100,000 magic circles appeared around Yahweh, and from each of them manifested a fireball the size of a star. The sheer size and gravity generated by these fireballs bend spacetime like any stars in the universe, making the space in the surrounding area very chaotic and difficult to teleport. Then, all of them exploded at the same time. A heatwave powerful enough to destroy countless solar systems if not galaxies headed straight for Yahweh. However, the Christian god just opened his mouth and blew, and instantly, the scorching heat of these star fireballs was extinguished. Nevertheless, this was not the end of this attack. Seeming to predict this outcome, Edward used another spell to direct the force generated by the explosion to attack Yahweh. This attack was similar to if someone was punched with the force of more than 100,000 stars exploding. Yahweh's body suddenly lit up for a moment, and once the attack reached him, he was only forced to take a few dozen steps back. Physical attack immunity, thought Edward as he immediately began his next offensive. He did not want his enemy to have any room to breathe. Arcane rune spell, Cosmic Meteor. This was a summoning spell, and what did it summon? Everything in Edward's surroundings: planets, asteroids, stars, nebulae. Then, an acceleration spell is applied to them before launching it at the opponent. As Yahweh watched all these planets and stars falling on him at the speed of light like meteors, he was still calm. Divine spell, Death Burst. A black circular energy wave came from his body and traveled in all directions. And everything that it touched turned into dust. They decayed, they died. Edward could immediately sense the power of Death Authority, since he had studied it deeply from Herpo and from the one he stole from Truth. So, he immediately reacted, and a black shield surrounded the city to protect it from this attack. The floating city was also pushed back after blocking this attack. However, Edward did not immediately attack again. Not because he did not want to, but he couldn't. By now, he was breathing heavily and sweat was dripping from his body. With how strong his body was with aura, capable of blasting a hole through a planet with a punch, this showed how bad of a shape he was. The reason for that was simple: the massive amount of mana flushing through his veins from the ether core that powered up the floating city was the reason he could use such powerful spells. However, it started to take a toll on his body. Adding to that Morgana's processing power that was weighing on his soul, his situation was not ideal currently. So, he began to use his gate of truth to help alleviate the pressure, and also help him better control the energy from the ether core. Unfortunately, he also knew that this measure only allowed him to fight a little longer. But it was enough. While Edward was doing all this, a sword made of light suddenly appeared in front of him, ignoring both the city's defense and his personal one, and impaled him. He had little time to react nor understand what happened to him. Chapter 259, Battle with a God, 2. Edward looked at half of his body that sliced into two, a frown on his face. In his current mechanized mind state, his emotions and things along the line of pain did not affect him much. He quickly calculated what happened before coming to a conclusion. Causality spell. This attack used the laws of karma or causality to ignore all his defenses and go straight for him. If he did not use a soul shield at the last minute to defend himself, then his soul would have been annihilated and be gone from the world. This is the first time in his magical path that he came so close to death, well, at least, not even since he was young and defenseless. If he was not in an emotionless state, he would have liked to ponder the ramification that his death would have on the people close to him and other people. But now was not the time to do so. Morgana used the karmic artifact we have and create a defensive measure against such spell. Immediately, sir. You want to play causality, two can play at this game. Edward did not have a deep understanding of causality magic, however, there is one thing that he was a master of that involved causality, curses. As long as a magic user had something that belongs to another person, they can use it as a medium to cast curses. Although that was a very low-level application of causality, it was more than enough in his hand. Then, two things appeared in front of him, a very small drop of blood along with a golden sphere. The drop of blood was taken from the spear of destiny that stabbed and killed destiny. If the Christian Bible is correct, Jesus is either Yahweh's son or another part of him. Either way, it can be used as a curse medium. As for the golden orb, it was the power of faith of all the billion Christians that worshipped him. This was another medium that Edward was going to use, and this one was a very powerful one as well. Yahweh's facial expression immediately changed after seeing the things in front of Edward. So, he quickly attacked again, using the same causality spell. This time, Morgana was able to block the attack, but not all of it. As such, both of Edward's legs were destroyed. However, he did not care as he already cast his spell and his phoenix flame activate to heal his injuries. Arcane rune spell, energy absorption curse. A black tattoo suddenly appeared on Yahweh's blue skin, then, he felt a powerful suction that was rapidly draining his divine energy. So, he immediately cast a curse removal spell to remove the curse, but Edward prevented him from succeeding. He increased the power of this spell to keep it on. So, Yahweh used the power of causality to remove the connection he had with the mediums that Edward was using. And he did succeed, albeit only a little. He did sever the connection between Jesus' blood and him, however, this spell was not as effective when it came to the faith of the Christians. Damn this power of faith, thought Yahweh. All the gods from different pantheons knew the danger of faith, hence the reason that they did not rely on it too much. As innate God born from authority and energy from the birth of the universe, their powers come not from faith, but through countless years of studying, training, and developing the authority they were born with. The more talented and hard-working ones, like Odin, Zeus, Brahma, Vishnu, Olorin, and so on, grew rapidly and surpassed the others. Unfortunately, studying and understanding authority, which is the fundamental concept or laws of the universe, is not only difficult but also takes time. Many of them have spent billions of years moving from one tier to another. Some could not withstand the loneliness and stopped moving forward, indulging in the vices of the world. Yahweh remembered how life was in the heavenly realm before faith was discovered. Although there was competition and conflicts, things were generally peaceful. However, when the gods discovered that by spreading their names, doctrines, and ideas to mortals and gathering faith, and said faith can help them in their understanding of their authority, and in turn increase their power, war broke out. Different factions were formed based on their origins in the heavenly realm, hence the concept of the pantheon was born. Finally, all the gods fought and competed for the faith of mortals. They were lucky not to be completely polluted by faith because for some reason, they were forbidden to expand their battle and conquest to the rest of the universe. Nevertheless, faith changed everything. Yahweh knew that it could not remove that curse that used faith as a medium unless he was willing to completely sever his ties or connection to humans. Additionally, as the gods with the largest amount of followers and faith, doing so would result in a harsh karmic backlash. So, for now, he was satisfied with weakening the curse. Now, all he had to do was to weaken it to the point of making it relatively useless. Divine spell, angel summons. A large army of angels appeared in the sky. They form a hierarchy based on their position in the sky and the number of wings on their backs. One tier 9 angel who had 16 wings stood at the top, 100 tier 8 angels with 14 wings stood beneath him, followed by tier 7 angels with 12 wings, and so on. After seeing this situation, Edward quickly took action. Severus, leave the potion making to a golem, then use this faith orb to continue casting dark magic and weakened him. As soon as he said this, a massive amount of energy from the ether core entered Snape's body, boosting his strength to barely tier 9. Hermione, you're in charge of the army. Lily, you're in charge of both the city and our defense. The other two were also connected to the core. This act greatly alleviated the pressure that Edward has to control such a massive amount of energy. However, Master, the energy from the ether core is depleting at a faster rate. Keep watch on and make sure we have enough energy to run away. Once it reaches that threshold, initiate the void jump immediately and get us out of here. All right. Found them, suddenly said Hermione. Then, countless magic circles suddenly appeared in the space. And from them appeared a large army. This army was composed of fallen angels that had black wings, normal angels with white wings, devil-looking creatures that looked like something that came out of nightmare movies, humanoid creatures, and many of them that looked like they were from mythology. However, one thing that they all had in common was that their bodies looked pale gray like corpses, and many of them had limbs missing, still had weapons impaled in their bodies, and had part of their bodies that were burned or chopped off. Undead, muttered the tier 9 archangel. She could tell that these people were fallen warriors from that war in the heavens. She even recognized some of them as they were her enemies, personal slain by her, and some of her comrades. Immediately, anger appeared on this angel's beautiful face. She hated how these internal sorcerers desecrated the bodies of these warriors, especially her former comrades. Using the processing power of Morgana and her drastically increased senses, Hermione was able to locate many dimensions where these creatures were located. However, she discovered that the majority if not all of them were dead. So, she controlled the massive negative energy created by the death of all these once powerful individuals to reanimate their bodies and turn them into undead. Then used her talent to summon them. She encountered some resistance from the people or angels who once fought on Yahweh's side, however, the others were more than happy to come back as undead for another chance at revenge. Has the war continued again? Asked one of the fallen angels summoned by Hermione. This one also had 16 wings. Lucifer, asked Michael, the tier 9 angel. No, you're not him. You're right, my beloved sister. I am nothing but the resentment left on my flesh after you personally destroy my soul. Nevertheless, I am still glad to see you again, said Lucifer as he laughed maniacally. Hello, Father, he continued as he looked at Yahweh with resentment. Not looking too good, are we? Chapter 260, Battle with a God, 3. Yahweh looked at his favorite yet most disobedient son and was momentarily lost in his memory. In the early stage of the war, the confrontation between all the different pantheons was mildly compared to the later stages. However, later, Yahweh wanted to end this war, so he came up with the idea of becoming the main villain and forcing all the other pantheons to work together and unite. Unfortunately, he underestimated the corrosion of faith. In his doctrine, he proclaimed himself as the only Almighty God. He claimed to be the one and only supreme God, the one that all others have to bow with. His original intention was to tell the other gods of his intention and made him the villain. Unfortunately, as his believers spread this idea and believe in them, as Christianity became more powerful, the faith he absorbed began to twist his mind. It made him believe that was what he truly wanted, what he truly desired. It forced him to play the role he portrayed in his doctrine. And by the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. His personality, ideas, and views of the world had changed. He attacked the other gods for his own selfish reason. He absorbed their divinity/authority to become more powerful. He wanted to become omnipotent and omniscient, just like the individual portrayed in his doctrine. And when the Novad King entered the war, opening the door to the multiverse, his ambition simply could no longer be stopped. At some point in the war, he came up with the plan to have his son fake a rebellion in his camp, so that he could implant a mole in the side of the other pantheons. Unfortunately, the way he went about executing such a plan was not ideal. He never told Lucifer and the others that this was supposed to be a fake rebellion. He planned that after secretly manipulating his favorite and most powerful son to rebel, he would tell him the truth and reconcile. Unfortunately, once the deed was done, Lucifer was more furious after hearing that even his so-called rebellion to regain his free will was nothing but his father's plan. He refused to reconcile with him and joined the other side for good. While the father and son were having a reunion, Edward and Hermione had already prepared for their next attack. Hermione had her undead attacked without reservation, without fear of death or any pains and even suppressed emotions. These guys were the greatest fighting machines. Lucifer faced his sister head-on, anger, rage, disappointment, and longing deep in his eyes. Shining lights filled the starry skies as countless spells exploded at the same time. Powerful divine items bloomed with power as the two sides confronted each other. Unfortunately, the angels' light attacks were their nemesis. So, despite the advantage in army sizes, the battle was not in their favor. Realizing that the situation was not in her favor, Hermione rapidly formulated a countermeasure. Just like Edward, she was connected to Morgana and gained access to all her processing power. She connected to the golem factory inside the floating city. There are machines designed to mass-produce different levels of golems. As long as there are enough resources and energy, these golems can essentially be mass-produced. Edward designed the floating city to be a one-man army, a one-man civilization. With one, arcanists should be able to conquer worlds, planes, and planets. After gaining access to the factory, Hermione modified the setting to manufacture exosuits instead of golems. Then, she rapidly created anti-light magic enchantments to be placed on these suits. This was a basic enchantment that focused on keeping positive energy from entering the armor, so it was not that difficult to design. Immediately afterward, many suits or armors were created and she sent them to the undead army, providing them with protection against the light magic of the angels. This way, not only did she level up the field but also granted her side the advantage. "My queen, your actions have accelerated the rate that the ether core is drained," said Morgana, making Hermione frown for a brief moment. Then, she used her spell to have her consciousness exit the mirror dimensions and enter the real world. In an instant, she scanned most of the Milky Way galaxy and located numerous stars. With a wave of her hand, a large quantity of these stars disappeared before reappearing at the energy core of the floating city. Then, she activated the energy conversion enchantments that the Weasley twins created to convert the heat radiated from these stars into mana. That way, the energy problem was slightly alleviated by converting more than 100 stars per minute. Then, she focused on the battle once more. She realized that after the death of any of the angels, a strange power appeared on their bodies to prevent them from turning into undead and joined her sides. Nevertheless, Hermione still tried her best to steal a few higher angels' bodies. These were valuable research subjects of the Empire. Meanwhile, Snape was focusing on casting curses on Yahweh to weaken him. This included energy draining curse, blood draining curse, great weakening curse, soul weakening curses, and so on. Which curses he knew, he used them even if many of them were useless because of Yahweh's high immunity. His job was to both weaken his opponent and to also distract him. As for Edward, he used the spell Sectum Sempura. An enormous invisible blade rushed to cut Yahweh apart. A semi-spherical appeared in front of the ladder to protect him. However, this blade sliced it off into two. Yahweh felt that this blade could sever any dimensions into two parts. Then, a white shield appeared to surround him and block off the attack. "Mortal, you should be proud to make this god take you seriously," said Yahweh for the first time since this fight began. His words sounded like praise but also very condescending. To him, this was the highest compliment he could give a mortal. Forcing him to use the guardian divinity to block that last attack showed that the internal sorcerer in front of him was truly capable. "Now, you can die in peace," continued Yahweh, his voice echoing in all the corners of the mirror dimension. "Time divinity, time stop." Suddenly, the deep black starry sky turned into white before everybody stopped moving. Whether it was the Angel Legion, the Undead Legion, or the four of the floating city, all of them stopped moving. With a cold and indifferent look on his face, Yahweh's blue hand descended on the floating city. The sheer size of that hand is enough to destroy the city more than 100 times over. Fortunately, right before his hand landed, a massive gray magic circle appeared on top of the floating city. A strange wave came from the circle, and immediately afterward, Edward and the other three were no longer affected by the time stop. As soon as they regained their freedom, Lily erected a high physical damage barrier to the city and protected everyone. Meanwhile, the others were also breathing slightly out loud. After discovering time magic, Edward has always been worried about people who could stop time, as this was one of the most overpowered abilities. So, he developed anti-time stop enchantments and placed them on the floating city. Well, not just the city. Even the robes he wore had an anti-time stop enchantment, along with an anti-instant death spell similar to Death Touch and so on. He studied the time and death authority deeply to develop these enchantments, and each time his understanding of these magic increased, he would optimize them. Edward looked at Yahweh with a deep look on his face. He realized that the reason that the gods were so much more powerful than other magical users or species was because of the power of authority. Based on his recent calculation, he realized that a spell would require at least 100 times or more mana as an energy source to equal any of the weakest attacks used with authority. After all, this power came from the fundamental or natural laws of the universe. Fighting against is similar to individual fighting against the entire universe. Or man fighting against nature. Morgana, secretly charge the void cannon. Then, bring out the Death Staff and the Time Staff. Chapter 261, Battle with a God, 4. Two staffs floated in front of him, one darker than the abyss, while the other was gray. A gloomy, depressing, and death-like aura emanated from the black one, while a dreamy and ethereal vibe came from the gray one. The Death Staff and the Time Staff, Edward used the Death and Time authority he stole from Truth to make these staffs. These two staffs are considered two of the most powerful magical items in the Empire after their creation. Truth be told, Edward made two Death Staffs. For the second one, he combined the Deathly Hallows into one staff. However, he left that one back in the Empire as a safety measure. He brought the other two because he wanted the difference in authority between different universes. One thing he noticed was that the strength of these authorities drastically decreased once they arrived in another universe. So, after research, Edward modified them so that they can fit the Death Authority of the Harry Potter universe, and when he came to this world, he also had to study and modify them to fit this world. The grey staff floating in front of Edward shone brightly as he used a spell, Time Erasure. An enormous clock suddenly appeared on top of Yahweh's head, then, the vivid cloak slowly became illusory. As it did so, Yahweh discovered that his body was also fading. He knew that once that clock disappeared, his existence would be forcibly erased from this current timeline. It would be as if he never existed. The more than 1 billion years that he has lived would be erased. All the people he met, all the things he accomplished and all the impact he had on the entire universe would be erased as if they never happened. What a brilliant spell, he thought before pointing his finger at the clock above. Time nullification. Cracks appeared on the clock before it disappeared and cancelling the spelling. Then, Yahweh cast a spell of his own. Time clones. Then, 9 other blue giants that looked exactly like Yahweh appeared. They raised their hands and a white sphere appeared in their hands. Like judgment, they all said in unison. Edward became serious as he could hear cracking noises coming from the mirror dimension. This is a sign that this attack has reached a level that the dimension cannot bear, and it showed signs of breaking. That also meant that this attack reached tier 10 in scope. Immediately, he cast another spell, and it was the same spell as Yahweh. He understood that the time clones is essentially Yahweh calling different versions of himself at different moments in time. For example, the Yahweh 5 minutes from now or the one 5 minutes in the past. And each of these versions appeared in the present and served as temporary clones. A very complex magic circle that seemed alive and moving instantly appeared in Edward's soul dimension. Then, a few other floating cities appeared next to him. However, unlike his opponent, he only created 3 clones for a total of 4 cities counting the original one. Then, the void shield of the 4 floating cities expanded and fused. And the exact moment they did this, a pillar of light was so enormous and bright that it could be seen throughout the entire universe. If this was not the mirror dimension, all the species, races, or civilizations of the universe would be able to see that pillar of light, no matter how many trillions of light years away they were. Once the light faded, more cracks appeared on the shield of the floating city. However, soon afterward, all the clones, including Yahweh's, disappeared. Meanwhile, Edward was breathing heavily with sweat dripping on his forehead. A floating chair suddenly appeared behind him and he sat on it. In his current shape, he could barely stand up. He waved his hand and the 2 staff floating in front of him. Death Authority spell, Summons of the Dead. However, this was not an ordinary summon. Edward used the time staff to summon all people who have died throughout history. Any creatures, from past, present, and future, as long as they died at some point, were summons. These creatures included humans, animals, and humanoid species. Alien species, both magical and non-magical. Unfortunately, after the number of people summoned reached a certain number, Edward realized that the spell was forcibly stopped. Then, these creatures fused. Hermione even controlled her summons to participate in this fusion. The Abomination of Death. That's the name of that spell. Edward watched an all-black creature with one red eye. Countless tentacles appeared in front of him. In terms of size, it was even bigger than Yahweh. The moment this creature, everything in thousands of galaxies died, matter, dark matter, energy, and even many concepts of order. All of them just died. All the angels summoned by Yahweh instantly decayed and died just by looking at this creature, their souls completely destroyed. Luckily for some of them, Yahweh managed to protect their souls and put them away, however, their bodies were gone. When the creature appeared, for a brief moment, Edward felt that he was about to lose control of it. He used a great deal of his willpower to forcibly control the spell, then rapidly ordered the creature to attack. An infinite amount of tentacles seemed to come from its eyes as it attacked Yahweh, who immediately created a shield around him to block. However, no matter which type of shield he used, they would turn black before disappearing. Essentially, the shields died after coming into contact with this abomination of a creature, which was the manifestation of the horror of death itself. And it was not just the shields, any divine spells used by Yahweh suffered the same fate. They all died. Then, the creature attacked Yahweh directly. The blue giant had a very powerful physique and was also a mighty warrior. So, he threw countless punches to block the tentacles. Although they were many and non-stop, not a single one managed to bypass Yahweh's defense. However, he suddenly teleported a great distance from the creature. He realized that each of these attacks was corroding his divine essence, rapidly bringing him closer to death. As a tier 10 god, he can live as long as the universe itself. As such, his essence is immortal, so he does not have to worry about his lifespan. However, this creature can corrode his immortal essence and take his lifespan away. Each time that his fist touched one of the tentacles, he lost millions of years of his life. Normally, this would be nothing to him, but this time, he could not recuperate the time he lost, meaning that if spent more time fighting, he would eventually die of old age. Yahweh looked at the creature and used another spell. Death Authority, Soul Control. He wanted to take control of Death Abomination and turned it against his creator. In terms of understanding and controlling of Death Authority, he was leagues ahead of Edward. Yahweh's divine will entered the creature's soul dimension and in just a few seconds, he took 30% of the creature's control from Edward. However, the creature suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a green gas. The green gas ignored the distance between the two and enveloped Yahweh. Poison. How could any poison work on me? Normal poison would of course not work as most gods are immune to most poisons. However, this was a unique poison created with the effort of Hermione and Snape. While Edward was summoning the dead across the space-time continuum, Hermione was doing the same thing with magical herbs and poison under the guidance of Snape, who used his talent to quickly analyze the essence of these herbs and create a poison strong enough to work on a Tier 9 god. Green veins could be seen appearing on Yahweh's blue body, and a slight groan came from his mouth, showing his pain. The poison was directly affecting his divine energy, making it impossible to use a large part of it. Adding on the energy-draining curse that was still on his body, he knew that it would only be a matter of time before he ran out of energy. At that time, he would only be able to use soul-related spell, and their strength would be drastically decreased. It's time to end this, thought Yahweh. Destruction Authority, Ultimate Destruction. A small, dark sphere the size of a basketball appeared on his enormous hand. Time and space seemed to freeze once the sphere appeared, then, it instantly appeared above the floating city before exploding. Lily, screamed Edward once he saw what happened. Chapter 262, Battle with a God, End. As soon as Edward saw this attack, he knew that in the current state of the Void Shield, it would not be able to stop it. He even guessed that this was one of Yahweh's most powerful attacks, the most powerful attack of a Tier 10 god capable of wiping out an entire universe. How terrifying is that? The Milky Way galaxy is 100,000 light-years in diameter, while this universe is 193 billion light-years, making it larger than primordial Earth's universe as it was only recorded to be 93 billion light-years in diameter. Although the size of this world is nothing compared to Edward's homeworld, this did not change the fact that Yahweh's attack, which was capable of instantly destroying everything in a 193 billion light-years diameter, was terrifying. The overall size of a universe determined how strong the Tier 10 individuals are. For example, there is a vast difference between a Tier 10 god that can destroy or create a universe of 90 billion light-years and one that can do the same for 500 billion light-years. Nevertheless, as a Tier 6 arcanist that has to rely on his floating city to reach Tier 9, this attack was truly beyond Edward's capability. Luckily, he also planned for the worse. The Void Shield managed to buy the group a little time, to be precise, buy Lily some time. A crystal appeared on her hand and she injected mana into it. Then, an illusory image of Harry Potter appeared in front of her. She closed her eyes as she used a spell. Ancient Magic, Love Protection. Her love protection magic is most powerful when Harry is next to her. However, she could not bring him to such dangerous adventures, at least not yet. However, Lily created this crystal with Harry's imprints to take his place, essentially hypnotizing herself and her magic that her son was next to her. An enormous white illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow was beautiful, ethereal, even divine. Anyone who sees would think that a goddess had descended on the mortal plane. Her appearance vaguely resembled Lily's, yet, they were still different. It was as if she was a higher self or version of Lily. The illusory shadow embraced the floating city like a mother embracing her child, protecting it from the winds and rain of life. After the dark sphere, everything in the mirror dimension was gone, leaving only a maelstrom of chaotic energy. The Death Abomination was also instantly annihilated on an atomic level. In the end, there probably was no matter left in that area except for the floating city and Yahweh that would not be affected by his own spell. The giant illusory shadow slowly dissipated after protecting the city. Meanwhile, Lily suddenly rapidly began to age. In just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman with gray hair and wrinkles all over her body. A chair appeared behind her as well, making her the last person in the group to sit down. A tube was implanted into her spine from the chair, injecting something into her body. Then, she returned to a middle-aged look. However, the process only lasted a few seconds before she once again aged. After going back and forth from old age to middle age for almost a minute, she finally stopped in her middle-aged look. A closer look would reveal that she was regaining her youth. However, the process appeared to be very slow. At this point, everyone in this battle had basically reached their limits. And Edward knew that this was the best opportunity to take down his opponent, especially since he must be running low on divine energy. Compared to him, he should still have some mana since Morgana has not warned him that they reached a critical level. Unfortunately for him, Yahweh felt the same way as him and acted much quicker. Something appeared behind him. It was the projection of a large world with countless people dressed in white drinking, laughing, and talking with one another. Joy, happiness, and contentedness radiated from these people. Everything they do seems genuine. Divine Kingdom projection, said Edward with difficulty. The gods in his world have their own divine kingdom, and inside said kingdom, they are considered the most powerful. Their powers are amplified by countless times. The use of authority becomes easier, and they can easily replenish their divine energy. However, the divine kingdom exists only in the outer realm and cannot appear in the mortal plane. However, a projection of it can be manifested, thus drastically increasing the strength of the gods. So, Edward knew that he was in trouble once Yahweh manifested something similar. And he was right. A massive amount of reserved divine energy entered Yahweh's body to make up for his loss. Then, he immediately acted. By now, he had observed and analyzed his opponent and discovered his weakness, the soul. The essence of Tier 10 universal individuals is leagues above Tier 6 ones. So, although Edward can use a massive amount of energy to make up the gap in combat power, he cannot make up the essence of the soul. Darkness authority, gaze of God. Then, Edward saw two giant eyes directly appear in his soul dimension, looking straight at his soul. Immediately afterward, cracks suddenly appeared in the dimension, and his soul was rapidly becoming more transparent. Two shields suddenly appeared to protect his soul, one cast by him while the other was created by Lily. Unfortunately, these things only delayed the speed at which his soul was fading away. On top of that, more cracks kept appearing in the place. Edward finally understood the saying, mortals should not look at God. The essence of mortals and gods was too vast, so directly looking at a higher being will lead to death. Although Edward was not a mortal and was considered a transcendent being, it did not change the fact that there were more than 4 tiers between him and Yahweh. As such, the essence of his existence, the essence of his soul had a huge difference. Nevertheless, despite his dangerous situation, he still could think rationally. He controlled the gate of truth to emit a strange energy surge that stabilized the soul dimension and prevent more cracks to appear and eventually destroy it. Then, he roared, Morgana. On it, Master. The little elf knew what he meant by that roar. Her main server was essentially the remains of a very powerful creature, and that creature had a very high divine essence. So, she linked it to Edward's soul to block that powerful spell. Edward felt a strange power nourishing his soul, but he did not absorb it but used it to prevent himself from dying instead. With that strange power, he was able to stop the attack and sighed in relief. Master, we are not out of danger yet. The Divine Kingdom projection has created a magic unfriendly zone in the surroundings. What does that mean exactly? Well, many of the enchantments of the city have stopped working, and casting spells become almost impossible. Is this the power of the Divine Kingdom? No wonder the gods ruled my universe. Edward has gathered much data on the gods of this world and created simulated battles with them. However, he has never actually fought a real god before, so there are many things that he does not know. You said that it was almost impossible to cast spells, not impossible. So, what method do you have? I have analyzed that the power of the Divine Kingdom has a weak effect against cosmic energy. So, Edward understood her meaning. Although cosmic energy is only in the preliminary stage of study in the Empire, it can still be used to do some basic things. All right. I know what to do. While Edward was having this conversation with Morgana inside his mind and planning his next move, Yahweh was slightly surprised as he thought that this attack would be the end of his opponent. Since this attack did not work, he would use another one. However, the moment he was prepared to take action, Yahweh suddenly felt a terrible premonition of death coming from being him. He turned around to see the floating city appearing behind him and firing a dark gray energy cannon. How did they appear behind me? I blocked the space to prevent teleportation. However, Yahweh knew that this was not the time to think about these things, because he knew that if that attack hit, he would be dead for sure. Chapter 263, Potential. Spacetime Authority, Creation Authority, Guardian Authority, Infinite Dimension. Yahweh mobilized all his most powerful authority that could help him survive this attack. And once he did this, cracks like a mirror breaking could be seen appearing in the path of the dark gray energy cannon, which was the void cannon fired by the floating city. All the mirror-breaking cracks that appeared on its path are actually dimensions the size of universes being erased from existence. To block this attack, Yahweh created countless universes and placed them on the path of the cannon. It only takes less than a second for the dense and concentrated void energy to destroy these universes. However, right after that, another one will appear in his place. Meanwhile, blood was dripping from Yahweh's eyes, noses, and ears. It is not simple for him to mobilize the power of so many authorities at once and control them so perfectly. Not to mention the vast amount of divine energy required to power up such a spell. He could foresee that his injury will further be aggravated after this fight, and only if he survived. Yahweh could feel that his divine kingdom was crumbling because of the massive amount of divine energy he was siphoning from it. As a result, many of the mortals in heaven died because of this, their souls forever destroy. However, he did have time to care about these things now. As long as he was alive, he could find ways to gather more believers, and not long afterward, there will be plenty more mortals in heaven. So, Yahweh focused on creating countless dimensions to block this attack. He was truly horrified by how destructive this energy that he has never seen before was. It seems to contain both time and space, and could erase them at the same time. It was like it could return everything to a form of nothingness, and create things from the same nothingness. Yahweh focused to remove these thoughts from his mind. He wanted to move out of the way of this energy beam. Unfortunately, he realized that this was more difficult than expected. A slight error and he might be hit and be erased. Meanwhile, Edward was looking at everything with calm eyes. His tactic was to use the cosmic energy to create an illusion of the floating city, move behind the enemy and kill him with the void cannon. Everything went smoothly except for the fact that his opponent had some keen intuition about danger and acted in time. "Master, our energy has reached the point that we need to run away." Edward nodded. Although he wanted to be the final victor in this battle, he understood that it was very difficult to kill a being of that tier with his current method, especially one who controlled countless authorities. Forget about killing Yahweh, he probably could not prevent the other from running away. And in the current shape of him, the team, and the floating city, they could not battle any longer. They had reached their limits. Nevertheless, he still had one last attempt. Yahweh kept gathering divine energy as reserved while using some to keep defending. After gathering the necessary amount that he felt was right, he instantly created 1,000 universal-sized dimensions to place in the path of the cannon. Then, he moved out of the way. Unfortunately for him, the moment he moved, Edward acted. Obscurious sword. Bellatrix has long developed ways to create artificial obscurus, and they are considered one of the most powerful weapons of the Empire. Before the void cannon was created, this was the weapon that Edward had prepared against the gods, since it was one of the few things that could work on the gods' authority. Although now the void cannon existed, it still was not as flexible in terms of use compared to the obscurus. The moment Yahweh evaded the cannon, a gigantic black sword made of obscurus descended on him with unparalleled speed. He only managed to move his body slightly to the left, however, the sword still hit his right arm, and instantly severed it. The moment the sword touched his shoulder, he felt something eating up his essence. And the moment his arm was severed, a great chunk of his divine essence was also removed with it. Yahweh knew that healing that arm would not be something as simple as regrowing it. He had to make up for the loss of essence. Edward sighed after seeing this. I guessed an arm is more than enough compensation. With this one arm, he could study many things and do a lot of things. After all, this was the body part of a divine being, one of the highest tiers. All right, Morgana, let's go. Under the little elf's control, the floating city left the mirror dimension and traveled to another parallel dimension. The reason that Edward did not leave this world was that the void shield was broken, and without it, a great deal of the floating cities would be destroyed in the voyage. So, he had to take some time to rebuild it before returning home. Meanwhile, Yahweh looked at his missing arm for a moment before placing his attention on his divine kingdom. Under his will, the kingdom stopped cracking and returned to normal, at least, it appeared so. Then, he modified the memories of the surviving souls in the kingdom before leaving the mirror dimension. He gazed at the now completely empty earth and muttered, "This may be an opportunity for me." He waved his hand and all the technological advancement of the modern world disappeared, turning the planet into a period similar to the Jurassic era. All the continents instantly fit together into a whole and a brand new race of humans was created by him. Finally, two souls appeared in front of Yahweh and he used his power to create a new body for them. These two souls were in fact his angels, however, now, they were only tier 5 angels. Go to these new humans to preach my name and help them develop technology as rapidly as possible. Yahweh did not lose his goal of reaching higher realms, and his next development was in the multiverse. He raised his eyes to look at something deep in the universe and a slight fear flashed across his eyes. Finally, he entered deep under the ocean to continue his sleep and recovery. Meanwhile, two old men were watching this entire battle. However, they seemed to exist in a realm of existence that belonged only to them. One of them had a blue magical robe on him, while the other had a white robe similar to Roman's toga. "So, what do you think of my apprentice?" asked the old man in blue. "Sir Merlin, you have accepted a fine apprentice. Come on, Yahweh, you can speak freely. As the god closest to becoming an aspect, there is no need to be reserved." Yahweh smiled wryly but did not take these words to heart. He was still 2 tiers from becoming an aspect, so he did not dare accept such compliment. Although he was considered the god with the utmost talent, unfortunately, the path he chose to become an aspect made him enemies of all the other gods. And he even blocked the ascension path of the majority of them. To be honest, sir, in terms of current strength and talent your apprentice can only be classified in the upper middle level of the aspect's apprentices. Merlin nodded his head in agreement. However, in terms of potential, he might be on par with these guys. Yahweh knew the current most powerful aspect's apprentices were very scary individuals, breaking through the tier 12 level at a very high speed. However, all these guys have terrifying cheat-like abilities that were either granted to them by primordial Earth, or they were born with them. However, there is a group of them called the Golden Generation. These apprentices grew up relying solely on their effort, hard work, and countless trial and tribulations to reach high tiers. Their master ensured that they did not rely on any golden finger or cheat-like abilities to grow. The member of the golden generations were all referred to as potential aspects. Yahweh could tell that Merlin wanted to train his apprentice to that level, however. "If you want to say anything, do it," said Merlin. "Honestly, sir, your disciple seemed too soft. His life has been too smooth and he hardly faced any true difficulty so far in his magical path." Merlin did not say anything as he understood the reason for Yahweh saying these words. All the members of the golden generation have gone through hell. Their master ensured that during their rise. However, Merlin did not like this method as he saw the downside of it. All the members of that generation are cold, ruthless, and will do anything for the sake of victory. For power, they have no bottom line. In the current situation of the war, this is indeed a good mentality to have. However, being too ruthless is not necessarily a good thing. For example, abandoning their companions when they showed the slightest weakness is a common thing that the member of the golden generation often does. Additionally, all of them are very individualistic and refuse to work together. Everyone under them is a pawn to achieve a goal, sometimes even their friends and families. Merlin did not want his apprentice to become like them. He did not mind him being ruthless and indifferent, but there needs to be some measure. This is the reason that he did not train Edward like his other peers. He wanted him to have the right amount of coldness and the right amount of compassion. And maybe, one day, he can influence the others and show them a better way. Chapter 264, Reflection. Earth 666, Edward sat in a chair in the floating city that was on the moon. Numerous tubes were connected to him through his spinal cord to heal his injuries, however, he still looked pale. And it was not just him. In the different rooms, the others were also healing. However, the three of them were sleeping peacefully in tanks with green liquid on them to facilitate quicker healing. As for why Edward did not follow then, it was because he still had something to do. While the battle was fresh in his memories, he wanted to reflect on it, think about how to improve, and distinguish the mistakes he made to prevent from repeating them. Many of the enchantments in the city malfunctioned or did not function at full capacity when a large amount of energy was being used. They need to be fixed and updated. I was too confident in the void shield and did not even have backup void energy in case it was broken. That needs to be changed. The size of the floating city can be both an advantage and a problem. So, I should add some enchantment to increase its size depending on the situation. A massive floating city can be used as a weapon for physical confrontation, and turning into a pocket size has many strategic uses like running away, sneak attacks, and high mobility. Edward tapped on the arm of his chair as he pondered deeply about the recent battle. My understanding and use of authority are not nearly enough compared to the gods. That needs to change. Reviewing the battle and how Yahweh's use should help a lot. I need to step up my understanding of karma/causality magic. At the very least, I need to be able to defend against people capable of using it. Shuni's mirror along with Hitler's soul should help. And maybe even Dr. Jekyll's good and evil research. Creating the anti-divinity weapon using Nick's body is also on the agenda. Some gods in my world should be more powerful than Yahweh even if they do not control as many authorities like him. Killing all of them by himself would be too much. With this weapon, other arcanists can help, and I might not even have to lift a finger. Edward's plan has always been to make the floating city a common weapon of arcanists. Although only the most powerful ones will be able to travel to other universes, the regular ones should be able to travel across dimensions, including parallel ones. Arcanists can then exchange or plunder resources and knowledge all over the multiverse. And having an anti-divination weapon in each floating city is a must. And in the future, when the time is correct, he will even make the omniversal trade technology public so that arcanists of the Empire can also travel to other universes. Of course, there will be strict rules on the people who can acquire this technology, and they will have to pay taxes on the universes or dimensions that they visit, especially the knowledge that they acquire. The sound of his finger tapping echoed in the healing chamber. The most powerful weapon of the city is the void cannon. Unfortunately, the cannon can only fire in a straight line, meaning that if the opponent dodged, the attack will fail. Currently, it is beyond my ability to fix this issue as the current knowledge of void energy is limited. All the cannons in the floating city can be considered spatial weapons as they can ignore time and space to attack a great distance away. The only exception is the void cannon. His wife, Rowena, is the leading expert in void energy. Her knowledge has long surpassed him since that is her main field. Without her, he would never be able to make the cannon so rapidly. However, even Rowena does not have any way to deal with this issue, so Edward only has to wait. Although I cannot fix this problem, I can alleviate it. Most powerful life forms have a form of danger precognition, intuition, and even divination. So, what I have to do is place anti-divination or anti-danger awareness on the cannon, affecting the ability of these people and making it very difficult for them to dodge the attack. Luna should be able to design these things. Edward's mind was working rapidly as more ideas came to his mind. His already injured felt a slight throbbing, and more potion was injected to help. After massaging his temple lightly, he continued. Right now, he was full of inspiration and wanted to take this opportunity. Making the void cannon invisible or undetectable should increase its level of lethal. Rowena should be able to make the cannon invisible to both the naked eyes and the soul. However, sensitive people should be able to detect the energy fluctuation once the cannon is fired. Reducing that level of fluctuation would require quite the finesse, but I'm sure she would be up to the task. Edward reviewed every detail of the battle while coming up with new ideas. The floating city is a weapon that should allow arcanists to fight higher tiers opponents. However, there is the issue of the difference in the essence of the soul. The most difficult moment in that battle was when Yahweh directly attacked the essence of his soul. No arcanists will have Lily or Morgana to help if they faced such a situation, so a solution is required. The floating city itself can be considered a powerful life form. It has a body, an energy core, and consciousness in the form of the artificial spirit or AI. So, if they can link their souls to it like a Horcrux, this problem can be solved. Any attack on the soul can be blocked by directing it to the city itself. Another upside to this is that it would be easier for them to control the massive energy coming from the ether core. The downside is that with that link, if the floating city was destroyed, the arcanists would be heavily injured and even die from the backlash. So, is there a solution to this problem? The arcanist can choose whether the link to the city is permanent or a temporary one, with the permanent having more control over the city while bearing more risks. Or, the gate of truth can be used instead of the soul. The gate is connected to the soul, so it is no problem to form the connection. The destruction of the gate is not as harmful as the destruction of the soul, and it can be even rebuilt with the right resources. Additionally, the gate's purpose is to amplify people's senses and control of energy, meaning, with it, the amount of energy that arcanists can use from the ether core would drastically increase. The Gate of Truth was created by a Tier 11 entity. And from what Edward learned from Merlin, Truth was on the verge of becoming a Tier 12 and broke free from the restraint of his universe. And the Gate of Truth might place an essential component in his rise to power. Merlin even told him that Truth was a truly talented individual, and the Gate of Truth had great potential. Although Edward knew how to create the gate, he did not uncover all its secrets and potential. The last problem to deal with is the Divine Kingdom projection. The way it created an unfriendly zone for mana or magic reminds me of domains in some novels and anime. I need to come up with a way for me and other arcanists to counter it in the future. He pondered deeply as he continued to tap his finger on the shoulder. Wait, domain. That's it. Arcanists need a domain of their own to be on par with the Divine Kingdom, if not more powerful. So, how to create a domain? Release the mana from their bodies and control it like curse energy from Jujutsu Kaisen. Or maybe a method similar to Reality Marbles from Fate series. Maybe a combination of the two. I'll have to wait when I go to these worlds first. After coming to this conclusion, Edward realized that he needed to reach the Akashic records as soon as possible. This is the only way for him to be able to choose which world to travel to instead of relying purely on luck. So, Edward took a deep breath to calm his thought. Morgana, place all my ideas on a folder and use some of them to design the second generation of the floating city. As you wish, said the little elf as she created a folder in her server with the title Floating City 2.0. Anything else? I'm going into cryo sleep. You can fix the shield on your own and head straight home. Wake me up when we arrived. After that, Edward also enters a large tube with green liquid to heal his injuries. Chapter 265, Counseling, I. The large tube full of green liquid suddenly opened and Edward's naked body floated in the air. In just a moment, his body dried up and before he opened his eyes, his white and gold robe of Archmage appeared on his body. He opened his eyes and a momentary confusion flashed across his eyes. Have we arrived? Yes, Master. He nodded his head as he looked at his hand. He waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. He looked at his pale complexion as he sighed. His injuries were only about 70% healed, and given that it was his soul that was most affected, it would take some time before he could get back in full shape. Despite this, Edward did not regret his somewhat reckless actions. After all, what he has to face in the future will only be worse. Finally, he looked at the purple elf and asked, "How long has passed?" "I have already sent a space-time landing coordinate. We should arrive a little over 3 years since we left." 3 years? That means the people of the Intergalactic Federation should be coming soon. After that, Edward asked Morgana to fill her in on what happened during the return voyage, and nothing much changed. She fixed the void shield and gathered enough void energy as a backup. The Aether core was now refilled up to 80% of its full capacity. During the voyage, Morgana continued to gather data on the void and the energy reading discovered. Additionally, one of the probes sent might have encountered some sort of life form traveling in the void. Unfortunately, the picture captured is very vague and nothing significant can be determined except for the fact that some creatures might have evolved in this terrible place. After reviewing all this information, Edward nodded before saying, "Let's go see Old Man Merlin." Not long afterward, Edward found himself in front of the small log cabin with the old man waiting for him with tea. "Drink this," said Merlin as he handed a tube to Edward. After opening it, he saw a strange smoke inside the tube. "What's this?" he asked as drank it. However, the fog did not enter his mouth but through his nose and headed straight for his soul. Not long after, his complexion returned to normal as all his injuries were healed. Edward even felt that some of the hidden problems he had because of experimenting with his soul were all gone. His mind began to work even better than usual. "Good stuff, give me a few more." Seeming to expect this, Merlin gave him a bag. "There are 4 inside, 3 for the injured one, and the last one for you to study." Edward nodded before placing the bag away and taking a sip of his tea while waiting for the old man to say something. "I will not say anything regarding what Solomon revealed to you, not until you become tier 11. However, I have a few things to talk to you about today. The first of which is about your wives." "What about them?" asked Edward in confusion. "By now, you should have some ideas on how to become tier 11. However, with the information revealed by Solomon, have you thought of the trouble that they will cause?" "Trouble," muttered Edward before his face became a little ugly. He realized what Merlin was hinting at. To become tier 11, an individual needs to become the main counterpart of all the individuals across the multiverse. That means that all the different versions of themselves across different timelines or dimensions are clones of themselves. If the main body dies, as long as one of the clones exists, they can be revived. This is the meaning of a multiversal entity. However, here comes the problem. Many people from primordial Earths loved collected waifus or their favorite fictional characters as their partners. Forget the fact that someone has a wife that looked exactly like Edward's, the problem is that eventually, only one of them will become the main one. All the other ones will eventually become clones whose fate was in the hands of the main one. Because of this fact, a battle between all these waifus is imminent in the future. And all the people from primordial Earth would want the version of their partners to become the main one. "How long do I have?" asked Edward. "A little bit of time. From what I know, there is a Rowena that just reached tier 10 and a Hermione that is in tier 9 and very close to tier 10. Both of them are far away from tier 11, so you still have a little bit of time." Edward's mind began to work rapidly. He had to ensure that his wives were the final victor, and if not, found another way for them. "Thank you for the heads up." "No problem," said Merlin with a smile. "Now, for the second main topic today, it's about authority and godhood. Although I know with your personality, I do not need to worry, but I still need to warn you about becoming a faith god. Normal god is fine, but never absorb faith." Edward nodded as he never liked the concept of godhood in general. He was an arcanist, a pursuer of truth, not some divine being that looked down on mortals and wanted their worship. Otherwise, with the arcane empire, he could have long become a god. "I never liked the concept of godhood anyway," replied Edward. "Well, in this universe, magic and energy are supreme." Edward frowned as he felt that these words had deeper meanings, but he could not truly be captured what that meant. "You will know in the future," said Merlin before continuing. "Now, let's talk about authority. The way gods use it and mages use it are entirely different. As the fundamental laws of any universe, it is considered one of the greatest forces or power any transcendent being can use. And to use that power, gods link their soul or spirit with these fundamentals laws, essentially forging a contract with the universe itself to borrow the power of its fundamental laws, to become the emissary, champion, or representative of the universe. However, the laws of each universe are different. So, if a god were to leave their universe to another, they would lose their ability to control, authority, and be drastically weakened, unless they could forge another contract. And that would require them becoming a citizen of the new universe by changing the imprint on their soul. Merlin paused to give Edward some time to process the information. And Edward understood what he meant. One of the problems he has with the reincarnation spell that he developed involved the identity soul imprint. He learned that each individual has an imprint based on the universe in which they are born. So, when they go to other universes, they are considered aliens, foreigners, and can be noticed by the will of the universe. Most of the universes that Edward went to were nonchalant about outside visitors, but if he went to a universe that was not, the moment he entered, he would be recognized and could suffer serious consequences. So, he has been trying to find a way to hide his identity soul imprint, or change it through the process of reincarnation. His main objective is to retain his memories while also forging a new identity soul imprint related to the universe he is entering. I understand. So, what about magic users? How do they use authority? Chapter 266, Counseling, 2. There are 4 ways that magic users can use authority. The first method is the one you use through creating magic items connected to the fundamental laws of the universe. The items usually served as the contractor instead of the mage itself. Edward nodded his head. His death staff and time staff fall into that category. And even the deathly hallows can also be considered for this category. As you can guess, this method has many downsides. Items can be stolen or destroyed, thus rendering their use useless. This method is usually used by mages that are mainly artificers. The second method is also through contract like gods, however, mages only use temporary contracts. By making transactions with the will of the universe, mages can borrow the power of authority, and the will receive something in return. However, this path is difficult as few things could interest a universal will. It usually has to be something that would benefit their entire universe. As such, not many people can use up this method. Edward nodded. For his plan to reach the Akashic record to work, he also planned to make a deal with the universe's will. This is the reason that he studied it greatly when he was in the Full Metal Alchemist universe, and why he paid such attention to the priests of the fair race. The third way is to secretly steal the power of authority from the universe will. However, this method is very situational and usually requires great luck. What do you mean? Asked Edward. Although powerful, the universal will is not almighty. Sometimes, they can have flaws in how they operate the universe, especially after a catastrophe or event that affected the entire universe. As long as mages take this opportunity, they can essentially leave a hidden door or virus at the universe's core to borrow its authority without the owner knowing. That seems very dangerous. After hearing of this method, he remembered the method that Herpo used. Using the death chamber, he was able to find a loophole in the universe through ceremonial magic. And this granted access to death authority. However, Herpo's luck seemed to have run out as his ascension created a catastrophe that wiped out most of the people living in the solar system and ended the Lumrian civilization. Because of this, the Universal Will took notice of him and caught him in his act. Luckily, she did not wipe him out but instead imprisoned him to be the guardian of the afterlife. However, Edward has been wondering why their solar system has its separate afterlife from the entire universe. He did not think that the universe will create it, especially for Herpo. Edward guessed that it was already there, and the universe will use this opportunity to find a guardian inside. So, who created it? The Lumrian did not seem to be that advanced. You're right. If discovered, most mages would die under the full wrath of the universe will. Only if they are tier 11 would they have a chance to survive. Edward nodded as he guessed as such. No matter what, the will of any universe will never be weak since they are in charge of the order of an entire universe. So, their wrath is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered when he stole the authority from the Full Metal Alchemist world. His actions were even more horrible than leaving a hidden control to secretly borrow the power of authority. By now, he understood that his actions were essentially stealing a core opponent of that entire universe, albeit only a small part. His actions fundamentally changed or weakened that universe. No wonder, Truth, as the physical entity of the universe will, hated him with a passion and probably wanted to do anything to kill him. The final method is the most powerful, to be exact, the real orthodox way. Mages capable of doing this are considered elites among elites. And this method is referred to as conceptual magic or law magic. Oh, what method? Simple, overwhelming the universal will with your own willpower and forcing it to give you control of certain authority. To be precise, force it to sign a contract giving you access to the universe's fundamental laws. Edward pondered for a moment. This method appeared easy, but there are too many things to consider. First, the willpower required to conquer the universe will is not something that most magic user cannot reach in their entire life, especially in the early tiers. However, this is not the only problem. Granting access to authority did not mean that mages could use it. The strength of their soul have to reach a certain height, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to control such tremendous power. Otherwise, they would face terrible backlash enough to annihilate their souls. Furthermore, there is also the understanding of authority. For example, if someone does not have a deep understanding of death magic or the concept of death, even if they could force the universe will to give him access, they would still not be able to use conceptual magic. Finally, there is the issue of mana or energy. Conceptual magic not only requires a great deal of energy but also high quality or purity. Without sufficient reserve, magic users could only use a few conceptual spells. Of course, Edward could see the advantage of this method. It can be used in any universe. As long as the person's willpower is strong enough, it did not matter much in what universe they were in since they could conquer most of them, except for these extremely powerful universes. As long as mages take into account the difference in fundamental laws of different universes and adjust their understanding as such, there will be no problem. Conceptual magic is very important, especially for when reaching the later tiers. Although the sooner you can use it the better, there is still some requirement for tiers. With your current strength, there is still a long way to go. I imagine that you won't meet the requirement until tier 9 or more. I think you've underestimated me, old man. Merlin smiled as he handed 2 stones to Edward, one red and one blue. After taking them, the blue stone displayed the number 6, while the red one displayed the number 3. The soul requirement is 6. Well, better than I anticipated. What do these numbers mean? They measure the two most important requirements to use conceptual magic: soul level and willpower. 5 is the number required for the weakest universe, and your soul has reached that number, but your willpower is far from it. By the way, in your universe, you need an 8 soul power and 9 willpower. Edward looked at the two numbers in front of him with a speechless look. My willpower cannot be that weak. Willpower placed a great deal on controlling magic as well, so Edward was truly baffled. 3 is not a bad number. Remember, this is measuring the requirement to fight head-on with the will of an entire universe. Although Edward knew that the old man was right, he was still dissatisfied. However, a fighting desire overcame him. Since he knew where his weakness was, he would find a way to fix it. He was never afraid of any challenge. It's good to be motivated, said Merlin before handing Edward a booklet. This was the way to force the contract with the universe. Well, after defeating it, he had to comment on how brilliant this method was. After that, the two chatted about many things, mostly magic and Merlin teaching him some experience and so on. Edward then asked about his fellow senior brother, Arthur, and Merlin straight up told him that he would not get along with him based on his morally grey views on doing things. Edward shrank his shoulder as he did not care. However, he did decide to stay away from Arthur's real body until he became more powerful. Once the chat finished, Edward returned to the floating city and returned home. The entire solar system space domain was properly controlled to prevent outsiders from teleporting directly there. However, these measures were set up by Edward, so he knew how to ignore them. So, while in invisible mode, the floating city appeared above the Earth's atmosphere, undetected by anyone. However, Edward did not return quietly like the last time. Instead, he released a powerful spiritual pressure that encompassed the entire planet. Normal people could not feel that pressure. To be precise, only Tier 4 and 5 Arcanists can feel it. And the moment they did, they all had one thought: the Emperor has returned, and he is even more powerful than before. Now, it was time for some of them to hide the little thought and actions deep in their minds. Chapter 267, Citizens POV, I. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and long coat walked to his apartment complex. Once he reached his house, he placed his hand in front of the small pad of the door numbered 236. Then, a mechanical voice said, "Fingerprints identified, soul fluctuation identified, aura frequency identified, welcome home, Mr. Chris T.U." Chris was used to this sound and greeting by now, and it had long since lost its wonder. He walked inside his 3-bedroom and 1-bathroom apartment. He placed his shoes on a rack and put on slippers, and hung his work bag as well. Angela opened the TV. Then, in the living room, a large screen appeared that seemed to be made of light appeared. A news channel was on. My name is Akana Mikasa, and today on Arcane News, is power detrimental to a person's mind? Over the past 3 years, there have been a great number of Tier 5 Arcanists recently advanced in the Empire. However, the majority of them seem to have been greatly influenced by the rapid increase in strength, thinking that they are gods. Luckily, the Empire has laws that anyone who advanced to Tier 5 must spend few weeks to months undergoing psychological treatment to ensure that their minds are not affected. However, not everyone seems to follow that rule. Then, the channel changed to a video. It was a man dressed in a blue magical robe. He had blonde hair and blue eyes that matched his robe. Holding a staff, the man screamed, "I am a god, how dare you people try to restrain me? Even the Emperor cannot fathom my power." Then, countless magic circles appeared around him as the men prepared to launch a large-scale spell. As a Tier 5 Arcanist, this kind of spell is capable of sinking a continent, even if it is the smallest one. Fortunately, before the man's spell functioned, the Earth's enchantments activated, creating an anti-magic zone around the blonde men. Then, Aurors who were also Tier 5 operated and arrested the man. They placed cuffs on his hand that essentially sealed his mana and repressed his soul. Despite being arrested, the man kept screaming that he was a god and should not have to follow mortal laws and regulations. Chris looked at the blonde men and Aurors with envy. Magic. One day. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts before changing the channel. He soon realized that many of them were about singing shows and talents. He noticed that recently, the Empire seemed to place some focus on training people with singing abilities. But he did not care. He turned off the television and prepared to take a shower. "Sir, what do you want for dinner?" asked Angela. "Sinigang and lechin." While Chris headed to the bathroom, a cabinet in the kitchen suddenly opened up and a robot rolled out. She was dressed in a maid outfit, however, her face was metallic and her legs had wheels. Chris was not too fond of robots or golems that looked like humans, so he specifically designed his robot caretaker to be such. After entering the shower, Chris used another holographic pad to determine the temperature of the water, the pH level, the type of soap, and so on. In the current interstellar era, showering is very important as it is another form of disinfectant. The Empire is coming into contact with all kinds of foreign races and unknown places. Although all the citizens of the Empire are genetically enhanced and free from most diseases, new ones are being discovered every day. So, showers and soaps are specially made as preventive measures for new and undetected viruses. They are designed to create an invisible barrier on the citizen's skin. Additionally, all houses have artificial intelligence that can do blood tests to detect diseases in advance. Although healthcare was free, no one wanted to be sick, as even in this era of magic, it was not guaranteed that your life could be saved on time. While showering, Chris was thinking how great it would be if he had a house with a cleaning enchantment. Just by activating it, not only would he be instantly cleaned, but also be cleaned of foreign viruses and would not have to go through all that trouble. Once he was done thoroughly cleaning his body, Chris pressed the button to dry his body and chose an outfit to wear. A drawer came out from one of the walls with the clothes he chose. He left the bathroom with tight-fitting clothes that looked like armor, heading straight to the kitchen where a full-course meal was already prepared. After thanking Angela, he began to eat. The food was delicious. From Chris' memories, in terms of ingredients and the skill of the chef, the food on his table was once only available to the rich and powerful in the old era. But now, anyone could eat this level of the food, as it was no longer considered fine cuisine. He had once tasted fine cuisine at a gathering for the company he worked for. That food was not only delicious, but also have many benefits to the body, including strengthening it, increasing mana, and even increasing the power of the soul. It was unfortunate that every employee was only allocated a certain portion. While eating his food, Chris could not help but wonder how Arcanists ate. He once read on Skynet that some powerful Arcanists can use their mana to break Gump's law of elemental transfiguration and create food out of nowhere. And recently, there was news that the Empire discovered a food dimension. The rich and powerful can pay to summon food from there. According to rumors, the food inside has many wonderful effects beneficial to both non-magic and magic users. At the same time, there are rumors that some of the food is simply poisonous just because of how bad they were. Chris wanted to try doing this. Unfortunately, with his salary, although he could barely afford the price after saving for a few months, it was not worth it. Plus, the Empire has already released news that they would try to make this new technology available to the general population as soon as possible. He could wait. Once the meal ended, Chris did not waste time as he headed to his gym. The room was large as he paid extra to have an extension curse placed inside. Countless pieces of equipment were inside, and he did not waste time beginning his workout. When it comes to exercise, Chris liked things to be old school, otherwise, he could have bought one of those dumbbells that were enchanted to allow the user to change the weight at will. After stacking up all the necessary weight, Chris began to lift them. He easily bench-pressed more than 1,000 kilograms. In the process, he accessed the gate of truth inside his soul to feel the energy inside his body. The food he previously ate was designed to preserve both the life force and mana of the animal. Then, Chris began to use the official training method of Aura Master that was free to all the citizens of the Empire. He mixed the mana with life force to create aura. And with intense training, he could strengthen his body and increase the amount of aura inside his body. Chris knew that his talent was very poor. If it was not for the Gate of Truth, he might not even be able to sense any form of energy. So, only through hard work and effort could he barely control any of them. Once the workout finished, he checked the increase in aura inside his body before shaking his head. His talent was truly mediocre. Fortunately, he still had hope. He took another shower in the gym before heading to the second room. This room was divided into two. One side was a large bookshelf full of books, while the other had a somewhat spacious and empty area. Without pause, Chris took a piece of chalk before drawing something on the floor, a transmutation circle. Chris then placed his hand on the circle as he mobilized the tectonic energy to activate the circle. Sweat began to fall on his forehead, then, a minute later, the ground changed shape into that of a bird. Angela, how long did it take this time? 1 minute and 15 seconds. An increase by 3 seconds. My talent is truly poor, muttered Chris. One of his friends also did not have magical talent. However, after acquiring his Gate of Truth, his ability to sense and control energy was activated. Now, his friend can even control the mana in nature to cast spells, officially becoming an arcane sorcerer as the Empire labeled this new class. Master, there is no need to be discouraged, said Angela. You're right. As long as I can save enough to buy that dragon potion, then everything will be fine. Chapter 268, Citizens POV, 2. After the first trial, Chris did not stop practicing transmutation. With the Empire's education, he understood the science behind them. Unfortunately, his talent for energy detection and control was abysmal. So, he wanted to make up for that with hard work. For the next few hours, he drew countless transmutation circles on the floor while also reading books on the subject. By the time he finished, it was already 4 a.m. So, Chris went to take another shower before sleeping in his virtual network cabin, which could put people into a deep sleep. 2 hours of sleep inside was equal to more than 8 hours of normal sleep. At 6 a.m., Chris woke up and ate a healthy dinner. This time he chose Hawaiian breakfast, then dressed up in the typical black suit before heading to work. As he walked into the hallways of his apartment complex, Chris encountered one of his neighbors and nodded his head to the young woman, who in turn saluted back. The young woman looked at Chris departing back and secretly shook her head. She knew that this strange neighbor of hers was infamous in the complex. He was known for being extremely cheap. He essentially lived off the government. The apartment he lived in was the standard 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom granted to all single citizens of the empire. Despite having a decent job as a computer programmer, this Chris never goes out to eat, never goes to any entertainment events, he never buys jewelry, and he has no girlfriend or children. Essentially, he never used his money on anything else. Many people have commented that if we did not live in a society of free housing, free food, free healthcare, and low-cost public transportation, they would wonder how someone like him would survive. Chris, who was not aware of his neighbor's thought, walked steadily to his destination, the bus station. On his way, he would look in the sky with slight jealousy in his eyes, along with a deep longing. In the air, cars, jets, and people could be seen flying. Each of these groups had a designated altitude at which they could fly in. People could only fly 30 meters to 60 meters in the sky, VARs between 120 meters to 350 meters, and so on. While Chris was observing the people flying, he discovered that one of them had flame boosters coming from their feet and hands. Is this the recently developed class, Bionic Arcanist? He remembered reading the official debriefs regarding this new class. Essentially, some people can replace their body parts with mechanical ones, turning themselves into cyborgs. There are different levels of modifications. Some just replaced one or more parts of their bodies with metal ones. For example, some amputees preferred to have robotic arms. Even many soldiers and Aura Master will willingly change some of their body parts with mechanical parts, especially ones made with magical ores. Meanwhile, other Bionic Arcanists modified their entire body and have an energy core installed inside of them. Some energy cores functioned with miniaturized nuclear fission and other forms, but the most expensive ones are made of mana. Additionally, there are different modules created for this subclass that grant Bionic Arcanists different abilities. Some modules are designed specifically for modern weapons. This type of module used nanotechnology to allow different weapons to come out of the user's body. Other modules focused on magical weapons, some modules focused on spells, some focused on increasing intelligence or computer processing, etc. With this new subclass, countless companies with the sole purpose of designing modules were invented. One could say that an entire new industry was created. And Chris once read that a new movement or idea is circulating with the concept that flesh and blood have limits, and only mechanical life can live and evolve forever. Of course, he sneered at this idea. We live in a world where some powerful Aura Arcanists can use their flesh and blood to tank nuclear explosions. Just one search on Skynet and there are many such videos. So, where does the superiority of mechanical life have over flesh and blood? The only advantage that Bionic Arcanists have over other classes is the fact that with enough money, any of them can reach Tier 3 in just a month or less. However, to reach Tier 4 and higher, they have to either strengthen their souls to have certain control over the energy core inside their bodies, or they have to do an extensive transformation of their brains to increase their computing power. However, the latest research is that doing this has severe consequences on the soul, and requires a lot of time, energy, and resources to ensure that nothing goes awry. While deep in thought, Chris continued his walk towards his destination. As a generally quiet and reserved person, he liked to observe everything around him. And one of his favorite pastimes is to see the changes in the empire over time. As a person who was more than 40 years old when the empire was first established, he knew how much things have changed in the past 4 decades. Chris looked at an empty spot on the side of the road. This was one thing that has recently changed in the past 5 years. In that empty spot was a white, translucent rectangular barrier. People could be seen suddenly appearing inside that barrier before leaving. And he knew that there were many of them across the city. This was the designated apparition area that was recently established by the Empire. Arcanists with the right license can apparate anywhere they wished, but it has to be in the designated area. Anyone who apparates in any other place will be arrested or fined a certain amount, and that is only if it was possible. The Spatial Control Department monitor and control the space of each planet to not only prevent foreign intruders but also to prevent any spatial disturbance or disasters. After a long look at the area, Chris promised himself that after becoming an Arcanist, he will place apparition as one of the must-mastered spells. He then removed his eyes to observe other things. He saw many people with cat ears and tails, fox ears and tails, and so on. I wonder if they are the real race or genetic modifications. In recent years, the population of the Empire has greatly increased after the space fleet conquered a small star system. And the main race of that system was a hybrid of humans and animals like the cat race, the fox race, and so on. This race has magical capabilities that allow them to enhance its physical abilities and cast a few basic spells. However, this was not important. The main point is that their inclusion into the Empire has created a new trend where people genetically modify their bodies to resemble the cat race and fox race. It seems that people's unnatural obsession with cat girls has not vanished. When this new technology was introduced, only the rich and powerful could afford it. However, not even 6 months later, a breakthrough was made that even ordinary people can afford it after saving for a few months. So, now, it has become a fashion trend popular amongst both magical and non-magical people. Of course, there was still some backlash with many people calling this practice unnatural and unorthodox. Chris knew that there were many people from the old era that could not keep up with the rapid change of the Empire. Their conservative ideas and mentality make it very difficult to accept how rapid life, technology, and many other things are changing. Luckily, he was not one of them. The moment he witnessed the Dementor invasion, Chris was prepared for the changes of the new world. Although he still had some conservative tendencies or preferences, he knew how to properly manage them. While deep in thought, he soon arrived at his destination. Without hesitation, he paid the fee for the train and headed to his designated area. Chapter 269, Citizens POV, 3. In front of Chris was a woman with a small animal. He looked at the animal, who looked like a poodle, except with a horn and 2 small wings that appeared to be only decoration. Chris secretly shook his head. He knew that this was a new magical animal discovered in another star system that is currently called Hornoodle. Its body naturally released a pheromone that can alleviate people's anxiety and depression. Many people have been buying it recently. However, a single one was worth more than 5,000 AC, arcane coins, and there were more expensive ones. For an economically reserved person like himself, he would never waste his money on something like that. After entering the train, Chris entered his designated booth, which was a secluded one with only him inside. He tapped on the watch on his wrist, which was the only accessory he had, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him. He was checking the local news to see whether anything had recently occurred. This has become his daily task, essentially becoming a habit. Soon, something caught Chris' attention. It was a video. In the video, a man and a woman were arguing on a sidewalk. And with each passing second, the video showed that their arguments became heated. Then, they started to fight. The man took one step back to launch himself forward. His step broke the floor, leaving a footprint as he rushed towards the woman. However, despite being sneak attack, she responded with great reflexes. They punched each other as their fists left shadows in the air. Additionally, slight exploding noise could be heard when they crashed together. These people's strengths are at least 3 tons, thought Chris. However, he was not surprised. At the current time, aura training has become mandatory in the Empire. Since aura is one of the few extraordinary paths that only requires a body to begin, the training method has become available for free on the internet. Additionally, the Empire has created many incentives for ordinary citizens to encourage them to train. As long as a person meets a certain standard, they will receive rewards from the government. Additionally, aura training has now become mandatory in all schools in the Empire and must start at a certain grade. When this law was first published, Chris remembered that many people were against it. They argued that with such transcendent power, the majority of people will let power get to the head, which would in turn cause chaos and safety issues for the Empire in general. However, the Arcane Emperor insisted and even gave a speech on how he envisioned the Empire to be one where everybody is extraordinary, where everybody has powers and abilities. As for the safety issue, this is a problem for the Auras to worry about, and so far, they have done a great job. Truth be told, Chris agreed with the Emperor's choice since it benefited people like him. However, he was also aware of the overall benefit of this law. For example, if the Empire ever wanted to recruit soldiers, with this law, all the citizens will have some form of training. So, they can rapidly become real soldiers and elites. And in case of an invasion of the home planet, all citizens can take arms to fight. In conclusion, all the citizens of the Empire are essentially reserved soldiers. Chris continued watching the battle, which only lasted about 3 minutes with no victor. The reason for that was that 2 Auras operated next to them and separated their battle with one binding spell. Then, one of them wrote the 2 of them a ticket. According to the audio, this was the 3rd public fight between these 2. Another time and they will be sent to prison. Meanwhile, the 2nd Aura used a repairing charm to fix all the potholes and destruction that the fight between these 2 had. Finally, the video ended with people complaining about how the response time of the Auras has become quicker. Previously, battles like this could last at least 5 minutes and more, and now, not even 3 minutes and someone came to stop it. During the entire train ride, Chris was on the web, either reading articles about gate alchemy, reading the news, or chatting with a few friends. His job was located in South Africa. However, in the current Pangaea continent, it will only take him a little less than 2 hours to get there from the Philippines. So, he arrived at 8 a.m., 1 hour before work began. While walking to the main building, Chris saw one of his co-workers named Abu, and the 2 knew each other. Although not close, they still talked or say hello to one another. "Did you take the train again?" "Yes." You know, the company just paid a great price to install a warp gate less than a dozen meters from here. Why not use it? It is instant and does not waste any time. Too expensive, replied Chris. You can get a company discount. However, Chris shook his head, and Abu no longer said anything as he knew that his coworker was like this. Almost everybody in the building knew that Chris was a man who does not like to spend money. As for Chris, he did not care despite knowing that people called him cheap behind his back. I heard a rumor regarding public transportations, said Abu to change the subject. What rumor? The rumor is that every form of public transportation has a Tier 3 Arcanist or more capable of using mass teleportation spell. Their purpose is to teleport all the passengers away in case of any accidents or danger. That would make sense. If a plane, train, or public spaceship malfunctions or was attacked by some terrorists or foreign invaders, it's a good idea to have someone capable of taking everybody away. So, the rumors most likely are true. However, I do wonder why not make this knowledge public. Who knows? Maybe to protect the Arcanist so not to be targeted by anyone with ulterior motives. The two then briefly chatted before entering the building. Immediately, Chris felt his mind being extremely refreshed, his thought process, logical abilities, and even communication skills seemed to be elevated. Chris was not surprised as he was used to this feeling. The entire building is enchanted to increase the productivity of all the employees. And as their company is quite famous and powerful in the Empire, this was only the most basic enchantment in the entire building. Chris, go ahead, I'm going to meet someone. Right after saying this, Abu disappeared from sight. Chris just nodded before taking his badge and activating it, and just like Abu, he also disappeared. One of the enchantments of this building allowed the employees to teleport to different parts of the building. This was put in place to facilitate easy movement and also increase productivity. Chris headed to the cafeteria to eat a second breakfast. He always ate there because the food was not only more delicious but also contained more mana and life force. The person serving the food was not a golem but an old Chinese man. This man was an excellent cook, however, he seemed very stubborn when it came to certain things. For example, he only spoke Mandarin. In the Empire, the language barrier is long gone. With the existing technology, a person can learn the most difficult language like Cantonese or Ancient Egyptian in just a week or more through neural or soul link in Skynet, having memory and experience of the language directly transferred in the mind. Or, someone can just buy a language potion to instantly learn any language. However, the cook refused to speak any language besides his mother tongue, and that includes the arcane tongue which has been the official language of the Empire for the past few decades. Chris quickly ate his food before going to one of the company's training rooms. With the blessing of the wisdom blessing enchantment and the food rich in mana and life force, he was able to create a lot more aura than his typical training at home. Then, he teleported to the main office for the morning debriefing with his manager. Chapter 270, Citizen POV, END. After Chris opera to the main conference room, a few people were already inside. The people who knew him or had some relationship with him saluted him and he responded by nodding his head and taking a seat. A few seconds later, a man wearing shades walked into the room. Wild Knight, Jacob. Yes. I went to this new club opened in Saturn, and I had too many psychedelics. The majority of drugs are now considered psychedelics because of the simple fact that their addictive measures can be treated with one potion or using science to change the chemical composition of these drugs to have the same effect without the side effects. Of course, some drugs are harmful to people. And there is even classification. For example, drugs are also labeled based on Arcanist's tiers. A Tier 1 drug might be psychedelic to a Tier 1 Arcanist, but a destructive drug to Tier 0 apprentices. The same for Tier 2, 3, and upward. Additionally, some powerful substances are detrimental to anyone who used it, no matter the tier. The substances are banned and strictly regulated. Most medical treatments in the Empire are free unless they are things that can increase the tier or strength of any individual. However, there are exceptions to this rule, when a citizen actively broke the rules or placed themselves in harm on purpose, not including for mental reasons. For example, if a person overdosed on a banned drug and is sent to the hospital, they will have to pay a bill based on their income and whether this was their first offense or not. If that person is a repeated offender, their authority level will be decreased, preventing them from gaining access to certain information, knowledge, and other benefits. And if they keep repeating their actions, then they will be sent to jail unless they can prove that other mental reasons were at work. After all, in the Empire, there is no such thing as a drug addict. If a citizen wanted, they could buy some soul potions targeting this area. So, if they continue such self-destructive behavior, it is only their own decisions or some unknown factor. Why don't you go to the hospital? It will be fine. With my aura, the headaches will be gone after 2 to 3 hours. Suddenly, Jacob looked at Chris, making the latter uncomfortable. Chris did not like how this youngster had no respect for his elders, was very blunt, and said anything that came to his mind. Chris, took the train to work today again? Yes. Is there a problem? I've always been wondering, why are you so cheap? I mean, with your salary, you can be considered middle class in the Empire and live a fulfilling life, and yet, you treat money as you were a dragon hoarding gold. People were given Jacob look to admonish for his rude question. For a better future, replied Chris calmly. What do you mean? I have witnessed the day when all wizards and witches revealed their existence to the world. That day, this planet was forever changed. I have lived through the Dementor invasion and watched with my own eyes the epic confrontation between the Arcane Emperor and the Dementor King. Although this fight was only a tier 3, however at that time, the power of the Emperor was like a god. Ever since that day, I have always wanted to wield magic, to become a powerful caster. Unfortunately, I was nothing but a muggle. After saying that, Chris sighed, lost in his memory. When the first Mage Tech product was created, I waited in line for more than 8 hours to buy one. Being able to wield magic even if it was thought the use of an item was a fascinating thing for me. I would spend most of my money on those products. Then, I heard of the project of mages which would allow ordinary people to wield magic. When the product was completed, I was one of the first people who got tested. Well, as you can guess, fate was not kind to me as I did not have any talent for sensing or controlling mana. The only good news of that test was probably the fact that I was not one of the people whose bodies were poisoned by mana. All the staff members also began to reminisce about that day as it was a recent event, not even a decade ago. At that time, they all faced the same disappointment as Chris. The hard truth is that this is a world where magic reigns supreme. Although the Empire have strong control of caster and they appeared to be equal before the law, a vast difference exists between the two classes of people. And this was not only because of the difference in strength, but to have a high status, wealth, and political or military strength in this empire, being a high-level arcanist is a requirement. It's not to say that ordinary people have no chance to rise to the top. No, they can, it is just extremely difficult compared to the magically gifted. The only exception to this might be in the field of politics, and that is only because most powerful arcanists are busy with their research and increasing their strength, so they leave the mundane tasks of ruling to ordinary people. However, the sad truth is that a member of the Arcane Council have to be respectful to a Tower Master, just because the latter has so many connection and resources that it could affect their political careers. On top of that, after I acquire my Gate of Truth, my talent for energy manipulation only allowed me to do basic transmutation, continued Chris. I thought that my dream of being a great arcanist was ruined until I knew the existence of the Dragon Potion. I was determined to buy one to at least get me a level 3 talent. So, I will not waste my money on useless things until I achieve my goal. What? Are you crazy? Said Jacob. With your job and salary, it will take you at least 50 years to save enough arcane merit to buy something like that. 62 years to be exact. However, if you think about it carefully, I am 80 years old. In 62 years, I will be 142 years old. Considering my 200 years lifespan, it is worth it. I don't think it's worth it, commented another coworker. That's too long. Not really, replied Chris. After becoming an arcanist, it will be easier for me to live a few hundred years, even thousands of years or more. So, I will live a reserve life for 60 years in exchange for the possibility of immortality. This is a great exchange to me. Chris knew that the Empire valued talents above everything else, especially in the field of magic where oftentimes, talent is more important than anything else. Luckily, as a meritocracy, the Empire still left a way out for ordinary and talentless people. They can sacrifice their time in exchange for an opportunity to change their fate. A perfect example of that is the Dragon Potion. It is a very precious resource in the Empire. As such, requires a tremendous amount of money to buy. Truth be told, money cannot even buy this as arcane merit is required, and to acquire merit, you have to contribute to the Empire through research or technological developments. This method of acquiring merit is applicable to the elite of the Empire. Another method to acquire them for ordinary people is through hard work or exemplary behavior. For example, if a citizen is always on time at work and is never absent, at the end of the year, they will acquire certain merit. Based on their performance at their jobs, they will receive an evaluation that determines the number of merits they will receive. And if they feel that their job did an unfair evaluation of their performance, they can ask the government to send someone to investigate and re-evaluate. Additionally, ordinary people can exchange arcane coins for merits. However, if a person's annual income reached a certain number, this privilege will be revoked from them. Another popular method is the lottery. Every 4 months, a nationwide lottery is conducted by the Empire to choose 3 people. The first person is guaranteed all resources to become a Tier 4 Arcanist, the second to become Tier 3, and the last Tier 2. The official announcement says that this is a way to test people with tremendous luck. Of course, measures to counter the luck potion are used during the selection process. In conclusion, there are many ways for normal people to acquire merit. And Chris was prepared to do whatever it took to buy a dragon potion and change his destiny. After Chris' words, his coworker understood that his words were logical, but not everyone can be as disciplined as him, dedicating everything to pursue their dreams and goals. So, even if they knew that his method worked, they could not follow it. Many of them are content to live their 200 years of life enjoying themselves. And if they are lucky, they can change their fate through the lottery. And in their twilight years, they may save their saving to undergo another genetic modification to add another 100 years to their lives. Soon, the manager arrived and the morning meeting took place. Taking his assignment for the day, Chris went to his office. As a computer programmer, he had to tap all day. Although people can use neural link to tap codes, Chris preferred the old method. Plus, with his enhanced physical stats, he was not slower than his coworkers. Throughout the day, Chris noticed that many of his coworkers looked at him differently. A sense of awe or respect could be detected instead of the usual odd looks. He could guess that what he said in the morning was now common gossip in many of the lounges, but he did not care. Near the end of the day, an idea suddenly popped into his head. So, he immediately logged into a website on Skynet and submitted it. A few minutes later, he received a very brief email. Dear Mr. Chris, your idea has been verified to be possible. And according to our analysis, it is temporarily worth 25 arcane merits. Thank you for your support of the Empire and its development. A smile appeared on his face. With these points, I can now shave 2 years on my time. One way that ordinary people can gain merit is to provide ideas to the Empire. The idea can be anything for an invention, laws that could help the Empire, or some random question that popped in someone else's head. The idea does not have to make sense or be logical. Then, an artificial intelligence will determine if that idea has any merit or is possible to be created and judge its value before rewarding the sender. And if that ideas eventually lead to the creation of a new invention or some new magical theory, or a new research direction, more points will be rewarded to the sender. Because of this system, writers of science fiction and fantasy are very valuable and popular in the Empire. Some random ideas that they come up with in their books might inspire the research of an arcanist or engineer, thus leading to the further development of the Empire. While Chris was smiling at the fact that he took one small step closer to his goal, he, along with all the citizens of the Empire, received a notification. A massive upgrade was made to the arcane library. All the citizens remembered how much things changed the last time this message was sent. Now, they were wondering if this was the case as well. With anticipation and bated breath, they all log on to Skynet to check things out. Meanwhile, the rich and powerful knew that this upgrade signified that the mighty Arcane Emperor had returned, and he was more powerful than ever. Chapter 271, Mana Abundant Environment. After releasing the terrifying soul pressure to envelop the entire planet, Edward landed on Earth. Immediately, he noticed something different. The mana in the environment is too abundant. At least 12 times higher than when I left, he muttered. In the undead combination world, this is the name that he labeled the previous universe he came from, since undead was one of the main themes of the entire universe when you take into account Frank and the Conquistadors, the Mummy movies, and Calder. Mana was almost non-existent, so Edward was very sensitive once he returned to an environment full of it. However, now, he wanted to know the reason. He logged into Skynet since he has the highest access level, and he found the information he wanted. When he was creating the Pangea continent, he noticed that many of the monuments worldwide, like the pyramids scattered across the globe, formed a strange rune. He theorized that Herpo was slowly leading different civilizations of Earth to set up some sort of ceremony magic that would allow the ley line nodes to activate and return mana to the environment. Immediately after capturing Herpo, he tasked some people to study this magic and perfect it since it was not completed. But now, it was obviously a success, hence the reason for the sudden increase in mana. Edward then found the report on the mission and read through it. Mana is truly a wonderful thing, muttered Edward. According to a recent discovery, the ley line nodes across the entire solar system had entered a dormant state. It was discovered that the reason for that was because a large amount of mana was instantly sucked from them, almost destroying the ley lines. So, they enter a dormant state to preserve themselves. However, they were still producing a large quantity of mana. And in the past 12,000 years, a large quantity of it was stored, so when the mana activation ceremonial magic was activated, a large quantity of mana was released in the environment, which in turn resulted in quite a few significant changes in the Empire. The first of which is the fact that there has been a drastic increase in babies born with magical talent ever since the environment was changed 2 years ago. Even birth rate has increased slightly, however, there is not enough data to support a correlation between the two. The second effect of this change was the birth of many more arcane sorcerers. This subclass has existed ever since Edward created the method for the people of the Empire to have a gate of truth. However, with the change in the environment, it became easier for people to control the mana in the environment to cast spells even if they do not have mana inside their bodies or a magical core. The only downside to this subclass is that it relies too heavily on the environment. However, with the new magic system that Edward and the group brought from the other universe, arcane sorcerers will prosper in the future. By then, they will be able to use all kinds of different energy, tectonic energy, earth energy, solar energy, water energy from the ocean, metal energy from technology products, and even cosmic energy from the universe. However, they still have to focus on increasing the strength of their souls. After checking the information he wanted, he teleported away. He appeared in the Himalayas, on top of Mount Everest. Edward observed the mountain deeply. He could tell that the mountain's height had increased from 8,000 meters to close to 10,000 mountains. Is this one of the dense mana regions? His eyes turned golden and he could see that deep in some part of the mountain, some rock-like creatures were being bred. Edward then teleported to an area in Chile. Volcanoes were constantly erupting, spewing lava non-stop. Additionally, hundreds of lava monsters were walking around the volcanoes. The weakest of them were Tier 1 and only a little over 3 meters. There were 10 Tier 4 lava monsters which were more than 15 meters tall. All of them were protecting what looked like a giant red egg more than 20 meters tall. A great deal of heat and mana could be felt coming from that egg, and Edward could tell that a Tier 5 lava monster was being bred inside. One of the changes that occurred with the resurgence of mana is the creation of dense mana regions. In these places, the mana is so concentrated that ordinary people cannot live there. And even arcanists have to be of a certain tier to be able to breathe in this area, let alone live there. On top of that, the environment has drastically changed because of this, becoming more ferocious and more dangerous. For example, in a dense mana region where there used to be inactive volcanoes, these volcanoes will not only become active but also increase their intensity in eruption, scale, and power. In some desert regions, sand tornadoes have become a common thing, making it impossible for normal people to live or traverse there. In dense mana regions in the ocean, tsunamis and ocean tornadoes are now coming thing. And in a normal dense mana region, storms made completely out of mana could be seen regularly. On top of all that, numerous elemental creatures have been bred in these regions. In conclusion, dense mana regions are now considered inhabitable by the Empire and all of them have been isolated by enchantments. However, with such a large quantity of mana, the Empire knows that these regions will become very valuable in the future. The reason that they have been isolated and monitored for now is that the changes in these places are not completed, so they have to wait before begin taking control of them. Edward checked a few of them to ensure that nothing unexpected will happen. As of now, the highest level of elemental creature bred by these regions is Tier 5, which is not a problem. However, Edward could not help but wonder what would happen if the environment changed like this while the planet was still in the old era. Most likely, the Earth's scientific civilization would be destroyed by these creatures and the rise of magical civilization. After all, in just 2 years, Tier 4 creatures capable of single-handedly destroying countries were born. Of course, the rise of magic would only be possible if the wizards at that time could adapt to the changes of the world and take this opportunity to increase their strength. Based on the information he read online, he teleported to Canada. While invisible, he observed a young man who was riding a floating scooter and enjoying himself. The young man had a small amount of aura inside his body but no mana. However, this young man was somewhat special, he was an awaker. The increase in mana in the environment has granted some individuals special powers or gifts. Based on the data gathered, these abilities varied from elemental control, teleportation, and many other magical abilities. They can use these abilities instinctively without studying or training, however, intense training can increase their output and stamina in using these abilities. And these gifts were not only gifted to ordinary people, albeit 86% of the awakers are people with no previous magical abilities. Some arcanists also awakened, and their gifts have increased their talents in certain areas. For example, if they awaken flame abilities, these arcanists have noticed that their understanding, control, and use of flame magic has drastically enhanced. As Edward looked at the young man, he could see his soul, and inside his soul dimension, strange runes that he had never seen were engraved. This was the source of these awakers' gifts. A mutation occurred in their soul granting them abilities to wield magic. With their thoughts, they can immediately activate the runes inside their souls, then, the mana in the environment will be passively activated to serve as energy for the spell. Fascinating. These awakers might be the prototype of the first ever magical users. Most likely, many of them were people born with this gift, then, at some point, some individual discovered the runes inside these awakers. Then, decided to copy and study them, thus giving birth to a complete magical system. Edward could imagine long ago, when man was ignorant, some individual awakened magical talents. These people were probably treated as gods, or at the very least, had high status. These people were the first generation of wizards or mages. Then, at some point, many people discovered the soul dimension and the runes inside. Study its mystery along with the mystery of mana, and combine them to form a complete magic system with mana and spells. These runes might be important for the arcane rune system. Most likely, they are the original runes of this universe where other runes derive from, at least the current ancient runes might be derived from them. So, studying them might be of great value. After thinking of this, he teleported to another place. There was one last place to check before he went to see his family. Chapter 272, Dimensions. Edward teleported to Ceres, the largest asteroid in the solar system. In the middle of this asteroid was a very tall white tower with a name written in large and bold letters. Dimension Study Institute. The entire asteroid was enchanted to prevent outsiders from entering, so Edward floated outside to wait for someone to come pick him up. Although he has the right and ability to barge in, he also understood to give a certain level of respect to powerful and capable arcanists. Flaunting his power and rights will only make people disgusted, and as a ruler, he knows when and how to win people's hearts, or at the very least, stabilize them. A few minutes after sending notification of his arrival, a spaceship rapidly flew to the edge of the asteroid to receive him. Tower Master Iwuro, long time no see. Your Majesty, it has indeed been a while. If I knew you were coming, I would have prepared a much grander welcome. I'm sorry for the abrupt visit. I've just learned of your institute and was curious, so I came by. After a brief pleasant chat, the two flew back to the tower, then Iwuro gave Edward a brief introduction. In the past 3 years, we have discovered a total of 3 dimensions. And because of this, this institute was established so that a few tower masters involved in the study of dimensions can better share their result. I was brought into this program because of my theory of the Lemurian civilization and their use of elemental dimensions. Tower Master Iwuro led Edward to the first floor of this tower. Although it was only a floor, the entire space was probably larger than Australia. Countless people were either wearing white lab coats or white magical gowns. Different machines were scattered everywhere, some of which were magical while others were not. Everyone looked busy as they focused on their tasks, not even noticing the arrival of Edward. So, Iwuro led him to a room with countless monitors where an old man with gray hair was staring at a bunch of data. Despite looking frail, any sensitive person could feel the terrible mana inside his body as this old man was a Tier 5 arcanist. Your Majesty, said the old man after seeing Edward. Be at ease, Tower Master Gordon. The old man nodded before once again looking at the screen. Fascinating, isn't it? An entire world made only of food. No matter what enters inside, it will rapidly be infected and turn into food. Is this the food dimension? Asked Edward as he also reviewed the data gathered. It was indeed a fascinating place. According to data gathered, no matter what entered this place will turn into food. All matter or energy will be turned into food, even people are no exception. Without the necessary protection, even a Tier 5 arcanist will also turn into food after staying a long time inside. With this dimension, the problem of food will forever be eliminated from the Empire. Well, not that it was in the first place. However, the food inside should have many unknown benefits and also side effects. It would be best to thoroughly study it before making it widely used. After checking the data and briefly chatting with Tower Master Gordon, Edward was led to the second floor. The Tower Master in charge of this floor was called Kim Ji-hoon. He was also a Tier 5 arcanist. Unlike Gordon, he was more sociable and introduced his research with a great deal. This dimension is currently labeled as the inert zone, said Tower Master Kim Ji-hoon as he showed Edward an image of a gray and lifeless place. The image showed something flying over and recording the environment, then, that thing seemed to have fallen in the sky, thus ending the recording. This dimension is a place where all energy become inactive or useless. Whether it is mana, divine energy, psychic energy, or others, as soon as they entered this place, it becomes non-functional. The only exception is kinetic energy. Edward reviewed the experiment conducted in this dimension. Golems, clones, animals both magical and non-magical, plants, ores, and many other things were sent inside and observed before coming to this conclusion. So, what do you think this place can be used for? Asked Edward. By the way things look, it's probably better to use it as a prison, replied Tower Master Kim. Additionally, if we ever face an unbeatable enemy, sending them to this dimension is another way to deal with them. Your idea is correct. However, if we want to use it as a prison, we have to find a way to deal with the problem of killing anything that enters this dimension. The soul is considered a form of energy, so, after entering this inert dimension, people will die after a while. The more powerful a person, the longer they can last. However, this has not changed their final fate. Indeed, this is a problem. However, studying this dimension has just begun and very little information is known. We do not even have a direction. Then, I will give you one. After saying that, Edward sent information regarding the new magic system that he brought from his travel, well, the improved version that Hermione made that was more suitable for arcane sorcerers. In this magic system, everything can be used as energy. As such, this dimension should have its unique energy. As long as it can be detected and studied, then it can eventually be used. By then, this place will not be serving as just a prison. Tower Master Kim was fascinated by this new magic system, so he read a brief overview of it. And right when he was about to study it in depth, he received a notification to pay the necessary merit. After giving Edward a complaining glare, he paid the money. Then, he entered deep research mode while ignoring everything. Meanwhile, Edward headed to the third floor. During the journey, he was thinking of placing the quantum prison inside this inert dimension. As for what was this quantum prison? Well, it was the most secured prison of the Empire where the vilest and most dangerous prisoners were placed. As the name suggests, this was a place shrunk smaller than quarks. All the prisoners will also be shrunk to this size before being transported inside. Additionally, the prison is located in an isolated pocket dimension that is full of enchantments to monitor any changes inside. This prison is beyond the level of maximum security and no one can actually escape from there. When Edward was designing this prison, a few people said that he might have gone too far. On the third floor, Edward saw the elemental dimension that was discovered by Tower Master Iwaro and Tower Master Abramovich. It was a fire dimension. Unlike the other dimensions, some creatures have been detected inside of this one. They were fire elemental creatures. Unfortunately, the ones discovered have low-level intelligence, so little information has been discovered from capturing them. However, one memory ingrained in their bloodlines made them know that the most powerful creatures in that dimensions are referred to as elemental lords. Based on my research on the Lumrian civilization, it won't take long to find the water, wind, and earth dimension, said Tower Master Iwaro. Soon after this visit, Edward called a meeting with all the Tower Masters in this institute. While sitting at a circular white table, Edward looked at all of them before saying, "You know, I'm a little disappointed." The room became quiet as each Tower Master looked at one another, not knowing what to say. Finally, Gordon asked, "Your Majesty, are you dissatisfied with our results or the speed at which we attain them? It has long been a little over a year since most of these dimensions were discovered, so it is normal not to have a lot of results." "I'm not that unreasonable," said Edward. "Do you remember what I said to each of you when you became Tower Master?" Immediately, all of them remembered a saying of the Emperor that has become the motto of all arcanists. Always pursue the truth with absolute caution. Then, all of them became scared as they realized the mistake they made. Can studying dimensions be such a simple matter? Of course not. What if some extremely powerful dimensional creatures existed there and used this opportunity to travel to the Empire through their research? After all, there is already proof that other life forms exist there with the elemental creatures. So, why can't exist in the others? After thinking about this, all of them did not know what to do, so they became awkward. "We apologize, Your Majesty," said Tower Master Iwaro first, followed by the others. "This is not completely your fault since someone from the Research Safety Bureau should have informed you. It looked like I should clean some people," said Edward. "Move your research inside a pocket dimension. Enchant it to self-destruct in case of an emergency. Additionally, a Tier 8 weapon will be sent as another safety measure. A Tier 8 weapon, that is something capable of instantly leveling the solar system. Although we already knew that the royal family was hiding many dangerous things, who would have thought that it was this scary, thought Tower Master Ibrahimovich. When he thought that his little Tier 5 would be instantly obliterated in front of such a weapon, he could not help but secretly shake his head. This was not the power that he could currently contain against. Maybe in the future, but now. As for taking the Tier 8 weapon for himself, he did not dare think. He could imagine how many restrictions and regulations will be placed on that weapon before it can be used. Most likely, none of the Tower Master will ever even see that weapon unless an emergency truly occurred. Chapter 273, Family Reunion. After leaving the Institute, Edward returned to the floating city as Morgana had notified him that the others had woken up and used Merlin's potion to heal themselves. "Are you guys all right?" "We're fine," replied Hermione. ****. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Snape nodded in agreement with her. After all, how many people can brag about fighting the almighty Christian God, not only surviving, and even injuring him? This was truly a unique experience. "When is the next voyage?" he asked. "Depends on the success of Project Akashic Record and after dealing with the Intergalactic Federation. So, it won't be that long." Snape nodded his head, while Edward looked at Lily. "Are you sure you're okay? You seem distracted." "No, it's just that everything seemed surreal, that's all." She was lying, at least, not telling the full truth. Her return made her realize that she needed to decide on her love life. To be precise, she had made a decision and needed to have a real conversation with a few people. However, she was not looking forward to dealing with the troubles that will come afterward. If it was up to her, Lily would prefer to continue her research. But things have to be done. Edward could guess what she was thinking, and all he could say was that he did everything to be the perfect wingman for Snape. Everything else is out of his control. So, he looked at Hermione and said, "Let's go home. I have already contacted Rowena and Luna, they should have returned by now." "Did you call your parents?" With a wry smile on her face, she said, "They said that they were busy." Edward had to smile in embarrassment when thinking about Hermione's parents as they had a complicated relationship. For one, they do not approve of his polygamous lifestyle. To them, their daughter deserved a man who loved her and only her. However, over the years, they have slowly accepted this fact. Despite this, they also rarely appeared at family dinners or gatherings. They will have dinner with Edward's parents, but when all the family members gather together, they refuse to participate. Oddly though, they do not mind when only Edward and Hermione come to visit and have family time together. During those times, they are quite nice to him. Of course, they will always try to hint at him to make Hermione the Empress. According to the law, there is no official Empress in the Empire, all of them have the status of queen or royal concubines. However, unofficially, Rowena is the Empress and usually served as the face of that position. This position was decided not only because she is the oldest, but also because she is the most powerful. When it was time to decide this thing, Edward was wise enough not to intervene and let them decide for themselves. After shaking his head, the two teleported to the Imperial Palace. As soon as Edward arrived, his mother Joanna jumped in his arm to embrace him. "It's only been 3 years," he said as he hugged her back. 3 years too long. Meanwhile, his father only tapped him on his shoulder before everyone arrived and had dinner. It was quite lively as Hermione and Edward explained everything that occurred to them from when they first landed and met Frank and Lilith, to the mummy events, to the travel in parallel dimensions and the final battle with Yahweh. "It seems that you guys had quite the adventure," commented Amelia. "That was too dangerous," added Joanna. "You should be more careful in the future." "What I want to know is which woman did you bring back this time?" asked Rowena as she glared at him. "No one." "I don't believe you," said Fleur and Bellatrix at the same time. "I swear." "Ask Hermione. I was on my best behavior throughout the entire time." All his eyes were then laid on her. Although hard to believe, he's telling the truth this time. Throughout the entire journey, Edward was only truly attractive to one person, Ziyuan. Unfortunately, she was dedicated to her husband, so he did not even have a single chance. As for Chloe, they only had a student and teacher relationship. Although Edward is an immoral man who does not care about relationships with unbalanced power dynamic, he still knows when to control himself. Well, that was a slight lie. They slept together once, but they both agreed that it was purely physical and would only happen once. "What a great magical miracle," commented Luna. "You guys need to give me more credit," said Edward, who then looked at his aunt. "You will have to settle all the population I brought. Their memories have already been modified." "There is no problem. Our population has recently drastically increased, so we are already quite good at allocating large groups of people." "Oh, did something happen?" "Yes. It seems that the Milky Way is in turmoil and many places have started to sell slaves in large quantities to lessen their burdens. We have bought a large number of them through Dumbledore." "Is everything going well?" "Some council members wanted to give these people a second-class citizen status like the fair race, but I vetoed them. All of them were granted their freedom and full rights. However, it is taking them some time to change their previous mindset and ways of thinking to fit better with the Empire. So, they are temporarily in isolation until they finish their education through Skynet." "You did the right thing," said Edward. "The only reason that the fair race was granted the status of second-class citizen was to wash away their animosity and, more important, to make an example out of them. In the future, only races that have very deep animosity toward the Empire will be treated as such." "I have a question that I truly want to know," suddenly said Olivier. "You said that you came close to death. How did that make you feel?" "Why this sudden random question?" "Just answer it." Edward paused for a moment. "To be honest, after thinking about it, I realized that I only felt indifference." "Indifference? Cousin, that's very concerning," said Susan. "She's right, son," said his father. "No, it's not like that. I have always thought that I was a person who feared death just like Voldemort, hence the reason I have so many ways to revive myself in case of an accident. However, now, I realize that if it is truly impossible to avoid death no matter what, I would be indifferent to the final outcome and just accept it. I would never willingly chase after death, but if it is inevitable, if comes a time where all my effort to avoid became useless, then I'll just accept it." "It's good that you're mentally fine," said Amelia. "Always remember that you have people who love and count on you. And honestly, without you, this empire would crumble faster than anyone can say, oh, Merlin. The people at the table nodded their heads, however, Olivier seemed not satisfied. "I'm still concerned. Why do you feel like this? Is there a reason?" "Reason? Probably because I've died before." "Excuse me. Oh, I did not tell you guys about primordial Earth. I guess that there is no point in hiding it now since you will be involved in this trouble sooner or later. Better be prepared now." Then, Edward proceeded to tell them about his death and reincarnation, Old Man Merlin and Solomon, primordial Earth, and the possible war. "This is too much information for a single dinner," said Amelia as she massaged her temples. "Wait, so what you're saying is that we are nothing but characters from a book," slightly yelled Susan. "And the writer, that J.K. Rowling is essentially a god who not only created us but also dictate our fate." "Don't mind the small detail," replied Edward. "That's not a small detail. I'm beginning to question my entire existence. Things are not as simple as you state, said Edward after seeing that his cousin might have a mental breakdown. Many of the stories from primordial Earth were not created by these authors, but universes that already existed, but some people there can gain access to these stories through dreams or imaginations. As for whether our universe is created or an already existing one, I do not know exactly. Plus, even if it was created, the author only has power over the main timeline and cannot affect this one. Susan sighed in relief, however, she was still not happy. If you're so worried, then try to reach Tier 12, then I can take you to primordial Earth. By then, you will not only have control over your fate but you can even meet the author and have a chat with her. Is that possible? You're not lying to me, are you? Asked Susan. This is what Merlin told me. The minimum requirement to return to primordial Earth is Tier 12. No problem. Isn't it only Tier 12? The other people did not say anything despite knowing that things were not as simple as Edward said, especially when it comes to the issue of other variants of themselves when reaching Tier 11. However, they did not damper the enthusiasm of the little girl. It's always good to be motivated. What about your parents back there, are they all right? Asked Joanna. She did not care about Edward's reincarnation. From what she knows, if not for him, she, her husband, and their sons were destined to die during the First Wizarding War. I've asked Merlin to send a clone of my original body to take care of them. With a little knowledge from the Empire, it should not be a problem to live a healthy life without worry about food or money. That's good. Chapter 274, Seer's Power. Something finally made sense to me now, said Luna. What? Why is it that you could see and show the future of the entire world during your battle with Dumbledore, and yet, you can only use the most basic divination spell? I always thought you were using time magic, but you were just relying on knowing the plot. You're right. He did the same thing in our voyage too, said Hermione. I also thought that his divination had improved or he was using time magic to look into the future. In my universe, he also displayed the ability to know the future, said Oliver with a sneer. In the end, you were just cheating. How is that cheating? Plus, this can be considered an innate ability of all people from primordial Earth. No, it's definitely cheating, said Fleur. It's like you were born with knowing the answer to a test. Many people nodded with this sentiment. Fine, I am a cheater, what can you guys do about it? Stop hiding your jealousy, it's ugly, said Edward with a smirk. Rogue. Playboy. Cheater. Narcissist. God complex. Each of his wives called him a different name, almost driving him crazy. He coughed slightly before looking at Rowena and Luna. He did not want to sit through a dinner where his flaws were constantly being called out. So, how was your voyage in the multiverse? I can see that both of you are very close to Tier 6, so it should have been quite the adventure, maybe not less exciting than us. What a shoddy method at changing the subject, commented Rowena, making everyone laugh. Amelia looked at everyone laughing and secretly said to herself. It's good that these guys know how to ease the mood and transition away from more sensitive topics. You won't believe this, said Luna. But I did meet an evil version of myself. She was the new Dark Lord. Really? What happened? Everyone was intrigued. Well, in that timeline, my mother did not die young but when she was in the 6th year, making her death even more devastating. Then, Voldemort took advantage of her weakness and lured her into becoming a Death Eater with the promise of reviving her parents. Parents? As in plural. Oh right, my father also passed away not long after as well, trying to pursue my mother into the afterlife. Because of losing both parents, she was very fragile and easily influenced. So, how did she become the Dark Lord? Asked Edward. Well, after serving Voldemort for a few years without him fulfilling his promise, Dark Luna betrayed him and killed him, took over the Death Eaters, and began to use her powers to find a way to revive her parents. No matter who stood in her way was killed. I even saw her kill Harry, Ron, and Hermione. How interesting. Did you guys intervene? I wanted to but Rowena did not give me the opportunity. I could only talk to her from the distance. That's because I could feel that someone was secretly manipulating her, most likely Herpo in that timeline, said Rowena. Any other interesting stories? Asked Hermione. In their voyage, they did briefly travel throughout the multiverse, but they did not encounter themselves there. We met a Tier 6 Voldemort, said Rowena. Seriously? Yes. Apparently, in that timeline, Voldemort was the final winner in the Battle of Hogwarts. After that, he enslaved the entire planet, mostly the Muggles, and killed anyone who did not serve him. After saying that, she paused for a moment before looking at Bellatrix. I finally understood how crazy and disgusting you can be. That's not me, she replied in embarrassment. She understood that with the problem of her bloodline because of inbreeding, she was truly a psycho. Luckily, in this timeline, her problem was solved. Even the false memories that Edward once planted inside her mind to have her worship was removed and she knew the truth. It was during this time that they got to know one another and fell in love. After terrorizing the entire planet, continued Rowena, Voldemort discovered that the Horcrux could not grant him true immortality, so he wanted a real method. After countless dark magic experiments with no success, he placed his eyes on the universe. After searching the planet, he found a spaceship of the Lumrian civilization and repaired it before traveling the stars. However, a few dozens of years later, he returned injured, but also with Tier 6. Tier 6 in only a few dozen years, asked Edward. We were also interested in this, so we confronted him. After killing him and searching the memories in his soul, we discovered that it was a magic system that sacrificed lifespan for a rapid increase in mana or tier. So, although he was Tier 6, he could only live for about 400 years. Plus, he was very weak, at least I defeated him alone. In the end, he thought that by destroying the entire planet, he could deal with us, but we hid in the world gate. That magic system sound interesting, let me check it out later. So, how was the mission I sent you on? According to my divination, we are heading in the right direction but it will take some time, said Luna. In my voyage, we discovered a race called the Novad that has very advanced parallel dimensions travel technology. After studying it, you guys should find what we're looking for. Edward then used the watch on his wrist to send the information about the Novad to the two of them while Rowena sent the magic system to Edward. Luna also wanted to check the information but she suddenly stopped. Her eyes turned all white along with her eye. The power of destiny seemed to manifest deep in her eyes. A few minutes later, she returned to normal. What is it? Is danger coming? Hurriedly asked Edward. No, I have discovered another linchpin of the Empire. And one of the highest level. Really? Asked Edward with excitement. There are many reasons that seers are respected in the universe. One is that they are the perfect vessel for many gods, which made them very desirable. And the second is the fact that they are vital to the prosperity of any race, species, faction, or civilization. Seers can predict dangers in advance to prevent calamity or destruction. More importantly, they can discover linchpins, individuals who can fundamentally change any civilization for the better. It could that these people are destined to become powerful and protect said civilization or create an invention that can rapidly advance civilization. For example, one of the reasons that the Arcane Empire can develop so fast is because Luna has discovered a few linchpins that created knowledge or technology that are greatly beneficial to the Empire. And many of these linchpins are usually ordinary people who appeared ordinary, people that are usually easily overlooked. And sometimes, these linchpins were on the verge of death when they were discovered, meaning that they would have died before they could achieve their destiny of greatness. According to Luna's research, linchpins are also divided into levels, and so far, none of the highest calibers has ever been discovered in the Empire. Who is it? Asked Edward, unable to contain his excitement. Luna waved her hand and an image was drawn with her mana. His name is Havika Kainalu. Morgana, show us this person's data. As you wish, boss. Immediately afterward, a hologram with a young Hawaiian boy appeared in front of everyone. Havika Kainalu. Age, 15. Family, contain 4 people, 2 parents and 1 sibling. School, Kanaloa School of Magic, 4th year. Tier 0 Arcanist, Level 1 Talent. Just like most linchpins, he appeared ordinary and even mediocre, commented Edward. Since Luna detected him now, that means that his talent has recently manifested. Any recent changes to his life? Asked Rowena. Yes, replied Morgana, he has recently become interested in rune mathematics, and this kid is truly talented in that area. After saying that, she displayed some of the works that he published online and the learning materials that he also bought online. Rune mathematics, huh? Muggles believed that mathematics was the language of the universe, meanwhile, Arcanists believed that runes were the language of the universe. However, recently, with the creation of the arcane rune magic system and the knowledge of gate alchemy, this new field was created. Rune mathematics is not only used to study the secrets of the universe but is also used in creating or constructing spells, magic circles to be exact. Some Arcanists do not have the natural ability to understand runes and their correlation with each other, so it is very difficult for them to create, improve, or modify runes. However, with rune mathematics, things became different. As the name suggests, Arcanists can use calculus, geometry, an advanced form of mathematics to systematically understand the purpose and function of every rune. That way, they can use math formulas to create and test spells. And that's just one of the many uses of this new field. Do you want to get in contact with him? Asked Amelia. No need. I will send a few members of the ghost squads to secretly protect him, replied Edward. Additionally, Morgana, create a rune mathematic competition in his school. Once he wins, grant him access to some of your calculating power along with access to some secret knowledge of the library. Make sure that they only pertain to his research. As you wish. What about once he succeeds in creating whatever it is that will fundamentally change the Empire? I'll probably make him a Tower Master. By then, this kid will have all the resources needed to change his life. Chapter 275, Backup Plan. The family dinner ended after a few hours. Then, Luna went to see her parents, and Olivier returned to the military. She was now a newly promoted general and had a lot of work to do. Her path toward becoming the commander-in-chief was smooth sailing. Hermione decided to take a small break. Fleur and Bellatrix returned to their research, while Rowena began to prepare for her advancement to Tier 6. Edward prepared a few divine potion for her made from the pool of eternal life. He had prepared enough for all his family. He was even preparing to create a time-accelerating room for all of them so that they can all reach Tier 6 at a quicker pace. However, this was for later. After the dinner, he had a meeting with Amelia to discuss a few things. "So, what are you going to do regarding the Tier 11 problem?" Amelia understood that the problem of Tier 11 involving primordial Earth is not a simple problem, as he previously stated. And although the others did not want to talk about it to alleviate the pressure and sense of oncoming doom, she had to start planning for this issue. Well, reaching higher tiers is not as simple as you imagine, so as long as we reach higher tiers quicker than our opponents, we still have a chance. Wouldn't it be better to assassinate these versions of ourselves that have higher tiers? That way, the issue will be resolved. I've thought about this, but most of these people have people from primordial Earth backing them. And from what I heard from Merlin, many of their backers have already reached Tier 12 or higher. Amelia sighed out loud after hearing this. You're a person who always has a backup plan. So, what's your plan in case one of us fails? The plan is to cut off your connection to other versions of yourself in the multiverse, becoming an entirely different person. Same name, different person, muttered Amelia as she understood. For example, let's say that the Rowena of this timeline is Earth 616, then the one who is already Tier 10 is from Earth 858. If the one from Earth 858 is the final winner and becomes a Tier 11 multiversal entity, then Edward's plan is for the one in Earth 616 to cut off her connection to the winner, becoming an entirely different entity with the same name as the one from Earth 858. She will no longer be a clone. This method is feasible, but it might cut off our paths to Tier 11. Not really. After becoming a new person, although it will take some time, new variants of you will eventually appear again in the multiverse. Edward asked Merlin this question, mainly he was wondering whether there were variants of himself in the universe that he traveled like FMAB in the recent Undead Combination universe. And the answer he got was positive. As long as he stayed in the world long enough and has a great impact on one of the timelines, eventually, countless variants of himself will appear in that universe. Edward also asked him if he should prevent variants of himself from popping in the multiverse of every universe that he travels to, but Merlin told him that having variants of himself was quite beneficial to himself in later tiers. The more variants he had in different universes, the better. Things seemed a little too complicated, commented Amelia, feeling a sense of unease. Don't worry. There is a backup plan to the backup plan, and that is for your guys to reincarnate with all your memories. That way, you guys can officially be different people without any complications. Indeed, that is another method, nodded Amelia in relief. From what she just learned, these two have learned a great deal about reincarnation magic in their recent trip. Since you have already planned everything, then there is no need for me to worry. In that case, let's deal with the current issue. Edward nodded his head. There are a few things for you to prioritize. First is the placement of the population. There are a lot of people with magical talents in the group that I have brought back. Settle them quickly and take care of their education. Amelia nodded her head as she knew that her nephew was not only talking about their magical education but also their worldviews and sense of belonging to the Empire, essentially, brainwashed or indoctrinate them to be loyal to the Empire, or at the very least, have a sense of belonging. Second, it is the Novad race. There are one king and queen, one Tier 8, and the other Tier 9. I have already placed some control inside their souls, but it is not enough. So, we need a group of people to constantly reinforce it until it becomes permanent. And where do you want me to place them once that is done? Place them in charge of the time auras that are guarding and protecting our timeline. Plus, send a few warrior classes of their races to Soleil and Narcissa. The Novad race is extremely talented in using psychic energy and it will be a great help to their research. What about Yahweh's arm and Set's body? Give the arm to the Tower Masters that are studying divine energy. As for the Set, I will be responsible for it. Then, the two talked about many issues of the Empire before separating. Edward then updated the arcane library to include the gains of his recent journey. Then, he went to see a grumpy dragon. Juliette Lumiere's demiplane. Large pocket dimensions are now referred to as demiplanes. And according to the Empire's law, all Tier 5 arcanists have the right to own a private one of their own. And inside that plane, they have complete autonomy and do whatever they please, with a few exceptions like forcing people into labor or experimenting on them. But, arcanists can even have an army of their own inside their demiplanes. Most of them have legions of golems of their own. Because of this level of freedom, one of them felt that he was unstoppable. So, he opened the space to his demiplane and began to invade Earth with his army of golems. Unfortunately, not even 5 seconds later, the Earth Defense Army responded and annihilated the Tier 5 Arcanists along with all his golems. This was then that many of them realized that compared to the Empire, the number of resources that they have access to is simply a joke. So, it did not matter if every single Tier 5 Arcanist with a demiplane had the manpower to conquer a low-level civilization single-handedly. In front of the royal family and the Empire, they were still ants. That failure curved the ambitions of many people. After all, the Earth Defense Army is considered the weakest force under the Empire's command. There is still the Imperial Marines, the Royal Guards, and the elusive Ghost Squad. There are many reasons that Edward allowed these people to have armies of their own. 1. It's to prepare for the future for when the Empire enters the age of Floating City. At that time, every powerful Arcanist will be a walking armament. Now, Edward has begun to test the waters to see how these people react to having power. Also, to take this opportunity to ingrain in them that no matter how much power they have, he will always have more. The second reason is that he knew that forcing all these people who have godlike power to follow rules and regulations requires a certain balance. He has to give them some level of control or power, or the illusion of it. So, he allowed them to have demiplanes and create golem armies. However, the majority of resources to make these armies are still in his hands. Juliette Lumiere is a very powerful Tier 5 Arcanist. Today, she was in the middle of her research when she received a notification from Skynet. She knew that the tower spirit in demiplane would not disturb her if it was not something important. After checking, she immediately frowned as she noticed the update in the Grand Arcane Library. With a heavy sigh, she muttered, "This man is even more powerful now." Her gaze focused on one item in the exchange lists. Divine Potion, potion made from the divine energy of some fallen god. Drinking it can increase mana. Effective for Tier 5 Arcanists. Warning, side effects include the possibility of the soul being affected by the remaining will of the fallen god. Although the divine energy has been properly purified, such danger still exists. As such, every Arcanist who used this potion will require a soul check to ensure that their minds have not been affected, or worse, been possessed by some unknown entity. As she looked at this description, she frowned. No one would like to have their soul checked, as this was an invasion of privacy and could have some dangerous effects if something went wrong. This is obvious for more powerful people like herself. However, there is an even bigger problem. With her intelligence, she can tell that this was a potion that accelerated the rate at which people can reach Tier 6. If she does not take it, she will be left behind by others who are willing. So, in the end, she does not have a choice if she does not want her peers and even enemies to surpass her. This is essentially an open scheme. After sighing deeply out loud, she headed to a secret floor inside her tower. She logged into a private server that was not monitored by the Empire. Soon, Juliette found herself in a room with a round table along with 9 other individuals that looked like shadows to hide their identities. I'm assuming that all of you have seen the update. What do you think? Chapter 276, Undercurrents. The man is now already Tier 6, plus the new method to quickly reach Tier 7, he's simply unstoppable. I just heard from the Dimension Study Institute that the royal family has sent them a Tier 8 weapon. Seriously. There should be no problem with the source of the information. Everyone at the table became silent. All of them here have ventured into the universe to learn and experience different things. According to the laws of the Empire, as long as any Arcanists have a passport, they can travel amongst the universe. They just have to sign a contract not to willingly create more enemies for the Empire. However, as citizens, if they encounter any danger, they can contact the Empire, which will send troops to save them. However, this rule only applies to things happening in the Milky Way galaxy. The Empire greatly discouraged intergalactic travel with their current development. And during this experience, all 10 of them have some understanding of the current situation of the Milky Way galaxy. Tier 5 individuals are considered very rare and usually hold a large amount of power. Tier 6 are considered gods with high status and countless privileges anywhere that they go. As for Tier 7 and 8, they are considered a legend in the Milky Way because of how rare they are. Any race or civilization that has this level of individual or weapon is considered to belong at the top of the food chain in this galaxy. So, when they know that the Empire has such a weapon, they are both happy and sad. Happy because now they know that they can be protected. The universe is a dark and cruel place. In a world where a single individual can dictate the lives of trillions of people, morality is completely worthless. Every day, countless civilizations are destroyed, and they are powerless to resist or do anything about it. But now, with the Arcane Empire officially becoming a Tier 8 civilization, they have a certain level of safety. However, the sadness came from the fact that they will forever live under the oppression of this man. All of them present here are considered geniuses amongst all Arcanists, having level 5 talents. This is the reason that they can become Tier 5 so quickly. However, all of them have to agree that in front of that man, they cannot compare. Every time they meet and have any kind of magical discussion, these people realize the difference between them and him. They have long suspected that the Emperor's magical talent went beyond level 5 despite being officially labeled as such. As geniuses, who them is not proud and arrogant, so they do not want to be suppressed by someone else for the rest of their very long life. Additionally, there are their ambitions. According to the Empire's laws, every 100 years, people can challenge the Emperor and the final winner will ascend the throne. Unfortunately, with this current news, they realized that this law might be useless. Even if they won, would the royal family hand over control of that tier 8 weapon? Absolutely not. So, in the end, they would mostly become a puppet emperor even if fate was on their side and luckily won. After a few seconds of silence, one of the people snorted out loud. The only reason he is so powerful is that he had the method to become a diamond grade tier 5. All of them here are considered platinum grade tier 5 arcanists, meaning that they fused with a greater philosopher's stone or greater ether core based on the new update with their magic core. However, they also theorized that there is a diamond grade above that. And the reason for that is some members of the Ghost Squad are too powerful. Even the new general of the Navy that is rumored to be the new queen of the Empire is too powerful for a tier 5 by platinum grade. So, the people knew that the Emperor had a diamond grade method reserved only for the royal family and the people who handed their souls to him. If that is what you think, why don't you create your own method to becoming diamond grade, replied another person with a sneer, making everyone in the room silent. This may sound like an easy thing to do, but it is not. The requirements are truly harsh. The first requirement is to be an artificer and not just one that can create some small magical gadgets. No, an artificer capable of creating a complex thing like the ether core. Having a high magical talent was a rare thing, so having both high magical talent and artificer talent is even rarer. The second condition is to know how to create the ether core. As the highest source of energy in the Empire, this knowledge is one of the most strictly controlled things. The requirement to have access to such knowledge is harsh, to say the least. And finally, an arcanist has to be able to upgrade the ether core. The thing is that no one has ever seen the core that can make people into diamond grade tier 5, so there is no formula or way to reverse engineer it. Many theories as to what the added ingredients are, with life force being one of the main ones. However, nothing has been proven yet. Plus, even if someone knew the main ingredient, they still needed the perfect mixing ratios. To achieve any result in this kind of research, countless experiments of trials and errors are required. Unfortunately, this level of resources is not available for any single arcanist, and maybe even a group of them. There is no need to bash the name of the Emperor. If not for him, none of us would have the accomplishment we have today. This person was correct. All of them here have great admiration for the Arcane Empire, and that is because this man is very generous when it comes to sharing knowledge. This might sound counter-argumentative based on the issue with diamond grade, but it was true. In this large universe, knowledge is literally equal to power, thus making it very valuable. Because of this, countless civilizations in the universe hold dear to their magical knowledge, only sharing it with a few individuals. This practice is a common method to keep the power in the hands of the elite. However, this is not the same in the Empire. A lot of knowledge is free, while at the same time, very valuable knowledge requires a price to exchange. And more often than not, the exchange price is simply other knowledge. This system created a cycle of constant innovation and progress, allowing the Empire to develop at a rapid pace. Truth be told, many of the people in this room knew that if they were in the Emperor's shoes, they could not be so generous. Although they understand the benefit of this system, it does not mean that everyone can follow it. It takes certain individuals with strong willpower to not let power get to their heads, to be as selfless as the Emperor. And unfortunately, no one in this room fits those criteria, and they knew it. There is no need to argue. We only created this group to exchange information and to ensure that the Emperor provided us with certain rights and not completely oppressed us. And so far, he has done a great job walking a fine line to restrict us and give us the rights we rightfully deserve. That's true. They were not one of these anti-monarchy groups or anti-emperor terrorists, they just banded together to ensure their rights and benefits. In that case, are we signing the contract to acquire the divine potion and the method of Arcana Flame? The room was quiet for a moment before someone said, it would be in our best interests. Agreed. Second it. All of them knew that there were no other options. If they did not do so, some of their peers will be more than happy to do it, and this rapidly surpasses them. And the alternative is to be left behind, or even worse, leave the Empire and wander into the infinite universe. Few people have chosen this path and the majority of them had terrible endings, or are currently suffering greatly. Soon, this meeting ended and all these people returned to their demi-planes. They wanted to quickly advance to Tier 6 and not be left behind. Chapter 277, Mana Heart. After the meeting with his aunt, Edward headed over to the world gate outside of this universe source wall where he placed the 2 Dragon Kings to prevent tracking from their race. After entering one of the rooms, he saw the yellow behemoth lying with closed eyes on a pile of gold and jewels. Albion seemed to have detected someone who intruded on his lair and opened one eye. After seeing that it was Edward, he ignored the latter before closing it again. However, a few seconds later, he opened both of them, he even moved his head to stare at him, his serpentine pupils full of shock and wonder. You're already tier 6. How is that possible? Huh, you can detect this. He was perfectly controlling and hiding his mana, so he did not expect the dragon to discover. No, this shouldn't be possible, especially with all the lifespan you have. Even if you used the elixir of life to replenish it, there would still be signs. I would never use the shoddy magic systems that sacrificed lifespans for higher tiers, replied Edward calmly. Meanwhile, Albion seemed to be having an existential crisis. There are not many races in the universe with the potential to reach higher tiers with their mana, especially since the divine path is easier in the universe in terms of use. And amongst all the races with that talent, the dragon race is considered one of the best if not the best. However, even he, as a noble dragon with the most powerful bloodline, could not reach tier 6 in such a short time. This does not make any sense, muttered the Dragon King out loud. Unless you did it. Did what? You found a way to travel to other universes like you originally said you wanted to do. In the early days, their relationship was decent, so Albion knew that this wizard was trying to find a way to break through the source wall and find another universe. However, he sneered at him because that was something that no god has even succeeded in. Even their dragon races have concluded that this might be an impossible thing. The last time that they met, Albion thought this wizard found a way to travel through the astral realm and maybe even discovered another plane. However, even plane conquest cannot allow someone to reach tier 6 in such a short time. Not to mention the grave danger and luck requires for this kind of endeavor. You're wrong. I'm just naturally talented, replied Edward. This dragon could not be trusted yet, and this kind of secret had great ramifications if discovered by other civilizations. Maybe you're right, replied Albion. So, to what do I owe the visit this time? I want to ask you a question. And what I get in return. I'll provide you with enough mana to reach tier 6. Fine, ask away. Is there any tier 11 gods or other individuals in our universe? And if so, who are they? From what I know, there has never been a tier 11 individual since the Magus race. The Magus race? What's that? I have answered your question. Comment on, you and I both know that your information is not worth the price I'm going to pay. Albion paused for a moment. I cannot say anything about the Magus race. Cannot, or will not. Cannot, replied the dragon with a serious look on his face. However, I can add something else as payment. What is it? Intermediate and advanced dragon chant knowledge. I'll even add my understanding of countless years. Edward frowned after hearing this. Why are you suddenly so giving? You can think of it as an investment. At its peak, Albion was a tier 10 dragon king, however, he died during a great battle involving the dragon temple and had to use his bloodline to reincarnate. However, he also dreams of reaching higher tiers, and if that wizard managed to leave the source wall, this might be his chance. The dragon pointed his massive claw and a crystal was condensed before handing it to Edward, who then proceeded to acquire enough mana for the dragon to absorb. As soon as Albion was brought to the room full of the energy he needed, he said a few words, and powerful enchantments surrounded the room to protect him. Then, he closed his eyes, entering a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Edward was observing the entire process of the dragon's evolution. The first thing he noticed was that Albion broke the magic core inside his body and controlled all the mana to his heart. Is this the mana heart? Muttered. The dragons in the Empire seemed to have adapted to the environment and created a magic core. However, based on information previously gathered from Albion, he knew that the magical system of the dragons focused on their dragon hearts or mana heart and did not have cores. Edward focuses on observing and recording the entire process to see if he could learn something from it, and he did. Fascinating, he muttered. The mana heart involved the DNA and cells in the body. The DNA of a single cell is about 2 meters long, and the human body has about 37.2 trillion. As such, all the DNA in a single human body would be more than twice the diameter of the solar system. And the dragon race used this fact as part of their magic system. Their hearts have at least 100 times more cells than the human body, and by storing mana inside their DNA, they can quickly reach higher tiers. Moreover, the mana is not only stored in their hearts but also in their bodies. This is one of the reasons that they are massive in size. This might be the way for me to quickly reach tier 10, thought Edward. However, there was some issue to deal with before this method was used. 1. The human heart is completely different from dragons, plus, a powerful body would be required to bear such a powerful heart. Another way to fix this problem is to increase the size of the human body to be as large as stars or the solar system. This is not a problem as the dragons even have shrinking spells, so it would be no major problem. Despite coming to this conclusion, Edward did not like this method as he felt that there might be better ways. The last issue with this method is the requirement for the soul and control over mana. Wait, I overlooked something. Albion's soul should be more powerful than displayed. Plus, even with enough mana, without a soul strong enough to control it, there is no way to reach higher tiers. So, he immediately checked the ladder's soul dimensions and he discovered a large amount of soul energy coming from somewhere to increase the strength of Albion's soul. Additionally, that soul energy is also slowly eradicating the soul enslavement that Edward placed on both his soul and bloodline. How sneaky, he thought as he observed the entire process to better understand. The soul energy did not come out of anywhere, it's more likely that it already existed but only release a certain amount based on Albion's requirement and desires. Edward's eyes flashed ruthlessly as he observed everything. The best way to deal with this situation is to use the floating city and the death staff to reinforce the soul enslavement. He did not immediately do so as it could interrupt Albion's advancement, so he decided to wait. Based on his calculation, it will still take at least 57 years before the spell can be broken by the soul energy. Plus, even if Albion managed to free himself, he was currently in the void. Without Edward's help, the only outcome for him is to be wiped out by void energy. As for controlling the world gate and using its power, that's not possible as this thing was programmed to self-destruct at the slightest sign of someone else other than Edward trying to interfere with its main operating system. After making a decision, Edward proceeded to deal with the Ice Dragon Queen. Just like Albion, she was trying to break free from his spell. In fact, the reason that she never woke up after being born was to concentrate on freeing herself. As such, she was outraged when the spell was reinforced to a Tier 9 level spell. Alright, let's go talk with Dumbledore to understand why the Milky Way is so turbulent. Chapter 278, Trouble Brewing. Edward sat in his office in the palace with a projection screen in front of him. Opposite him was an old man with a very well-kept beard. Wisdom, sadness, and tiredness could be seen on his face. "What's wrong with you?" asked Edward. "The eyes are the window to the soul, and this saying is even more prevalent to powerful magic users." "Nothing serious," replied Dumbledore. "It's just that in the past few years, I have seen too much and I am a little tired." Edward understood his meaning. The universe is a dark and scary place, full of horrible things. Dumbledore is responsible for both the Empire's foreign business and intelligence gathering. As such, he has to come in direct contact with the dark side of the world, which seems to be weighing on his mind. After this is done, you need a vacation. Come back home and see your old friend. After refreshing your mind and reaching Tier 6, you can resume your position. Dumbledore wanted to refuse, but after thinking that he has been drifting in space for decades, he nodded his head. "Thank you." "So, what exactly happened?" "A couple of dozens of star systems in our galaxy full of living creatures were wiped out." "No, it should be said that they disappeared as not a single body was discovered. What's more, with each passing day, more news of star systems disappearing keeps circulating." "Any information on the reason why?" "Not yet, but we have a highly probable theory. This disappearance is most likely related to a powerful undead." Coincidence, thought Edward. Undead become a problem in his universe right after traveling to a world where there was plenty of knowledge regarding them. No, this should be luck potion in effect. "What makes you say that?" "We have detected that the Intergalactic Federation, the Eldamar Kingdom, and the Night Skins have been secretly buying magic materials and resources that have an effect on the dead and the souls at an alarming rate. Plus, the disappearance of the bodies could be explained if they were turned into undead." Edward pondered for a while. The Eldamar Kingdom is a Tier 8 civilization of the elves, while the Night Skins are a Tier 8 race with beautiful dark skin and stars for eyes. Even their magic system is related to stars, and they have a reputation for being excellent with divination. What about the Intel Lemons? Besides the Intergalactic Empire, there were only 3 Tier 8 civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. 2 magical ones and 1 technological one, the Intel Lemons. Based on information gathered on them, they have a deep hatred and aversion to magic and focus purely on technology. As such, they have developed a Tier 8 antimatter weapon. There has been no news from them so far. What about the Metamorphmagus spies we sent into these factions? The time that they infiltrated is too short. So far, the best of them only have low status and have access to little to no information. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'll come to see you in an hour, then we can further discuss the situation." Then, he went to pick up Olivier, hopped in a spaceship, and went to see Dumbledore. "Your Majesty, the Queen," said Dumbledore. "There is no need for formality," said Olivier. She knew that this old man was once Edward's teacher, along with many other people in the royal family. "Let's go," said Edward after the three had a brief chat. They entered the shop once again before heading to one of the star systems that was destroyed. After arriving at their destination, the group saw many ships flying in that star system. Many people seemed to have the same idea as Edward. While on the ship, he took out a map of this star system and pendulum. He cast a spell on the pendulum before saying out loud, which planet where this catastrophe originated from. The pendulum moved to one of the planets and stayed motionless on it. Without wasting time, the ship flew to that designated planet. After landing, Edward frowned as there were too many people on this planet. So, he used a spell to send his voice inside the mind of all the scavengers on this planet. This planet will be occupied for the next 2 hours. Please leave to avoid unnecessary trouble. One thought immediately appeared in the minds of these people, a Tier 6 spiritual caster. So, without hesitation, all of them rushed to their spaceships to leave. Many of these people understood that the universe was a cruel place, and such a powerful caster could take away their lives for no reason whatsoever. Amongst these people, there were 2 other Tier 6 individuals. However, after feeling Edward's threatening gaze, they hopped on their ship and left as well. Then, Edward waved his hand and a shield appeared to surround this planet, making it impossible for people to see what was happening. A grey staff appeared on his hand as he cast another spell. Time record. Time magic, how beautiful, muttered Dumbledore. Am I detecting jealousy, Professor? Said Edward with a smile. Maybe a little. The last time we had a discussion, you could stop time on small objects like apples. I'm sure you have made progress since then. Unfortunately, I have been a little busy and have somewhat neglected my magic studies. Plus, even if I improved, it would never be on this scope. Time magic is a very rare thing, and the number of people with both the talent and capability of using it in the Empire does not exceed 2 hands. And even in the royal family, only Rowena has mastered basic time spells, while the others are still struggling or have given up. So, the fact that Dumbledore can stop time on small objects shows that he can be considered a master on the subject when compared to others. You have overestimated my abilities. Without the time staff, I'm also helpless when it comes to chronomancy. Dumbledore did not say anything despite disagreeing. Even if he had that staff, he did not think he could wield it to such an extent. Giving a powerful weapon to someone did not mean that they could wield it, let alone do it with such mastery. After the little banter, the group then began to review what happened to this planet. This was a planet inhabited by a humanoid race with insect features. Some only had wings of different insects, some had other insect parts like claws, teeth, and even some magical abilities based on the insects. After a basic observation, the group quickly learned some information about this species' society and culture. They were a very segregated group. The ones with mostly humanoid features and only wings despised the others with insect parts and live in these very tall trees, while the others lived on the ground. They had access to the best resources while leaving crumbs for the others. They were considered the nobility in this insect hierarchy. Their lives were normal and peaceful until one day, a meteor descended from the sky not far from one of their cities. A group was called to check out the landing spot, but what they found was only terror. Edward paused the record as he watched the thing that descended. It was a man or woman wearing full-body black armor that covered everything from head to toe, making it impossible to determine the gender, race, or identity of this creature. However, in his eye sockets were 2 blue flames that moved along with every action. Undead Knight. That was the best way he could describe this situation. He then unpaused the record to see what occurred next. A strange and eerie voice came from the knight's body as he said, at $E% carat or %346 carat % or hashtag at hashtag $dollar % asterisk carat and carat asterisk %. Edward entered his mind palace to find the language and instantly translated it. You pitiful creatures, it is your glory to serve Lord Guznad. Guznad. Do we have any information on such a person? Asked Oliver, who also instantly translated the knight's words. No, replied Edward, and Dumbledore also shook his head. It could be a powerful lich or a death god. We'll check later. At this point, the group could already guess what will happen. And as expected, the Tier 5 Death Knight easily slaughtered these people. Then, he used a spell to turn all of them into undead. After that, he repeated that process until every living being on that planet was turned into skeletons, zombies, or mummies. Even the former graves of the people of this planet were plundered by him and turned into undead. What caught the group's attention is the fact that after killing living beings, these undeads have the ability to evolve. If all the star systems previously destroyed have turned into this is a bigger issue than we have anticipated, said Dumbledore. With a pondering look on his face, Edward said, I can probably guess what is happening here. Did you find something? Asked Oliver. This is probably the precursor to an undead catastrophe. More detail, please. It is considered a taboo method, and one of the reasons that death gods are hated and feared in the universe. To ascend to higher tiers at a rapid pace, they will kill all lives that they come into contact with and turn them into undeads, thus making it easier to gather faith. I thought the power of faith came from belief. How is it easier to gather from undeads? I do not know exactly, but my theory is that because low-level undead has the level of intelligence of a child, it is easier to brainwash them into believing in a god. And as they evolve, the idea that their power is granted to them by their gods can be deeply ingrained into their soul, thus creating fanatic believers. This is indeed possible, but we have not determined whether this is the work of a god yet. That's easy. He then proceeded to cast a spell to detect energy, and as expected, he found small traces of divine energy in the place where the Death Knight appeared. Things have become a little complicated, said Dumbledore. On the contrary, replied Oliver. Since we know that this is the work of a death god trying to reach higher tiers, we can make many conjectures. For example, the death god has not reached tier 10 yet, otherwise, there would be no point in doing this. And as long as he has not reached tier 10, the Empire can still manage the overall situation. You're right, but we should be more careful, added Edward. Then, the group continued watching the record. After conquering this planet, they witness a terrifying scene. It swallowed more than 90% of the undeads that he created to reach tier 6, then, the remaining 10% built an enormous ship made of bones. They hopped inside and flew out the planet, heading to the next one. The group followed these undead to other planets. However, the Death Knight did not consume other lower-rank undead anymore. He focused on gathering numbers. Once everything finished, Edward asked Olivier, "What do you think?" Chapter 279, Cycle of Progress. "This can be an opportunity for us," said Olivier. "Oh. For what?" "To conquer the Milky Way." The others paused for a moment before Dumbledore said, "Indeed. If the undead problem is severe enough, we can take this opportunity to rapidly increase our population, and even conquer the entire galaxy." The previous Dumbledore would never agree to such a thing as conquest, since such acts almost always require the use of violence. However, after his time in space and seeing the chaos of the universe, he understood that this might be the best option. To him, the Empire has many rotten parts that he disagrees with, even if they are considered necessary. However, compared to the horror of the other places in the Milky Way, the Empire was considered heaven. And maybe by conquering the galaxy, they can bring some level of order and peace to it. Yes. My plan can be divided into 4 steps: money, reputation, population, and salvation. In the current situation, resources that are effective to undead will become very precious. With the knowledge you just brought back, we can sell a lot of magical items and potions that are effective against the undead. We can even sell a large quantity to the tier 8 civilizations, as our production speed would be even higher than them. That way, we can gather a large number of resources to facilitate our rapid development, commented Dumbledore. The second and third steps are self-explanatory. By selling these resources, we can create a positive image for the Empire, and also officially reveal ourselves as a powerful civilization in the Milky Way. And through that good reputation, we can gather a large population. Whether through buying slaves or convincing other groups to surrender to us. Slowly but steadily, we can swallow star systems after star system to increase our borders. Finally, when the right time arrives, we can defeat the Death God and become the hero of the Milky Way. By then, with how high our fame and reputation are, it will be easier to rule the entire galaxy. This plan is feasible, said Dumbledore while caressing his beard. However, there are a few problems. For now, we do not know how strong the Death God is. If he is only tier 8, the other civilizations should be able to deal with it. Second, although the Empire has many powerful weapons, the individual strength of Arcanists is still too low. After all, so far, only the royal family has tier 6 Arcanists. There is nothing we can do about the Death God, but we can still deal with the second problem, added Edward. I will make the time acceleration room publicly available. That way, Arcanists can pay to enter and use as much time needed to reach tier 6 inside while only a small amount of time passed outside. Dumbledore was slightly surprised after hearing this before saying, "Sometimes, I'm astonished at both your generosity and your confidence." Back in the old era, as one of the most powerful wizards, he knew far above the majority if not all wizards. And yet, he was never this generous, and this was not because of selfishness, at least not entirely. The way that his mindset worked was that he never thought of sharing his magical knowledge to encourage the further creation of more knowledge. Plus, back then, he lived every day in fear of creating a new Voldemort, so he would never be this open when it comes to sharing knowledge that could grant people great power. Edward did not care about the professor's words. He was never afraid of people catching up or surpassing him. He was that confident, and even a little cocky. Plus, this decision might seem dangerous, but he knew that it was not. For one, it did not matter how many tier 6 are in the Empire. With the floating city, they could all be annihilated together. Additionally, with his method, more than 50% of the people who will take this opportunity to become tier 6 will belong to his camp, thus ensuring his power and control. Lastly, this move will accelerate the development of the Empire. To get access to these time rooms, arcane merit will be required, and where would these merits come from? From the research and knowledge of these Arcanists. To have enough merit, many of them will have no choice but to hand over their hidden research and discovery, which will in turn benefit Edward and the Empire as a whole. And after using their merit to increase their strength or tier, they will get back to study and develop magic and technology. Then, use them again to become more powerful, thus forming a cycle of constant improvement and progress. This has been the model he has been using so far to develop the Empire and keep his lead on everyone else. Alright, let's return home. The three then entered the spaceship before rushing home. Meanwhile, all the people who Edward forced to evacuate felt relieved before rushing to the planet that they previously were. Since such a powerful tier 6 caster came here, There might be some secret to that particular planet. As long as they can discover the slightest information, they can sell it for exuberant prices. After returning to the Empire, Edward gathered a group consisting of the Elder Council, the commanders and generals of the Imperial Navy, and a think tank. They discussed Olivier's plan and how to implement it. After all, if successful, the territory of the Empire will drastically increase. There need to be laws and regulations on how to properly govern these territories, and how to integrate the people into the Empire. Plenty of things need to be taken into account. While Edward was bogged down by politics, Dumbledore returned to Earth after many decades. So, he reunited with his friends, mostly the former members of the Order of Phoenix. Many of them were surprised to see him as they thought he died after that legendary battle. Finally, Dumbledore was reunited with his old flame, Grindelwald. They went on a mini vacation together. A few days later, great news was released to all the citizens of the Empire scattered in the 3-star systems currently under its control. To be precise, the Imperial Navy has conquered 7-star systems. However, the remaining 4 either did not have living creatures or only contained mindless creatures that served as training grounds. The 3-star systems with life were the Solar System, the Metal System where the Fair race lived, and the New Fur System where the Cat races originated. The other star systems were being used to mine resources and served as military bases. Back to the topic, the announcement stated 3 important things. The current Milky Way galaxy was in turmoil, and because of this, the Empire has decided to create time acceleration rooms to allow Arcanists to reach higher tier at a much faster rate. Secondly, all resources that allow individuals to become Arcanists or reach high tiers will have a discount on their prices until the situation calms down. With this news, the people knew that rapid development was about to take place, especially with the recent update of the library which allowed many subclasses or professions to flourish. Many new arcane sorcerers were discovered with this new magic system created by Hermione. The word blessing enchantment method has created a new branch of artificer. Some people might not have talents for the typical enchantments that require rune or word engraving but have a talent for this new method. As such, many new artificers were born. And the same applied to the herb enchanting method that Snape discovered and improved from Chloe's parallel universe. Adding to the increase in population with people with magical talent, the future looked bright. Additionally, Lily has already created the manifesto for her druid class and will soon start testing qualified people. So, more Arcanists will appear. On a train, Chris T. was using his watch to surf the web when he received a notification. After reading, he could not control himself and yelled, "Yes," out loud. However, he quickly realized his misdemeanor and looked around. He sighed in relief when he realized that he was in a compartment alone. With this new update, I can save enough merits in less than 25 years. He quickly calmed down. No, I don't know how long this nationwide discount will last. I need to take this opportunity to change my life. But where do I get so much merit? I can borrow from some people, and even take a loan from the bank. Taking a loan for merit has very stringent rules to be qualified. This benefit was only allowed to ordinary citizens with a certain income. Plus, you have to sign contracts to guarantee repayment. Chris did not know whether he would be qualified. It's better to try. Even if I fail, at least I know I tried. Without wasting any time, he went to the necessary website to fill out an application. Once he was done, he contacted a few close acquaintances to see if he could borrow some merit from them. Chapter 280, Lily's Choice. Right after leaving the floating city, Lily and Snape headed back to their home. Snape had a general happy vibe surrounding him even though his face remained expressionless. Once they teleported home, Snape asked her, "Are you going to talk to him now? Wait for a while. I guess there is no point in dragging things on." Soon, James Potter rushed into the room. He was excited after hearing that his wife was back. After all, he has not seen her for a little over 3 years. However, the smile on his face after Snivellus inside as well, slowly drinking tea. James immediately wanted to get angry. Luckily, the magic item that he bought for this occasion instantly cast a mechanized mind to calm his emotions. "Honey, how are you?" said James as he embraced his wife and sat next to her. Lily smiled in return. To James, only 3 years have passed but 91 years passed for her in the other universe. If it was not for her perfect memory granted by her powerful soul, she might have forgotten his face by now. Not just her, but maybe even the other member of her family as well. "I have something to say to you," said Lily. Her words instantly made James wary, thinking that something terrible was about to happen. And he was right. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to add Snape to our household. "What? You can't do this." "Legally, she can," said Snape. "You, stay out of this." Veins popped on Snape's forehead and he almost crushed the teacup in his hand. But controlled himself. "What about our family? What about Harry? Harry is a grown man now. He will understand," replied Lily calmly. "I can't accept this," James yelled as he stood up. Especially not with him. Then the door is open for you, she gestured. James took a small step backward as he did not expect this outcome. He once again activated the magic item to enter a calm state. I don't understand why. Why are you doing this? Is it because he revived you? Have you forgotten all the terrible things he did? He is the reason that we died in the first place. Lily sighed as she looked at her distraught husband. I am perfectly capable of identifying the difference between love and obligation. As for the things that happened in the past, let them stay that way. No, I'm not convinced. You have to give me a valid reason. I don't have to give you anything, replied Lily with a little coldness in her voice, making James scared, and also calming him down. Snape was gloating the entire time. This poor worm did not even know that he was facing a woman that faced a tier 10 god and lived to tell about it. I'm sorry. I just want to understand how this decision came about, said James with a much softer tone. Lily stared at him for a few seconds, and after seeing that he was genuinely asking a question, she softened her tone to reply. If you want to know an answer, it is simply because I love him. But that wasn't always the case. Yes, and with all the time we spent together, and seeing how much he cares and loves me, I have grown to feel the same way. And in the future, when we have to go on more adventures and spend more time together, our love will continue to grow. James gritted his teeth. He knew that Snape had found a way to delay his revival so he could spend more time with her, thus giving him a chance to win her heart. What made him even angrier is the fact that Lily knew of this but still forgave him. On top of all that, the two of them belong to this special team that goes on adventures deep in the universe with the Emperor himself, meaning that they have ample time to spend together. And from what he understood, this may not be a one-time thing. A lot of emotions passed through James' mind and he did not know what to do. In the end, he said, I need some time to process all of this. However, I would like you to be the one who tells Harry. As Lily watched him leave the house, she could only sigh to herself. Then, she contacted Harry. Meanwhile, Snape was giggling inside like a schoolgirl at what Lily said, however, his face still remained expressionless. However, he still has some regrets. He wished that Bastard would attack him and he could take the opportunity to obliterate him. After all, he was only a weak tier 4 Arcanist, and he was 2 tiers higher than him. It's unfortunate that Lily would never allow me to do this. I can only continue to dream. When it comes to sharing his love with his most hated person, Snape did not mind. And that is because he knew with their omniversal travel and their dealings in the Illuminati, he will get to spend more time with her than James could ever imagine. Mars, inside a bar. 2 people were drinking. One of them had green eyes, glasses, and a scar on his forehead. The other was very muscular, with red hair and freckles on his face. Ron, I really don't know what to do with James Jr. This the 8th time he has been arrested for a misdemeanor this month. Harry swallowed his drink in one shot, feeling the alcohol rushing through his body. Do you understand how embarrassing it is for me? The Director General's son is constantly being arrested. And I just replaced Kinglesey and took this position and the kid does this. Maybe that's your problem, you treat him as a kid. Ship him to the military, that would fix him up, replied Ron. He's an adult now, I technically cannot do that. You're just being soft. Harry sighed. He understood why his son was acting this way. Both his siblings had great magical talent. Albus graduated from the honors program and is now an intern with a Tower Master. Lisa has just been accepted into Bones Advanced School of Magic. In the family, he is the only one who had to attend a normal magical university as he did not want to use his connection to get in. However, because of that, he grew envious and began to act in a rebellious manner. Didn't you guys buy him an expensive level 5 dragon potion? Asked Ron. We did. We thought that by increasing his talent, he would return on the right path and focus on his magical studies. But that did not change anything, he still kept behaving the same way. Ron didn't know how to comfort his best friend as he had no experience in this kind of matter. He only had one son and he was quite very satisfied with him. Although Hugo did not enter the honors program, he still graduated with excellent grades from the Bones Advanced Magic School. And after that, he entered the Imperial Navy as an officer and has been doing great so far. As for himself, Ron's life also has been great the past few years. With the invention of Aura, it was discovered that he had a great talent for the subclass of Aura Master, so he focused on that. Plus, once he was in school, it was discovered that he also had a talent for military strategy, hence one of the reasons he liked and was decent at wizard chess. So, the school nurtured his talent and after graduation, he joined the military strategy division. And recently, he also was promoted to an upper-lower position. Did you see Hagrid's book tour? Asked Ron to try to change the subject. Apparently, his new book on magical animals has once again made him popular in the Magizoology world. Yes, I saw him a few days ago. And how is he doing? He still does not like dealing with all these fans and signing autographs. According to him, wearing formal attire is more painful than a dragon's bite. It's good that he has not changed much. I remember how the emperor forced him to go to school and get a proper education. Now, he is a leading expert in studying and understanding magical animals and alien species. I wonder why he has not become a tower master. Technically, he is. It's just that he did not want to stay in a lab for too long, as he preferred to learn about magical beasts from their natural habitat. I'm sure Madame Maxime is not happy about this. I'm sure she is used to his behavior by now. Then the two laughed out loud while continuing drinking. Who would have thought we would one day see Hagrid married and have kids? Yes, the world is truly strange, however, replied Harry Potter, who was forced to stop when he felt his watch vibrate. After checking and seeing that it was his mother, he turned his watch into private mode, meaning that he could talk with her directly through the soul while still in this loud bar and no one would be able to hear anything. I need to go home. Is something wrong? No, it's just that my mother wanted to talk to me about something. After saying goodbye, Harry teleported to the nearest designated area close to the warp portal. After paying a fee, he directly teleported home since his mother gave him access to the space in the house. After hearing about her decision, he was not surprised, as he long expected this outcome. When he was growing up, Snape was the one who was there for him instead of his father. And after his father was revived, he thought that she would eventually break up with him. And to him, this decision felt more like pity for his father. Chapter 281, Last Opportunity. After hearing his mother's explanation, Harry just nodded before saying, I know that you and Uncle Snape have a lot of opportunities to spend time together, so I just ask that you still give Dad a chance at a real relationship instead of keeping him out of pity. Although Snape raised him, Harry would still like his father to have a happy life. The man sacrificed his life to protect his son, so he deserved to have a great family life after his resurrection. After hearing Harry's words, Lily realized that she may have been a little too harsh on James, so she said, I will. So, what is up with you? You don't look too good. It's James Jr., he is still acting up. Is that so? Call him, I'll have a talk with him. Harry opened his mouth to say something but just closed it. Then, he contacted his second son. Although not happy with the call, J.J. had a great fear of his grandmother, so he did not dare not show up. Inside a room, Lily stood alone with her grandson while looking at him up and down. He had tattoos all over his arms and face, piercings, and a mohawk, and his hair was dyed purple. He had all tight black leather clothes with very tall boots. Based on his red eyes, Lily could tell that he had just taken some very powerful psychedelics, and maybe even some banned drugs. How original, she commented. She contacted Snape to send her a detoxification potion and handed it to him. You are wasting that dragon potion, she commented at the fact that he was still tier 4. James Jr. drank the potion while lowering his head down. However, his whole demeanor was that he did not care about what she was saying or would say. Lily then handed him a piece of paper. Sign this contract that protects your memories before we can begin our talk. Immediately, J.J. knew that things were about to get serious since he was even required to protect his memories. As such, he wanted to refuse, but when he saw his grandmother stare, he did not dare. Lily placed 2 fingers from her temple and removed a silver hair-like wisp and placed it on his head. Look at this. James Jr. closed his eyes for an unknown amount of time. However, after waking up, large beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead and he was visibly shaking. Is this real? Yes, this is the power of a tier 10 god, replied Lily calmly. In this universe, there are countless beings even more powerful than him since he was in an injured state. Injured? Yes, most of his attacks were tier 9 with only a few reaching tier 10. JJ had no choice but to take a seat to prevent himself from falling. Do you understand? In the scope of the vast universe, your problems are rather insignificant. Although that sounds cruel, but it is true. We live in a world where at any point, one of these powerful gods could detect the Empire and with one attack, essentially wipe out every single individual, with maybe the royal family as an exception. Why are you telling me this? I'm telling you this to remind you what is important. I'm sure that it was not pleasant to live in a household where all your family was highly magically gifted. However, now, you also have a high magic talent. There are many people who would do anything to have the opportunity that you have. Do not let this opportunity pass by. Focus on your magical studies and advancement so that one day, you can have a place in this universe. Or at least, the right to live. A few minutes later, JJ left the house with a dazed look on his face. He appeared very distracted, not saying a word when he left. What did you say to him? Asked Harry. I put the fear of God into him. Harry was shocked and did not know what to say, so he asked, do you think it will work? If he doesn't, you can either ship him to the military or let him rot in jail to pay for his actions. Harry sighed before nodding his head. He called Ginny to check on J.J. while he went to check on his father. He guessed that by now, he must have gone to see Lupin. As for Lily, she began to prepare to write the doctrine for the druid class that she created. She also planned to spend more time with James as Harry suggested, an act that did not please Snape. However, he still did not verbally complain. He also had his research to do, plus he also had to prepare for the Akashic Records project. During that time, he will have plenty of time to spend with her. Back to the present. After planning for the future turbulence of the Milky Way, Edward had two things to do before preparing for the arrival of the Intergalactic Federation. The first thing he did was to allow Chloe access to the time acceleration room so that she can quickly reach a higher tier. Then, she will send her to the Dimension Study Institute to use her Dreamwalker ability to find a dream dimensions in this universe. He also tasked a group of people to use the Witch Lords that he brought to see if they can find a dimension related to the Abyss. The second thing he had to do was to start a project to send people to find whether this universe contained a blank realm or the space between parallel dimensions. Another group of scientists, mathematicians, physicians, and arcanists were also organized to study the technology of the Novad that is based on black holes. Once that was done, he began to teleport to different planets in the solar system while secretly casting a planetary-size spell. On Jupiter, he appeared in front of a random and ordinary citizen. And before the latter could say anything, countless runes surrounded him. Then, his body disappeared into tiny particles while Edward held a diamond in his hand that contained the person's soul. When he did all that, not one paid attention to him as if he was never here. He came silently and left the same way. He then went to see Tower Master Artie that was in charge of studying Herpo. "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you again," she said with a smile, to which Edward also saluted back. After a brief cordial chat, the two got down to business as Edward checked her progress. Based on the data, she did accomplish much for only a little over 3 years, so he was satisfied. Once that was done, he used a projection to enter the pocket dimension that Herpo was imprisoned in. Edward looked at the man that was once considered his greatest foe. His over 5 meters tall body had shrunk to a little over 2 meters. His black robe that was full of mystery looked bland, and his general divine presence was greatly diminished. This was expected, after all, for the past 3 years, his divine energy has been constantly drained from him. Unlike other gods, he appeared to not be able to use a divine kingdom. He may not even have one as he seemed to only occupy the underworld, and not the master. "Have you thought about my proposal? Submit to me and hand over all your knowledge and you will be free. As I said before, I would never bow my head to you, wizard." "Has faith corrupted your mind to this point?" asked Edward. "The old you was a cunning and ambitious black wizard willing to do anything to survive. But now, you think of yourself as a god and refuse to bow down to a mortal even at the cost of your life." To learn about the truth from Herpo, Edward took the risk to use the time record spell to check what happened 12,000 years ago. He saw how Herpo became a god in the aftermath of his ascension. Because of this, he knew that a lot of the things that Herpo said to him in the early interaction were false. Nevertheless, he still understood what kind of person he was. Herpo did not say anything. Edward waved his hand and a soul appeared. "You should recognize this, don't you? This is the leader of the death cult. You use some sort of reincarnation spell that will choose a new leader once the old one is dead. I guess that you might have thought that you could use him to revive yourself. But now, this chance is gone." Herpo was visibly upset after seeing that soul, but he still did not utter any word. "Unfortunately, this was your last chance," said Edward with a disappointed sigh. After leaving, Edward began to help Artie in her research. In his previous voyage, he learned a great deal about divine energy, so he was able to optimize the energy-draining enchantments and absorbed all the energy inside Herpo's body, making him almost powerless. Finally, he connected to the floating city to place a seal on Herpo's soul and his authority. By then, everything was ready. As Artie watched the Emperor leave with the body, she could not help but think. That day will be a momentous day forever engraved in the annals of the history of the Empire. Then, she focused on the new data about divine energy that she received as compensation for taking away her subject. A bright smile was on her face as she knew that she will be able to improve their ethnic race's ancestral spirit magic with this data. A few months passed and the Empire entered the rapid development mode. On this day, a massive spaceship tried to directly teleport to the solar system, outside of Earth, but was blocked and was forced to appear on the outskirts instead. And as soon as they arrived, they discovered that they were surrounded, with one of the main ships pointing a very powerful cannon at them. Chapter 282, The Intergalactic Federation Visit, I. "Do you feel it?" asked one of the 3 people inside the spaceship that tried to teleport into the solar system. "Yes, that weapon is a Tier 8 one, meaning that this arcane empire is not the Tier 6 civilization that we estimated." The room became a little silent for a brief moment. "So, what do we do?" "Treat them as we treat the other 3. However, we still have to investigate," replied one person with a sigh. Pressuring low-level civilization is the way that the Federation established its prestige and also amassed an enormous amount of resources. However, they now understood that this was not possible. The Arcane Empire was not a little bunny as they expected but a hidden tiger. Not long after this conversation, the intelligence system of their ship received communication from the fleet that surrounded them. You have illegally trespassed into the Arcane Empire's territory, please identify yourselves or you will be annihilated. We are ambassadors from the Intergalactic Federation. Please prove your identity. A beam of light flew from the Federation's ship showing an insignia of a golden balance scale. A weird energy signature came from the insignia, which the Empire's ship scanned. Your identity has been confirmed, said the fleet commander. News of your arrival has been sent back to Empire and someone will soon be sent to receive you. Not even 5 minutes afterward, the blockade was removed and a small ship of the Empire escorted the ambassadors to Earth. After landing in the appropriate place, the 3 people descended from their ships. The 3 ambassadors were from 3 different races, a human dressed in armor with a large hammer casually hanging by his side. A dragon descendant with a red scale, tail, and black horn. A slight heat could be felt emanating from his body. And the last person was a beautiful elf dressed in white robes while holding a staff. Welcome to the Arcane Empire, esteemed ambassadors, said Grindelwald, who was in charge of receiving the guests. 2 Tier 6 and 1 Tier 7 elf caster, thought Grindelwald. My name is Gellert Grindelwald, and it is my honor to be the one who received you today. The honor is all us, replied the elf gently. My name is Gillanna Kelsies, and these are my partners. Augustus, Alina, and Orin. While introducing her companion, she also took note of the fact that Grindelwald was a Tier 6 caster. Grindelwald saluted the human named Augustus first before doing the same to the dragon descendant. His Majesty is awaiting you, so please follow me. Grindelwald led them to a warp gate that was not far from here before indicating for them to enter. While the others were hesitating, Gillanna smiled before entering. So, the other 2 followed. Soon, all of them found themselves in front of a magnificent castle. And on the side were rows of soldiers wearing golden armors and spears, standing straight like javelins. The group walked inside the castle to the dining room where a feast awaited them, along with the Emperor and the Queen, Olivier. Welcome, fellow ambassadors, said Edward with a gentle smile. It is our pleasure, replied Gillanna. After a brief chat and introduction, the dinner began. The food consisted of a variety of orthodox elf, human, and dragon descendant food, obviously tailored for the visitor. At the start of the meal, Orin could not help but focus on a few of the plates. No matter what he did, he could not help move his eyes or smell these specific plates. What are you doing? You're embarrassing us, said Augustus through a secret communication spell. It's not my fault, I can't help it. Upon seeing the situation, Gillanna decided to take action. Your Majesty, what is this meal exactly? This is dragon marinated pork. Since I heard that a dragon descendant was coming, I especially asked the chef to fetch some true dragon blood to make some of the meals. No wonder Orin could not control himself. As a dragon descendant, his body contained a very small trace of dragon bloodline, and this meal could probably increase it by a small amount. However, why is this emperor being so generous, thought Gillanna. No, more importantly, where did he get true dragon blood? Beasts or other species with dragon bloodline could be seen everywhere in the Milky Way, but true dragons are very rare. Not to mention usually very powerful, so it is very difficult to either kill or capture any of them. The dinner then continued with Orin gorging himself to the fullest. Afterward, everyone had a chat. Miss Gillanna, are you a believer of any god? Asked Olivier. No, I am not. What about you, Augustus? I can feel the power of faith emanating from your soul. Augustus frowned slightly before nodding his head. I am a paladin that served the god of light, Lifer. I have never heard of him, but he sounds wonderful. Augustus wanted to immediately talk about how great his god was, however, he received a message from Gillanna that immediately stopped him. What about you, your majesties? Do you believe in any god? No, replied Edward. The empire is more magically oriented. So, although believing in God is not forbidden, it served more as spiritual sustenance for some people instead of pure worship. Gillanna nodded her head but did not ask any more questions as this subject can be controversial and quickly lead to disagreement. So, after a long chat, the 3 were escorted to the resting place prepared for them. What do you think? Asked Edward. So far, everything seemed normal except for the elf lying about her faith. They could feel the very slight faith energy inside her soul dimension with the enchantments in the palace. She might be a divine mercenary, hence the reason she lied. That's a term I've never heard before. Sometimes, the gods want to do some shady things but do not want to be traced back to them. So, as a preventive measure, they will sign contracts with some talented individuals. In exchange for them doing their dirty work for them, they will be granted an increase in lifespans, mana, magical knowledge, etc. Those people are referred to as divine mercenaries. How do you know all of this? Asked Olivier. Didn't I tell you? In my early days in the Empire, I traveled throughout the universe to gather some important information. I even left some clones in some places to monitor some changes when needed. Edward could not help but remember these times. Back then, he was only a lowly tier 3. In fact, he did not even know the concept of tiers. So, he was always worried during his travels and the information he could gather was mostly rumors and nothing more. However, he left some clones in some places to monitor the general situation. And after his first voyage and becoming tier 5, he once again visited those clones, increasing their tiers to gather more information. This time, he also visited them and learned a few more things as well. I was not the one who you told this, said Olivier. However, Edward ignored her. Do you know who is this god called Lifer? Him? He is one of the most powerful tier 10 gods from the central region. However, I know very little if nothing about him. The central region is the place in this universe with the highest concentration of mana. And it is also the main area where all the most powerful gods and races reside and battle for supremacy. Edward never dared to go near that region even to this day. Do you think that he is one of the people behind the Intergalactic Federation? Most likely. The Federation is essentially a scam. Although they preach that their purpose is to allow low-level civilization a chance at surviving and prospering in the harsh environment of the universe, the truth that Edward learned is far from this. Their main objective is to discover low-level civilizations and secretly spread faith amongst them. And also discover talents that may serve the gods behind them. So, what do we do with these people? Asked Olivier. It would be best not to antagonize them or reveal too much about our empire. Additionally, we can try to gather some more information from them regarding the current state of the Milky Way. Meanwhile, back at the ambassador residence. After the group returned, Gil-Anna took her staff and lightly touched the ground. A golden shield then surrounded the entire room. Finally could breathe properly, said Orin. It's normal for them to monitor us at all times, replied Augustus, who could also feel some people watching him ever since he landed in this place. So, what do you guys think about this place? Asked Gil-Anna. Well. Chapter 283, The Intergalactic Federation Visit, 2. This place is weird, said Orin. How so? I don't know. However, my beast-like instinct tells me that this place is weird. Especially the royal family. I feel like both the Emperor and the Queen can easily kill me. I have the same feeling, added Gil-Anna, which surprised the two even more. After all, she was one tier higher than the Emperor. Augustus, what do you think? The level of mana on this planet is in the upper middle range. There are probably a few powerful artificers. He could not help but remember the soldiers at the palace entrance. The armor and weapons that they were all holding were magical, and he could not recognize the type of enchantment used. There seemed to be many talented individuals in this place. One of the things that shocked Augustus the most was the amount of tier 5 individuals she met since coming here, especially the imperial guards at the palace, who were all tier 5. He knew that humans were one of the weakest races regarding talent for mana. As such, becoming tier 5 is very difficult for them, and tier 6 is the limit for many of them, and only if they can reach it. However, there are so many of them in this place, which is very odd and difficult to explain. Gil-Anna nodded but disagreed with him. She knew that humans were not as talentless as Augustus was implying. Humans are known as one of the most imaginative species in the universe. And although their natural talent for mana is not on par with some powerful races, they make up for it in skills and control. Additionally, there are two main reasons that humans are limited in tiers. The first is that they do not have a magic system perfectly suited for them. Well, this issue is faced by many species in the current era. And secondly, the gods have ensured the oppression of humans. And that is because humans can rapidly reproduce and are intelligent enough to provide them with a large quantity of faith. In the universe, a few species like goblins have an even faster reproduction rate than humans. However, most of them are of low intelligence, making the faith that each individual can provide very little. So, did you discover anything else? Asked Augustus. Yes. The ambush that intercepted our teleportation was too sudden. Why did that fleet have a tier 8 weapon on board? Well, this is their home planet, so it would be normal to have such a powerful weapon defending it. Gil-Anna shook his head. The Night Skin Queen is the only tier 8 caster in the galaxy. The Eldamar Kingdom and the Intelligence only have tier 8 weapons, and they treat them as their faction's final frontier. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not take it out. Yet, this arcane empire did so. This could only mean three things. 1. They have a way to mass-produce tier 8 weapons, or at the very least, have more than one. 2. Tier 8 weapons are not the most powerful weapon of their empire, so they do not care for their use. 3. They already expected our arrivals and put on an act to scare us. Augustus and Orin became serious after hearing her analysis. The first two could be eliminated. It is almost impossible to create a magical artifact 2 tiers higher unless we're talking about technology. Augustus knew the limit of humans. Unless they become priests, paladin, or divine mercenaries, this tier 6 is their limit. As a human-based faction, the Arcane Empire should face the same problem. So, it is not possible for them to create Tier 8 weapons on their own, let alone a Tier 9. Are you saying their weapons were discovered from an ancient lost civilization? Asked Orin. Yes. This could explain why this empire suddenly appeared out of nowhere and is already Tier 8. We could check the archives to see if there was once a flourish civilization in this area once we return, added Gilana. So, based on this analysis, then the third option is the answer. Now, the question is, how did they know we would be here? They either have a spy in our group or a divination master. The two frowned as they pondered deeply. Divination is a scarce type of magic, even rarer than space and time. And even if someone had a talent for it, they would still need the necessary knowledge to predict their arrival so accurately. So, the most likely possibility is that this arcane empire has a spy in their federation and a very high-ranking one. This is not a new occurrence, as the other Tier 8 civilizations do the same. The only exception is that the Federation is aware of these people's actions and pretends not to. However, they did not even notice when this arcane empire infiltrated their ranks and how deep said infiltration was. What do we do now? I don't know, replied Gilana as she looked at a watch that appeared in her hands. I could not infiltrate their cyberspace to gather any information whatsoever. How about we ask them for an official tour? That's a good idea, but I doubt we would be able to gather much information. And Gilana was correct. After asking for the tour, she and her group were brought to one of the cities to visit many locations. The only thing they learned was that this empire was a combination of technology and magic. The general life of ordinary people was excellent, they had access to abundant food, healthcare, and education. Besides that, there was nothing special. That night, the group once again gathered to discuss. So, what do you think? Everything seemed fake like it was already planned, responded Orin. He had an intuition for these kinds of things, so he stated his opinions. This place obviously has a lot of secrets. I think it's best to follow protocols, charge them a small amount, and leave here as soon as possible to report back, added Augustus, to which Gilana nodded in acceptance. So, the next day, the group met with Edward again and told him they had to pay a small fee. Then, with the excuse that their supervisors called them back, they left. In the palace, Edward was watching a video along with his aunt. In it, the three that just left were fighting a bunch of pirates. Augustus smashed anyone close to him with his hammer, then used light-based attacks like the Hammer of Justice or Light of Judgment. His attacks were typical of how Paladin usually fought. As for Orin, he was also using his physical body to kill his opponent. No attack, both physical and magical, could damage his scale. And once in a while, he would spew fire from his mouth. The two had an overwhelming advantage at first, even if the pirates had two very powerful Tier 6 mages. However, they were soon overpowered by the number of pirates and the attacks from their spaceship's guns. Then, Gilana appeared with a little elf spirit on her shoulder, dressed in green. She raised her staff, and a mighty wind tornado destroyed everything in sight. All 20 ships of the pirates were destroyed instantly. Once done, she looked around with a frown as if looking for something. Then, she boarded her ship with the rest and left. Spirit magic, said Edward. And she appeared to be a wind mage. Don't you think that this is too obvious? As soon as they left here, they were attacked by pirates, said Amelia. That's because it is too obvious, making it a good move. Plus, nothing happened to them. Edward expected these pirates to fail. After all, they only had 2 Tier 6 casters. All he wanted was to see the magic of these people. We could have used this opportunity to gather more information on the current situation. I know, but I do not trust these people from the Federation, replied Edward. After this visit, the news that we are a Tier 8 civilization will quickly spread. Then, we can take this opportunity to contact the other 3. Well, the other 2 since the intelligence are not that pleasant to interact with. Whatever you say. Then, Edward reviewed the battle again to see if he could learn something from it. Once he was done, he prepared to deal with Herpo before beginning Project Akashic Records. Once that is done, he can travel to a new world and become more powerful as rapidly as possible. Chapter 284, Technology and Magic. After the attack, Gilana led the team back to the Federation's headquarters. After a few consecutive space jumps, they finally arrived at their destination. The Intergalactic Federation's headquarters was an enormous castle floating not on a planet but on a massive piece of land that had been artificially created. This land mass is probably 3 times the size of planet Earth if it was folded into a plane, and the castle essentially encapsulated the entire floating continent. The group landed on the designated area for the spaceships before separating. Augustus and Orin headed to their quarters while Gilana had to make an official report. As she walked to her destination, she observed the entire castle. It was primarily white with a little gold added to the color scheme. The whole architecture gave up a pure and noble atmosphere. A giant carving of a golden scale stood at the center, which was the symbol of the Federation. Countless races or species walked by the carving, all of which would take a few seconds to pay their respects. Flying was forbidden in this place, so everyone had to walk, including Gilana. However, she did not mind. For hundreds of years, she has walked the roads of this castle, and each time, she marveled at its grandeur, majesty, and its symbolism. After a few minutes of walking, she finally entered the castle. The guards at the entrance did not stop her. However, Gilana did not criticize them for not following procedure, as she knew that the castle was enchanted to detect her identity. If someone was posing as her, there were many ways to detect it. While walking to her destination, everyone who recognized her would stand up and salute her, and she would nod in return. Soon, she arrived at her destination in front of an office. She waited outside for a few seconds before the door automatically opened, and she entered. Inside was a desk full of papers, and a man was writing with a feather pen, intensely focused. Oddly though, there was no ink on the desk for him to dip in, but he appeared to never run out of ink despite never stopping writing since Gilana entered the room. President. How did the mission go? Something unexpected occurred. Oh, what is it? The Arcane Empire is not a Tier 6 civilization but a Tier 8 one. The man finally paused his writing and raised his head. He had glasses on and a handsome face with fair skin. He was dressed like a nobleman from the Renaissance period. In general, he looked human, except his ears were slightly pointy but not as pointed as Gilana's. That meant he was a half-elf. Are you sure about this? Asked the president. Yes. When we first arrived, I felt the power of their Tier 8 weapons. I will not be mistaken. Then, she proceeded to tell him in detail about everything that occurred during their visit, including their conjectures about the Empire. The president, Galvin Thessalor, had a pondering look on his face. He then waved his hand, and a piece of paper floated to him. I have noticed this Arcane Empire in the past few years. A few casters from there had briefly shown up in many places all over the galaxy. They all have a few things in common. Their magic system is very unique and special. It is instant and does not focus on one element, thus making it very versatile. The odd part is that most of them can use space movement spell, making them deadly casters. On top of everything, all these arcanists, as they called themselves, individually, can confront 3 to 5 casters of the same tier and still be victorious. And according to our information, this estimation might be on the lower side. Both the Arcane Emperor and Queen gave me a terrifying feeling. I had a hunch that even if I was one tier higher than them, I might lose to them in a confrontation, said Gilana. Come to think of it, even the ambassador who received me gave me the same feeling. A genius that can fight higher tier. I did not think I would meet someone like this in such a backward galaxy, said Galvin. He knew that as a divine mercenary, Gilana was granted the ability to sense danger by her god. So, he trusted her words. If this was only one person, talent could explain this phenomenon. But 3 of them, something is obviously wrong, continued the president. Any ideas on the reason? Asked Gilana. The only explanation I can think of is that their magic system is unique and powerful. You said that their society was a combination of magic and technology. From what little we saw, it appeared so. That is concerning. Magic and technology could be considered 2 extremes that perfectly suit one another in terms of development. Magic relies heavily on individual talent to develop, while technology relies on a large population and time. A magical civilization could remain stagnant for hundreds of years on some planets in the universe. Then one talented individual showed up and rapidly advanced that civilization by hundreds if not thousands of years in just a few decades. However, the moment that individual dies or disappears, said civilization could once again become stagnant and regress. Meanwhile, technology will usually progress linearly. One individual could rapidly advance their civilization, then the people he left behind will pick up on his work and improve on it. That way, through countless generations, technological civilizations can slowly progress unless they destroy themselves first in war or some dangerous inventions. Another difference between these 2 paths is how they view knowledge. Magical civilizations believe that only the talented/wealthy are worthy of gaining access to knowledge. This is in part due to how rare magical resources are in general. Meanwhile, technological civilizations advocates for education and widespread knowledge for everyone. In a world where knowledge literally equates to power, having many people educated and mastering extraordinary power is not beneficial to the current ruling class of the universe. As such, techno-magical civilizations are considered one of the civilization models with the most potential in the universe. Especially if they manage to reach the stage where they can mass-produce magical resources. The concept of mass production is essentially non-existent in magical civilizations since they focused so much more on individualism, they valued individuals with a high potential above everything else. As such, any high-level techno-magical civilizations are usually placed on a watch list of the gods and are often targeted for eradication once they appear to be posing a threat. Sir, what do we do about them then? Galvin pondered for a moment. I remember in the information we gathered, and it was stated that some of these arcanists left the Empire because they could not accept how much control the Emperor had over them. We could try to contact these people and see if they could join our side and learn something from them. We will also try to find the source of their Tier 8 weapons. Gil-Anna nodded, but she did not think things would be that simple. The feeling that the Emperor gave him was that he was very meticulous in doing things. She even suspected that her attack was orchestrated by him for a reason. "How is the current situation with the rogue death god?" she asked. "The situation has worsened," replied the president with a big sigh. Based on the recent information, the entire Milky Way galaxy was blocked by a powerful magical weapon, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Right now, we cannot contact any other branches, let alone the main one. Is it that powerful? We do not know for sure. However, one department has theorized that this god might have an artifact of the Magus race. What? Is this for real? Although there is strong evidence to support that theory, there is nothing conclusive as of now, replied Galvin while massaging his temple. Meanwhile, Gil-Anna took a deep breath to calm down. The Magus race, rulers of the old era. If they are involved, things will become truly complicated. Galvin did not respond as he knew more than her about the severity of the situation. "We need a plan to survive this catastrophe," said Gil-Anna. "You're right. Currently, our best option is to gather the power of all 3 Tier 8 civilizations and band together," replied Galvin, who paused for a brief moment. Maybe the appearance of the Arcane Empire is not a bad thing given the current situation. Meanwhile, back home, Edward was preparing for a very important day, a day that would be forever remembered in the history book of the Empire. Chapter 285, Live Broadcast. To all the people of the Empire living in different star systems, today was a momentous day. Most workplaces were closed or replaced with golems for this day, giving all citizens a free paid day. People from all walks of life, from the most powerful Tier 6 arcanists to children in their 3rd to 4th year of school, from politicians in the council to business people in charge of corporations worth billions of arcane coins, all of them turned on the television at the same time to wait. Then, the screen changed to Edward, who had a scrub on with gloves on. A table was in front of him with a black cover over it. Medical tools and a few floating magic circles are displayed around him and in the background. "Hello, my fellow citizens. How has your day been going?" began Edward with a smile. "Today, we will begin a new education program geared towards removing some of the common myths, fears, or ideologies you may have towards certain things or species in the universe. And for our first episode, we will begin with a god." After saying that, he removed the cover, showing the thing underneath. It was Herpo. His body did not have his cloak, and he was as pale as white paint, close to 3 meters tall, and very skinny. After hearing what the Emperor said, the people were shocked, but their attention and intention were piqued. Gods are known in the universe as supreme beings that elicit worship and awe of all races and species. They are mighty, and they can be considered the ruler of this universe. Edward paused for a moment to let his words simmer a little. However, if you think about the information regarding them logically, there are many odd things regarding them. Mortals can worship them, and after they die, their souls can ascend to the divine kingdom of whatever god they worshipped. However, a little piece of information not known to many, or should I say purposely hidden, is the fact that these gods require the faith of people to become powerful. The more people who believe in them, the higher tiers they can reach. In essence, they are a parasitic species that require other living creatures to grow and even exist. The citizens watching at home or in other places became even more fascinated. The Emperor revealed the universe's secrets to them, which was a genuinely intoxicating feeling. In the future, the Empire will come in contact with the gods. Some wise people could see the other significance of this live broadcast. If any of them tried to spread faith in the territory of the Empire, well, they would be in for a rude awakening. This broadcast will ensure that no citizens of the Empire have any awe or respect for these gods, except for maybe their strength. If you want them to revere any god and dedicate their lives to them, all they would think about is how their Emperor once used such a being as an example for an education program. The god in front of me is a Tier 8 one, which means that he can destroy the solar system with one attack. Although he is not considered one of the upper ones in terms of strength, he is still in the middle upper level. His words shocked people as the knowledge up to Tier 6 is currently publicly available to ordinary citizens. However, the people had to quickly focus as Edward did not give them time to process the information this time. We will begin the dissection by cutting his skin. A scalpel flew into Edward's hand, and he tried to cut off Herpo's skin vertically from his head down to his torso. Unfortunately, the scalpel only created a slight white dent on his skin. As you can see, the skins are very durable. This scalpel is made of one of the hardest metals currently available. Now, let's try a highly concentrated laser scalpel. A scalpel with a short red laser appeared in his hand, and he tried to cut the skin again but to no avail. Preliminary analysis is that this god is immune to physical damage and some technological weapons. The level of immunity is yet to be determined. Now, let's try magic, commented Edward before a few more scalpels floated in front of him, and he tried each of them. Note, this god also has high immunity to magics like Wandcraft, Draconic Chant, and Sorcery. However, arcane rune magic seemed to be functional. With the final scalpel, he finally cut off Herpo's skin, and blood trickled down after the process. However, a few seconds later, the cut healed itself. Even incapacitated, the subject has a natural healing factor. The color of its blood is golden instead of red. Now, let us see whether a high concentration of mana can negate the healing factor. One of the magic circles in the room activated to inject mana into the cut that Edward made, preventing it from closing. So, he removed all the skins from Herpo's body. The muscles of the subject are black, which could be because it controlled the power of death. However, more data is required to prove this conjecture. Additionally, based on basic data gathered by the magic circles, the density of the subject is between 300 to 400 times that of an ordinary human, granting it unimaginable physical prowess. He then cut other parts while people all over the Empire watched with fascination, unable to remove their eyes from the screen. The individual being dissected was a mighty god, and this fact has not entirely escaped their mind. Meanwhile, Edward was already profoundly concentrating on the task at hand. No magic veins, energy veins, or organs of similar function are detected. The bones are also black, and the density is a few thousand times that of humans. All bones are connected with no cartilages or connective tissues. However, the bones seem to be very flexible for all types of intricate movements despite their density. It is to the point that it is comparable to elastic. Fascinating. There are no other organs besides the heart. After opening Herpo's rib cage, a heart seemed to be inside his body with blood vessels connected to his skin, bones, and muscles. There are no respiratory systems, no reproductive system, nothing besides the heart that pumps blood. Then, he proceeded to dissect the heart to analyze it. The blood seemed to be created and transported from the heart. Additionally, a large quantity of divine energy is discovered inside each drop of blood. However, this amount is still small for a Tier 8 individual. Now, let's check the brain. Edward proceeded to open Herpo's skull before dissecting it. The subject's brain appears to be no different from a typical human's brain with a few changes. The main objective seemed to be holding the entrance to the soul dimension. Based on the data gathered, both the heart and the brain seem to have little effect on a god. If destroyed, they might be slightly weakened, but it is not deadly to them. In general, the entire body seemed to have no purpose except for being a container. There is a very high chance that gods are soul creatures whose flesh served only as a container, and once destroyed, will not lead to their deaths. However, it is also possible that their souls cannot exist without flesh for an extended period. Unfortunately, there is not enough data to determine whether this is the same for all gods or those with high tiers. Now, let's check the soul. Then, he activated the magic circles in the room to access Herpo's soul dimension. However, as soon as he entered, he discovered a small struggle from Herpo's sealed soul. So, he secretly controlled the vast energy in the floating city to reinforce the seal inside. Edward had to admit that the Empire's sealing magic was mediocre. Edward found himself floating in the sky of a large white space. Underneath him was a golden ocean so vast that he could not fathom how enormous it was. At the center of that ocean was what appeared to be an altar with a golden flame burning bright gold. Fascinating, commented Edward to all the people viewing inside the dimension. The gods used their soul dimension to store divine energy. If we can find a way to imitate this method to store mana, a new magic path could be open. Additionally, this method can also decrease the speed at which Arcanists can reach Tier 8. Edward's eyes lit up with anticipation. This method was indeed feasible. If Arcanists could absorb and store mana in both the magic core and the soul dimension, the time it takes them to reach Tier 8 and higher would indeed be drastically reduced. And if he could find a way for the mana absorbed in the soul dimension to be ether and of the same purity as the magic core, that time would decrease again. Although divine energy was different from mana, he could still learn from it. Meanwhile, Edward's words had people going crazy, both Arcanists and ordinary people. With each new magical system discovered or created, people will have more options and a high probability of becoming mana-wielding Arcanists. After all, if one system does not fit, people could choose another method instead. As for the Arcanists of the Empire, they were also excited. With the Arcana Flame, the Emperor has already opened an easier path for them to Tier 7. Now, once this idea comes to fruition, they will not have to worry about Tier 8. As such, people all over the world became excited. Meanwhile, Edward continued his dissection. He explained how the altar and flame in the middle of the ocean were the divine altar and divine flame of gods. The divine flame is used to purify the faith of God's believers, and the purified faith can be turned into divine energy through the divine altar or used for other things. Once he was done, he stated his concluding words for this broadcast. Thank you for coming with me on this learning adventure. I created this program to facilitate a new sense of enthusiasm for knowledge and the pursuit of truth amongst all the citizens of the Empire, no matter what race, ethnicity, or star system you are from. As citizens of the Empire, we all have the duty to ask questions, seek answers, be curious of the unknown, and uncover all veils of mystery until all truths of the universe are revealed. This will not be an easy task, nor one we may ever achieve in our entire life. In this journey, we will face many adversities, many people who wish to stop us, and we will often doubt ourselves and our capabilities. Despite this, we will never stop our journey, we will never give up our pursuit. He paused for a brief moment to salute. The arcane truth will be our guide until the end of time and beyond. All the citizens of the Empire stood up and repeated. The arcane truth will be our guide until the end of time and beyond. Chapter 286, Chronai. How is the reception of the broadcast? Asked Edward. In general, it is positive. A new wave of enthusiasm for knowledge and study has been detected amongst the citizens. However, the majority should calm down after a while, and only a few people will truly change their lives. Additionally, a few people are complaining that this act was barbaric and criticized us for our behavior, replied Amelia. That's fine. Our main objective was to remove the veil of mystery and awe of the gods. As long as that is accomplished, the rest is secondary. Edward knew that many people were affected by the hype of the broadcast and became motivated or inspired. However, most people will return to normal after a while and forget said motivation. Of course, a few will actively change their lives for the better, and these people are the ones that have a chance at succeeding in life. Nevertheless, his main objective was not there, although he was still happy that it happened. As for the people who complained, well, this was nothing new. Most decisions he made usually had a few individuals objecting for different reasons, and he was used to it. The Empire was a mix of countless races and ethnicities. Adding to how complex humans are as a race, it is impossible to have everyone agree with all his decisions. So, he only cared about the majority. Plus, leaving these people alone and even giving them a platform to show their voice is a way to display his benevolence and convey to the people that the Empire respects their opinion and right to freedom of speech. How are the people I brought settled? Asked Edward. Most people adapted quickly after a few minor attempts to resist. They are currently learning about the Empire and its custom. The people with magic talents are very excited. However, many religious people in the groups are harder to adapt. It's understandable. After all, their worldviews have been shattered. Be more patient with them, they will eventually adopt as well. What about the fur race? The fur race is the collective name for the cat, fox, dog's ear, and tail people that the Empire conquered recently. They have adopted even faster. We have discovered that they are quite talented in the Aura Master department compared to humans, focusing more on speed and dexterity. However, their magical talent is subpar compared to humans. Any high-level talents? Yes. We discovered 12 level 5 talents, and a couple of dozens level 4 talents. Edward nodded his head as if that was not bad. The fur planet had a population of 17 billion. And having such several level 5 and 4 talents was indeed above standard. What about the slaves we bought from Dumbledore? Amelia looked at him before saying, you should be aware of all this information. Edward smiled in embarrassment as she was correct. Once he returned to his trip, he should be debriefed on all of this. However, he only received the most basic overview from his aunt before doing his own thing. After slightly reprimanding him, Amelia continued. Their situation is more delicate. The majority of them fear us, mistrust us, and resent us. So, it is taking more time to integrate them into the Empire. The Council has sent many psychologists. Edward then spent the next few hours finally accomplishing his duty as Emperor. And he hated it as it was too cumbersome. Once he finished, he immediately hopped on a spaceship to leave and deal with his affairs which were more attractive to him. He headed to one of the barren star systems recently conquered by the Imperial Navy. The place was not actually barren, but no lives evolved or appeared throughout its existence. However, there were still many resources that could be mined. Edward landed on one of the planets and did not waste time. Countless enchantments surrounded the entire planet. He checked all the enchantments for the next few days and modified a few. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. These enchantments resulted from his study of the Full Metal Alchemist world and the fair race's priest ability. Without hesitation, he activated the enchantments. A multicolored light enveloped Edward, and before long, he found himself in an all-white space. Interesting. Someone directly contacted me, that has not happened in a very long time, suddenly said a sweet and melodious voice. Meanwhile, Edward found himself in a chair sitting opposite a beautiful woman dressed in a long white gown that looked like it was from the French Renaissance. There was a table in between them with a teapot and 2 cups. Are you Chronai? He asked with a slightly surprised voice. This woman was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. However, he found himself not attracted to her. Instead, she gave him a warm feeling like a mother to a child. Yes, that's me, Chronai, the friendly universal will, replied Chronai. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Edward. The pleasure is all mine, replied Edward with a smile. I am a straightforward person, so please state your purpose. I need your help, replied Edward. How so? Edward then explained to her about Project Akashic Record. After hearing his explanation, Kronai said, no problem. Ah. Did you agree so easily? Why not? Your actions are beneficial to the universe, so I don't see why a reason to reject you. After thinking about it, Edward understood why she agreed so readily. Each time he brought a magic system from another universe, Kronai, as the will of this universe, could analyze the laws of other universes to strengthen itself and improve the overall strength of the HP universe. And that goes for when he brings people or foreign things like the pool of eternal life or Yahweh's hand. Although the current changes are not enough to be noticeable, Kronai will grow to a point where things will become apparent after a few more voyages. So, helping Edward with the Akashic records is in her best interest. Well, I'm glad that things went smoother than expected. But now that I'm here, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. But I cannot guarantee that I will answer. I have always suspected that someone or something was secretly blessing the Empire, hence why there were so many gifted individuals to the point that it was abnormal. Was that you? Yes, replied Kronai. Succinctly. Why? Because the people of Earth are the descendants of the Magus race. Although your bloodline is so diluted at an incredible level, you are still their descendants. The Magus race. That is the second time I have heard of that term. Who exactly were they? How could I explain it simply, said Kronai as she placed her hand on her chin. Since the universe's birth a couple of trillions of years ago, its entire history can be divided into 4 eras, the Genesis era, the Elder God era, the Magus era, and the current Faith God era. During the Magus era was the most prosperous time of the entire universe, and the race that created such prosperity was the Magus. Is that so? Well, thank you for your time. Anytime. Then, the environment changed, and Edward found himself on the last planet, a pondering look on his face. He stipulated Kronai's motives as he did not entirely trust her. He knew that the appearance that she showed up in was only a disguise created for better communication with him. As the universe will, she was a cold and indifferent being whose sole purpose was to ensure this universe's maintenance, growth, and survival. Since she did not have any emotions, how could she smile and chat so happy with someone else? All of this was a disguise. She appeared in the form most suitable for communication and negotiation. The Magus race must have been extraordinary. Many things started to make sense to Edward now. For example, why is the mana of wizards so versatile? Capable of changing frequency so easily to use other magic systems. Another example is the rooms of mysteries that were once in the former Ministry of Magus, the Time Room, Death Chamber, etc. Edward learned from Albion that they were divine sparks of elder gods, making them extremely valuable and sought after by powerful gods in the universe. After learning the truth, he erased the memories of most people who knew of their existence, including Albion, and even wiped them out from his history. Now, he understood that so many of them were on Earth was probably because of the Magus race. Most likely, planet Earth and even the entire solar system have a deep connection with that race, including the Lumrian civilization that once habited this place. Edward even guessed that the reason that the solar system had a separate underworld was related to the Magus race. After thinking about all of this, he left to prepare for the final stages of Project Akashic Record. Once that was accomplished, he could begin his next voyage immediately. Meanwhile, in the white space, Kronai looked at the place where Edward disappeared with an indifferent look on her face. Hopefully, my investment in this human is worth it, she muttered. The gods have become cancer to this plane. It is about time a new era began. And the arcane era seemed the most promising and closest to the Magus era. Chapter 287, Akashic Record, I. Edward sat in a room while smoking a pipe. He was thinking about the conversation with Kronai. Albeit brief, he learned a lot of things. For example, she was most likely protecting the Empire. As for the reason, he did not think it was just because of the Magus. His theory is that she did not favor the current rules of the gods and wanted a change in the universe. The arcane era, muttered Edward. Interesting. In that case, it would be best to keep her as an ally. However, this is more difficult to do because of conceptual magic. To use conceptual magic, he will need to force her to hand over control of the laws of the universe, and this act could ruin the current positive relationship. I will try my best to explain things to her and maybe even come up with a deal. However, if all fails, we can only be enemy. Edward did not mind having a helper in the future fight against the gods, even if that ally could not directly help. However, he also has to consider his benefit as well. Morgana. Yes, master, said the little elf as she manifested. Send a message to Dumbledore to watch out for any information on the Magus race and the Elder Gods. Yes, boss. Edward wanted to unravel the Magus race's mystery and used this opportunity to see if he could get more Elder Gods' divine sparks. Currently, he has 6 of them: the Death Chamber, the Hall of Prophecy, the Brain Room, the Love Room, the Space Chamber, and the Time Room. These divine sparks were the best teacher on understanding and using authority, and a few of them had significant purposes in the Empire. The space chamber was used to block and monitor the space of all the Empire's territories. The Hall of Prophecy was in Luna's hand and used to keep track of all prophecies in the Empire and served as anti-divination enchantment for important information about the Empire. The Brain Room is the main server of Morgana, which also controlled Skynet in the Empire. The Love Room was in Lily Potter's hand, and Edward tasked her to create a protection spell that could also cover the entire Empire in a time of need. Unfortunately, her divine spark seemed to be the most troublesome, and this project has yielded little to no improvement. Before his journey, he tasked Hermione to study the Death Chamber and Herpo's ceremonial magic. However, the chamber was now in Bellatrix's hand. As for the Time Room, Edward used it as the primary weapon of the Time Aura to keep watch on the Empire's timeline. However, he planned to use it for something better later, that requires him to go for a brief visit to the Rick and Morty world. Any of these divine sparks are enough to start a war that spreads throughout the entire universe. However, Edward wanted more if possible. After thinking about all of these, Edward continued with his life, preparing for Project Akashic Record. And just like that, 5 years passed. Edward focused on his magical study and experiment. He focused on two things: Albion's dragon chant magic and Nick's anti-divinity vessel. With Albion's experience and understanding, he mastered intermediate dragon chant while still a beginner in advanced one. However, as he expected, humans cannot bring into full play this magic since their physiology and souls are different from dragons. So, what he's been doing is translating into a form of magic suitable for humans before integrating them into his arcane rune magic. As for the study of Nick's body, the progress could only be considered mediocre. Many changes occurred in the Empire over the past 5 years. The development is even faster than before. With the knowledge brought back by Edward, and the access to the time flow enchantments, many Tier 6 Arcanists were born. However, Edward did not allow them to continue using it to reach Tier 7, he did not even use it himself or let his family use it. And that was because Merlin warned him of overusing time magic to rapidly reach higher magical stages, especially in the lower tiers. According to Merlin, this was not a problem in the higher tiers but not the current one he was in. Edward was intrigued, so he did some experiments to discover the reason. He placed a clone inside the enchantments and provided them with the resources to reach higher tiers. However, he did not teach it the liquefying and crystallizing mana methods. The clone had to rely on slowly expanding his magic core and gathering to reach high tiers, which would require a tremendous amount of time. After the clone reached Tier 5, 3,000 years had passed inside the enchantment while only 3 months passed outside. Then, Edward discovered the problem. Time energy had embedded deep inside the clone's body, resulting in terrible consequences. Some parts of his body would either instantly age upward or backward. For example, his right arm might instantly turn into an older man's, while his left hand turns into a baby. And at some point, the clone instantly aged by a few million years and died of old age. He could not stop the process no matter what Edward tried, so he finally understood Merlin's warning. Back to the Empire. Magic and technology developed rapidly, with breakthroughs occurring each week. At some point, Amelia had to order for the news of certain information, knowledge, or technology to be delayed to give people more time to adapt. Many of the people that Edward brought began to shine. For example, Chloe became a Tier 6 Arcanist, discovered this universe's dream dimension, and focused her experiments on it. All the royal family members became Tier 6 within a year of Edward's return, so they returned to doing their own things. A year ago, Olivier finally became the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Navy, and her status as a queen was revealed with a small wedding. Right now, she focused all her attention on expanding the territory of the Empire outward while also monitoring the situation of the Milky Way, which had gotten worse. More and more star systems were destroyed to increase the Undead Legion. The name of the Arcane Empire quickly spread during this time, not only because they were a new Tier 8 civilization, but because they sold magic scrolls or items capable of dealing with the undead in large quantities. Inside a room, Edward sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was in deep meditation. Mana was entering his body, but at the same time, a strange flame could be slightly observed with the naked eye in the position of his heart. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. He raised his hand, and a purple orb with slight blue appeared in his hand. My mana is getting closer to complete purification, meaning I'm very close to Tier 7. Then, the purple orb in his hand changed to a white one. Aura is genuinely a strange energy. It does not require a core to serve as a vessel, and it cannot be purified. However, with the purification of mana, it also becomes more powerful. Maybe my previous understanding of it was wrong. It is not a perfect combination of mana and life force. Maybe, it is just an advanced form of life force, using mana to boost it and make it versatile. He took a note of his thought so that someone else could verify it. Although he invented aura, he was genuinely not interested in studying it as a subject, he just wanted to have a strong body. Edward then waved his hand to manifest a holographic screen. He wanted to check his email. Immediately, a slight surprise appeared on his face. All the preparations for Project Akashic Records have been completed. Excellent. Morgana, call all the Illuminati members. As you wish, boss. After then, he continued reading all the emails he received. Once he finished, he headed for a meeting with Olivier since she said that she had something important to talk to him about. Chapter 288, Akashic Record, 2. Did something happen to change the general situation? Asked Edward while sitting next to Olivier and playing with her blonde hair. She ignored him before saying, "No, but someone reminded me of something crucial. If we allow the undead disaster to continue for an extended time, the population of the entire galaxy will drastically decrease once we conquer it. That is indeed a problem. Could we revert the undead to normal? I had the same idea as you, so I had the divination department find one of the undead legions and send my squad to capture a few of them for an experiment. However, according to Bellatrix, even with the death chamber and death staff, it would take countless time and resources to change even a dozen low-level undead. In other words, it takes too much money and time to revert all these people to normal, money and time that the Empire either does not have or is not willing to spend." "Can I see the report?" asked Edward, so Olivier showed him a projection. According to Bellatrix's experiment, the undead souls have been corrupted by negative energy, so, even if a new body were created for them and placed their souls inside, it would soon pollute the body. And the solution to this problem is to revert the corruption of the soul, which is almost permanent. Only the power of authority could achieve this. However, both life and death authority is required. With only death authority, it took Bellatrix a lot of time and effort to revert the corruption of one soul, and even after succeeding, there are still some problems. Do you have any solution? The current plan is to begin the war in advance with the Death God. However, we will not directly get rid of him. Instead, we will delay its growth to control population loss. Edward pondered before saying, "What if we include undead into the Empire?" "You mean, accept them as citizens?" "That's right. The problem with that is getting people to accept them, especially in the current situation where they are public enemy number one. We can create a spokesperson for the undead. We can have him preach that not all undeads are evil, and the current evil ones are enslaved people forced to do the bidding of the Death God. Plus, in the final battle, we can have said spokesperson sacrifice themselves to save countless people, thus soliciting their status as a hero. This might work. With the proper marketing and guidance of public opinion, we can slowly introduce good undead to the people and change their overall views. And after the final battle, we can convert all the members of the Undead Legion into citizens of the Empire. However, it will not be an easy task to control public opinion throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy." Olivier immediately began to think about how this would be feasible. The best method would be to use the cosmic web, as it is the fastest way to connect many people in the galaxy. By the way, do you know anything about the cosmic web? I only know that, like the Universe Bank, it is probably created by many gods for some purpose, and it's spread throughout the entire universe. I tried having Morgana hack it, but it was futile. Is that so? In that case, we need to put them on the list of things to watch out for. True. Is there anything else? Yes. We learned from the Federation that the entire galaxy is cut off from the rest of the universe. No one can enter or leave. Even out ships cannot leave. The current Imperial Fleet's FLT technology is based on a lesser version of the World Gate, which is considered very advanced. Yes. According to our information, the Death God has a weapon from the Magus race. Them again. Do we have any more information? Negative. That weapon is the only time we've ever heard their name in this galaxy. Edward nodded his head. What about the World Gate? Can it leave? I've tested it, and there was no problem. That's fine, then, replied Edward, who suddenly remembered something. How did you get the information from the Federation? We bribed one of their leaders. The new mana crystals seemed extremely valuable or sought after. I wonder how these people would react if they learned about the ether core. The mana crystals were used as a source of energy for most mage tech products. Most of the products in the Empire, like flying cars, regular cars, trains, and others, used mana crystals. Only important things like the Tower of Tower Masters or military weapons would use lesser ether core or lesser philosopher's stone. Because Edward recently brought new knowledge, the Empire can now embed mana directly in these inventions. And with the environment filled with mana, some enchantments can absorb mana from nature to power these technologies. In contrast, mana crystals are only used as a backup or emergency energy source. However, mana crystals serve as currency in the universe and can be absorbed by people since the mana inside is milder and easier to control. And now, with the Empire capable of purifying mana, the value of the newly created mana crystals has skyrocketed. Once the Akashic record is completed, I will leave for my next voyage. Do you want to go as well? Not in the current situation, replied Olivier. However, I want to send a clone into the Star Trek universe that you mentioned to attend Starfleet Academy. No problem. All right, let's go meet the others. Olivier looked at her watch. We still have some time, so let's enjoy ourselves first. As soon as she finished these words, her clothes disappeared, leaving only her undergarments. Then, she jumped onto Edward while crossing her long legs behind his waist. You don't have to tell me twice. An hour later, Edward took a spaceship to a desolate star system a few hundred light-years away from the solar system. Edward looked at the star system from inside the spacecraft. 5 planets formed a pentagon shape. Massive metal structures connected all the planets, forming a magic circle with geometrical shapes on the inside. This was the nationwide transmutation circle that Father used back in the Full Metal Alchemist universe. However, an entire star system was used instead, along with a few modifications to the circle. Edward headed to a space station that orbited the transmutation circle where Lily, Snape, Phileas, Nicholas Flamel, and Edward's wives were waiting. Even Olivier had arrived earlier. Grindelwald and many members of the Shadow Guard were also present, but they were already on the planets. Edward chatted with everybody while waiting. A few hours later, Rowena and Luna arrived. You two looked excited. We found what we were looking for, said Luna. We think we found it, corrected Rowena. Really? Asked Edward with slight excitement. We found a parallel dimension isolated by a very powerful barrier. Even with the World Gate, we could not break through it. So powerful. Yes. I even detect void energy in those barriers. The Lord God space should be powerful if they can isolate an entire timeline and use void energy. So, the mission has failed. Not necessarily, added Luna. Using that timeline, I have been divining other timelines with barriers. I hope to find one with a slightly weaker barrier so that we can enter or send a small piece of our soul and find the what you want. You must be extremely careful, reminded Edward. He had many theories about the Lord God space. He believed that there were different versions of them. One version is that this space is created by a powerful life form that sends other people to other universes as a way to become stronger. The other version is that the Lord God space is a powerful magical artifact with the ability to travel the omniverse. And some lucky and weak creatures acquired that artifact, then used it to pretend to be powerful while secretly increasing their strength. There have been many such examples in novels. Edward wants to find the second version so that he can take the artifact from that lucky and weak creature that secretly controls things from behind the scene. Although the Akashic record should allow him to travel to any universe at will, it is still not his ability, and he did not want to rely on it entirely. Additionally, he will have many benefits besides mastering omniversal travel with the Lord God space in his hand. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Chapter 289, Akashic Record, 3. The members of the Illuminati took their position on one of the 5 planets. They all stood at the center of a massive transmutation circle engraved on the planet. Once everything was present, Edward began. Floating on top of their heads was a massive ether core the same size as the floating city, meaning Edward now had the energy needed to make 5 more floating city. All he needed was the other resources. Standing on a platform at the center of the transmutation circle formed by the 5 planets, Edward said, "Let's begin." As soon as he uttered these words, a mighty will descended on the star system and thoroughly isolated it from the rest of the universe. This was one of the reasons that Edward wanted Kronai's help. This ceremony will require a massive amount of energy, and he did not want the other gods to notice something and come check it out. Although the current Milky Way is blocked, that rule might not apply to some Tier 10 gods. Additionally, he did not want this galaxy to be noticed by some powerful beings before the Empire grew to a certain extent. Previously, he wanted to enter the blank realm, the place between parallel dimensions, to use the ceremony. However, he discovered that entering the blank realm was more difficult in this universe than in the previous one. It took the Empire 2 years to fine-tune the technology of the Novad to reach the blank realm. However, the first 2 expeditions sent to explore were instantly wiped out. Luckily, Edward prepared beforehand and made them leave a small piece of their souls. With enough resources, their souls were healed, and a new body was created for them. Oddly though, something or someone erased their memories. So, Edward officially labeled the blank realm as the highest danger zone and should be slowly explored. He also removed his idea of conducting the ceremony there. Under Edward's words, the other members placed their hands on the transmutation circle in their planets and controlled the energy from the ether core to activate them. Edward did the same thing, while Morgana linked her computing power to all these people's souls to aid them in controlling such a massive amount of energy. Then, the entire star system seemed to light up. If someone looked at them from another point of view, they could see that each of the planets had transmutation circles engraved all over them. At the same time, they also formed a larger transmutation circle when viewed from above. Furthermore, the metal constructs that connected all the planets had countless smaller runes or magic circles engraved on them and lit up. After minutes later, Edward found his mind traveling to some faraway distance. He seemed to be connecting to something or some entity. After what seemed both like an eternity and an instant simultaneously, he heard a sound deep in his mind. Ding. Welcome to the Akashic Record branch number 127490374. Would you like to begin the tour? Edward frowned after hearing this. Could it be that the record has different branches in different worlds? If I can only access the information in this universe, this would defeat my main purpose to get world coordinates from it. His mind rushed as he thought of a solution. While he was deep in thought, the other members had a difficult time. Controlling such vast energy was a problem even with Morgana's help. In the end, Grindelwald ordered the members of the ghost squads to bear some of the burdens, thus giving the rest room to breathe. After a few minutes of thinking, Edward thought of something. He connected to the floating city and opened a breach outside the universe in the void. Then, he used the connection that the transmutation circle granted him to find the main branch of the Akashic Record located in the void. However, he encountered another difficulty. He could feel that it would probably take him a few billion years to reach his destination. Forget whether he could last that long, he did not want to wait even if he could. So, another method is required. While thinking of a solution, he heard a voice transmission from Rowena. My latest research may help you, she said before sending the information directly to his mind. Rowena found a way to isolate the spatial characteristics from void energy and use it for teleportation. She only needs to tell the void energy where she wants to go, and it will take her there. No coordination or memories of being there is required, just a request or desire. She was very excited about her discovery as the concept of distance would be futile to her. If she wants to travel to parallel dimensions, any specific one, she has to tell the void energy where she wants to go, and it will take her there. And the same can be applied to other universes too. Unfortunately, she is only in the early stages of her research and can only teleport something as big as a basketball. Moreover, there are still many restrictions on the order she can give to void energy. Nevertheless, this research was still beneficial to Edward. Using it, he ordered the void energy to take him to the Akashic Record. Immediately, he felt that the speed at which his mind traveled using that connection dramatically increased. A few minutes later, he found himself standing in front of an enormous black gate with books carved on it. Each of the book's covers had a different design or symbol. An owl, a mandala, the Sarasvati, ibis, and many more. These are symbols of knowledge from different religions and cultures, muttered Edward. The gate suddenly opened, and Edward was swallowed inside. However, he only found himself standing in his original place in his universe with a message inside his mind. With a frown on his face, he said, Status. A screen appeared in front of him. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127490374, HP Universe. Age, 304. Rank, Tier 6 Planetary. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, and Voyager. Knowledge Point, 0. Mission Point, 200. Edward looked at the status window while pondering. Many of these things were obvious. Christian was his original name before reincarnation, and gifts probably referred to the talent he received from Primordial Earth. But he was confused about knowledge points. What is knowledge point, he direction asked with his mind, and he received the answer. His theory about the record when he was in the Full Metal Alchemist world was correct. The Akashic Record follows the laws of equivalent exchange. If someone wants any knowledge from it, they have to exchange it with their own knowledge, which will be quantified as knowledge points, KP_. Essentially, KP is the currency of the record. However, there are some rules or restrictions for acquiring KP. Only new or innovative knowledge can be exchanged. For example, if Edward were to take a bunch of fundamental physics or chemistry knowledge from a world and exchange it with the record, he would not receive KP. However, if he took the existing knowledge and came up with some new theory, he could exchange it for points. The only exception to that rule is if the record does not have a branch to a world and does not have its knowledge. Or if it is some lost knowledge that is rediscovered or recreated. If that is true, my perception of the Akashic Record was completely wrong. It does not hold all knowledge in existence since the beginning of time. It may be just a place to exchange knowledge between different universes. Then, Edwards asked what mission point was, and the answer he received confirmed his guess. The Akashic Record has a mission hall for its users. The missions usually involved searching for lost knowledge, establishing a branch in a newly discovered universe or one that did not have the record, or finding out why some branches were disconnected. Some knowledge requires a certain mission point to exchange along with knowledge points. As for the reason he had 200 of them, this was the reward for discovering the record on his own without an invitation or being one of the lucky few who received the tokens left in many random worlds for the fortunate people. Edward wanted to try something, so he searched for the arcane rune system in his universe and discovered a brief description of it, but it was labeled as, not yet acquired. Then, he searched for information about the Black Clover world since he originally planned to go there if the record allowed him to choose which world to travel to. Black Clover world, all knowledge about this world includes the plot, a detailed analysis of the people and their character, the entire magic system including all the spells, detailed biological information regarding all species, etc. Price, 15 million KP. Edward frowned before exchanging all his knowledge of the wandcraft system of Harry Potter. And he received 346 KP. Edward then asked the price of different aspects of Black Clover. For example, only the magic system, information on the grimoires, or only information on the devils. All the prices were between 1 million to 5 million individually. However, when he asked only about the plot or the coordinate of the universe, the total cost was 2,500 KP. I see. This is a way to encourage users to visit the word itself and acquire the knowledge in that way, then innovate. Additionally, the record might also involve in Merlin and Solomon's War and use this method to train people. After understanding the general situation, Edward finally focused on the last thing that confused him, his titles and whether they served a purpose. It turns out that each of them gave him some benefit. Chapter 290, Third World, Black Clover. So, each title is acquired based on certain achievements, and they grant me a buff or ability. Well, let's see what they are. He focused on the first one. Arcane Emperor, as the ruler of the Arcane Empire, you have brought peace and prosperity to your people. You have ensured they do not lack food, shelter, health, and education. You have ensured their safety in this dark and cruel world while ensuring that they develop at a sufficient rate to meet most challenges coming their way. Buff, a threefold increase in charm. Aura of Majesty, you can release a powerful pressure from your body with intimidating effects. Warning, the effect of this pressure is based on the individual's will or tier. Edward felt he was different somehow, so he waved his hand, and a mirror appeared. As he reflected on his reflection, he knew that he was indeed more handsome than before. His blue eyes seemed to sparkle like the purest of blue gems. Interesting. Is this some kind of blessing-type magic or ability? Words have power, and so should titles. I want to know how this title things worked, muttered Edward. Then, he focused on the other titles. Civilization Creator, in just a few short decades, through meticulous planning and overwhelming power, you have developed a new civilization from the wreckage of an old one. You went from a Tier 5 civilization to Tier 9 while ensuring peaceful life for the people. You created new customs, cultures, and ideologies. You established a zeitgeist of worshipping intelligence and pursuing knowledge and truth. Ability, Light of Civilization. When the arcane civilization is in danger, you can gather the power of all its citizens to temporarily bless your strength and deal with the issue. So, an ability similar to Faith. No, it should be more similar to the Xianxia's dynasty luck blessing of emperors, thought Edward as the method to use this ability came to his mind. Looking at the description of this title, Edward shook his head as he felt that this thing gave him too much credit. So, he focused on the next one. Sage of Wisdom, you are a pursuer of knowledge. You believe it is the cornerstone for any civilization or even universe to strive forward and develop. More importantly, you have no qualm in spreading knowledge to develop more knowledge, even if doing so can threaten your safety and power. Buff, 500% increase in mana control. 350% increase in natural soul development. 300% in both mana and soul recovery speed. This time, it is my talent that is drastically increased, thought Edward as he felt the changes in his body. He was a little surprised by the natural soul strength development. The soul is fundamental to magic users in general. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to control mana effectively to cast spells or reach higher tiers. And the best way to increase the power of the soul is through knowledge. The more knowledge a caster has, the more powerful their souls are. However, talent still plays an effect. Some people can read and understand one magical book, and the souls increase by a factor of 3, while some others will read the same book and only increase by 2 or less. This is the concept of natural soul development. Mana control is self-explanatory, while speed recovery is, as the name suggested, the time it takes for a caster to regenerate his mana or recover his soul strength after being depleted. As he felt the changes in his body, Edward could feel that his raw talent for mana control increased, along with other energy, although it did not seem to have the same percentage increase. Divine Artificer, you have created countless magical wonders in the Artificer field, with many of your creations breaking through the limit of your tier. You are only limited by your creativity and the resources available to you. Buff, or Affinity, High Fire Resistance, High Enchantment Affinity, Unlimited Stamina, Forging. Edward knew that Or Affinity was a talent some dwarves had that allowed them to understand any ore as long as they touched it, even if it was their first time seeing it. High Fire Resistance was a great buff since he will now be the nemesis of fire casters. High Enchantment Affinity meant that he had a high talent for all types of enchantment, even in different universes. Honestly, Edward felt that this was already the case before that title, but he could be wrong. Most likely, This buff would allow him to use some enchantments that were specific to some races or species without having to change them to be more in line with humans. As for the unlimited stamina, he was slightly disappointed that it was only applicable when he was forging something. Other times, it was not applicable. Pathfinder, you have created an almost perfect method of tier advancement and shared it with your people. Ability, passive meditation. A small percentage of mana can be taken from everyone who used your method. Edward was momentarily excited as he sensed that he could connect to most arcanists in the Empire and take a small amount of mana from them to add to his, without any problems or them discovering. Excellent. Now, I do not have to take much time to absorb mana. And with more arcanists, the more benefit I have. I only have to focus on my soul and body to reach higher tiers. Dark Explorer, you have pushed the boundaries of magic through many inhuman and cruel experiments. You have explored many taboo fields at the cost of incalculable lives. Buff, Dark Magic Resistance. High Dark Magic Affinity. Edward frowned as additional information was added to the Dark Explorer title. Usually, this title came with a debuff against light magic or even its affinity. However, his Civilization Creator and Sage of Wisdom title cancelled this debuff. Voyager, you have successfully escaped the shackles of your universe and traveled in the void. Although the process involved a little luck, your capabilities cannot be ignored. Buff, Low Spacetime Affinity, 50% increase in luck. Edward did feel a slight increase in his understanding and ability to wield spacetime spell. Compared to the other boost, it was pretty mediocre yet still beneficial as it seems to be a slight increase in his talent or capabilities. As for luck, he did not feel anything. He then searched for information on how to acquire other titles. He learned that he was almost qualified for a few others like God Slayer, Mastermind, Harem King, and a few others. However, he has not met all the requirements for these titles yet. The second thing he searched was how to get his wives to be members of the record and whether he could use the same ceremony for them. He received a negative answer as each individual cannot use the same method. The answer seemed bogus to him since he took inspiration from father to achieve his goal. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There is no limit on using the knowledge exchanged in the record, so his family and the Empire can use them. However, this title system benefits his family, so he wanted them to have access to it. And according to the record, there are two ways for him to get them to join. One is to use mission points to exchange for a pass for each of them or find one of these tokens that are randomly distributed throughout the Omniverse. After checking all the information he wanted, Edward thanked Kronai despite knowing the little trick she tried to play. She used this opportunity to connect to the Akashic records of this universe. However, she was rejected. Edward could guess the reason. As a cold and indifferent will, Kronai cannot innovate. She can gather knowledge in this universe but not innovate. Maybe if she became sentient like Truth, the Akashic record would accept her. Of course, that would be catastrophic for all the living beings in the universe if Kronai gained sentience. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his head since this was just his guess. He returned home and organized the next voyage with his wives and the members of the Illuminati. They then decided that they would first drop Olivier's clone to the Star Trek universe before dropping Edward to Black Clover. Meanwhile, Snape, Lily, Phileas, Fleur, and Hermione will go to Konosuba. Rowena and Luna will continue their mission in the multiverse, while Bellatrix will stay home with his aunt and the Flammel couples. Grindelwald still has responsibilities, so he also stayed. After making a preliminary plan, Edward went to see Merlin asking whether the Akashic record had no problem, especially with the titles. Merlin told him it was fine and encouraged him to get as many as possible. And he even told him a secret that most titles can evolve and increase the buff or the ability granted. However, he did not tell him precisely how to upgrade the titles, but Edward had some ideas in mind. Edward returned home once more to deal with some pressing issues. For example, the resources needed to build the second floating city were finally gathered, so he tasked Nicholas Flamel to once again supervise the process. He then dealt with political and military issues with his aunt and Olivier, then left. Merlin watched the floating city from some unknown dimensions with a gloating smile. This kid is finally about to suffer. Well, it's the perfect place for him to temper his will so he can use conceptual magic sooner. And his words came true. The moment Edward entered the Black Clover world, he immediately suffered a minor setback. Chapter 291, Suppression. The new update of the floating city soon displayed its superiority. With the world's coordination, it took Edward 2 months to drop Olivier's clone and another month to reach the Black Clover world. And according to Morgana's calculations, it will only take 3 months before the others can reach the Konosuba universe. The previous voyage took Edward a year despite knowing the coordination in advance. Edward was analyzing the voyage data before he arrived as he talked to Morgana. For the 3.0 version, it would be best if we could add Rowena's void teleportation method. With the current technology, that is impossible, the little elf replied. We do not need to use the full power of void energy. If we can make the floating city instantly reach its destination with the coordinate, then that will be enormous progress. The void is extremely dangerous, and so is traveling there. He once encountered a strange life form during his 3 voyages and recorded it. However, the odd thing is that the record of that creature became alive and looked straight at Edward, almost scaring him to death. Luckily, after observing him for a moment, the creature seemed uninterested and disappeared. He learned a lesson that day. He understood that creatures in the void could not be photographed or recorded in any shape or form. A few hours after arrival, Edward prepared to enter through the source wall using a world gate. "Are you sure you should not take the floating city instead?" asked Hermione. "No, I'm worried about you guys traveling alone with the gate. For your safety, you should go with it." After saying goodbye to everyone, he hopped into the gate before entering the universe. And the moment Edward landed, he knew that something was wrong. He found himself standing in a forest. He could feel the vibrant mana all around him. However, his world gate was nowhere to be seen, nor could he sense it. And before he could take any action, a powerful will descended on him, and countless chains began to appear on his body. The universe will. Did it identify me as an outsider? Edward felt as if his mana was sealed, his physical strength was sealed, Morgan inside his soul dimension seemed to enter a deep sleeping mode, and his soul and memories were also being sealed. Additionally, he felt his body slowly grow weaker and smaller. Is it trying to assimilate me? Thought Edward calmly as he thought of countermeasures. Instead of allowing the universe will to seal his memories, he hid them deep in his dimension, including the soul imprint that identified him as an outsider. As such, he appeared as a blank soul. By then, he also realized that his body was turning into a baby, so he cast 2 spells. The first one was to discover humans in the vicinity. It took him 3 tries before the spell was successfully cast. After noticing a village in the distance, he placed a flying spell on himself to fly to the church he saw in that village. By the time he landed, he was a baby with a shirt on his body and his name inside a small cradle. As such, a new addition was added to this small village known as Bluge. The new child discovered by the priest in the orphanage quickly became the odd one among the children. As he grew up, he always had a blank expression, and he was unresponsive to most stimuli. Although the kid was very handsome with his shining black hair and jewel-like blue eyes, the adults worried about him while the children tried to bully him for being different. However, every time one of them tried, a massive gale of wind would burst out from the child's body to push the children away. As such, it was discovered that this child had an incredible aptitude for magic. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that if he was sound of mind, he could accomplish great things in the future. Despite his current state, the pastor and sisters of the orphanage took good care of young Edward. Although he had a constant blank stare on his face and never spoke a word, they knew that he could understand them. The only stimuli he would respond to is when they asked him to do something like helping with laundry or cooking, and he would accomplish the task quickly. They also realized that this child possessed 2 magical attributes, wind and fire. They decided to keep this secret from the rest of the world and instructed young Edward not to reveal his fire attribute. Just like that, 15 years passed, and it was time for all the village's children to receive their grimoires. This was an opportunity for them to change their fate. One of the sisters brought all the children from the orphanage, but she could not help keeping an eye on Edward. Although they knew he was magically talented, they worried that his intelligence would affect the process of receiving a grimoire. Fortunately, their worries were for nothing. The moment the ceremony began, a 4-leaf grimoire flew from one of the shelves and landed in front of Edward. As soon as he touched it, the blank look on his face was gone, replaced by a look of confusion instead. Where is this? No, who am I? I'm Edward Bones. But what does that mean? He muttered, an act which surprised many people around him who knew his reputation. However, the young boy ignored the gaze as he tried to understand who he was. He felt he could remember, but something blocked what he was trying to remember. In the end, only 2 thoughts remained in his head. The first was to train his magic as much as possible. And the second is to become a magic knight. Finally, Edward looked at the book in his hand. He instinctively felt that this grimoire was not as simple as it appeared, but he could not understand why. So, he did not focus on it. He opened a few pages before muttering to himself, erudite magic, as long as I understand certain magic, I can replicate it. Then, basic knowledge about this world appeared in his mind when the sisters in the orphanage taught him along with the other children. So, he understood that his magic could allow him to use all attributes as long as he studied them enough. It seems that I have a lot of work to do, thought Edward before walking to one person. Sister Lena, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Edward, you're all right. Yes. It seems that the grimoire has helped me with my condition. That's good. As long as you're okay. Then, Edward returned to the orphanage to thank everyone who cared for him. All of them were glad that he was okay now. Finally, he began to train his magic to prepare for the Magic Knight entrance exam. Edward soon discovered some anomaly about himself. His mana was truly vast compared to all the people he met. Additionally, with each passing day, he could feel a rapid increase. And what's strange was that he never had any trouble controlling his magic power no matter how much it increased. Additionally, his talent for learning seemed very abnormal. His grimoire contained dozens of spells of different attributes in just a few days. As long as he focused on studying one attribute for a few hours, many spells would appear on his grimoire. Furthermore, his grimoire seemed capable of creating new pages. He even estimated that there was no limit to the number of spells he could use, unlike everybody else. For the next 6 months, Edward studied and practiced constantly. At some point, he discovered that it was faster for him to read the grimoires of others to learn spells. If he read another person's grimoire once, his own grimoire would generate that spell. So, Edward went on a journey across the nearby villages to borrow other people's grimoires. Then, when the time was right, he headed for the capital for the entrance exam. All the Blues villagers came to see him off, and they were all excited at the thought that their small village would give birth to a magic knight. Chapter 292, Old Profession. After leaving the village, Edward activated his grimoire. Erudite Magic, Space Gate. A black gate appeared in front of him, and he teleported away after entering. He did not instantly arrive at the common realm. To do that, he would have to visit there already or have a map of its location. Unfortunately, none of these two were possible for Edward. The common realm was too far from Bluge village, and he needed to train. Secondly, a map of the entire kingdom was precious. From what he heard, only a few nobles may have one. Edward teleported to the farthest he traveled from Bluge village before a tornado appeared on his feet and flew to his destination. And his speed reached the hypersonic ranges. So, he had to fly very high in the sky with an invisible spell to prevent anyone from detecting him. So, in just an hour, he landed outside of Kika town, where the exam took place. As he looked at it from a distance, Edward was memorized by its beauty, and then, he muttered, "Why do I feel I've seen more beautiful sights than this?" He lived his entire life in the village, so there was no way for that to be possible. However, he did not focus too much on this feeling. This was not the first time he had some weird thoughts or feelings. Edward walked around to enjoy himself. Since he arrived early, the exam was still 3 days around, so he decided to enjoy the short break. The town's beauties are higher quality than the village. In the past 3 months, many changes occurred that shook the village. One of which was the new side of Edward that the villagers discovered. He was a flirt and a very good one too. He somehow acquired the heart of some of the most beautiful girls in the village in a short time and even experienced his rite of passage of man numerous times. While walking in the city, Edward secretly used a memory reading spell to check all the people around him in a 10 meters diameter zone. He did not read all their memories. To do this, he would have to activate his grimoire, and it was very suspicious that someone walking with their grimoire started in such a crowded place. It might be okay if he was a magic knight or noble, but not for a commoner. His purpose was to read what kind of magic these people had and see if he could find some unique ones. Unfortunately, most people only had spells related to the 4 attributes of fire, wind, earth, and water. And his grimoire contained most spells in these areas, and even if it did not, he could easily recreate them. It seems that I may have to find a place that sells information. Before that, let's find something to eat and a place to sleep. And that's exactly what he did. He tasted all the food he came in contact with, no matter how weird they were. Experiencing new things gave him a sense of adventure. As for where the money came from, well, he was filthy rich. Edward knew that money would be essential to living a good life, so he tried to create a spell to convert rocks into gold. Unfortunately, as he was about to succeed, something seemed to have gone wrong. His intuition told him that something intervened and prevented him from succeeding. Although puzzled, he could not do anything about it. So, he wanted to find another method to make a large sum of money in a short time. That same day, while lost in thought, he discovered a dungeon. After clearing all the traps and killing all the guardian beasts and golems, he finds a room full of treasure. So, he was now filthy rich. That night, after paying for a room in an inn, Edward put on a hood to cover his face before heading to some hidden alley. In the morning, he learned from someone's memory about the black market. Once there, he immediately bought information about famous and powerful wizards. During the time of the entrance exam, this kind of information is prevalent. However, Edward did not focus too much on whose famous noble son would participate in this year's exam. Anyway, if they were the same age as him, he did not think they could defeat him. His focus was on the captains. Their magic was bound to be extraordinary. As he read the information, Edward pondered how to infiltrate their residence and peek at their grimoires secretly. These captains should be very sensitive to mana. So, I should find a way to hide mine. After pondering for a moment, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the mana inside his body. Following his instinct, the mana inside his body seemed to disappear. It was as if he was a person born with no mana. Well, I'm truly a genius that this world has never seen. Since I'm so great, I should have a way to sense mana to detect enemies. Then, Edward once again closed his eyes to follow his instinct. A few seconds later, he could see outlines of human bodies walking around him. Well, some of them resembled animals with 4 legs or more. And all these figures had one thing in common, a blue light in the middle of their bodies. Is this mana? Let's see how far my range goes. Edward began to spread his senses, and he covered the entire common realm in just a few seconds. He could sense all the people across all different towns. Furthermore, he had a feeling that this was not his limit. Maybe, he could cover the entire Clover Kingdom, and that thought scared him, so he did not dare try. Being too talented is scary. Alright, let's focus on these individuals. He reduced his senses to the town of Kika and focused on a few individuals whose blue lights were extremely bright compared to others. Based on the information, these people should be the captains. Well, that was a waste of money. Although he complained, he knew that the bought information was more important since it contained more detailed information about these captains. Although I should have no problem sneaking into their residence, it would be best to be extra prudent. So, he went to buy a bunch of other magical herbs and mixed them into a potion. As for how he knew how to make potions, he was worried about magical beasts attacking the village once he left. So, he thought of concocting some potions that emitted a weird odor that kept them away before spreading it around the village. So, he went to the forest and tasted all the herbs he had discovered. Then, after a few trials and errors, he knew which to mix to create potions with different effects. This time, he made sleeping potions before sneaking into the first captain's residence. Based on the information he gathered, he knew that this person was the captain of the Grey Deer Squad. Edward calculated the dose of the potion based on the captain's magic power before pouring a vial into the room. Then, he observed how the mana of the captain changed to a more calm and peaceful state. So, I can predict the state of people based on their mana. This method could be applied to battle to read the opponent's attack. After detecting that the captain was asleep, Edward placed an invisible spell and a sound removal spell on him before sneaking inside. Most wizards slept with their grimoires next to them, so he soon discovered his target. Well, this should be a lesson to me. Edward decided to place many warning and defensive spells on his grimoire in case someone tried to steal or destroy it. If it were up to him, he would put it in the small dimension he created using space magic to place all his golds and other items. Unfortunately, if he did that, he would not be able to reopen a breach to that small dimension to retrieve his grimoire. Without it, he could only open a portal small enough for a tiny rock to pass through, so his arm could not reach inside. I swear, grimoires are both a curse and a blessing. Edward did not like that he could not use powerful magic without his grimoire. He always felt that this was a limitation that should not be. Realizing that he was distracted in the middle of a heist, he shook his head to regain focus. He opened the captain's grimoires to read it. And as usual, many new spells appeared in his grimoire, and he could feel that they were the optimized version of the Grey Deer captain's magic. Then, he visited the residence of the other 8 captains to do the same. He even added a few critical participants that he was interested in. The next day, all these people discovered they had the best sleep of their lives. Even the ones that had anxiety or insomnia regarding the upcoming exam. _________________________________________________ First, I really enjoyed reading comments about people who guessed the content of this chapter based on the title. I'm glad so many of you know Edward as much as I do. Second, a few people commented that they do not understand the main god or Lord God space previously mentioned. I forgot to address this, so I will now. This concept was introduced in novels like Terror Infinity or Reincarnation parodies. The term Lord God space or main god space is more often used in machine translation, so you might not hear of them. Next chapter title, Magic Knight Entrance Exam. Chapter 293, Magic Knight Entrance Exam. For the next 2 days, Edward enjoyed himself to the fullest while also reviewing the new spells he got. At some point, he wanted to sneak into the noble realm. Unfortunately, there was a barrier that prevented direct teleportation there, and he did not want to fly and back. Then, it was time for the Magic Knight Entrance Exam. All the participants arrived at the Colosseum and waited. A few minutes later, 9 people came and sat on seats with a flag above their heads, displaying their squad's name and symbol. Edward looked at all the captains deeply, focusing on a beautiful woman with silver hair. She should be Aesir Silva, the Silver Eagle captain. How beautiful. I should introduce myself when I have the chance. He then looked around to see some birds floating above some people. However, none were close to him, along with a few others. Because of this, many people, including the captains, began to pay attention to him. After looking around, Edward analyzed the situation. These birds will attach to people with low mana, so they avoid me. However, as a commoner, it is rare to display a level of mana compared to noble children. So, people will pay more attention to me. After fighting things out, he no longer cared. He was slowly adapting to the fact that he was an anomaly, and he will probably discover more facts to prove that fact. After everybody calmed down and realized the purpose of the birds, one of the captains dressed in red stood up. A green sphere floated next to his mouth before he spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire arena. My name is De Leon Vermilion, the head examiner for this exam. We will now officially begin the exam. His loud voice scared away the anti-birds and flew away from the contestants. Then, many other wizards came from the side entrance of the stadium to hand over brooms to all the contestants. Edward looked at the broom for a moment and jumped on it. He instilled the perfect amount of mana for it to fly. Is this a magical item? I wonder how it's made. He caught people's attention because of how quickly he could control the broom. Edward did not know, but his reputation had already reached the capital since he had a 4-leaf grimoire. So, many people paid attention to him. Meanwhile, he focused entirely on analyzing the broom. It seems that the broom has wind property, so, with a little mana, it can allow wizards to fly. With the right material, I could easily make many of these brooms. Regarding the following 4 tests, Edward also passed with flying colors. The first test involved using mana to destroy a wall. A mana bullet blew up the wall with a flick of his finger. The first one involved using mana to hit targets. This was a test of mana control. He passed with ease. Afterward, it was the magic creation test, which involved creating something with magic. Using flame magic, Edward recreated the Colosseum with all the participants and the captains, again showing his ability. Many people praised him, while a few looked at him with disgust. The test was to instill mana into a seed to allow it to grow. Edward instantly created a tree more than 20 meters tall, while the second best in his group was only 5 meters tall. And that was not even his limit. The final test involved a battle where participants could choose their target. Edward looked at all the participants focusing on the person who performed second only to him. Julius Novacrono, a time magic user. I've never wanted a magic so bad. This 15-year-old young man was among his target for infiltration. However, when he approached him, he suddenly felt a potent warning telling him to stay away at all costs. Although puzzled, he decided to follow his feeling and did not sneak in. When it comes to time magic, he is somewhat helpless. He tried to acquire it during his 6 months of training. However, when he almost succeeded, something also went wrong, as it did when he tried to create matter transmutation magic. As such, he theorized that certain magic requires him to either spend a lot of time acquiring it, or he must find other people who have it and read their grimoires. While Edward was lost in thought, an arrogant-looking youth walked to him and yelled, "You, the lucky peasant with the 4-leaf clover. I challenge you. In the name of the Lunette family, I will show you the difference between nobles and peasants." Edward looked at him. Fine, show me what you can do. He flew to the fighting arena to begin the battle. The two had their grimoires floating in front of them. And when Captain De Leon announced the commencement of the fight, Fear Lunette attacked first. Iron creation magic, heavenly blade downpour, he roared. Countless shining swords appeared in the sky, shocking the audience with the sheer number. Then, they rushed toward Edward. Erudite magic, thunderfire bomb. A red ball the size of a basketball appeared on his palm with blue lightning flashing around it. Magic union spell, thought all the captains who watched this battle. They knew that the owner of the 4-leaf clover grimoire could use all the attributes, but it was a different thing if he could combine them. The ball of flame and lightning exploded, annihilating all the swords coming toward him. The blast also sent his opponent flying away, thus easily winning this battle. As for his fear, he was fine besides a few bruises. Then, all the other participants chose their opponents to battle. Once this process finished, it was time for the selection. All the participants stood forward, and if one of the captains wanted them for their squads, they would raise their hands. Some of them had more than one captain wanting them in their squad, so they got to choose. Finally, it was Edward's time. Oddly though, once he stepped up, no one raised their hands. No captains wanted him in their squad. With a frown, he looked at all the chosen people and understood what was going on. Not a single commoner has ever become a magic knight. Now, with me having the 4-leaf grimoire and overwhelming most of my peers, these nobles do not want me to become a magic knight. He looked at the captains and discovered that only Aesir Silva seemed to want to raise her hand based on body language. However, she seemed to be hesitating about something. "I'm sorry, young wizard. I have been under a lot of pressure from the nobility because of how young I became a captain. If I were not a royal, I probably would not never have had this position. Wait a few years, and I will invite you into my squad," thought Aesir. After seeing no one wanted him for their squad, Edward frowned for a moment before pointing at one of the captains. "You, Matty Tart, the weakest captain, do you dare accept my challenge?" "What did you say?" said the captain of the Purple Pistol Shrimp Squad. "I think you heard me. You have the smallest amount of mana among the captains. The second weakest has 1.8 times your mana. So, I'm not wrong for calling you the weakest." "Peasant, know your place," said Matty as he stood up. "Here's the deal. If I win, I want your spot as captain. Of course, if you're scared, you can decline my challenge." Good, if you want to die so quickly, I'll be glad to help you. Maddie, it's obvious that he is baiting you, said one of the captain. His words made Maddie stop, but Edward would not let things go so quickly. Don't listen to the second weakest, he added. I can tell you that he secretly looks down on you. Veins appeared on Maddie's forehead before he flew from the balcony and landed on the stage. Brat, I will not show you any mercy. Whatever, replied Edward before activating his grimoire. Erudite magic, soul-binding contract. A scroll appeared in the middle of the two. I don't trust you, nobles, to keep your words. So, here is a magical contract with the conditions of our battle. Sign it first, and we can begin. Maddie read the scroll's content before using his mana to write his name. The scroll then rolled up before turning into two pieces of light, one entered Edward's body while the other entered his. Then, they prepared for the battle. All the commoners who realized the reason that Edward was rejected were excited. Meanwhile, noble captains were worried while also marveling at how versatile this erudite magic was. Chapter 294, Sonic Battle. You use sound magic, right? So what? In that case, I'll give you a handicap and use the same magic to defeat you, replied Edward. Damn you, peasant. Sonic attack magic, sonic scream. Maddie opened his mouth to create a powerful sonic wave attack that shook the entire Colosseum. However, Edward calmly shook his head as he said, how barbaric. He snapped his finger to create an even more powerful sonic attack and overwhelm his opponent. Luckily, Maddie flew in the sky to evade most of the attack, albeit not all of it. Parts of his clothes were destroyed, and he had minor wounds all over his body. Using sound vibration to fly, I can do this too, said Edward before using the same spell to fly to the same height as his opponent. Meanwhile, Maddie had a severe look on his face as he realized that this peasant was not so easy to deal with. This venue is not suitable for our level of battle, he said. You're right, replied Edward, who waved his hand before two gates appeared, one in front of him and the other in the Colosseum. Maddie squinted his eyes as he realized he might be in trouble. His opponent displayed 4 different attributes. And he might even have more. A small part of him wanted to forfeit this battle or use another excuse to cancel. However, he knew that the contract he signed would never allow this. So, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside the portal. At the same time, the other 8 captains also stepped into the gate along with all the other participants. Soon afterward, everybody found themselves in a forest outside the common realm. When Maddie exited the gate, he accelerated forward by riding on sound waves, going for a sneak attack. His speed almost reached hypersonic as he rushed towards Edward, wanting to use close combat to end this battle. Unfortunately for him, he was sent flying with one punch before crashing to the ground. Are you really a captain? My mana is countless more than you, so how much strength do you think I will have when I reinforce my body with it? Maddie crawled from the ground with dirt all over his body and clothes. He opened his mouth to scream once again. Sonic attack magic, ballistic scream. A mighty sonic wave came out of his mouth, and a large chunk of the forest shattered or exploded. The trees, rocks, plants, and animals in the range of that attack exploded. As for Edward, he calmly snapped his finger in the air to create the same attack and cancel Maddie's one. However, the latter seemed to expect this outcome as he flew away before a white disc appeared in his hand. Sonic disc. Maddie threw it toward his opponent, and the speed of that attack was even faster than he could physically travel. Does he want to focus on concentrated attacks instead of ones with a wide area of effect? Well, it does not matter. The pages in his grimoire flipped, and he snapped his finger again. Then, the disc disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. Maddie opened his mouth to attack again, but no sound came out. Additionally, he heard this thumping noise like the sound of a beating heart. Before he could ascertain what it was, blood came out of his mouth, ears, and nose. What did you do? Sound nullification. It's a standard counter spell for sound magic users. As for my attack, I used the sound of my beating heart to influence the blood pumping process of your body, replied Edward with a smile. You should thank me. I'm giving you a free lesson on how to use your magic. Maddie was not angered this time. He knew that if the peasant did not restrain himself, his bones would have been broken in the previous physical confrontation. He raised his head to look at Edward and said, You're wrong about me being the weakest. The amount of mana is not everything, and I will show you. Mana Zone, World of Sound. Sonic attacks came in all directions, cornering Edward into a box. The attack was so powerful that it instantly overwhelmed his sound nullification spell, forcing him to create a sonic barrier around him. And he could tell that the barrier would not have lasted long if it were not for his sizable magic power. What kind of spell is this? He thought as he felt the sonic attacks coming in all directions. No, this is not a spell but a technique. Using the mana in the surrounding, he can exponentially boost the strength of his typical attacks and also make up for his lack of personal mana. Additionally, he can now make his spells come from all directions, making them unpredictable and unavoidable. The captains communicated with each other while Edward was analyzing this technique. "I did not expect Maddie to master the mana zone," commented Captain de Leon. "It is indeed surprising." "At this rate, the commoner won't last no matter how much mana he has," replied the captain of the Grey Deer, who looked at the captain of the Red Dog squad, which was the one Edward said was the second weakest. He was secretly clenching his hand as he watched Maddie's attack. The other captains agreed. One of them noticed that Aesir did not say anything, so he asked, "Captain Silva, do you have a different opinion?" She opened her mouth to say something before closing it. Then, she gritted her teeth slightly before answering, "I do not think this participant is a simple one." The other captains did not say anything else. Although they respect her since she is a member of the royal family and has a lot of potential, they still believe that she has a long way to go. So, they did not value her opinion that much. Unfortunately, these captains were soon forced to swallow back their words. Edward laughed out loud before saying, "You are finally useful. Thank you for teaching me such a wonderful technique." "No way," thought Maddie, but things went as he expected. With a wave of Edward's hand, his spell was cancelled. Mana Zone. You learn how to use it in just a few minutes. "Is it supposed to be something difficult?" asked Edward. His words made all the captains almost kill him. Of the 9 of them, only 2 people can use Mana Zone. 3 now that Maddie can. The others have not succeeded nor reached the level they can even try to learn. And yet, he only took a few minutes. Ignoring these people, Edward raised his hand above his head before snapping. A powerful sonic attack was directed at the sky. It instantly removed all the clouds within a few hundred miles. Fascinating technique. My attacks are not 10 times more powerful using the same amount of mana. Not to mention, I can continue to fight if I ever run out of magic power. Then, Edward looked at the immobile opponent. The latter was not moving because of shock but because Edward controlled the mana around him to imprison him. "Do you admit defeat?" Maddie looked at him with red eyes but did not utter a word. His pride would never allow him to admit defeat to a commoner. Realizing his opponent's mindset, Edward decided to end this battle once and for all. Erudite magic, sound of the mind. Maddie then heard a terrible scream deep inside his head before falling to the ground and passing out. His squad member rushed to check on him and was relieved when they realized he had only passed out. Then, they looked at Edward with hatred. "Don't forget to keep your end of the deal." After saying that, he flew away. Edward knew things would not be simple. So, he went back to his inn to wait. News of a commoner defeating a noble magic captain at the entrance exam soon spread throughout the common realm before reaching the noble realm, and eventually the Forsaken realm. Commoners and nobles alike discussed this, with the former excited about the prospect of a commoner finally becoming a magic knight. In contrast, the latter was appalled by the notion. 3 days later, Edward received a summon from the Wizard King, so he headed to the noble realm. Chapter 295, Magic Squad. After arriving at a castle in the noble realm, Edward saw someone that seemed to be waiting for him. "Are you here for me?" "Yes," replied Captain de Leon. "Oh, what can I do for you?" "I'm here to apologize. Having regret that you did not pick me up for your squad. Unfortunately, it's too late now." De Leon shook his head. "Although I have regret, it is not for this reason. I've been thinking the past few days thinking what would happen if someone as talented and powerful as you left the Clover Kingdom because of the discrimination. This kingdom would lose such a powerful wizard. No, we would create a mighty enemy for ourselves." Edward did not say anything but De Leon did not mind. He was lost in his thoughts as he spoke. "I realize how the inequality between nobles and commoners almost ruined this kingdom. So, I wanted to change it. Unfortunately, this problem is so ingrained in this kingdom that even as royalty, there is nothing I can do." "So, you're just going to give up?" asked Edward. "I decided to tackle this problem through the next generation. I have 2 children, and I will ensure none of them share my outdated ideas. I hope they can influence the people around them to continue this change cycle." De Leon looked directly at Edward's eyes. "Plus, I feel that you will be the key to this change." Edward looked at him up and down before laughing slightly. "Maybe, you're right." He patted his shoulder before heading to the castle. Soon, someone referred to themselves as the Wizard King's aide led him to a meeting room where a middle-aged man dressed in a lavish robe waited. The moment he walked into the room, he felt an intense mana pressure trying to intimidate him. With a calm look, he releases his mana, instantly destroying that pressure. Additionally, all the tables in the room instantly shattered, and cracks appeared in the walls. "How dare you," said the aide with difficulty as he knelt on the ground. Edward ignored him before activating his grimoire. Then, using a repair spell, everything returned to normal. "Ha ha ha, it is incredible how much magic power you have. It is unbelievable that you're a commoner." "If you think about it rationally, it is not," replied Edward calmly. Oh, how so? Well, at some point, weren't you nobles just commoners? Don't you dare insult the nobility, said the aide. However, the 27th Wizard King, Spield Kira, waved his hand to calm him down. He then invited Edward to sit down while serving tea. So, what do you mean by that? Nobility is nothing but a social concept. At the beginning of human civilization, such a thing did not exist. When our race first discovered magic, they probably used it as a tool to survive against dangerous magical beasts or other more powerful races. Back then, the people with higher magic power were hunters and protectors, so they had high status. At some point, humans discovered that by mating only with other people of higher magic power, their descendants could inherit their magic and their mana capacity. So, this practice was encouraged. After a few hundred years, all the people with high magic power in a specific area intermarried and formed families, the nobles. So, it is not wrong to say all of you are descendants of commoners. And it is not impossible for commoners to be as lucky as your ancestors and have high magic power. Unfortunately, all of you still ostracized or even killed them once they challenged your authority. Spield was momentarily quiet before saying, "What an interesting theory. Unfortunately, there is no concrete evidence. Otherwise, this could be considered a great achievement in the field of magic history." "If there were evidence, you people would have hidden or already destroyed it anyway," replied Edward. "Anyway, let's talk about the issue at hand. The Magic Council disagrees with you to take over the Purple Pistol Shrimp Squad." Spield remained quiet while Edward elegantly drank his tea. It seems that they do not care about the life of the Tart family's heir. Mastering Mana Zone at a young age, he had a bright future. Spield frowned after hearing this. "You can enter any magic squads and slowly rise to the rank of captain. All of you nobles control the rising ladder, and given your attitude towards commoner, how many years do you think it would take me to become captain, if at all? What you want is nothing but for me to sell my life to you while keeping me at the bottom of the food chain. This is not happening. So, what do you want?" "I want my own magic squad. Anyway, I proved that I am powerful enough. And if we don't agree to your terms, the other kingdoms are always a choice. I heard that the Heart Kingdom is ruled by a powerful and benevolent queen who does not judge people by their birth." In the past few days, he gathered basic research on the other kingdoms to find another way out for him. His current choice is either the Heart Kingdom or the Spade Kingdom. But he was leaning more toward the former. However, for some reason, Edward was not willing to leave until the last minute. After pondering for a while, Spield agreed to his terms. And in exchange, Edward had to nullify the contract. So, on that day, the Blue Ravenclaw squad was created. "Sir, why did you compromise with that peasant? This kid is a monster." "I'm afraid that even I'm no match for him," replied Spield with a sight, causing a great shock to the aide. The news of the 10th Magic Squad soon spread throughout the entire kingdom. And commoners in both the Common Realm and the Forbidden Realm were very excited that a commoner became a captain. And when Edward stated recruited commoners into his squad, people from all over the kingdom traveled very far to participate. And he was very strict in the process. He understood that commoners did not have a large magic power pool nor could they increase their mana, so he lowered the value of such criteria. Instead, he focused on individuals with unique magic and who have the potential to train to use the Mana Zone. He created training regiments for all the members of his squad based on what type of magic they had. He tried to make potions to increase magic power. However, he discovered that this was another taboo field in which he could not succeed. Instead, he created special training with diets to ensure fast mana recovery in training and high physical stats. Although commoners had limits compared to nobles, with his method, he could bring out the maximum potential in all his squad members. Additionally, all his squad members had mana recovery potions to aid them in battles, so they still had some advantage. On top of everything, Edward created some mana skills to compensate for the gap in mana and increase their battle strength. Of course, Edward did not only choose commoners for his squad, a few nobles were also selected. However, these nobles were usually ostracized by their own kind and were people whose ideologies had not been entirely twisted. Edward did this to somewhat appease the nobles of the kingdom so that they gave his squad peace of mind to grow and develop. Although he could suppress the entire kingdom with his power, he felt that it was unwise to do so, at least not now. Furthermore, he could still use the influence of the minor nobles in his squad to his advantage. The second most important thing that he did was to create a newspaper. Newspaper existed in the kingdom, but it was a monthly thing. More importantly, it was controlled by the noble. His newspaper was highly cheap, released every day, and exciting. It contained news regarding the kingdom, especially the gossip regarding the lives of the nobles. All their dirty dealings were included in that newspaper. Additionally, Edward had a story section where he serialized a novel. He had a fashion section to give tips on beauty and clothes to both men and women. There is a section where Edward would release tips on how to use magic or control mana better, educating the people or the commoner, to be precise. More importantly, this newspaper can reveal all his legendary exploits and portray him in a better light. He did that to prevent the nobles from once slandering him or reducing his merit to this kingdom. Some nobles tried to imitate his business model, but they all failed miserably. For one, their newspaper was never as interesting as Edward's. Secondly, they could not print as fast as him, nor could they transport it all over the kingdom in a short time. Additionally, they could not make the price so cheap with how greedy most of them were. In the end, a few of them decided to take his business for their own. Unfortunately, all the nobles who tried had a terrible curse placed on them that would make them suffer pain deep in their souls. The Magic Council placed Edward on trial for what happened to these nobles, but they could not find any evidence. Even when they read his memories, they discovered that he was innocent. So, the nobles were forced to let him be and never interfered in his business again. Just like that, many years passed by. And Edward finally regained his memories. Chapter 296, Curse. "Damn this universe, Will," muttered Edward as his eyes gained a certain level of clarity and wisdom. "After so many years, I finally removed some of the restrictions. In the past few decades, he has been fighting with this universe will to restore his memory and ability. During that time, he could only slowly influence his second self through hints and random ideas suddenly popping inside his head." Edward then checked his body. "My higher life form essence has been sealed," he frowned. In some ways, he now is considered a transcendent species or higher life form. And the main benefit of this evolution is the fact that he can live a very long life and is not so easy to kill. However, now, Edward felt that he was aging like a normal person, and a few stabs in his heart could kill him if he did not protect it. "Morgana is sealed in my soul dimension. I don't know where my world gate is, and most of my mana is sealed. However, the good thing is that in the past few decades, I finished the purification process and reached Tier 7. In his seal state, he could still purify the mana inside his magic core. Unfortunately, he could not use most of his powers. With time, the seal in his mana slowly dissipated, but Edward could feel that there was a limit. To be precise, he could only use Tier 6 mana. This universe has a power ceiling of Tier 6, he concluded. Most of the universes he visited had high power ceiling, so his intrusion did not matter much as the scope he could affect the universe was inconsequential. However, the same could not be said for this world. Based on his analysis of the plot, he knew that only Lucifero could barely be considered Tier 6 and that he was only at his full power. When he manifested in the Spade Kingdom in the Mange, he was only Tier 5, and yet, he could still annihilate all the magic captains along with the main character, Asta. And he, an outsider, suddenly entered this universe with power rival if not more powerful than the most powerful being of this universe. As such, the Wool was not having it and used a lot of its power to place restrictions on him and even tried to assimilate him into this world. There is no way that Akashic record should not warn me of this possibility, so that can only mean one thing, that damn old man intervened and hid that information. He could not help but imagine that old geezer caressing his white beard while laughing at his misery. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he decided to forget this and place Merlin on his black list. One day, in the far, 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 far future, he would get his revenge. Plus, he understood the reason behind this action. In all his years confronting the universe will, his willpower was greatly tempered. He went from a scale of 3 to a 4. He only has to go up by 1 more before he can use conceptual magic in some weak universes, like this one. After thinking about this, some idea came to his mind on how he could increase his willpower in this world without going through all that trouble. If he could find a shortcut without any side effect, he would take it. Anyway, he was an arcanist, not a martial artist that needed to use the hard way to temper his will. As the saying goes, play smart, not hard. Although he had a basic plan, this was not the time to execute them. Edward removed his clothes to see a black tattoo on his chest. He frowned as he looked at it before putting his clothes back on. He opened a portal before teleporting to the border of the Clover and Diamond Kingdom. He floated less than a meter from the side of the Diamond Kingdom side, and yet, he knew he could not cross it. The tattoo on his chest was a powerful curse that the universe will placed on him as a restriction. Because of the curse, there were a few things he could not do. First, he could not leave the Clover Kingdom. Second, he could not kill certain individuals. For example, as a magic knight, he is often on the battlefield and fighting against other kingdoms. However, even with his power, he could not kill certain people, to be precise, certain people related to the main plot. The purpose of the curse seemed to prevent him from completely messing with the timeline and preventing certain characters from being born or preventing certain important events in these characters' lives. The only exception to that is Julius Novachrono. To be exact, Edward had to play the role that Julius played in the sacred timeline. For example, he invited both Yami Sakiro and William Vengeance to his Blue Ravenclaw squad instead of them joining Julius Grey Deer squad. The more Edward acted like Julius Weather through interactions with unique characters or the way he helped a lot of people in the kingdom, the less restraint the curse had on him. This should be another way for the universe will to assimilate me into this world. Plus, this could have something to do with Julia's secret identity as the ruler of the underworld, the time devil, Astaroth. A lot of ideas flashed across Edward's mind. According to his calculation, the universe has only the strength of the tier 7 star level. Since he is in the same tier, it is no problem to forcibly remove the curse and directly confront it. However, there is a major problem. This world has a multiverse, and the universe is not only from this timeline but all the timelines. So, confronting it would be like confronting hundreds or thousands of tier 7, if not more. Without his floating city or world gate, this was an arduous if not impossible task. Not to mention that there is an easier solution that it could use to deal with him: exile him from this universe. So, using a strong approach is not the solution to the current problem. He can accomplish many great things in this world, and he does not want to leave yet. Of course, Edward was not someone to suffer a loss. Although he decided to bear it, for now. He also decided to be more reckless when it comes to how to deal with this world. So, he was prepared to go a little crazy and try things beyond his capability. If succeeded, he would benefit greatly. If not, he will run away with the people he cares for while leaving this world in chaos if not destroyed. So, after making a plan, he opened a portal and returned to the headquarters of his squad. Edward then looked at his grimoire, which was now different after awakening his memories. It had 6 clover leaves instead of the previous 4. The 4-leaf grimoire is said to bring its owner luck, while the 5-leaf contains the devil. What about 6-leaf? The power of God. Does this world has God? Edward reviewed his memories of the entire plot of Black Clover. Gods are only mentioned on 3 occasions. One is the god that the sisters in the church worshipped. However, no real detail is mentioned. The second is the sea god that the underwater temple worshipped. Finally, the Dryad spirit is considered the guardian god of Alicia, a secluded village of elves. Based on his analysis, he eliminated the Dryad spirit, so his only chance at figuring out this mystery is through the churches or the underwater temple. After making a preliminary plan, he began an in-depth review of the magical system of this universe. There was a lot to learn. Chapter 297, Grimoire Magic System. Edward reviewed all the knowledge and information he gathered about this universe's magic system. The grimoire is connected to a mage's soul and life force. If they die, the grimoire will disappear. However, damage to the grimoire does not affect the life of the mage, with the exception that they can no longer use advanced magic. The grimoire carries the spells for wizards and allows them to use more advanced magic than their natural abilities. At first, the pages of the grimoire are blank, but through training, natural talent, and life and death situation, new spells can appear. This whole concept of grimoire is odd. This entire world is odd. For one, all the people in this world have mana, with the exception of the protagonist Asta, and a devil called Liba. Asta's case can be explained while the devil is a mystery. Edward knew that magic was a gift, and it was very odd for all the individuals in the entire world to have said gift. Although some people's mana is so pitiful that they can probably cast 1 or 2 spells, it did not change the fact that they still had mana. The second odd thing is that all the people with grimoires do not have to learn spells, they can invent them. Based on an individual's talent, training, and desire, the grimoire will automatically create a spell for them. Edward understood how hard it was just to learn magic, let alone create spells. In the Empire, only truly talented individuals with great knowledge can do so. But in this world, even a street vendor can create spells in his grimoire that suit his taste or profession. And when a talented mage is in a difficult situation or life and death situation, the grimoire can create a spell specifically for them to deal with the issue. An example of that was in the anime when Yami was stuck in a separate space during the underwater temple arc. He watched all his squad members slowly losing and on the verge of dying. So, his grimoire developed Dimension Slash to cut off the space and escape to go save his team. The grimoire can also respond to when people have character development or learn some life lesson. An example of that is when Gauche learned to trust people, so he developed a spell to make mirror copies of himself and others. There are 2 possibilities I can think of to explain this phenomenon. First, the grimoire has deduction capabilities like Morgana. However, Edward shook his head as he studied this thing and did not discover anything of the sort. So, although possible, very unlikely. The second possibility is that all grimoires are connected to something that either has a library of spells that it can choose from, or also has deducing capabilities. Or maybe both. The question is, what is that thing? Where is it? Who is in charge of it? And could the Universal will be involved? Edward had numerous thoughts and ideas. And as he thought deeper, he realized more and more that grimoires were not simple. Mages can cast spells without yet but are required to use high-level spells. To him, the entire situation appeared as if someone used grimoires to restrain the natural development of mages. Because of over-reliance on the book, mages never developed ways to cast spells on their own. And this restraint is for all races in this universe, including devils. In the underworld, devils can use their magic as they pleased. However, as soon as they enter the physical world, they have to rely on a grimoire to use their full powers. This world may hide many mysteries that never showed up in the manga or anime, thought Edward with great interest. He was very interested in uncovering these mysteries. Furthermore, although the grimoire system has flaws, he can modify it into a system suited for the less talented arcanists in the Empire. With it, they will not have to learn spells the hard way. As long as they have sufficient willpower, determination, and desire, they can learn spells perfectly suited for them. And there are many other ways this grimoire can be used by high-tier and talented arcanists. A lot of people in the Empire cannot instantly carve out magic circles inside their soul dimensions. Instead, they have to store the spells they needed and use them when needed. With this grimoire, they can store these spells on it, granting them extra spell slots. As for the people who can use instant engravings, they can also store spells in the grimoire and have extra spell slots. If they could only use 5 spells instantly, the grimoire could add 1 or 2 more instant spells. The grimoire can also be turned into a mage tech artifact. So, if an arcanist found themselves in a situation where they run out of mana, this grimoire can be used as a backup while they recover. The grimoire can be connected to the Gate of Truth to aid in gate alchemy and overall transmutation. Maybe he could modify it to work for aura and develop combat techniques instead of spells. The possibilities were truly endless. While having these crazy ideas, Edward also analyzed his grimoire. Most of the spells inside were from spells he already knew from other magic systems or variations of them. A lot of them were brand new spells that he had never seen, thought of, or the Empire was still in the early stages of developing. With just this book alone, his voyage in this universe was not in vain. However, many spells were still missing. To this day, even after 10 years since he became a magic knight, he still could not use time magic. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that he did not interact much with Julius. In his previous state, he had to be wary of the devil inside of him. Once he was done, Edward then focused on the world's mana. The physique of the people of this universe was weird. Their bodies did not have any magic veins, yet using mana was easy for them. Without a core, their bodies could still hold a large quantity of mana. According to his previous calculations, the most talented individuals of this universe can reach tier 4 level, not counting devils and spirits. It appears as if they viewed their entire bodies as a vessel to contain mana instead of storing it in their muscles, bones, or different parts of their bodies. In other words, all the people of this world have a unique bloodline that changed the very nature of their bodies and allows them to store a large quantity of mana, without a core. Edward became very interested in why everyone had mana in this universe. He guessed this secret involved the fundamental laws of this universe or some unique authority. He could take it away and bring it back to his universe, although he did not think that all the people throughout the universe would have this physique, all the people in the Empire should. By then, even if some of them were unlucky to be amongst the people with a very small amount of mana, they can still create their cores and start their magical journey. Additionally, people with mana poison mana would no longer have this problem. So, another crazy plan once again came into his mind. While he was in deep thought, someone knocked on his door. "Come in." A 15-year-old kid with black hair walked inside. "Yami, what is it?" Vice Captain Lunette said there is news regarding the Wizard King. "Is that so?" "I'll be here in a while." "How is your training?" "I finished all the tasks you asked me for." "That's good. I'll test you later." Yami nodded his head before closing the door. The captain's key has changed once again. Did he find a way to deal with the curse? This is not the first time he noticed his captain's key completely changed as if he was a new person. The first time it occurred, he thought someone was impersonating him and he freaked out. It was not until later that he knew that this was related to the captain's curse. This kid's method of key is very interesting. It is also a great discovery in this world, muttered Edward as he looked at Yami's leaving back. Maybe one day, I should visit his homeworld, the land of the sun, to see what kind of magic system they have and if it is similar to this continent. Chapter 298, Forbearance. Edward walked into a room where all the members of Blue Ravenclaw sat at a rectangle table. "Captain," said all the members as they stood up. Edward waved to them so that they could sit down. "Captain, you seem different from usual. Did you break the curse?" "I'm getting there but not quite yet." The fact that Edward was cursed is common knowledge amongst many people of the Clover Kingdom. The reason for that is in the battlefield, as long as the enemy can rush out of the borders, Edward could not chase after them. Additionally, when he attacked some people with the intent to kill, chains would appear all over his body to restrict him. As such, people have figured out some of the limitations of his curse. And some nobles even tried to use this fact to their advantage. To deal with these people, Edward has his squad secretly beat them within an inch of their lives while he cleans up the trace. As long as he does not kill these key figures, beating them up is alright. "So, what is the situation?" asked Edward. "The Wizard King is severely injured and has no chance of surviving," replied Vice Captain Bernard. "Well, that's expected. I told him not to pursue the Spade Kingdom since they might have allied with the Diamond Kingdom, but he didn't want to listen. The other squad members sighed as they could understand the Wizard King's thinking. With the presence of their captains, the Clover Kingdom had entered a time of peace and prosperity unlike anything seen since the kingdom's creation. The economy was booming because of trade with the Heart Kingdom, the safety of all citizens across all three realms was at an all-time high, and agriculture flourished with new magical tools designed to increase annual yield. The booming of the fishing industry also helps to reduce the hunger problem along with many other benefits. The issue of class inequality has radically been reduced as the captain creates more opportunities for commoners. Additionally, the people's daily lives have now been enhanced since they no longer have to worry about food and shelter. In addition to the newspaper, magic television has now become widespread throughout the kingdom. More than 95% of commoners can afford it, and even in the Forsaken Realm, where the poorest and weakest individuals live, 1 in 50 households can afford a magic TV. A new raid occurred on the borders a few days ago, and the Wizard King rushed there. Furious by what he saw, he decided to follow these people and deal a severe blow to them despite Edward's warning. And now, it appeared that it was a trap and someone attacked and almost killed him. "So, what happened next?" asked Edward. Everyone became quiet for a moment before Bernard answered. "The debate of the next Wizard King has begun, and the Magic Parliament is very adamant in opposing your election. Luckily, we still have the support of the Vermilion and Silva family." "Who are they supporting?" asked Edward calmly. "No, let me guess, it's Julius, isn't it?" "That's correct." Edward nodded as he tapped his finger on the table, quieting everyone. "Send an invitation to Julius. We will have a battle that is broadcasted live to the people. The winner gets to sit on the throne." "Yes, Captain." Edward then discussed a few more things with his squad before supervising Yami and Vengeance's training. He still has to play his role to remove the curse altogether and be free to do his things. Once that was done, Edward flew to the capital. He had to use transformation magic to hide his appearance, otherwise, if he walked in the streets, countless people would recognize him and flood toward him like they were paparazzi. Soon, he found himself in front of a tombstone with the engraving, "In memory of Aesir Silva, a loving mother and mighty warrior." "It's been 2 years, hasn't it?" He hunched down to clean the tombs before a flower appeared in his hand. They were peonies, her favorite flowers. His other identity did not have all his experience, so he was very lonely. And that was because of his power. Many people revered him for his power, but they also feared him because of it. As such, most people will respect him and keep a certain distance from him. That goes to all the members of his squad. There are only 2 people who were the exception, Aesir and Yami. Yami respected him for what Edward did for him, but he did not treat him with alienation. On the contrary, he was pretty cheeky in their interactions, he never minded his power or position. As for Aesir, she was the first person to do the same. He only met Yami a few months ago. He saw him as a friend and treated him the same. As Edward looked at the tombstone, he could not help but remember his conversation with her a few years ago. During the past 14 years, he sometimes unlocked his memories for short periods. Sometimes for only a few hours, a few days, and one time, he lasted 2 weeks. So, he used this time to analyze the curse better and find a way to free himself from the universe will's restraint. And right now, he remembered a conversation he had with Aesir. Edward looked at Aesir on a large bed holding a small child in her hands. He looked at the baby. "Is that your second child? What an ugly baby." "Edward," she grunted. "I'm just telling the truth. Plus, what kind of name is Nebra?" "How do you know her name?" "I know everything." Aesir ignored her friend as she knew he sometimes liked to boast about his greatness. "She is about to pee herself," he said. However, Aesir ignored him. Not long afterward, Nebra did pee on herself. "How did you know?" "I speak the baby language." "Nonsense," she replied while changing her. Meanwhile, Edward shrugged his shoulder, he was telling the truth. He then looked around before sighing in disappointment. "I can't believe you choose Henry over me. Here we go again." "No, this is a valid concern. I'm more handsome than him, more powerful than him, more affluent than him, more famous than him. And I can say I would treat you better than him. So, why not choose me?" Aesir sighed. "Do you really want to know the reason?" "I do." She looked at her baby while feeding her a bottle. "I can accept your womanizing ways. I can accept all the secrets you keep. I can accept the cruel and callous sides that you sometimes displayed. I can even accept the fact that I will not be the only woman in your life. But I cannot accept that you do not want children, you do not want a family. That's my bottom line. That's why I chose Henry over you." Edward looked out the window in deep thought. He once planned to have children once the Empire was stabilized and more powerful. However, after hearing about the upcoming war, he removed that idea from his mind. He did not want to bring his children into this world, knowing that one day, he might either watch them die or die and leave them alone. Edward sighed aloud, saying, "Anyway, Sooner or later, you will be mine. Cocky, I see. I really want to know how. Henry will be dead, so, of course, you will be mine. What? Said Aesir in a loud voice, startling the baby and making her cry even more. So, she gently calmed her down. What do you mean he will be dead? Did you kill him? She asked while staring furiously at him. Hey, I'm not that cruel. All I know is that he will die in a few years. How can this be? Can't you save him? I'm begging you. I'm sorry, I can't. You can't, or you won't. I can't, Edward replied, looking her in the eyes. Not just him, even you will die in a few years. Aesir got up from the bed as she looked at him incredulously. Her body trembled but she kept herself together to prevent baby Nebra from crying. It's true. I should barely be able to revive you, but only after many decades if not more. Edward was telling the truth. The correction of fate is powerful in this world, and his ability to not be affected by it seems to be nulled in this universe or at the very least, drastically reduced. Nozel and Noelle Silva are two essential characters of this world. And the death of their mothers is necessary for their characters' growth and motivation. And his hands are tied until Edward completely removes the curse on him. Aesir took a while to calm herself down. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? You can try to become more powerful when the day comes, and maybe, if you fake your death, you could survive. But nothing is guaranteed. Aesir did not know how to respond to this news. She just learned that not only will her husband die, but she will also die. What about my children? Will they be all right? She hurriedly asked. All 4 of them will be fine. 4. Yes, 4, replied Edward with his lisp twitching. Can you tell me about them? She asked, smiling at Nebra. The second and third ones are mediocre in terms of magical capability. And their personality is even shittier. I consider them complete failures. Aesir glared at him, but Edward ignored her as he continued. Nozel is very capable. However, how he treated the youngest is also terrible, albeit he had a solid reason. Nevertheless, I still don't like him. The only impressive one is the last one. She will inherit your beauty, bravery, kindness, and even your magic. However, the first 16 years of her life will not be a great one because of her siblings. Aesir was both happy and sad at the same time after hearing this. She decided to teach his children better to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Nevertheless, she still asked. Can't you look after them for me? Unfortunately, they are on the list of people I cannot even approach with the curse. However, I can try to find a way to reduce the impact. Aesir looked at the window. Can you really revive me? I will try my best. What about Henry? Edward did not say anything, his answer obvious. After chatting for a while, he left. And as expected, things went according to the script. Not long after Noelle was conceived, Henry died. And right after giving birth to Noelle, Aesir died at the hands of Magicula. Even though she was more powerful because of Edward's training, Vanica Zonrathes, the human host of Magicula, somehow managed to draw more power from the devil and killed her in the end. As for Edward, chains appeared on his body to prevent him from rushing in time and save her. Luckily, he secretly placed a spell to preserve her soul and did the same for her body. As he looked at the tombstone, Edward muttered. Wait for this curse to be lifted. Magicula, you will be the first one to feel my wrath. He never felt so aggrieved, but he understood the concept of forbearance. As such, he will wait. Edward then left to prepare for the battle against Julius. Chapter 299, Wizard King's Position Battle. Edward floated in the air as he looked at Julius opposite him. I'm surprised you accepted my invitation. I have no choice. Although you have done much for this kingdom, your curse is an issue. So, I cannot allow someone so unstable to be the Wizard King. Edward smiled but did not reply. He guessed that the current Julius was Lucius Socrates. And he had 2 reasons for finding out the truth. 1. The personality of Julius is a kind and benevolent man who dedicated his life to the betterment of the Clover Kingdom. With Edward's achievements, he would never oppose him for the position of Wizard King. On the contrary, he would support him and even volunteer to find a way to remove the curse. At one point, he did ask memoryless Edward if he could help, but the latter refused. As for the second reason was the mana filled with negative emotions he felt inside Julius' body. Devil's mana comes from the underworld, so it is eerie and dark in nature. Often, it is easy to distinguish their mana from other races. Now, Lucius has done a great job hiding the nature of his mana. When Julius' personality took over the body, even Edward could not detect anything. However, the moment the real him showed, he could not completely hide it. I would like for us to fight inside the mirror dimension. That way, no matter how much power we use, it will not affect the surrounding. Julius immediately frowned after hearing this. Is there a problem? Asked Edward. No, but what about the broadcast? It can still continue from there. After hesitation for a moment, Julius nodded. As such, Edward took a magic item that looked like a mirror and activated it. Cracks that resembled mirrors appeared in the surroundings to swallow the two of them. Then, they find themselves in the same forest, except everything seems to be a little darker. Now, we can begin. Their grimoires floated in front of them. Edward hid the remaining 2 clover leaves from his, while Julius' grimoire did not have a cover. Many people believe that it was how his grimoire was, but Edward knew that it was because he wanted to hide the spades in the covers that revealed his identity as a citizen of the Spade Kingdom. Erudite magic, fallen meteor. A dozen meteors appeared in the sky and fell on Julius. However, he quickly dodged them as if they were nothing. However, more and more of them kept falling. At first, he decided to be careful since he knew how powerful his opponent was. So, even with his time magic, he wanted to be careful. However, after dodging a few meteors, he decided to go on the offensive. Unfortunately for him, the forest on the ground suddenly changed into chains of volcanoes as they spewed lava balls at him. The entire forest turned red, with flames coming from the heavens and the earth. With Julius' ability to peek at the future, he could still dodge these attacks as they were not even close to his speed. So, no matter how many of them were there, they were useless. In the end, he finally cast a spell. Chronostasis. Numerous spheres with a ring orbiting them appeared. The spheres would catch the fallen meteors and the lava balls. And after a few seconds, they would disappear. Julius reverted them to the time before they were converted from mana into their current shape. After catching Edward's attacks, he went on the offensive. He created many of the spheres as they rushed toward Edward. They were extremely fast because they skipped time to travel. Some in an instant, they were in front of Julius, but they arrived in front of Edward the next. Time seal and time acceleration analyzed Edward as he saw the spheres. Some of them would contain him in a time loop, reliving a moment in time continuously, while the other would instantly age any part of his body that was hit. As the spheres approached him, countless portals appeared and teleported them back to Julius' side. Unfortunately, they did not even touch him. Most ordinary spells are useless to him, thought Edward. Erudite magic, gravity increase. Erudite magic, light swords. The gravity surrounding Julius suddenly increased tenfold. Additionally, countless swords of light appeared in the sky. He wanted to evade, but mobility became a problem for him. Chronostasis grimoire. Julius's grimoire changed pages as he cast another spell. Even more, spheres appeared around to catch the falling lights. Unfortunately, 2 of them still managed to stab him on his shoulders. He crushed them with his hands before the wound returned to its original uninjured state. Even his clothes returned to normal. I have not seen my blood for a very long time, said Julius calmly. I can guarantee this will not be the first time in this battle. While these 2 titans clashed, all the people of the Clover Kingdom were glued to their television to witness this legendary duel. And the experience was more than they could ever imagine. They never thought that mages could be this powerful. Thinking about how one of these 2 would become their kingdom's protector, the people were thrilled. Of course, the same cannot be said for some nobles. They knew Edward was powerful, but they also fully believed that Julius' time magic was his nemesis. Now, things did not appear to be so simple. I very much doubt this, replied Julius. A sphere appeared in front of him before launching a blue beam attack. The beam also seemed to skip time as it instantly arrived in front of Edward. A portal again appeared to send it away. However, the portal closed as it was reverted to the state where it was not created, and the beam continued its travel. It hit a shield that protected Edward, however, it was also reverted to its original state. As such, Edward had to teleport away to evade. Another sphere appeared to divert the direction of the beam toward Edward's position. So, he teleported away again. Unfortunately, the beam seemed to know the place he would teleport to next and kept following. With a calm look, he kept evading while analyzing the situation. This Lucius' use of Mana Zone is quite extraordinary. The technique of Mana Zone in this world is similar to how arcane sorcerer used magic in the Empire. The main difference is that the Mana Zone is a more advanced form. So, this technique is quite valuable to Edward. Additionally, he realized that Mana Zone is a pseudo-magical domain at the highest level. He wanted to create a way for arcanists to resist the divine kingdoms of gods, and the domain is the answer he came up with. With the Mana Zone technique, he can now create a pseudo-domain. Erudite magic, absolute space. An enormous cube enveloped the battlefield of these 2. And immediately after appearing, Julius' beam and spheres disappeared. He was using the ambient mana in the surrounding to power up his attack. Regrettably, Edward's absolute space forcibly took control of all the mana in the surroundings, preventing him from forming even the most basic spell. Immediately, a large sphere also surrounded Julius. Inside that sphere, he reverted the ambient mana to when it was not under control. Edward was not surprised by this outcome as he knew that his pseudo-domain had many flaws. The main is that mana has to exist in the environment to function correctly. He knows that not every place has mana. He plans to combine the mana inside Arcanist's body, along with different kinds of energy in the environment, with the ability to create pocket dimensions to create an actual domain. He plans to go to Jujutsu Kaisen and Fate Universe to understand their curse energy domains and reality marbles. It is fascinating how your time magic functions. Stealing other people's time, store it to use however you pleased, said Edward before raising his hand, and a small sphere appeared. You learned my time magic. An incredible look appeared on Julius's face. They were both shocked whether it was him or the devil Astaroth residing inside his body. Many people thought that one of the limits of erudite magic was in the incapability to use time magic, since Edward could use all magics in the kingdom with that exception. This is one reason that nobles thought Julius was his nemesis. Indeed I can, replied Edward. During this battle, he has been studying Julius' time magic. Plus, he used some secret means to read a few pages from his grimoire. It's a shame that I do not have enough time stored to use it appropriately, he commented. Time magic in this universe has restrictions, unlike back home. You cannot use time spells without stealing time from other people and storing it. Of course, Edward could take time from his true self. However, that would reduce his lifespan. Although this magic had restrictions, it also had some benefits. It reduced the consequences of playing with time, since someone essentially paid off the debts of doing so. Essentially, the lives of countless people or their time can be exchanged for avoiding the consequences of messing with time. Edward looked forward to whether this would work the same way in his universe. So, this form of time magic can be considered one of the safest methods. Alright, since I already got what I wanted, let's get this over with. Erudite magic, destruction ball. A dark purple ball appeared in Edward's palm, containing a terrifying power that wanted to annihilate everything in its path. This was a spell he created in this world by combining all the different attributes he could use. And to his surprise, he discovered destruction magic capable of eradicating all forms of matter and energy. Chapter 300, Wizard King. Everything within 100 meters radius was eradicated. The forests, mountains, and even the nearest towns and villages. Luckily, this was in the mirror dimension, so it did not matter. The only exception is Julius. He had a long horn, and his eyes were red. However, half his body was gone, and black tentacles could be seen coming from the destroyed part. You already knew, didn't you? Asked Julius. You mean the fact that you were Lucius Socrates, a Spade Kingdom spy that infiltrated our kingdom, and also the devil host of Astaroth, the supreme devil of time? I had my suspicions. All the people watching this broadcast were shocked by this reveal. Julius is the mage in the kingdom with the second most popularity after Edward. His heroic deeds are mentioned in both the Daily Prophet, Edward's newspaper, and Noble News. So, when it was revealed that he was, in fact, both a spy and a devil, this was shocking news. Many people did not know how to react, while the Magic Parliament nobles panicked. They almost made such a person the Wizard King, one of the highest political and military power of the Clover Kingdom. You have made a grave mistake forcing me out, Lucius said as his body regenerated. As Edward watched all of this, his eyes lit up. Is this the power of Devil Heart? At Tier 6, Arcanists can survive with their bodies destroyed as long as their soul is intact. In fact, they can even live as a soul entity, similar to the concept of nascent soul in Xianxia. Nevertheless, the body is still essential, especially the heart, since it is the place that houses the magic core. The Devil Heart allows high-level devils to instantly regenerate any part of their body as long as the heart remains intact. Additionally, the heart can move to different body parts, and ordinary methods or spells cannot destroy it. In some ways, it is similar, if not better, than Horcruxes, which require specific spells or techniques to destroy. If all Arcanists could have a Devil Heart, their survivability would drastically increase, along with their strength. Edward has the Phoenix bloodline for healing purposes, but he would still benefit from a Devil's Heart. 90% devil power, said Lucius as another horn grew from his head, along with 2 wings made of bones. His fingers turned into claws, and many black spots appeared all over his body. Most devil hosts need the gate to the underworld to open to access more than 70% of their devil's power. However, he is the only exception. Chrono magic, time stop. Time in the surrounding doze miles diameters suddenly stopped. Even the magical item Edward had to record this battle stopped functioning for a moment. Even Edward's absolute space spell stopped working. However, Lucius soon frowned as he saw a sphere surrounding Edward blocking the effect of this spell. Erudite magic, time burning. A blue flame so powerful came out from Edward that it literally burned time and destroyed the time spell. This was a technique he prepared in this world against time magic since he could not use it. He even created ice freeze to create the same effect as time stop. Both of these elemental magic have been raised very close to the conceptual level by him. Lucius rushed towards Edward with a sword in his hand. Time sword, time erasure slash. Edward could feel that if that sword slightly scratched him, his time would be erased, and he would die. So, he teleported away, or he tried. Unfortunately, Lucius had placed the surrounding space in a time loop to remain unchanged. That way, it cannot bend, tear, or portals cannot be opened from it. So, Edward moved his body slightly to dodge before using gravity push to send Lucius flying away. After being a few meters away, Lucius again went on the offensive. He jumped into the future to appear in front of Edward to cut him once again. Erudite creation magic, sword of purification. A sword made of golden light appeared in Edward's hand as he clashed head-on with Lucius' sword. The light sword was instantly destroyed in the confrontation. However, Lucius groaned in pain. The hand holding the sword was now completely black. Although the light sword was destroyed, it released a golden light with the power of purification. The light seemed the nemesis of the negative mana of devils. Lucius then used time magic to revert his arm to its original state. Subsequently, he realized that the process took longer and exponentially more mana than usual. Additionally, the time needed to revert was also astronomical. He has killed many people and stored a lot of time compared to the persona of Julius. Additionally, he can access Astaroth's stored time, which is very abundant since the latter spent countless millennia killing devils in the underworld to steal time. Ultimately, he cut off the purified part and let his body regrow. It was not worth it to use time magic to heal. Lucius looked at Edward while pondering, I need to take some risks. A clock appeared in front of Lucius before he fired a beam at it. Immediately afterward, Edward's left hand suddenly aged until it became that of an older man. He did not feel or sense anything, but he was injured. Immediately, he began to calculate what had occurred. He found a slight discrepancy in his memory. He is sending his attack to my past self. This was a very advanced use of time magic, killing the opponent's past to eradicate him in the present. Luckily, Lucius could only send his attack a couple of minutes to the past. And Edward's past self is as strong as his current self, so he could still dodge the attack despite the unexpected. I need to end this battle to prevent any change in the situation, thought Edward as he looked at Lucius, who was panting heavily. One of his primary purpose for this battle was the live broadcast to ensure he became Wizard King. That's why he had to ensure the broadcast continued after Lucius froze time. Now that his plan succeeded, there is no need to continue playing. Erudite magic, death aura. A black aura came from his body, spreading to the surrounding at an unimaginable speed. Everything the aura touched, decayed or died, including space and time. Before Lucius could react, the black aura attached to his body. In less than a second, his lower body, torso, and limbs rapidly disappeared. His future sight or reaction ability proved to be useless. In the end, he held his heart in his mouth before casting one last spell. Chronomagic, time disturbance. By creating a disturbance in time, he managed to open a breach in the mirror dimension to teleport away. Unfortunately for him, numerous chains suddenly appeared and caught his grimoire and prevented it from teleporting away with him. Holding the grimoire in his hand, Edward secretly sneered as he watched space tear closed. Then, he looked at the camera as he smiled at his fellow citizens. He retired to the capital to wait for the day he took the throne. 2 days later, the 27th Wizard King succumbed to his injury, and Edward succeeded him. As the first commoner to achieve this position, this was a historic moment for the Clover Kingdom. So, commoners from the Common Realm to the Forsaken Realm watched the coronation ceremony, and the kingdom celebrated for a week. Spade Kingdom. Lucius had regenerated his body in secret before meeting his other siblings. He stood with his shirt off while the others surrounded him. So, what do you think, Vanica? Asked Lucius. This curse is quite interesting. There are many effects, but all of them hide their true purpose. I did not expect this new Wizard King to be so knowledgeable with curse magic. Can you remove it? Of course, who do you think I am? Her grimoire floated in front of her. Tentacles made of strange runes appeared from her body before connecting to the tattoo on Lucius's body. Unfortunately, the moment they touched, the tattoo activated, and a black light entered Vanica's body before she could react. The black light even used her connection to the underworld before also planting a curse on her devil, Megusala. Damn it. His target was me the whole time, the devil in the underworld exclaimed. She immediately activated her curse-warding magic to remove the curse. Unfortunately, this curse was not as simple as it seems as it contained other magics that counter hers. She was furious. As the primogenitor of curses in this world, she cannot believe that she could not remove a curse. Meanwhile, in the Clover Kingdom, Edward, who was enjoying reading Lucius's grimoire, suddenly felt something and looked toward the Spade Kingdom. He smiled before sneering, then continued his reading. Time passed, and many changes occurred in the kingdom. Captain Bernard took over the Blue Ravenclaw squad before Yami eventually became the vice-captain and created his squad. The same thing for William Vengeance. The Clover Kingdom continued to prosper. However, trouble at the borders did not stop and intensified with time. Lucius seemed determined to take advantage of Edward's curse to attack the borders. The odd thing is that he found another grimoire that he could use. Nevertheless, the damage that both the Spade Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom could do was minimal. Today was special because an odd young boy with no magic power took the Magic Knight entrance.